The makers of Camel Cigarettes present Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective. No other cigarette has Camel's rich, full flavor, the flavor of Camel's costly tobaccos.
And no other cigarette gives you this proof of mildness. In a coast-to-coast test of hundreds of people who smoked only Camels for 30 days, noted throat specialists reported not one single case of throat irritation due to smoking Camels.
Make a note. Think of your throat. Try Camels. Here transcribed is Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
Now, in my business, I run into a lot of people, make a few friends, and a lot of enemies. I remember a few weeks ago when one of those friends walked all the way over from 31st Street to tell me about his trouble and leave me a share of it. His name is Angelino Giuseppe, and he runs a butcher shop. Little guy with a big, broad stomach and a smile to match. I met him when I was on the force. He used to stop in and buy some cold cuts or a pound of bacon. I liked his smile, and I always hung around for one of his bad jokes. But when he came into my office that afternoon, pushing his big stomach in front of him, I spotted trouble right away. The smile was gone. Well, Angelino.
Hello, Mr. Diamond.
Haven't seen you in a long time. Come stai?
Sto male.
Yeah, I can tell. Well, what's the trouble? The pig's knuckles got arthritis?
Pig's knuckles?
That's better now. That's more like my answer.
You always kidding. You make it easy to smile.
Yeah. Accetti.
Grazie.
All right, Angie, let's have it. What's wrong?
Well, I'm going to ask you to do something. I can't pay you.
We'll talk about it later.
You can take it out in a trade.
That'll run into a lot of ham hocks, Angelino.
Well, I want to pay you.
Well, I can always throw a barbecue. Now, tell me about it.
Well, you see, it's like this. I come to you as a sort of a representative from all the other butcher shops, the independent ones.
I see.
I ain't the only one that's worried, so all the butchers got together last night and decided to do something about it.
All of the independent butcher shops?
That's right. Every week, a couple of guys come around and collect. Now, if we don't pay, we get our shops bust up, and if that ain't enough, we get our heads busted too. Look, see, I still got 3 stitches right here in the top of my head.
Oh, I see. Well, that's a nice job. Doctor must have used a loom.
I got this last week when these 2 guys came for the money. I couldn't pay, so one of them hit me with a blackjack.
Oh, that's too bad. What about the law, Angelino? That'd give you the right kind of protection.
Well, we discussed that at the meeting, but we decided it was too dangerous. We've been warned. If we go to the police, we get hurt too bad. Well, we all got families, Mr. Diamond. We can't take the chance.
Now, have the 2 men who beat you up been back?
No, but they will be.
Okay, let's go.
Well, we're going someplace?
Yep, we are going someplace. You don't know it, Angie, but you just hired yourself a new assistant.
I have?
You certainly have. Come on, I want you to show me how to carve a lox. Well, that's what happens when your reputation gets around the butcher shops. I'd been telling Angelino what a great detective I was for the past 10 years, but I should have known he'd never take my word for it, so I had to prove it. We went out, grabbed a cab, and 15 minutes later I was standing behind the butcher shop counter. Angelino handed me a white apron.
I don't get it. why you want to be a butcher?
Angie, you want me to get a line on these guys who do the collecting, don't you?
Why, sure.
Well, I can only think of two ways I could watch them and not look suspicious. Make like a butcher, or crawl in with the ground round.
Crawl in.
Think of what would happen if someone looked down for the price of ground round and caught it staring back at them.
It's gonna start. That's so funny.
Oh, now, come on, Angie. It wasn't that funny.
Well, customer.
Oh, nothing like learning firsthand. Let me handle the sale.
Well, you think you can?
Sure. Here she comes.
Oh, good morning, Mrs. Hennessy.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Angelino. Well, business must be good. I see you have a new butcher.
Oh, yes. This Mr.
Hangtooth.
Mr. Hangtooth.
Hangtooth?
Good morning, Mrs. Hennessy. Something I can do for you?
Oh, yes. How much is the lamb shoulder today?
Which one?
What?
Look, maybe you better let me...
Relax, Angie. I'll make it. Which shoulder would you like, Mrs. Hennessy?
Is there a difference, young man?
Oh, yes. You see, this lamb here is really a ram.
A ram?
That's right. Hurt his shoulder playing against the Cardinals last season. We're also selling his shoulder pads at 21 cents a pound.
Mr. Angelino.
You'll find him hanging in the back with the spare ribs. Now, Mrs. Hennessy, if you can tell me which shoulder you want, I'll wrap it up and send it off tackle between the liver and the...
Well, I never...
Of course you haven't. That's the trouble with you people. Here's a nice little ram that played his heart out. And... Oh, by the way, the heart is special today, 11 cents a pound. Angie.
She's gone, huh?
Like laundry in a tornado.
But what do you want to do that for, Mr. Diamond? She was one of my best customers.
I wanted to get her out of here, and I wanted to get her out in a hurry. Just as she came in, I spotted two guys heading this way. When they saw her, they backed off. Look, they're standing across the street right now.
Where?
Right over there. You see them? In front of the drugstore.
Yeah, that's them.
It is?
They're the ones that hit me. They're the ones that come around collecting.
Well, they're coming again. You better duck. I'll take care of it.
Well, listen, please, you be careful. They're pretty rough monkeys.
Go on, Angie, and beat it. They're almost here.
All right. I'll be in the back.
Okay. How mile can a cigarette be? Make the Camel 30-day test and you... Well, good morning, gentlemen. What can I do for you?
Hey, where's Angelino?
Oh, well, he's out buying some old buffalo. I'm the new assistant.
Buffalo? Shut up. Well, tell me, new assistant, when'll they be back?
Well, it's hard to say, gentlemen. These buffalo are in Wyoming.
Oh, yeah? Carl, I think this guy's trying to be funny.
You, my friend, win yourself a lamb chop. How'll you have it, with or without the bloomers?
Hey, you know, some Red, I think you're right. Hey, what's your name, laughing boy?
Hangtooth.
Hangtooth?
Oh, I'm going to have more fun with that. Blows everybody.
Well, look, Hangtooth, you know who we are?
How many guesses?
You won't need even one. We're in a hurry. We're collectors.
Oh, well, we put all the scraps out and back in a can. You can't miss it.
I don't like you.
Well, I have a friend. Maybe we could double date.
Look, let's stop the clowning. If Angelino didn't tell you about us, it's going to be too bad for you. We're here for some money. We get every week $25.
Yeah, last week Angelino didn't have it, so he accidentally hit his head. We figured that all that blood would make him remember it this week.
Well, I'm sorry, friend, but Angie didn't say anything about it. Tell me, what does he pay you boys for?
Oh, little things. Protection, mostly. You see, if he paid us last week, he wouldn't have hit his head.
You know something? I know a big, fat cop who would just love to hear all about this protection Angie's paying you for.
You do, huh?
Yeah, I do, huh?
Well, look, seeing as how you're a new boy around here, maybe we ought to tell you first.
Why don't you do that?
Yeah, let's go in the back.
I like it here. I listen better.
Oh, you do, huh?
Is that all you guys can say? Now get out from behind that counter.
I want to explain the thing to you.
Yeah, go on, Red. Explain it to Mr. Hagtooth.
Hangtooth.
You'll have to pardon him. He don't hear so well. How's your hearing, Hangtooth?
Depends on what I'm listening to.
Well, listen to this real good. Seeing as how you're working for Angelino, you're going to need protection, too. So let's have the $25.
I want to know what I'm buying.
Oh, sure.
Hit him this time. Hey, a rough one.
Yeah, you're bleeding.
Yeah, Want to get rough, hang tooth?
Hey, you're liable to kill him.
Yeah.
Let him alone. Hey, we better get out of here.
Yeah. We'll come back for Angelino later.
Well, you really can't blame brave little old me for going to sleep at that point. One I could have handled. But in that cramped space behind the counter, with both of them coming from different directions, I had to give it up sooner or later. And I did for about 20 minutes. When I finally snapped out of it, I looked up and saw 3 heads staring down at me. 2 herring with Angelino in the middle.
Hey, Mr. Diamond, you're right.
Oh, lovely.
Here, let me help you get up.
Swell. Now, look for my eyes, will you, Angie?
I didn't know what to do. I guess I should have called the police.
Oh, fine time to tell me. Let me sit down.
When I thought about calling the police, I also thought about my family. Those 2 men might beat up my family just like this.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Mr. Diamond, please, you better forget about this. It's too dangerous. When they come back, I'll pay them the money and nobody gets hurt.
Look, Angie, I can understand why you're scared. Those 2 headhunters aren't kidding, but you can't let them get away with it.
I can and I will. I ain't taking no more chances. First they bust up my shop, and then they bust up me, and now you. No thanks. I got enough.
Okay, Angie, but not me.
What are you going to do?
Well, I got a sore face and a nasty disposition. I won't get back to normal until I find those 2 guys and tie their necks in a bow. I left Angelino's shop and headed for the 5th Precinct Police Station. I wanted to look up 2 sure bets for the police gallery. One named Carl and the other Red. 2 guys who went around scaring poor little businessmen like Angelino. By the time I reached the station, the aches from the beating were making me very unhappy. And when I walked into the squad room, I spotted something that didn't make things any better.
Yeah, what are you... Holy cow, Diamond.
Well, Sergeant Otis, I'm glad you noticed. Means I put myself together all right.
What happened to you?
Don't be silly. I always bleed just before lunch.
Well, how did it happen?
It wasn't easy. Is the lieutenant in?
Sure, go ahead.
Well, thanks. Say, Otis, when are you going to start shaving in the morning?
Why? What's wrong?
Your 5 o'clock shadow is 4 hours fast.
Oh.
Hiya, Walt.
Wow. What hit you?
Wait till the bruises show up. I come on in Technicolor.
Someone sure did a good job.
Yeah. That someone is 2 guys, Walt. One named Red and the other Carl.
Red and Carl.
Yeah. I got closest to Red. Name matches the hair, busted nose, about 190, very nasty with a sap.
And Carl?
Dark, greasy, well-dressed if you like the type. Big boy with a scar under his right eye. I gave Walt the complete descriptions and briefed him on what had happened in Angelino's shop. We went down to the mug file and started going through pictures. 20 minutes and 8 dozen charming photographs later, I found what I was looking for. I showed them to Walt, and he said, "Oh, you know him?"
Yeah, Carl Tate and Red Dillon. Here's the package. Dozen arrests, half a dozen convictions between them.
Very impressive.
Couple of muscle men. What did they go after you for?
I've been pulling a protection racket on some of the independent butcher shops. Who do they work for?
He used to work for Jack Arno before he got sent up.
I know they're not working this setup alone. It's too big.
No, they wouldn't be. Hey, Tiny Easter's in town.
Tiny Easter? Oh, used to be Arno's right-hand boy.
That's right. Came in about a month ago. I'd love to get something on him. Nobody's ever been able to nail him.
Well, it adds up. Easter worked for Arno, and so did Carl Tate and Red Dillon.
Well, we can't pick him up just because 2 of his boys worked you over. He'd just say they weren't his boys.
I don't want him picked up. I want Carl and Red. If Easter goes along with the deal, you can have him.
What are you going to do?
Get cleaned up and pay Mr. Tiny Easter a visit. What's his address?
He's got an office on East 48th Street, 804.
Thanks, Walt.
Tiny's a bad boy.
I'll take along my .38 just in case I have to spank him. I left Walt, went back to my office, took a clean shirt out of the closet, washed up. Locked up again, went down to the street. I grabbed a cab, and 20 minutes later I was standing in the reception room of Tiny Easter's office. A big guy with a bulge under his arm was trying to be as unreceptive as possible.
So you want to see Easter? You have an appointment?
No, I haven't got an appointment. Now tell Easter I'm out here.
What's your name?
Oh, you're going to get hung up on this.
What do you mean?
The name's Hangtooth.
What?
I see. Now make like an office boy and tell Easter I got a message for him from Carl and Red.
You're a pretty fresh guy, aren't you?
Yeah, and I'm going to spoil if I have to stand around much longer.
You can spoil rotten for all I care. You're not going to see Easter. He's busy.
Okay. You know, you get so excited you'll ruin your stomach someday.
Oh, I don't think so.
You don't, huh? Skeptic.
What do you want?
I'm collecting scalps.
How'd you get by Lefty?
He's tied up with a stomach ache. Swallowed a fist.
Okay, so you got muscles. Also, you got a pushed-in face. Lefty do that?
Carl Tate and his blood brother Red.
Oh? What you come to me for?
They're working for you, aren't they?
You smell like a cop.
Name's Hangtooth.
I doubt it.
And good for you. I'd hate to go through that again. I'm a private cop.
Well, now, good for you.
I was in a butcher shop when your two boys wandered in and started playing squash with me. I don't like to get pushed around, Easter, and I don't like your racket. I want Carl and Red, and if I get you along with them, the state will hang a medal on me.
Looks like you got nothing to lose.
Well, look at it any way you like. Now, what about your two playmates?
I don't know what you're talking about, Shamus. Never heard of those two guys.
I don't think you understand, Tiny. I'm pretty mad. I'm going to find these two guys, and I'm going to do it even if I have to be unpleasant with you.
Just what do you mean by unpleasant, Mr. Hangtooth?
You break a leg, that's unpleasant.
Ow!
Don't try to pull a gun on me.
You busted my hand. Take your foot off.
Drop the gun in the drawer. Okay.
My hand's busted.
I'll take the hand out, empty.
Oh.
Now, let me explain it again. If you go out and shoot 12 people tomorrow, I'm going to be sore about it. But when you start intimidating a bunch of hard-working little guys and their families, I go off like a skyrocket. And then when a couple of your cheap gunsels push me around, I explode.
I tell you, I don't know these guys. Oh!
Look, Easter, please believe me.
I don't know them.
You worked with them in Chicago.
Ah!
I'm telling you the truth, Easter. I'll work you over till you look like an eggplant in a subway.
Look, whatever your name is, I got boys. They'll take care of you.
Who's going to tell them to do it?
I am.
With your jaw broken?
Oh!
Now, where do I find Carl and Red?
You knocked all my teeth loose.
I got 31 to go. I guess you really don't understand.
Yes, I understand. Oh.
Now, where are they? You still need some encouragement?
No, in the warehouse by the 14th Street docks.
What warehouse?
Rogers and Sons. Big sign on the top.
You mind if I use your phone?
Go ahead.
Don't you know it's not polite to listen, Easter?
Well, what do you want me to do?
Go to sleep.
No!
Before we continue with Richard Diamond, here are a few words about smoking enjoyment.
More people smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
That's right. More people smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
Behind Camel's great popularity are the two things that mean steady smoking enjoyment: flavor and mildness.
No other cigarette has the rich, full flavor of Camel's costly tobaccos that are properly aged and expertly blended.
And no other cigarette gives you this proof of mildness. In a coast-to-coast test of hundreds of people who smoked only Camels for 30 days, noted throat specialists reported not one single case of throat irritation due to smoking Camels.
Make your own Camel 30-day test. The sensible test, based not on a puff or a sniff, but on day-in, day-out smoking. You'll see how flavorful Camels are and how well Camels get along with your throat, pack after pack.
How mild, how mild, how mild, how mild, how mild can a cigarette be? Make the Camel 30-day test and you'll see. Smoke Camels and see.
now back to Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
I put in a call to Walt and told him what had happened. He said he'd send a couple of men down to pick up Easter and agreed to meet me at the warehouse. It was getting late in the afternoon when my cab pulled up near the river and I got out. A cold breeze was kicking up little patches of white on the water, and the light fog was moving in from the Atlantic as I started down toward a big building with a sign on the top that read, Rogers & Sons Importing. The place was boarded up, but a window in the basement showed signs of recent use, so I jimmied it open and dropped down on the dark, cold pavement. I held my breath and listened. The place was as quiet as a tomb, so I moved across the room until I found a flight of stairs and went up to the main floor. I opened a door and listened again.
Hey, it sure is getting cold in here.
Yeah.
How long are we going to have to stay here?
Till Easter tells us to leave. Now relax.
It was Carl and Red, all right. They were somewhere in the warehouse, so I kept on my toes and moved as quietly as possible toward the voices.
You want to play some cards or something?
Yeah, it's okay with me.
I don't know why we got to hide out like this.
Because Easter said to, that's why. We gotta stay cool till he finds out about that guy we worked over this morning.
Hagtooth?
Yeah. Might have been a cop.
So what? We were cops over before. I'm cold.
Look, just steal the cards. Yeah? What? He did, huh? Hey, what's the matter? Boss! Hey!
What's the matter?
I don't know, that was Easter. The guy we worked over was in his office, tied him up. He got loose, but the guy's headed down here.
Hagtooth?
Yeah, just as Easter was gonna say what to do, sounded like he got in a fight.
The cops?
Yeah, I think we better get out of here.
Afternoon, boy.
Huh? Hagtooth.
Hangtooth. Come back here, Carl.
Help me.
You shouldn't have pulled a gun, Red.
Since when do you butchers carry rods?
Since we get pushed around by guys like you.
You're the doctor. I'm shot bad.
I can't take it back. They'll all be here in a minute.
You're a lousy butcher. I hope Carl pays you good.
I'll see that he gets the chance to try. I left Red lying on his face and ran toward the front of the building. The only way out was that window in the back, and Carl was sure to be hiding somewhere in the dark, hoping to get around me and head for the basement. There were a dozen places to hide in that warehouse, but I had one advantage. He couldn't see me any better than I could see him. I stopped and listened. Come on, Carl. Red's hurt pretty bad, and the law's on the way. You gotta get me before you can get out of here. Carl! Come on, Carl. Give it up. You're stuck and you know it. Carl! I had his position pretty well spotted. By his gun flashes, I could tell he was edging his way toward another large pile of packing cases. I moved off to my left, still keeping his approximate position in line with my gun barrel. It was my idea to circle him, but something changed my mind. A metal ladder stretched down from the ceiling and led up to a catwalk overhead. I went up, one rung at a time, half-turned to keep Carl in line in case he made a break. After what seemed like hours, I reached the catwalk and started crawling on my hands and knees toward Carl's position. I was nearly over him when I heard the door open.
Rick! Lieutenant? Yeah? Here's one of them. He's shot up pretty bad. Rick? Come on, Otis. Maybe he's up that way.
I couldn't answer him, and he was heading right for Carl. I kept looking down, hoping Carl would show himself. Walt got nearer, and I held my breath. Just then, Carl stepped out and aimed his gun at him. I beat him to it.
Lieutenant, shut up.
It's okay, Walt. I got him.
Where are you?
I'm up here on the... Oh.
There he is up there. Rick. Good grief.
Yeah, good grief. Get Otis out of here, will you?
What's so funny, Lieutenant?
If you knew Otis, you could rib Diamond for the rest of his life.
Yeah?
Walt.
Come on, tell me what it is.
Walt?
Okay. Get out of here, Otis.
Oh, Lieutenant.
You heard him, Otis. Now beat it.
Yeah, go on, Otis.
Oh, gee, Lieutenant, won't you even...
No, he won't. Now you beat it. It's real funny, isn't it?
It sure is.
I just saved your life and you stand down there and you... Oh.
Well, don't look down.
Get the fire department.
Don't you ever think about these things before you start climbing ladders?
Well, it was the only way I could get the position to shoot. I just didn't think.
For a guy who can't stand high places.
Walt.
Well, it's your own fault.
Fault, smalt, get me down. I'm getting dizzy.
It's only about 50 feet to the floor.
Walt!
Great big boy like you.
If you don't get the fire department...
Okay.
Oh, you big fat ox. I hate you.
Dick Powell will return in just a minute.
According to a repeated nationwide survey, more doctors smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
Again, doctors in every branch of medicine, doctors in all parts of the country have been asked what cigarette they smoke.
Again, the brand named most was Camel.
Friends, make the sensible cigarette test. Smoke only Camels for 30 days, and you'll see why so many people say, once a Camel smoker, always a Camel smoker.
And remember, your best buy is Camels by the carton.
How mild, how mild, how mild, how mild, how mild can a cigarette be? Take the Camel 30-day test and you'll see. Smoke Camels and see.
Here's Dick Powell with a special message.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, many men who have served valiantly in our armed forces are hospitalized. And as a tribute, the makers of Camels send them gift cigarettes to hospitals in the country and overseas. This week's Camels go to Veterans Hospitals, Dallas, Texas, and Phoenix, Arizona, U.S. Naval Hospital, Pensacola, Florida, and to all hospitals operated by the European Command of the U.S. Army. Now, until next week, enjoy Camels. I always do.
Dick Powell can now be seen starring in the RKO film Cry Danger. Tonight's adventure of Richard Diamond was written by Blake Edwards with music by Frank Worth. Our director is Helen Mack. Featured in the cast were Virginia Gregg, Wilms Herbert, and Arthur Q. Bryan.
Men, whether you buy the handy pocket tin or the big 1-pound tin of Prince Albert, you're in for real smoking joy. PA's Choice Tobacco has a rich taste and delightful natural aroma. It's specially treated to ensure against tongue bite, and it's crimp cut for smooth, even, cool smoking. Get Prince Albert, the National Joy Smoke, America's largest selling smoking tobacco.
Listen next week for another exciting transcribed adventure of Richard Diamond, starring Dick Powell.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Say, I wonder if you like Runyon-esque characters like I do. You know, fellows like Harry the Horse, Nicely Nicely Johnson, and all the rest. But don't get me wrong. This is not a Runyon story, but a Let George Do It adventure. However, there is a character called Lou Mendel in this little tale that must have associated with the boys, because you will see that plenty of Broadway has rubbed off on Lou. On top of that, the boy has got trouble. So much so that even his trouble has trouble, which is bad. So what is to do? Get in touch with George Valentine, which he does.
My dear Mr. Valentine, my name is Lou Mendel. I own a nightclub, the Club Top Hat, which I'm sure if you've ever been there, you'll admit is a very high-class place. It's not the type place where we have any trouble, and everything is strictly above the board, which is where you fit into the picture puzzle, Mr. Valentine. There is this girl whose name is Dove. She's a new dancer on account of she can't dance, but I like to be big-hearted. But as of to date, my big heart has got me nothing but a blow on the head. This is the essence of the puzzle. Who hit me? Even more important is, what about Dove? She is somehow in the middle of the trouble. And for such a nice girl, I don't like it. Oh, yes. This is a lot more than just what you may be thinking. Because poor little Dove, you understand, looks upon me as her big brother.
How do you look upon her, Mr. Mendel?
What's the matter with me? You think I'm inhuman?
Well, if she was the third girl from the left, I'd say...
Never mind. You'd say the wrong things anyway. To me, she's nothing except I think I should help.
You think she's in trouble?
I do not think very much, but there are some things I know. Here. Dressing rooms are down this way. We'll wait.
Suppose you start at the beginning and we'll...
Hello. Oh, good evening, sir. I think perhaps you're in the wrong place. If you were looking for the check room or the...
No, he's not, Mr. Mendel. See? Oh, what beautiful flowers.
Oh, yes. Thank you. I'm sorry I was in your way. Just waiting, that's all. Well...
Not at all. Haven't I seen you someplace before?
Oh, no, sir. No, I'm quite certain. No, sir.
Stage door, Johnny.
Oh, no, sir. I just... Well, good evening.
Come on, Mendel. That dance number will be over soon. I want to hear your story before...
No, wait a minute. Hey, which girl are you here to see?
Me? Oh, well, I don't think that's any of your
What difference
affair.
does it make? Come on.
Let go of me, Valentine. Which girl?
Now, see here.
That dumbbell, Dove. What do you think?
What?
You keep out of this. It's none of your affair.
So who else should rate my taxi here on his dump, huh? In advance yet, with my meter running.
I told you to wait outside, driver.
There's got to be a light to read heavy stuff like a funny magazine, ain't there? Now shut up, Paulie.
Good idea, Buster. Come on, Mendel. For the last time, would you please...
Dove? That man's going out with Dove.
No. There's nothing to get excited about. I should have explained. I'm just a friend. My name is Andrews. Oh, good heavens. Nothing to be jealous about.
Me? Jealous?
Dry up, all of you.
Well, I mean, well, look at me. My heavens, I'm old enough to be... Well, to be her big brother.
You know, this Dove gal must be a real doll. Mendel says she has no talent when it comes to hoofing, so I wonder what the gal has got. Maybe it's those black net stockings. Or maybe she was smart and listened to this. Now let's get back and see how George Valentine is doing as to finding out who gave Lou Mendel a hit in the head.
Mr. Mendel, please.
Look at this.
What happened?
Look at this. See? See here? Just where my hair is thinning?
Oh.
Yeah, you got hit all right. Must have felt nice, but when and where?
Last night, here, by the door to a dressing room.
There wasn't a convention here then, huh?
Well, after closing, I noticed a light. I'd heard a door shut, and I came to see what it was. It was a door to the street. Only then all the lights went out. I was hit.
Uh-huh. Well, go on. Where does she fit in?
Well, I'd stooped to look at an envelope lying under the door. In it was a $1,000 bill.
Wow.
Yeah, note, too. I was reading the note.
Do you remember what it said?
Yeah, it said, the picture was not even worth the price of a loge, but this is where I came in.
Oh, brother, this is where I came in.
Yeah, but it happened. So it don't make sense. So what? That any reason why you should turn up your nose like this?
Oh, I don't doubt your word about what happened. It's just a little too simple.
But it happened. The picture wasn't worth the price of a loge, but this is where I came in. No signature. I don't know who wrote it, but I got knocked on the head, didn't I?
And when you came to, the $1,000 was gone, I suppose.
Money, note, the works. Of course. Well, don't you believe that?
Oh, yeah, sure. I'm disgusted because the note is so simple, and the money, too, that I wonder why you need my help. Hey, what's this really about, Mendel? What kind of a dumb act are you trying to play?
Oh, no, please, please. Just because a man has a nightclub, does that make he's got to be suspectable? Can a man in a tuxedo be just people like anybody else? This thing I don't understand, this bump on my head,
Yes,
this what's...
George, yes. Can a man who's obviously in love be blind when it
Now, wait a
comes
minute, there she is. The dance number's over. Now, Valentine, quick, what did you mean by what you...
Miss Dove, I brought you some flowers, and I have a taxi waiting.
What?
And
I'll change in a minute. Well, hello, everybody.
Dove, my dear, I want you to
Bye,
meet...
Mr. Mendel.
Now, wait a minute, I want to hear what you...
See you again sometime.
Just a minute,
That's it. Go join the boys in the back room, huh? Goodbye.
Oh, gee, you shouldn't have done that. He's the boss.
Oh, he'll get over it. So you're, Dove, huh?
Mm-hmm. It's a family name.
Oh. And this is the face that launched 1,000 ships. Well, I think I get it now, George.
What'd I do? You mean we had lunch together or something? And I don't know any sailors.
Yeah. My name's Valentine.
Well, I'm very pleased to know you.
No, you're not. I want to know about the $1,000 you charged somebody for a picture.
What? Picture of what?
Oh, now, don't be so innocent. That's your line, isn't it? Shakedown?
Oh, well, I'm pretty new to dancing. I guess I never heard of that routine.
You never
Let
heard...
me, George. Darling, we're talking about blackmail. You don't mind, do you?
No, not at all. What is it?
Oh, now, look, sister.
Oh, I mean, that thing they always do on the radio. Sure, on mystery shows. Only, gee, you're not one of those private eyes, are you? Well, sit down, won't you? I mean, I'd sure like to hear about your work and everything.
Oh, for the love of Pete.
Now, what'd I do wrong? I didn't mean to hurt anybody's feelings. You know, I'm always saying things
Well, it
that...
isn't what you say, dear. It's what you do.
But I don't have anything to do with blackmail. I don't even know
Dove,
what
I don't believe you.
Lay off, will you? Pick on somebody your own size.
What?
Oh, Max, it's all right. They just don't understand.
What's your big idea anyway? You work for that jerk boss of hers?
Now, just take it easy, Buster.
Nobody's gonna push Dove around.
I thought the other guy had a date with her, not you. You're just a taxi jockey.
I got just as much right to interfere as you got. Ain't that so, Dove? She looks on me like a big brother, see?
Oh, no, not you, too.
Oh, yes. Max here's been very kind to me.
Whatever it is, she got nothing to do with it, see? That's all I'm telling you. This baby is nice, but she's just plain dumb, do you get me?
Buster, nobody could be as dumb as she's been pretending to be.
Yes, that's true, I'm afraid. I mean, I could. I can't help it. It's just the way I was born, I guess. But at school, they always told me never mind. It didn't make any difference. I had other attractions. I mean, that's what I mean.
There. You need further proof? Or do I have to knock your block off?
Hey, Buster, you want to take a trip out to the alley?
George.
What?
Oh, no.
Come on, you asked for it.
Now, look, mister, I got a wife and 3 kids.
Okay,
see?
this looks like a good place.
Now, look, it's only I can't stand people should think things about dumbness, that's all. Gets me sore. Dove is like my Myrtle. She wouldn't even know how to blackmail a butcher.
Hey, want a cigarette?
What?
Relax, will you? All I want's a little private information.
Oh. Well, now, look, don't think I was afraid of you.
Oh, no.
It's only since I get married that I figure fighting is stupid when you don't have to. I mean, on the outside.
Yeah, sure. Say, how many big brothers does Dove have?
Oh, I don't know. Every guy that meets her, I guess. Sort of brings out the protective instinct, that type, don't you think?
What about that guy with the flowers, that guy Andrews?
Well, all I know is she went out with him the other night. Because I rode him out to a supper place. Only don't get me wrong. Dove strictly wouldn't even hold hands with a guy like that. He's about as harmless.
What about her boss, Mendel?
Search me. I'm no detective. Well, I guess you could find out about him easy enough.
Yeah, that's just what I'm going to do.
If you want, I can check with Dove's landlord. I've seen him one night. Looks like kind of a nice guy, but She says he's an awful snoop.
Uh-huh. Well, now you get the idea. Who are her friends? Who does she go out with? You're a driver. It ought to be easy. Let me know, will you?
Sure. Just so long as you don't think she's mixed up in anything.
Buster, so far there's only one person mixed up. George Valentine.
Yes? Oh, yes, he came back here to the office.
Here, let me have it, Angel. Hello?
That's me, Mr. Valentine. I thought you'd be with that Mendel.
Oh, Max. No, I left him an hour ago. He's even harder to dig information out of than you are.
But did you get anything on him? I mean, did you check his record?
Hey, hold on a minute. Why do you want to know?
Well, I'm at Dove's apartment, see? Only she's not here. And you remember that snoopy landlord I told you about?
Yeah, sure. Only look, Max, I doubt if this case is worth all the...
Well, he's here. The landlord, I mean.
What?
I guess he could give you information, all right, only he's dead. Hey, you hear me? Dead, I said, from bullets. I mean, it's a case, all right. Get here fast, will you? I got a wife and 3 kids. I'm bowing out. From now on, what Dove needs is a big brother like you.
Well, there's one thing I know for sure. This Dove gal is certainly no dove of peace. Of course, I can't feel too sorry for that landlord since I never got to meet him. But I will feel real sorry if you don't lend an attentive ear to this.
Now, back to George Valentine. Big brother. That's all that a girl named Dove wants any man to be, but somehow every man seems to want the role. And you're not surprised. Dove is something, all right. But what? Well, if your name is George Valentine, you think it's about time to find out when one of the big brothers, her landlord that you haven't even met, turns out to be dead. Murdered in Dove's apartment.
Yeah, it was a gun, all right. 4 bullets. One would have done the trick.
His pockets are practically empty, huh, Lieutenant?
Sure. What do you expect? Free cigars?
Okay. Somebody after something he had, huh?
Only what was the landlord doing in Dove's apartment?
That's what I want to know.
Max out there said he didn't touch him. He was lying in front of the desk here.
Yes, and one of the drawers has been opened.
Sure. The paper's all messed up.
Aren't there any fingerprints?
Fingerprints? My friend, there's not a single one in this entire apartment anywhere.
Oh. So whoever did it spent his time cleaning up, huh?
After rifling the desk.
No, I don't think so.
What?
Oh, you don't? Mice did it.
The landlord did it.
Yeah. Huh?
Well, look around. Isn't that what happened? The landlord was rifling the desk here when somebody came in and killed him. Looks like he even put up a little fight first. But since his pockets are empty, whatever the killer wanted was on the landlord, not in any desk.
Big deduction. Solves everything.
The picture wasn't worth the price of a loge, but this is where I came in.
What'd you say?
Double feature, Johnson. Uh-huh. Sure, I guess I was right. Look here, hole in his pocket. Yeah, it was down on the lining.
What picture?
Don't look so blank, Lieutenant. Remember that note I told you about with the alleged $1,000?
It's a picture of Dove, George.
Let me see.
It's not very clear. It's taken so close up.
Enlargement of part of a picture, that's all. Only look at that. Some guy's got his arms around her. Evening clothes. Which one is it? Which guy?
It's a new one. Search me. I never saw him before.
He looks awfully respectable. There's nothing really wrong, but a picture like that would be worth something. Dove's so attractive that if any...
As a married man, I can tell you that a picture of any man within 500 miles of that babe would be worth something. Oh, but she's so innocent, so dumb.
Take it easy, Johnson. And the background's blurred. The color values in the picture are all haywire.
So what? Sergeant, send that babe in here.
Yes, sir. Only she's kind of upset.
Not half as much as she's going to be when I get through with her.
Listen, Johnson, let me do it my way, will you?
I think you ought to go kind of easy with her, sir. You know, she's pretty young.
Oh, you suckers, all of you. Dove, get in here.
Yes, sir. I don't want to be any trouble. Just whatever you say.
Now listen, sister. A man was shot while rifling your apartment. Who's the most likely person to object to a trespasser? You. So you better start.
Yeah. Here, Dove, look at this. Who is it?
Why?
Guy in the picture. What's his name?
Oh, for heaven's sake.
Never mind the surprise act.
Stopes. J.J. Stopes. I always called him Mister. But can you imagine us putting his arm around me like that when I never even let him hold hands? You see, I always looked upon him as sort of a big... Well, as if he was my big... What's the matter?
Say, brother, I dare you. Just say it once.
Oh, Lieutenant, you're angry about something. I don't understand any of this. Honest, I don't. You can't...
Stop acting dumb.
J.J. Stopes. Okay, Lieutenant, why don't you find him? Come on, Dove.
Oh, yes.
Valentine.
Hey, Max, where are you? Where's your taxi? Dove and I are going for a ride.
Valentine.
Let your sergeant follow me, Lieutenant, but you find Stopes.
Did you try looking in a book, Mr. Valentine?
Yeah, there were 17 Andrews. As you said, you took him home the other night.
It's around here someplace. Don't worry, I'll find it.
But I didn't go out with Mr. Andrews tonight. I changed my mind. I mean, Mr. Mendel got all upset, and that made me upset. So I went to a late movie. I mean, after you left.
Look, would you not talk except when I ask you to? I get mixed up every time I look at you.
It's very sweet of you to say so.
Yeah, well, that wasn't exactly... Hey, take it easy, Max.
Just remember, that's all Andrew's place. I'm on the wrong street.
So am I.
What?
Hey, Dove, tell me about that landlord. He was a snoop, is that right? Curious about you, watching to see who you went out with and so on, is that right?
Shall I answer you?
Oh, now look, Dove.
Well, I mean, you mixed me up too, you know. Well, I mean, yes, sure he was. That's all I know about him. I mean, I don't go out with so many fellas, only there's no reason I shouldn't, is there, if they're nice and they ask me. And they usually do, you know. Max up there, he says I'm one of the forces of nature. Of course he exaggerates. Only I can't help it, can I?
Well, here we are, Chief. Well, what are you waiting for?
Turn her over to the sergeant back there, will you, Max?
Oh, Mr. Valentine.
So long, baby. I got another date for tonight.
I do not know anything about $1,000.
Well, from the look of your house here, you can afford to, Mr. Andrews.
Please, don't talk so loudly. You'll wake up Mother.
Huh?
Well, this is Mother's house. In fact, it's her money, too.
Oh, yeah. I thought before that I'd seen you someplace. Society stuff, huh?
Now, Mr. Valentine, please, would you get out of here? I don't know anything that would help you.
Where did you meet Dove?
Well, I saw her and wanted to meet her. Who wouldn't?
A blind man. But don't you get it? It costs money for a guy like you to be seen with her.
Oh, no.
Like maybe $1,000. And you write a big joke note to go with it, and you deliver both last night to a dressing room, but you see Mendel nosing around, so you have to tap him over the head.
No. I've never paid anyone $1,000. And besides, the murder wouldn't make sense that I would do it.
Anything could make sense, Buster, where that dame is concerned. Now, look, the landlord was nosing around. He got his hands on some of the pictures. You could have killed him.
I was here at home, and you can ask Mother.
Okay, I will ask her.
Oh, no, stop, wait.
Well.
No. I didn't pay $1,000. Because I paid $2,000.
Wow. Now, I thought you'd have some answers. What for? A picture?
Yes. Oh, but it was a fraud, I assure you.
Arms around her?
Yes, but I've never even thought of Dove that way. She's just so beautiful, and she needs protection. It was some sort of process shot.
Yeah, I already thought of that, sure. 2 pictures put together, maybe. Only why so tender about a blackmailer?
Oh, no, I can't believe it. That's why I was at the club tonight. I wanted to ask her about it.
Why didn't you ask when you gave her the dough?
Well, I sent it to the post office.
You did what?
Well, there's a box number. It wasn't to her. You see, I received the instructions by telephone, and it definitely was a man who called.
Man, huh? By telephone. Where's your phone?
Oh, there, but it's an extension, and my mother might...
Be quiet, will you? You'll wake her up. Hello, give me Lieutenant Johnson. This is George Valentine. Mr. Andrews, I think you just waked me up. This is a very simple crime. The clue has been lying right in front of me all...
Valentine, where you been?
Your sergeant told you where I'd be. Now listen, Johnson.
I will not. You listen to me. I'm just on my way out. Traffic called in. That taxi driver, Max, had a wreck.
What?
That's right. All over a retaining wall at the bottom of Commercial Street Hill. You want to know who caused it? The guy who hired you, Lou Mendel.
I let go of me. I didn't do nothing, see?
Motorcycle cop picked you up in your car, didn't he?
Yeah, well, sure, but
Johnson, Max says that Mendel here's sideswiped.
Well, he's not saying much of anything the way he's banged up over there. But yeah, Mendel followed him, then passed him on the right so he'd have to swing out into a truck.
Well, Mendel?
No, I
Max
didn't.
gunned the cab instead and couldn't make the turn at the bottom of the hill, that's all.
It's not true. Not a word of it. And there's no way you can prove that I was even on this street.
Okay, I won't bother. I'll let Max do it.
What? Now, listen, wait a minute. I'm hiring you because a girl's in trouble, see? Now you got me in it. Now you say she's a blackmailer. Now you
Hey,
say...
Johnson, did you find the guy in the picture, Stopes?
Yeah. He was the one who wrote the note and sent the $1,000, all right. But he hasn't got anything to do with the murder.
Neither is Andrews. Suckers who've already paid up don't kill people. Only who asked Stopes to pay?
Well, that's a haywire part. Stopes sent the money to Dove because he just assumed she was the one behind it. A man's voice on the phone said send it to a post office box.
What is all this?
Hey, you see, Mendel? We're getting the girl out of trouble, all right?
Yes, but
He's smart. Most people you get out of trouble, the fewer there are to be in it. It's who's behind the girl.
Wait a minute. Hello, Max. How do you feel?
Oh, lousy.
No bones broken, but we'll take him down to the hospital as soon as you get
A little
through.
messed up, though, huh?
Yeah.
And, Mendel here did it?
I don't know. Looked like his car, but I don't know how I could prove it.
Yeah, I understand. Messed up your cab pretty bad, too, didn't it?
Yeah, burned. I just got out in time.
Uh-huh. This time of night, nobody around to help you. Or see, either.
Yeah, that's right.
Now, will you listen to me? I tell you, I'm driving my car.
Stop shaking, Mendel. Look at Max here. He scratched himself all up and wrecked his cab, too, and he's not nervous. Just scared to death, that's all.
What?
Valentine, what are you talking about?
Johnson, you know a man's pretty desperate when he's committed murder. What did you do with the meter in your taxi, Max?
Me? What in the name?
That's why you wrecked the cab, isn't it? Because you knew I'd catch on in about 1 minute flat. Got rid of the meter and then wrecked the cab and burned it fast before I could tear it apart.
You're crazy. It's not enough dough in 5 weeks in that
There's
meter
a camera in it, though, isn't there?
Camera?
Hey, Valentine.
Yeah, that's right. Come to the party. Pictures were fuzzy, taken too close, color values haywire, infrared, I suppose.
You can't prove nothing about nothing. I'm hurt, see? I'm going to the hospital.
Oh, I can prove everything. For instance, trying to point a desperate finger at Mendel here. What did you do? Wait till you spotted him driving home, or was that just luck?
That's a detective for you. His best friend he'd frame in or something. His own grandmother, probably. Valentine, with my own bare hands, I ought to throttle you.
Oh, Buster, you just said it yourself. With your own bare hands.
What?
Yeah, that's how you trapped yourself. You know what I'm talking about. No fingerprints. Not a single fingerprint in that entire apartment where the landlord was killed. Not anywhere.
So it's my fault, I suppose.
You were too careful, Max. Because you reported the crime to me from that same apartment. Well, Buster, why didn't they find your fingerprints on that telephone?
I got him. Get your hand Valentine, wait.
Let go.
Hold him, Sergeant, hold him. Where you going? It's all over.
Oh, no, it's not, Johnson. You're going to look for that taxi meter, aren't you?
Why, sure,
Okay, then. Before you find it, I got about 2 seconds to find Brooksy. My explanation hasn't even started yet.
I wonder what George has up his sleeve. Seems to me this case is open and shut. But I guess we'll just have to be patient for a minute, which won't be hard because of this.
George, I understand all that. And I can read his confession in the morning.
Well, I just wanted you to get it from me first. Hey, driver, get off the main street, will you, and go a little faster?
Sure. No place faster. That makes sense. I should argue.
George, the thing I'm interested in is Dove.
Well, me too.
What man wouldn't be? But she was responsible for all this. Max couldn't have done it without her cooperation, so...
No, Angel. I think she told the truth. I think she's just dumb.
You too, huh? Not that she isn't dumb, but...
See, I wanted to demonstrate something to you. That's why we're in this cab. You see, I was in Max's cab with Dove earlier, like the other guys had been. And I saw how it could have worked.
How what could have worked?
Well, if they ever develop pictures from that meter, one of them will be me, with my arms around her.
George.
So that's why I think she's so innocent. And she couldn't understand the pictures herself, so therefore...
You mean she's a menace to...
Hey, driver, take that corner a little faster, huh?
George, what on earth are you...
See what I mean? Just accidental, that's all. The arms, that is.
Well, that's your story.
Yeah. Take another corner, will you, friend?
Sure, let's get dizzy. Hang on. Hey, you two. I ain't going around no corners no more. Oh, well. Maybe he's a brother or something.
You have just heard Big Brother, another Let George Do It adventure. Robert Bailey was starred as George Valentine with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. The story was by David Victor and Jackson Gillis, with music by Eddie Dunstetter. Now this is yours truly inviting you to another visit with Valentine, when you will again hear what happens when you let George do it.
Didn't think I'd make that one, did you, Sam?
No.
Think I'll be the club's billiard champion this year?
If you play this way, Roger.
But will I? That's the question. Here, see if you can make the same shot.
How silly can you get? I'll try. This didn't look easy, and it wasn't.
If you want to see a hard one, watch this.
You're trying to make me feel worse than I do already.
What I'm trying to do is make myself feel better. Watch. That's what reverse English does for you. Here now, you try it. See if you can.
No, I've had enough, Roger.
Hey, Sam. Nice boys don't throw cue sticks on the floor.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, but no use, Roger.
What's no use?
I can't stop thinking. I can't stop wondering who I was and what I did before I came to town.
Look, Sam, you've been talking about that now for 10 years. Will you cut it out before you give everybody the creeps and drive yourself crazy?
I can't. Lately, it's been getting worse. Listen, I'm Sam Fisher now, but I wasn't before I lost my memory. Roger, don't you understand why I'm so jumpy? I came to this city a little over 10 years ago with no memory of who I was or where I'd been or what I'd done. I had an accident, and I woke up in Kansas City, and I didn't know my name. No one did, or where I'd come from. They just found me in the street, unconscious.
So what, Sam? Everybody knows who you are now. You're a happily married man, an important business executive. One of the city's best-dressed men.
But I've got to know who I was. I've got to. I'm sorry, Roger. I've got to get out of here. This place is getting on my nerves. I'm going to get some air.
Don't go too far away, Sam.
Hello?
Mrs. Fisher, please.
Speaking?
Oh, Rita. I didn't recognize your voice. This is Roger.
Oh.
I'm in the billiard room at the club. Your husband just walked out on me.
Oh, is poor darling Sam upset again?
Upset? That obsession of his is driving him out of his mind.
Oh, the poor dear.
Yeah. Isn't it a shame? Shame it's taken him this long to begin to crack. Pretty soon, Rita, we can do exactly what we planned.
And now on to Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
Now, let me get this straight, Mr. Fisher. You don't think you're really Sam Fisher?
No, Blackie. How can I be? Just the name I gave myself when I came to after an accident in Kansas City 10 years ago.
I see. But why did you pick that particular name? It might have some bearing on your past.
No, I'm afraid it doesn't. You see, I call myself Sam Fisher because my doctor's name was Sam, and he was an excellent fisherman.
Well, that takes care of that. Tell me this. How much effort have you made to find out who you were before you became Sam Fisher?
None. I was afraid to.
Afraid to? Why?
Well, somewhere in the back of my mind, I had a vague memory that I'd done something wrong.
Mm-hmm.
But it was just a glimmer of a memory, so faint it never took shape, never gave me an inkling of my past. But it's always with me, always haunting me, poking at my conscience. Blackie, I just can't stand it much longer.
So you want to find out who you were, where you've been, and what you did before you became Sam Fisher?
Yes, I've got to. I've got to know no matter how terrible the truth is.
Mr. Fisher, why are you so convinced that you did something wrong before you had that accident? Why do you think that?
Just think it, that's all. I can't help it. It's there in my mind. Blackie, you've helped others. I know you can help me. I'll give you all the assistance I can.
But how can you help me when your memory stops with that accident 10 years ago?
Tell you something I've told only to Mrs. Fisher and a few of my closest friends. It's about a dream I have. A fantastic dream that I have almost every night.
Excuse me. Hello.
I'd like to speak to Mr. Fisher, please. I understand he's there. This is Mrs. Fisher.
Oh, just a minute. This is your wife, Mr. Fisher.
Oh, thank you. Yes, Rita?
Oh, Sam, I hope I've called you in time. The maid said you left for Boston Blackie's an hour ago. How much have you told him?
Well, not very much of anything, dear. You sound awfully upset. What's the matter?
Well, Roger just phoned. He's found out something about you.
Before the accident?
Yes, Sam, and it's awful. Don't tell anybody anything, not until you've seen Roger.
He's found out something about me. What? What did he find out?
I don't want to talk about it over the phone. Roger will tell you. He's waiting for you at the club. Now get down there right away.
All right, dear, I will. Right away.
Well, that sounded important and encouraging.
Blackie, I'm sorry, but I'll have to leave.
Well, leave? But you were just about to tell me about...
I'm sorry, Blackie, but I can't tell you anything now.
Wait a minute, Fisher. Do you...
I don't think I'll need your help. I don't think anybody can help me now. So I was right about myself, Roger. I was a murderer before I lost my memory.
Well, it isn't positive, Sam. There's only an indication that you were. I'm checking it further. Now, you get in a cab and go home to Rita.
How can I? A murderer.
Well, no, I don't know for sure yet, Sam. Don't you understand?
When will you know?
It'll take a little while. I want to check slowly and carefully. Here, there's a cab waiting at the stand. Taxi!
Roger, let me help you check up on this thing.
No, Sam, you stay out of it. If not for your own sake, for Rita's.
Well, you'll let me know your progress, won't you?
If I make any. Now, I'll get in the cab. Go on home and don't worry.
Don't worry. I won't sleep till you find out the truth, Roger. Find it out soon, will you?
As soon as I can. Night, Sam.
Night, Roger. Thank you for everything.
Bye, Sam. You're a nice guy, Sam. You'll live a long and happy life, I imagine. But you'll never be seen again.
But, Mrs. Fisher, the Missing Persons Bureau can't go out looking for every man and woman who stays away from home overnight.
But you don't seem to understand, Lieutenant Martin. My husband's never done this before. And he was terribly upset last night when he got into that cab. I know something's happened to him.
Why are you so sure?
Because it's something he was afraid of. He thinks he has amnesia. That he's not really Sam Fisher at all, but someone else. A killer, maybe.
Are you talking about the same Sam Fisher I'm thinking about, Miss Fisher?
He's the Sam Fisher who was voted one of the city's best-dressed men this year.
We're talking about the same man.
Oh, then I don't have to describe him for you, do I?
Oh, no, I know what he looks like. Well, he won't be hard to find, Miss Fisher, if he's really missing, which I doubt.
Oh, but I think he is. I know he is. Probably run away or suddenly become the person he was before he lost his memory.
Oh, that might be. You say he was last seen getting into a cab in front of his club.
Yes. By Roger Ainsley, a friend of his.
Uh-huh. Had your husband done anything out of the ordinary yesterday?
Well, no. No, but he was especially upset about himself, though, when he went to Boston Blackie for help in finding out about his past.
Went to see Boston Blackie, huh?
Yes.
Did he see Blackie?
Yes, I phoned him, and he was talking to Blackie then.
Ah, I think I'll call Inspector Faraday. He might be interested in this.
Why, Lieutenant? Do you think Blackie might have something to do with my husband's disappearance?
Well, I don't know, Miss Fisher. I'm just checking that angle as a possibility.
I see.
Faraday speaking.
Hello, Inspector. This is Lieutenant Martin over in Missing Persons.
Oh, hello, Martin. You found anything lately?
No, we just lost one.
Yeah?
Sam Fisher, last seen getting into a taxi outside the Arnicle Club.
Arnicle Club, huh?
Yes, I know that doesn't interest you, Faraday, but this might. Fisher was up to see your friend Blackie the evening he disappeared.
Up to see Blackie, huh? Well, this is more interesting to me than you think. It ties in with a case the homicide department's just started work on. I can follow your missing Mr. Fisher's tracks step by step, Martin.
You can?
Sure. He left Blackie, went to his club, took a taxi from his club to the waterfront, and then disappeared.
How do you know he went to the waterfront?
Because we just found the cab he took. The cabbie's report shows his last stop was the Arnicle Club.
The cabbie described Fisher as his passenger?
The cabbie wasn't in condition to describe anything. He was dead, strangled with a necktie. And I think I can tie Boston Blackie into this, too.
All right, you guys, finish with those pictures and let's get that body out of here. Maybe you guys like the salt air of the waterfront, but I get seasick on a park lake. So make it snappy.
Hello there, Inspector Faraday.
Hello, Lieutenant Martin. Fine, Blackie?
Yeah, here he is. Yes, here I am, Faraday, and here you are, and here's a dead body, and here's where I solve another case for you. Ho-hum.
I'll ho-hum you. I know who killed this guy, Blackie. It was Sam Fisher. The lovely red and green tie around the cabbie's neck came from around Fisher's neck.
Only it fits the cabbie's neck a little too tightly, huh?
Yeah. And you know why Fisher killed this cab driver and where Fisher is now. Well, do you or don't you?
Don't I, Faraday? Say, by the way, Faraday, keep away from the waterfront or you'll wind up mounted on some fisherman's living room wall. And don't try to get me connected with this. All I know is Fisher came to me for help last evening. He thought he was suffering from amnesia, and he wanted me to find out who he was before his mind went blank.
And what else?
There's no more else, Faraday. He got a phone call from his wife and then beat it out of my apartment. I haven't done anything on the case because I was out with Mary last night.
Good. Now you can go out with her again right now. I just wanted to hear your story. I know what happened here. Fisher's run away. He killed this cabbie, so he couldn't tell...
Which way he went. That's a nice theory. For you, Inspector, it shows remarkable logic. But as usual, it's wrong.
Because you say so?
No, because the green and red necktie says so. It was found twisted around the cab driver's neck, right?
So?
So somebody twisted it around his neck. Chances are somebody was wearing the necktie, took it off, and strangled the driver.
That's right. Somebody named Sam Fisher.
Who, if memory serves me, was one of the city's best-dressed men.
What's that got to do with him not killing this guy here?
Fisher wouldn't wear a tie like that green and red thing, Faraday. It's monstrous. He wouldn't be found dead wearing it, much less use it on somebody else who's found dead.
That's what I like about you, Blackie. You keep saying that you're always helping me, and the first thing you do always is complicate things. If Fisher didn't kill the cab driver, who killed him?
I don't know, Faraday, but as long as I told you who didn't, I might just as well try to find out who did.
And now back to Boston Blackie. Wealthy and prominent Sam Fisher recovered from an accident 10 years ago, but suffered loss of memory. When his friend Roger Ainsley tells Fisher that he has made a mild discovery about the years before the loss of memory, Fisher gets into a cab and is not seen again. But the cab is found, and so is the driver, dead, strangled with a necktie. As we return to our story, Boston Blackie talks to the missing man's friend, Roger Ainsley.
Mrs. Fisher tells me you're one of her husband's closest friends, Mr. Ainsley.
And his greatest admirer, Blackie. Oh, why shouldn't I be? I had a little 2x4 business 8 years ago, and look at my office today. Thanks to the contacts I made through Sam Fisher.
Apparently, you're indebted to him, yes. Perhaps you can help us find him.
Well, I don't know how. He's still missing, and the cab driver who took him to the waterfront is dead.
You put Fisher into that cab, didn't you?
Yes.
Did you get a good look at the driver?
No, I didn't. Blackie, it was dark, and besides, all cab drivers look alike to me. Do the police really think Sam killed that cabby?
They think so, but I don't. That wasn't Fisher's necktie found around the cab driver's neck. It wasn't his type of tie, and it wasn't expensive enough for him.
Well, I will say Sam had expensive taste in clothes.
And good, too. Do you remember what Fisher was wearing when he got into that cab?
Yes, I do. A blue double-breasted pinstripe suit. It was his newest.
Yes. Yes, that's right. He wore it up to my place. And that's further proof Fisher didn't kill that driver. He never in the world would he wear a green and red tie with blue. And he wasn't wearing it when I saw him. Well, so much for Sam Fisher's present. What can you tell me about his past?
Nothing. I've known him only since he came to town, and that was about 10 years ago. He never told me anything about his past because he didn't know anything about it himself.
You believe he actually suffered from amnesia?
I don't know. He told a convincing story, and he told it often. It's possible he did have amnesia. I'm sure of that.
Well, that and the fact that he didn't kill that cabby are the only things I'm sure of about this case. Thanks for your time, Ainsley.
Don't mention it.
Well, I will mention this. You may hear from me again.
Well, you know where to reach me anytime you want. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, I'm sorry, Sailor.
Sailor? Hey, what's the matter with you landlubbers? Can't you steer a straight course?
Well, sorry, maybe I thought I was plowing through mined water.
Hello, Ainsley.
Captain Dunn, what are you doing here?
You don't know, Mr. Ainsley? Well, you got a surprise coming.
Look, you're a fool to come here. Boston Blackie was just here. If he saw you, he might start putting things together. You said you'd stay on your ship until it pulled out.
If everything went according to plan, Mr. Ainsley.
Well, didn't it? You got your $5,000 to take Sam to China with you, didn't you?
I did.
Well, then what's wrong? I kept my part of the bargain, and I left Sam lying on the wharf for you, just as I said I would.
You did.
Then what are you doing here, you fool? You realize somebody might get the connection between us and... And look, Sam was still there when you came ashore to get him, wasn't he? He didn't come to and walk away, did he?
No, he didn't walk away. He couldn't. And he didn't come to. He couldn't do that either. Now, what did you hit him with? The broadside of a four-masted schooner?
Oh, no. Why? What do you mean?
I mean, whatever you used, you hit him too hard. When I found him on the wharf, he was dead.
Dead? No.
Dead, aye. Dead as the wind in the Sargasso Sea, but I got rid of the body.
Oh, this wasn't in the plans.
And it wasn't in my plans to have to get rid of a body either. So I've changed my price. The $5,000 you give me is just a down payment for my services now. You better come aboard with 5,000 more.
But I don't have it.
You don't have it, eh? You better get it, landlubber. You better get it.
Rita, honey, Sam's dead, and you're going to come into a fortune from his insurance alone.
But I'm going to be careful how I spend it, Roger, darling.
All right, pinch every penny of it until it squeals if you want it, but you've got to give me that $5,000 for Captain Dunn.
You killed Sam. You pay Captain Dunn.
I don't have it. Besides, I didn't mean to kill Sam. It was an accident. I hit him too hard.
You certainly did.
Look, Rita, what's the matter with you?
Why don't you stop?
You trying to get rid of me, too?
No, I'm not. I'm trying not to get rid of $5,000.
Yeah. You're willing to do anything to get rid of Sam. You thought it was wonderful when I came up with the idea of telling Sam I knew something about his past. And then to see that he got lost for good, so it looked like he ran away.
It was a brilliant plan, Roger. Brilliant.
It was perfect. You were even going to write to him after Captain Dunn shanghaied him to China. You were going to tell him that we were sure he was a murderer, so we knew he'd stay away.
And I was, but I'm not going to have to write to him now. You killed him. He's not in the mood for letters.
Look, Rita, give me that $5,000 for Captain Dunn. That's all I ask.
You killed my husband. That's something I didn't ask.
All right, maybe I did kill him. I said, maybe I did. I don't know. All I know is that I got to the waterfront before him and his cab, and I did slug him. But I also know I didn't kill that cab driver. And I think you did.
I did?
Yeah.
Why, Roger, I
Yes,
don't know.
you. That's it. You killed that driver. Only you and the cab driver knew my plans. After all, he was well paid to take the long way around to the waterfront so I could get there first. But you were the only one who knew where that cab driver would be and when.
Well, what if I did? I had no reason to kill him.
Oh, no?
No.
You killed him so he wouldn't tell that I paid him to drive Sam to the wharf. You killed him so that there'd be a murder involved in our scheme, and I'd have to keep my mouth shut forever about it.
You get out of here,
Not
Roger.
yet, I won't. You knew when that driver would drop your husband off at the wharf. You waited up the road until the cab passed, and then you hailed it. The driver and his cab were found just a little ways up the road from the wharf where Captain Dunn found Sam.
You have a beautiful imagination, darling. Too bad it imagines all the wrong things.
Oh, all right, go ahead. Deny it if you want to. But that won't stop me from getting your money to keep the words out of Captain Dunn's mouth and us out of a jam.
Listen, Blackie, are you trying to make a beachcomber out of me? We boarded 2 ships in this dock.
And there are only 3, Faraday. So come on, let's get aboard this one and find out what we're looking for. Or go home.
I don't know why we're looking for anything down here.
Do I have to tell you all over again? We're looking for the ship's captain that came to see Roger Ainsley this afternoon.
Yes. So there's bound to be a connection between the sea captain and Ainsley, because you think there's a connection between Ainsley and the disappearance of Sam Fisher.
And the dead cab driver, too. Let's not forget him.
Let's forget to go aboard this ship, and let's remember to go back uptown.
Too late, Inspector. We talked our way right up the gangplank, and here
There's nobody on deck. Let's go.
Oh, but there's bound to be someone aboard. Hello? Hello, anybody home?
Hey, who's there?
That's the man, Faraday. That's the man who saw Ainsley this afternoon.
Ahoy down there! Who's calling?
I am, Captain. I want to talk to you.
Aye? Well, come up to my quarters. I'm dressing to go ashore.
Thanks. Come on, Faraday. Up these steps here.
Blackie, if this is a wild goose chase...
Oh, come on now, Faraday. We're on aboard a ship. Be nautical. If anything, we're on a wild gull chase.
Throw that joke overboard, will you? And don't let go.
Oh,
You
Faraday.
men want to see me?
Well, it's always proper to pay a visit to the captain of the ship when you invite yourself aboard, isn't it? You are the captain.
Aye. Come in. Seems to me I've seen you before.
You have. You bumped into me just outside Roger Ainsley's office door this afternoon.
Oh, so I did. You're still steering a zigzag course.
No, from now on, I hope to go straight to port. This is Inspector Faraday of the Homicide Squad.
Huh?
Hi, matey.
I'm Boston Blackie. I don't think you told us your name.
Dunn. Harvey Dunn. What do you want aboard my ship?
We'd like to know why you went to see Ainsley this afternoon.
Personal business. I suppose you want to know why I'm wearing civilian clothes to go ashore tonight. That's personal business, too. Anything else?
No, but I wonder if you know a man was killed and another man disappeared in the vicinity of this wharf last night.
Yes, I know. Heard it on the radio.
Yeah, nice new tie you have there, Captain.
You got something on your mind, Blackie?
That tie, Captain Dunn. The rest of your shore clothes are rather old, but the tie is new, brand new. You didn't leave your old one somewhere, did you?
No. I threw it away.
You threw it away, it flew down the road and wrapped itself around a cab driver's neck and choked him to death.
Hey, Blackie, that red and green striped tie would be okay with the captain's suit, wouldn't it?
Yes, Faraday, but it isn't okay with the captain that we've caught him with his
Mike!
necktie.
Henry, come here! Mike, Henry! Here, Captain Dunn.
Uh-oh, Faraday, these guys are big.
Mike! Henry, get to work on these.
I can't.
All right, get over there.
You're in this too, Captain. Scram, Faraday, and get to a phone.
I can't. I'm too busy.
Oh, yeah?
Won't be for long.
Come here, you luck. You all right, Faraday?
A little bruised, but still here. How about you?
Present. And Dunn and his slugging chums are all accounted for.
Yeah. It was that table leg that accounted for little Mike there. It's a handy little gadget. Table leg.
I got Henry, boy, with an arm. My arm with a fist on the end of it. And look at our friend the captain. He looks all at sea.
why don't you stop that?
All right, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Ainsley. I'll see you in my office now.
Oh,
Of course.
all right.
Thank you, Inspector Faraday.
Oh, stop whistling that turkey in the straw.
Of course.
Come on.
Well, what's the verdict, Inspector Faraday?
I didn't kill anyone. Don't you let Roger say I did. He's lying.
I am not lying.
To save
You're the
himself.
one.
That's enough of that, both of you. Well, Blackie, shall I tell him the bad news, or would you like to?
Well, I'll tell him this much, Faraday. Ainsley, Mrs. Fisher, we got a confession from Captain Dunn a moment ago. He killed both the cab driver and your husband, Mrs. Fisher.
And you know I didn't do it.
And I didn't.
No, Ainsley. Fisher was very much alive when the captain found him on the wharf. Unconscious, but alive. You didn't hit him too hard.
That's right. Now, here's what happened. Captain Dunn killed the cab driver first. He waited up the road near the wharf and hailed the cab after it had been down to the dock to drop Fisher.
The driver had brought Fisher to the wharf so that you could get a slug at him, Ainsley. Captain Dunn killed the cab driver to cover up the murder he was about to commit. A dead cab driver can't talk about his last passenger.
But, why did Captain Dunn kill my husband?
He thought he could get more money from Ainsley if Ainsley here thought that Sam had died from that blow on the head.
Oh.
It was a blow from the captain that killed him, though.
So you two ought to be happy. You're not going to jail for murder.
I know I'm
that's
happy.
something.
Don't let that become a habit. Neither you nor Mrs. Ainsley is in the clear.
But why?
Well,
We didn't do anything.
Well, of course not. All we did was...
All you did was conspire to defraud and injure the person of Sam Fisher. There's a charge being placed against you for that.
Charge?
Why don't you whistle, Ainsley? Or is the turkey in the straw unhappy because he's going to be a jailbird?
Broadway's My Beat, from Times Square to Columbus Circle, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
Broadway's My Beat, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
When it's May and the nighttime sighs briefly, begins the weaving of mists into silken fabric of its dying, Broadway is still. Broadway waits for death of night, for the first cry of day. Entwined with mist threads, the echoes of earlier whisperings, and light pools spilled from earlier neon, diminishing now, contracting into cores of darkness. Dance of litter where dreams were and promises were, and through it, erratic dance of a sodden man who stops, then leans for a while against the edge of night, walks on, and in his wake, ebb of nighttime. And at headquarters, walk a corridor, your way to a room where you'd been summoned by Detective Muggavan. Old thoroughfare to the interrogation room to see... Well, you'll see when you get here, Muggavan had said.
The poor soul sat sighing by a sycamore tree. Her hand on her bosom, her head on her knee, sing willow, willow.
Well, you can cut that out now, miss. The lieutenant is here, and the lieutenant has got your message.
Her salt tears fall from her, which soften the stones. Sing willow.
You hear me, miss? You can end it now, any time.
Drunk?
In my time, Danny, I have been in the company of many lady drunks, but
What's
never
she doing
one.
here? Why isn't she in the tank?
She was there, Danny, a couple hours ago. Picked up off a village street about midnight. They booked her, searched her, did all their little things, and then sent her up to us.
I call my false love, but
Lady,
what's it?
lady,
Why did they send her up
please.
to us, Muggavan?
Over here on the table, Danny. This knife, it was found in her purse. There was blood on it. Fresh blood, human blood. I let the boys in technical have their way with the knife, and that's the report they came up with.
Who is she?
No identification.
Willow, willow.
And like she is now, how she was when they picked her up. The wrinkled summer dress, the booze. One difference. The knife was in her purse.
Miss...
My false love said then, you know what he said? Give me, oh you whose arms are soft and slender.
Look, Miss...
Yeah, Danny, you talk to her. Be gentle. Be, oh, like you are. Maybe you
and
shall...
he said, against your heart so innocent and tender, a little love and some forgetfulness. Willow, willow, willow.
And then started to sway and lose control.
Oh.
Hey, I got her, Danny.
Dawn all at once, and she was caught in its first light, supported by Detective Muggavan, looking up at him silently with suddenly stricken eyes. When he took her away to jail, she leaned against him, head to his chest. At 9 o'clock in the morning, after the small sleep, the day began again, with the juice of the orange and the coffee bean, proven best to enable you to face life, and when fortified with a glazed donut, enables you to face life bravely. Thus equipped, stride down headquarters corridor to your assigned cubicle. The man who's waiting for you offers you his hand, shakes yours once, gives it back to you with a slight underhand flip.
I'm Harold Tracy, Mr. Clover.
How do you do?
I was told to see you because my wife is missing, and I was told you had a woman booked last night for some reason or another, and her description checks with that of my wife.
What does your wife look like?
Again?
Again.
About this tall, coloring fair, hair light brown. Joan has a very small beauty mark right here at the corner of her lips. She...
Yeah, Danny.
Sergeant, the woman that was booked this morning about 4, the one without identity?
Who had the knife?
That's right. Get her up here in my office right away.
Only be a second, Danny. She was brought upstairs here for breakfast.
Mr. Tracy...
No, wait a minute. What's that mean, who had the knife?
Is your wife a drunk, Mr. Tracy?
No. Now tell me
Sure.
what that...
Here, take a look.
What's this got to do with Joan?
Your wife was incoherent from booze early this morning, Mr. Tracy. If she's your wife, we've got upstairs. How come you're so concerned about her this morning? Why weren't you concerned enough about her last night to keep her out of trouble?
I don't have to listen to that kind of talk.
You do if you don't know how to take care of your wife. You ever see this knife before?
Let me see it. No. Drunk? Joan? No, it couldn't be. Look, you sure she's my wife?
No, but the description you gave me...
Wearing a black dress cut, That's another thing I can't understand about Joan.
Right in here, miss. Well, gentlemen, here she is.
What got into you, Joan?
I'm very sorry. I promise you I won't do it again.
That's the very least I'd expect you to say.
I'm ashamed of myself.
I should hope so.
I'll never embarrass you again, Hal. I've been bad.
I can't understand you.
I've been bad and...
Danny.
Hal, I hate you so much.
Danny, she's got the knife.
This is Tracy.
Don't worry, Mr. Clover.
I do.
Joan.
I hate you with all my heart and soul. And I'm going to kill you.
Put down that knife, Joan.
Kill you, Hal. Because all the years...
Give me that knife, Mrs. Tracy.
What's happened to her?
That Dr. Sinsky, you know.
Joan, what's happened to her?
You better go home now, Mr. Tracy.
All right.
Look up, Danny. Look up from your desk and get hit with it.
Marty.
Aha. Who else but Marty Udenfreund, to be exact? Hits you, huh? This tired face you remember, huh?
You look fine, Marty. Tanned.
You drove an open-air cab, you would also be tanned in the face. However, what happened to your particular set of values concerning the female of the species, I can't guarantee. Were you a cabbie?
What are you talking about, Marty?
That dame.
What dame?
What dame, he says to me. The dame the papers say you picked up booze happy in the village last night. With beauty spot close to lip. With knife in the bag. What dame, he says.
Oh, Mrs. Tracy, what about her?
Last night around 10 when she hailed me, I didn't know for Mrs. or Miss. All I know is a few remarks were passed, and suddenly I find myself nonchalant in the back seat of my cab, and my passenger is driving in the front. It was a pleasant change.
Go on.
Well, we do the park, we do the plaza, we do the East River. Then she hauls up in front of a joint in the village, invites me in. I say, thanks loads, lady, but I already had my quota of fun for tonight.
What club?
The Crocodile Club on Bank Street. You gotta understand, Danny, up to where we parted company, my passenger was only flap happy with the season.
Yeah, I understand. Thanks, Marty. See you around, Marty. Good afternoon. I'm looking for the manager of this club.
Truly?
Police.
Just one couple here, mister. A boy, a girl. A boy and a girl in a corner table. And see how they hold hands? Ah, isn't
You the
that...
manager?
I'm Leslie Cobb, and I manage. And just what is it that you need in the afternoon, you being a police officer and all?
Some information.
You?
About a woman named Joan Tracy. She was here last night.
Say that name again?
Joan Tracy.
About 5'4", about a 26-inch waist. And the little thing right here, the beauty mark. And suddenly emancipated. Call me Joan Tracy the Liberated. That one? The lady on a toot?
What about her?
I only had one drunk in here last night, and she swore to everybody her name was Joan, and she was free, free, free. Come what may, she said, which was a lie.
Oh?
She found a fellow. She found a fellow with a book of verses, and she had a jug of booze. Whether there was bread or not, I wouldn't know.
What are you talking about?
She went off with a boy in jeans and plaid shirt who calls himself Robin Forrest this week. Has a room down the corner, that way, an attic. And there to laugh and sorrow and taste...
Yeah. Thanks a lot. And out of the jaws of the Crocodile Club, and onto Village Street in Maytime, past shop of French pastries and French legends scrawled in pink icing on sun-yellowed wedding cakes, and make the quick, free translations, and walk on. And leaning against doorway, the sandaled girl in batik sari, head posed against the hand-painted sign that reads, Jewels, Custom Made, Second Landing, and walk on to corner rooming house, where a boy who this week calls himself Robin Forrest is to be captured in his attic lair, where he usually is if he's not on the wing somewhere else. Attic is the room boasting the skylight. And ascend old stairs, banister carved with old memories, and onto landing, down hallway. And a faulty catch releases. Door drifts slowly into opening. Latticed rays of sun from fulcrum of skylight. To hold in dust dance, boy sprawled on floor. Boy in plaid shirt and jeans. Young man with knife wound. Young man dead. Young man murdered.
You are listening to Broadway's My Beat, written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin, and starring Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover. Thanks to careless people, forest fires have a long season. That season has begun again with the coming of warm weather. In the interest of preserving our natural resources, we are all asked to be especially careful when in or near our woodlands. 9 fires out of 10 are man-made. Every fire makes a dent in our natural defenses. To keep our woodlands open and free for enjoyment, eliminate forest fires.
The season of promise is dying, and on Broadway its swift, silent passing goes unnoticed. Spring into summer means only the shifting of mannequins in a store window, and draping them in less clothes, preserving only the precise curve of wrist. And still the serpents of light uncoil in identical pattern and leap skyward, and still the street is filled with sounds that were there yesterday, and the people, and the riot. But spring is dying, and summer's a-coming in. Hurry. Only so many tomorrows for the dream to come true. And where I was, office at police headquarters late afternoon time. The hour of the police sergeant from Never Never Land who had somehow gotten a job in New York.
Danny?
Come in, Gino.
Well, how did you like it?
How did I like what?
How did I like what, he says.
Yeah, that's what I said.
That's what I said, Danny. How did you like that book I give you?
Book?
I, the Corpse. You know, the first adventure of the twanger. That two-fisted guitar strumming...
Oh, well, I haven't read it yet. You see...
Well, Danny, here's the sequel, so you can read both in one sitting.
Thanks, Gino. Kiss me, Irving?
What an adventure. In this one, the twanger cleans up Anne Arundel County in Maryland.
Thanks a lot, Gino.
Your jaw will drop.
Gino.
Mind it.
Gino, you have anything for me?
Report from Detective Dennison if your mood is such
It is, believe me, it is.
That Mrs. Tracy is lying in a hospital room under the care of Dr. Sinsky, where she lies and stares at the ceiling and says not a word.
Go on.
Incidental information is all.
If you please.
Her mother died last week.
Oh?
Fell down the steps in her apartment house.
It was an accident then, for sure?
I think so. Says here on the report, if accidental death, checked here. It's checked, see?
What else, Gino?
Joan Tracy is a lady with a talent. She plays cello. In fact, there are 3 of them.
What?
In the trio. 2 friends and Joan Tracy. If you want who the 2 people are, Danny, well, here. If I seem like a daisical, Danny, the twanger, my jaw dropped.
Please, go away.
Mr. Kodalier?
It matters to you who I am?
Yes, it does. I'm from the police.
Thank you. I am Kodalier. Now, please, go away.
Police. On police business, Mr. Kodalier.
You wish to enter into negotiations with me? Concerning private piano lessons, concerning harmony, theory?
Concerning Joan Tracy.
Theory. Joan.
All right, if we talk inside?
Please. Then Joan is your business with me, eh?
Because the boy she was with last night was found murdered.
A boy? Not her husband?
Not her husband.
I think I read of it. I'm not sure. Drunk, a knife, a death. So many in the newspapers. It becomes vague. It becomes so many Joans.
Another thing we know about this Joan, she was a friend of yours. She played cello in a trio that you...
And you wish my interpretation of Joan. What phrasings, what nuances, what dynamics would bring a woman like Joan to murder a boy, not her husband.
All I want from you...
I will tell you of Joan. The theory, okay?
All right, tell me.
A cringer. A woman who put on the face of a beaten child when no one lifted a finger to her.
You'll explain it to me, huh?
So you will understand. In a trio, when a cello makes a boo-boo in phrasing, in breathing, in emotion, looks are exchanged between the violin and the piano. When such looks are exchanged between us, Joan sometimes wept, cringed, looked beaten.
I still don't understand.
I will show you. On my piano. This is a passage for the cello from a trio we have often played. It is to be sung so, with heart, with subtlety, with delicacy, as I have played it. Joan played it so. Understand?
I think so.
Good. Now that is Joan. Strict tempo, strict pitch, and strictly without heart. That is Joan. What I said before to you. Please do it. Please go away.
I play the violin. There's Joan and her cello, Cordalia with his piano, and I play the violin.
Well, I want to know about Joan, Mr. Vernon.
Not very good with the cello.
I've heard that. Other things, though.
I loved her once.
Oh?
In retrospect, it was pity more than anything else. I was filled with a sorrow for her.
Why?
This was before she was married, of course.
About the pity, Mr. Vernon. Why?
She is docile because of her mother, very domineering mother. A cliche of a domineering mother, a do this, do that cliche of a domineering mom, and if you don't, I'll fall on my face with a heart attack and you'll be sorry. You know? And I pitied Joan.
I see.
One day I took her in my arms, and I liked it. It started off by feeling sorry. When I was holding her, I forgot my purpose in doing so. I said to myself, love.
Tell me something, Mr. Vernon, about this trio.
A simple thing. We all studied at the academy. We met. One evening long ago, we said, let's have a trio. We're none too expert, really. We saw and pound and call it Beethoven, and it's a fine time.
And you were in love with Joan once, but not now, is that right?
Right. You see, I recognized what kind of woman Joan was and what I really felt for her, and that she would need a man exactly like her mother.
Do you know her husband?
Just pokes his nose in, waves a riding crop at us, and vanishes.
When's the last time you saw Joan?
About, let me see, 4 days ago, Tuesday.
Tell me about it.
To console her about her mother's death.
Well, I understand her mother fell down the steps and died.
Well?
Well, what?
You want me to say, isn't that nice?
Oh, forget it. I just wanted you to comment on whether you thought
her mother was pushed? How do I know? I got better things to do than conjecture on a horror like her.
Okay. Tell me about the last time you saw Joan.
Joan was in the library at her home. I went to her. She was playing the cello, sawing away tunelessly and loud. She noticed I was there finally, grinned at me, picked up the cello, and broke it over an antique brass pot. And don't ask me whether the latter's symbolic.
And that's all?
Not quite. She sobbed then. And I felt sorry for her again and took her in my arms again, and I thought suddenly what a stupid girl this was. I said goodbye to her.
Anything else you can tell me about her, Mr. Vernon?
Not a thing. She really isn't stupid, you know. My first impression was correct. To be pitied, that's more nearly correct.
And back in the street now, and city at 9 o'clock of May. Time for stoop dweller to chart the course of new fallen star, and also observe the nebulae in wake of the summer passage of a boy and girl through a million private comets. Time of the chuckle and the elbow poke in the ribs. Time to check condition of tenement roof and stake out the place of summer sleeping. Walk through currents of May night. And somewhere between where you were and headquarters, stop for the sandwich and the coffee, with conjectures on the murder of a boy who had read poetry to a drunken woman who had tried to kill her husband in your presence, who the night before had driven a cab, had shouted in the Greenwich Village Club that she was free, free, free. And leave them alongside the tip, because there were new conjectures to be had at headquarters, from study of reports, from further musings against May night, and in a while from Detective Muggavan also.
About Joan Tracy's husband.
Oh, what about him?
Well, him, Joan Tracy's mother, different relationship, different age, different gender. But,
But what, Muggavan?
But peas from the same pod. Happens in a pod sometime. Now, the way I know it is one summer my seed man showed
you
me
mind just about Tracy, her mother, her husband?
Oh, thanks.
Muggavan, so help me.
Oh, don't get riled, kid. Now, you've been doing legwork, I've been doing legwork, so just don't get riled, huh? Yeah, on your feet, Danny. Walk it. You haven't had enough of it, huh? Look, don't you understand? I've been trying to tell you...
All right, Muggavan, tell me what.
What I found out from my legwork. From friends, neighbors, spectators on the life of Joan Tracy.
Well?
What I already told you. Her husband she tried to kill in front of. Her mother who fell down steps and died a week ago. Both the same type people. Both wielders of the big stick, tongue lashers of what they considered lesser persons in the human scale.
You'll explain it, huh, Muggavan?
Glad to. Now look, mother of Joan Tracy, one of those mothers. The kid, Joan, the woman, Joan, Couldn't make a move, couldn't breathe, couldn't smile, couldn't cry until Mama gave the word. Up until Joan married Mr. Tracy, that is.
Well, she married him, then what?
A word about the background of husband Harold Tracy. Seems a few years back he was headmaster in a boys' military academy. Seems he had codes of behavior for little boys. Oh, and disciplines to match. Pete Chirino of a chap with the willow rod, I understand. Now, Danny, you take a man like that, marry him to a woman like Joan, what have you got?
Yeah. Get on the phone. Get him down here, Muggavan. Just have a seat, Mr. Tracy.
How's my wife?
I understand you've been calling every hour.
They said she wouldn't talk, that she was just staring. Once...
What?
Once when I was a headmaster, there was a boy who did that. I took him for a walk. I talked with him. I cured him. He didn't do it anymore.
You ordered him to behave, is that right?
I illuminated for him the difference between proper and improper conduct. Joan already knows that.
Then all you think your wife needs is talking to by you.
Exactly.
Why did she want to kill you, Mr. Tracy?
You mean this morning with a knife?
Of course, that's what I mean. Were there other times?
Certainly not this morning. Joan was drunk.
No, I don't think so.
I know my wife.
Do you know whether she ever tried to kill her mother?
Oh, are you serious?
Then she didn't push her mother down the steps, did she?
Joan was with me in Atlantic City when her mother fell.
Well, that's what I wanted to know. You see...
Stay in here, Mrs. Tracy.
Hello, Joan.
Hello, Hal.
You see, Clover? You ready to go home, Joan?
Whenever you say so.
You see, Clover.
Please sit down, Mrs. Tracy.
Go ahead, Joan. In a little while, dear, I'm going to take you home and we'll have a little talk.
Hal.
What, dear?
If you ever get close to me, I'll try to kill you.
She don't like you at all, Mr. Tracy.
She's not drunk either.
What have you people done to her?
Nothing. They haven't done a thing. They gave me time to just lie there in bed and scheme. They didn't bother me. I've got a lot of schemes. And if we go home together, one of them I like very much.
Joan. Joan.
Joan,
get away from her.
She's my wife. You heard what he said. Get away from her. That's better.
Mrs. Tracy.
Yes. What?
You want to tell us about last night?
Joan, you don't have to.
I want to.
Go on.
I got very drunk. I met a boy who recited poetry. We got very drunk together. I passed out. I woke up. I think he was dead. I didn't know. I drank some more from the bottle and I walked out into the street. Then it was this morning and I was here.
You didn't have to say that.
Why not? Why not?
What's happened to you, Joan?
I'm free.
What?
You know.
I don't understand what she's talking about. She's a very sick woman. My wife is sick.
She'll get better.
That about does it, huh, Mr. Tracy?
What are you talking about?
Your wife's mother died last week.
I can tell it. I've been thinking about it. I know the words. When she died, I heard about it and I sat down to cry. I couldn't cry. I felt relieved.
You said free.
Free.
Of the kind of life you had with your mother. Afraid, docile.
Hal.
What?
That's why I was such a good wife to you. Why the transition was so easy, from daughter to bride. It was the same thing. You're the same kind of person.
You could have explained it to me.
No, not to you. You'd hit the air with your riding crop and demand obedience.
Joan, listen to me.
Joan, listen to me. Joan, listen to me.
When your mother died, it happened. You were free of both of them.
That's what I meant.
What about it, Mr. Tracy?
Well?
Well, what?
I had to show her, that's all. I caught up with her at that place, at that club in the village, as she was going out with that boy. I followed them. They were both in a stupor, a drunken stupor, when I walked in on them.
So you stabbed the boy and planted the knife on your wife?
It was sordid what you did, Joan. Ugly. Unbecoming. It needed to be stopped. I stopped it.
You killed a boy, Hal. You didn't stop anything. I may go now. May I not? Goodbye, Hal. One thing you can be sure of, you'll never be embarrassed by me again. Wherever you are.
Dawn touches Broadway now. The last shadows leave and take away the night. And over the river a cloud drifts, and a bird dips and touches it with a wing. The people wake. The fury gathers and funnels out into the streets. Walk easy. Another day has come. The shock has come. It's Broadway, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway, my beat.
Broadway's My Beat stars Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover, with Charles Calvert as Tartaglia and Jack Crucian as Muggavan. The program is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis, with musical score composed and conducted by Alexander Courage. In tonight's story, Sammy Hill was heard as Joan and Whitfield Connor as Hal. Featured in the cast were D.J. Thompson, Jerry Hausner, and Harry Bartell. Bill Anders speaking. This Monday night on CBS Radio's Suspense, Dick Haymes stars in Pigeon in the Cage. It concerns a man who is trapped in an elevator between floors, but who dares not call for help because his only possible rescuers are murderers. With this story, CBS Radio hopes once again to keep you in suspense this Monday night on most of these same stations. Remember, the top dramatic show of all, the Lux Radio Theater, is heard Monday nights on the CBS Radio Network.
Tonight, we again present the famous Mr. Chameleon of Central Police Headquarters in his famous cases of crime and murder. Mr. Chameleon, as you know, is the famous and dreaded detective who frequently uses a disguise to track down a killer, a disguise which at all times is recognized by the audience. Tonight, we give you Mr. Chameleon in The Dusty Room Murder Case. As the curtain rises, we look into the study of an old mansion in Midtown New York. A man about 50 sits at an old-fashioned oak desk, a telephone receiver at his ear, ready to speak the words that bring up the curtain on one of Mr. Chameleon's most interesting murder cases. The man at the desk is the wealthy inventor, Hiram Stevens, and we hear him speaking into the phone.
Hello. Hello there, Fitch. Connection was broken. I'll go back to where I was. No, I didn't misunderstand you. I know exactly what I want to do. I know what you mean. Just follow out my orders. That's all you have to do. All right, then come out here. All right, Fitch, I'll be waiting for you. Guess that'll fix him. Hey, what's that? Hey, stop it! Stop it! Stop it! Oh, you murdered me.
Uncle Hiram! Uncle Hiram! Uncle Hiram, is anything wrong? Open the door. I can't get in.
What's the matter, Dick?
I heard shots coming from Uncle Hiram's study, Tina. Now I can't get in, and he doesn't answer.
Well, let's go inside then, Dick.
Well, how? He's evidently locked the door.
Oh, here. Here's a chair.
Oh.
Get up on it, Dick, and look through the transom.
Oh, I'd forgotten the transom. Tina! Tina!
What?
Uncle Hiram is slumped over his desk. He's committed suicide.
Suicide? Let me get up there too, Dick.
No. It's horrible. His head is almost blown off. You'd get sick.
Come down from that chair, Dick. Try to break the door in. We must get in there. If you can't do it, I'll run out and call the gardener.
No. Don't call anybody. I'll ring the police.
Yes?
You called the police? I'm Chameleon of Central Police Headquarters. This is Detective Arnold.
Oh, come in. Dick! Dick, here are the police.
Oh, yes. Glad to meet you, Mr. Chameleon.
My husband's uncle committed suicide.
The last thing we ever expected of him.
But he had been brooding lately.
Your uncle's name was Hiram Stevens, Mr.
Dick Stevens, Mr. Chameleon.
Will you take us to the body, please?
It's in that room. But you'll have to break the door down to get in.
Uncle Hiram must have locked himself in first.
Dave. All right, try your keys.
Okay, Mr. Chameleon. Lock turns all right, but nothing happens. Seems to be bolted from the inside.
Any other way to enter this room, Dick?
This is the only door, Mr. Chameleon.
Let's break it in, Dave.
Here we are, Mr. Chameleon. There's the gun next to the body. I'll get it.
Stay where you are, Dave. Don't walk across that floor.
What?
The floor and everything in this room is covered with dust.
And there are no footmarks leading to the body.
It's strange. It's very strange.
Strange, Mr. Chameleon?
What do you mean, Mr. Chameleon?
I wonder how your uncle got to that desk without leaving any sign on this dusty floor.
I suppose he was sitting at the desk and killed himself there without walking anywhere.
He still had to get there some way. Unless...
Unless what, Mr. Chameleon?
Unless the murderer made a very silly mistake, Tina.
Murderer?
Murderer, you say?
Exactly, Dick. Your uncle was murdered.
But how could he have been, Mr. Chameleon?
That's what I'm here to find out. Dave.
Yes, Mr. Chameleon.
Stand in front of this door until the police photographers get here.
Right.
And don't let anyone enter under any circumstances. Dick, Tina, suppose we go into the room across the hall where we can talk.
Of course. Come on, Tina. Won't you sit down, Mr. Chameleon?
Thank you, but I'll do better standing up.
Oh, that's the doorbell. I'll answer it.
Detective Arnold will answer it, Tina. It's the police photographer, I'm sure.
Oh.
Can either one of you explain why the room in which your uncle Hiram Stevens was murdered was completely dust-covered?
My husband's uncle was an inventor, Mr. Chameleon. Was not very tidy.
That's not the point I'm getting at, Tina.
I don't understand.
I'll explain later. The first thing I want to know is, where were both of you when the murder occurred?
Dick and I were both in the house, upstairs.
That's right, Mr. Chameleon. We had just come in from the airport.
The airport?
We went out to get our tickets. We're flying to Europe tomorrow.
I see. Were you both together upstairs?
Yes and no, Mr. Chameleon.
Yes and no, Dick?
Well, what I mean is Tina went into the dressing room and changed her clothes.
Changed her clothes, so you were not together?
Oh, what difference does that make, Mr. Chameleon?
Did you change your clothes, Tina?
I started to, but changed my mind.
Then the clothes you are now wearing are the same ones that you had on when the murder took place?
Yes.
Step over to the window with me, please. In the light.
In the light? Why?
I can't see very well here. Come along.
All right, then.
Thank you.
Well, what are you looking for on my wife's clothes, Mr. Chameleon?
Dust, Dick. Dust.
Well, you don't see any on me, do you?
No, Tina, but...
Mr. Chameleon?
Yes, Dave?
A
pictures have been taken. We used a distance lens from the door.
Good. We can go into the murder room now. Come along, Dick. Tina.
Mr. Chameleon, you act as if you think Dick and I know something more than we've told you.
Not at all. You haven't told me anything yet.
Shall I try to raise the body now, Mr. Chameleon?
First, make a note, Dave. This entire room is dust-covered, including the murdered man. Write that down.
I have, Mr. Chameleon.
Also write down every object in the room, the pictures, the 2 glass mirrors, the mantelpiece, even the dead man's hair. Everything is covered with a layer of dust.
Got it all down, Mr. Chameleon.
Everything except the murder gun. That is clean.
Well, what does that mean, the gun is clean?
Obviously, the murderer threw it on the desk to make it look like suicide.
I tell you, Dick, Mr. Chameleon suspects you of murder.
Suspects me? Why should he, Tina?
Dave, let's raise the body from the chair.
Yes, sir. You take this side. I'll take the other here.
Exactly as I guessed, Dave. The only spot in this room that's not coated with dust is the seat on which the unfortunate man was sitting. There's no dust on the seat of his trousers.
Well, I'll be...
Dick, you and your wife go back into the living room. I'll see you in there in a few minutes.
This is outrageous.
It's a murder investigation, ma'am. Now do as Mr. Chameleon says.
Oh, all right, then.
We'll be in the living room, Mr. Chameleon.
What's it all about, Mr. Chameleon?
Those 2 people were at the airport arranging to fly to Europe, Dave.
Uh-oh.
Tomorrow. So there you are. They could have killed their rich uncle, left a perfect suicide set behind, and been off like birds in the air. Tomorrow.
But I can't figure that dust, Mr. Chameleon.
The dust, Dave, would make it seem that no one had entered or left the suicide room, and that the dead man had been lying there for days.
But how did all the dust get here?
The dust was sprayed in here, Dave. Probably with an insecticide sprayer, like the kind used to spray plants.
What do you think of that?
Have the house and grounds search for a sprayer. Call headquarters right away.
Shall I use this phone?
Yes. Also order men with vacuum cleaners out here from headquarters.
Vacuum cleaners?
Mm-hmm. Have this room vacuumed. Send the dust they collect to the lab for analysis.
Okay. Say, Mr. Chameleon, look here. This notepad attached to the telephone.
Yes, I've already seen that, Dave. Murdered man was evidently phoning a man named Fitch just before he was killed.
Yes, the pad says, call John Fitch about changing papers.
I wonder what that means. While you're phoning headquarters, I'll go in to see Dick and Tina.
Well, Mr. Chameleon.
Yes, Dick?
I've been talking to my wife, Tina.
Yes?
She says I should make a clean breast of one thing.
Of what?
She thinks I should tell you I'm the sole heir to my uncle's considerable fortune.
That's interesting.
Interesting? Is that all you have to say, Mr. Chameleon?
There is one thing certain, Tina. If you told your husband to say that, you have supplied him with a motive for murder.
Why?
Oh, there's the doorbell again. May I answer it this time, Mr. Chameleon?
Yes, go ahead, Dick.
Why, Mr. Fitch.
Oh, hello, Dick. Will you tell your uncle I'm here with the papers he telephoned for?
My uncle has been murdered.
What? Murdered? That's what I was afraid of.
And the police are here. One is Mr. Chameleon.
Chameleon?
Yes, Mr. Fitch, and Mr. Chameleon suspects Dick of murder.
That's incredible, Tina. Utterly ridiculous.
Mr. Fitch, I'm Chameleon. And what is ridiculous about my suspecting Dick?
Because this young man had no reason for murdering his uncle. He has every reason for wanting him alive.
What reason?
Well, let me explain first that I am Hiram Stevens' confidential agent.
I see.
And I have right here a letter giving these 2 young people complete control of his fabulously valuable synthetic rubber inventions.
What?
He phoned me this afternoon and told me he was going to sign this letter the moment I arrived here with it. Well, here's the letter, Mr. Chameleon.
Well, certainly gives Dick and Tina what's equivalent to a fortune.
Exactly.
So apparently Dick and Tina had no reason to murder their uncle before he signed it.
It would have cost them a fortune, Mr. Chameleon.
Yes, I get the point, Mr. Fitch. It seems that I'm at a dead end.
I'd not say that, exactly.
Mr. Fitch, if you suspect anyone, it's your duty to tell me.
More than a duty, Mr. Chameleon. An obligation to a man who was very kind to me through many years of close association.
Yes?
And naturally, now, to save his nephew from police suspicion, And also Tina, who was my own secretary before she married Dick.
Good. Whom do you suspect, Mr. Fitch?
I suspect the people who would have lost the rights to the millions the murdered man was signing over to Dick and Tina.
You say other people had these rights and were losing them on account of this letter? Who are they?
A man named Seymour Wakefield, who was Hiram Stevens' original partner, and his wife, Donna.
Well, when does the wife come in?
She was a rich woman when Wakefield married her, and she advanced the money to start him and Hiram in the business.
I see.
The point is that the murdered Hiram, who was a very changeable and eccentric man, had given them the rights that the letter you have gives to Dick and Tina.
What did Hiram do? Cancel the Wakefield's rights?
That's exactly what he was doing, Mr. Chameleon.
Was doing, you say?
Yes, here's the cancellation itself, duly signed by Hiram.
I see.
Hiram told me to give the cancellation to the Wakefields after he'd signed this letter to Tina and Dick.
This is becoming very interesting. The question is, did the Wakefields know about this, Mr. Fitch?
I told them myself this afternoon, and they literally flew out to see Hiram. They left my office about 30 minutes before the murder, on their way here.
What it sums up to, then, Mr. Fitch, is that if Hiram had lived long enough to sign this letter to Dick and Tina, the Wakefields would have lost a fortune.
Yes. And when I informed them, they said they would kill Hiram before they'd let him take the control from them.
I see. Well, there's no time to waste. May I keep these papers?
Certainly.
Do you know where the Wakefields live?
Well, I have their address, Mr. Chameleon. I'll give it to you.
Thank you, Tina. Mr. Seymour Wakefield?
Yes?
I'm Chameleon of the police. This is Detective Arnold.
Come in.
Come. I came for some information.
Yes, Mr. Chameleon?
You were a partner of Hiram Stevens?
I am a partner of his.
Then you haven't heard that he was murdered.
Murdered? Oh, that's impossible.
Murdered in a dust-covered room.
Before you go any further, Seymour, let me say something.
Donna, this is Mr. Chameleon, the detective.
How do you do, Mrs. Wakefield? You were about to say...
I was going to tell my husband not to say he didn't know Hiram Stevens was murdered. We both heard it on the radio.
Donna, please.
Acting like we don't know will only make things worse. My husband and I were at Hiram Stevens' house this afternoon.
When he was murdered?
No, we'd gone.
What was the subject of the quarrel that you and your husband had with the murdered man?
We had no quarrel.
You know we did, Seymour. But it wasn't serious, Mr. Chameleon.
I was informed it was because the murdered man was canceling a paper that gave you control of his valuable synthetic rubber inventions.
The only person who could have told you that was John Fitch.
Did you or did you not quarrel?
Well, it's just as my wife says, Mr. Chameleon. Wasn't anything serious.
The control the murdered man was canceling was worth millions of dollars. I've seen murders committed for less than $10.
Mr. Chameleon, I'd like to show you something.
Show me what?
I'll get it from this desk. Please read this, Mr. Chameleon. It's a document from Hiram Stevens giving my husband and me complete control of his synthetic rubber invention.
And it's signed by Hiram himself.
Yes, I see. Dated last year.
Yes. And Hiram's signature is witnessed, you'll notice, by Mr. Fitch, who seems so eager to entangle us in a murder case.
And here is a document Mr. Fitch gave me, Mrs. Wakefield. One he was on his way out to give to the murdered man.
What is it?
It's a letter giving control of Hiram's inventions to his niece and nephew, Tina and Dick.
I don't understand.
And it's dated today, Mrs. Wakefield, and it is not signed. Had Hiram Stevens lived to sign it, you would have been out a tremendous sum of money. A tremendous sum.
If it's not signed, it's not worth the paper it's written on.
Of course it isn't, Seymour. Mr. Chameleon knows that.
I know also that it's a prime motive for murder.
You think we murdered Hiram?
I'm going to make an odd request of you and your husband, Mrs. Wakefield.
Odd request?
I'll ask you both to give the clothes you're wearing now to Detective Arnold. Also the coats both of you wore this afternoon.
What for?
Go to your room, please, and come back with them.
Suppose we refuse.
I'll take you to police headquarters and have them removed.
All right. We'll give them to you. Come on, Seymour.
And don't bother to brush them off. What I'm looking for won't brush off.
Mr. Chameleon and the Dusty Room murder case continues in just a moment. And now back to Mr. Chameleon and the Dusty Room murder case. Hiram Stevens, a wealthy inventor, has been found murdered in a room suspiciously covered with dust. Mr. Chameleon has discovered that the murdered man was about to sign a paper taking the rights to his immensely valuable inventions away from his partner, Seymour Wakefield, and giving them to his nephew and niece. And now, as Mr. Chameleon leaves the Wakefield house with Detective Dave Arnold, Dave is saying,
"What do we do with the Wakefield's clothes, Mr. Chameleon? Didn't take them long to get them off and give them to us."
The wife, Dona's a very clever woman, Dave.
Maybe too clever.
Start up the car, Dave. We're going back now to see the murdered man's nephew and niece, Dick and Tina Stevens.
Okay, Mr. Chameleon.
I'm trying to get the commissioner of police now over the radio. Central headquarters, please.
Central headquarters.
This is Chameleon. Put me through to the commissioner.
Okay, Mr. Chameleon.
Hello, Chameleon. The laboratory just gave a report on that dust you had vacuumed from the murder room.
What's that analysis, Commissioner?
Well, you guessed right, Chameleon. The dust had been sprayed over the room with an insecticide sprayer. Traces of insecticide are in the dust. Anything else you want?
Yes, I've got a man's suit and a woman's dress and coat in the car with me. I want vacuum, too. Send one of the boys out to get them, please.
Send where?
Dave Arnold will be in the car in front of the murder house. We're on our way there now, Commissioner.
Right, Chameleon. Bye.
Dave, you wait here in the car until the commissioner sends out for these clothes. I'll go in now to see Dick Stevens and Tina.
Okay, Mr. Chameleon.
Oh, it's you, Mr. Chameleon. Come in.
Thank you. Dick, the case is shaping up. I'll soon have whoever killed your uncle in that suspiciously dust-covered room.
Oh, you will?
Just a few details remain to be cleared up.
I see. Oh, Tina, Mr. Chameleon is here.
Good evening, Mr. Chameleon. What are the details you're clearing up?
Dick can answer the first question best, Tina.
Aye, Mr. Chameleon.
Why was your murdered uncle giving you control over his affairs?
Because he wanted to retire from active work and put everything in my hands.
It's odd that the first thing that you should do is to start off for Europe.
But we were planning to stay only 2 weeks.
I see. I'd like to go back to the murder room with both you and Tina.
Come ahead.
Very, very well. What do you expect to find in the room my uncle died in?
I want to show you something in here.
What?
Let me pull these draperies aside. There's a door here. You and Tina told me there was only one door to this murder room.
Well, that door behind the draperies, it's always locked. It's kept that way. Isn't it, Tina?
It's never been opened since we lived here, Mr. Chameleon.
It's directly behind the desk where your uncle was murdered. I put it to you, Dick, that while your wife was in the dressing room, you could have slipped downstairs, shot your uncle without Tina's knowing it.
But why should Dick have killed his uncle? Why, Mr. Chameleon? The Wakefields are the only people who can benefit by the murder.
When I make an arrest in this case, I will then present the evidence.
You can't accuse Tina and me of murder.
I am not accusing Tina of anything.
Then you can't accuse me either.
One other point, Nick.
Yes?
The police laboratory reports the dust found in this murder room was deliberately sprayed in here to make the murder look like suicide.
What?
And we've got the insecticide sprayer that was used. It came from this place.
Oh, Dick! Dick!
Tomorrow morning, I will send a Professor Simpkins out here. He is the expert man on dust at police headquarters.
What for? He won't find anything.
We'll see tomorrow. Good night. And remember, Dick and Tina, this house is under police observation.
Don't you think we know that, Mr. Chameleon?
And the next morning, we find Mr. Chameleon in disguise as Professor Simpkins, police laboratory dust expert, with Detective Dave Arnold, outside the murder house. And Mr. Chameleon is saying,
All right, Dave. We're ready for the kill.
I've got all the papers and the other evidence here, Mr. Chameleon. Maybe I should say Professor Simpkins. You certainly look like one in that disguise.
You have Seymour Wakefield and his wife down in the house?
Right. And Mr. Fitch is in there, too.
Good. Let's go, Dave.
Now, inside the murder house, we see Mr. Chameleon disguised as Professor Simpkins, a very learned-appearing man with horn-rimmed glasses, speaking in the voice of his disguise as he says to Dick Stevens and his wife, Tina.
Mr. and Mrs. Stevens, believe me, I feel most unhappy to reveal certain findings to seemingly respectable young people like you. But appearances sometimes are quite deceptive. Quite deceptive.
Oh, what are you getting at, Professor Simpkins?
They reveal that you, Mr. Stevens, purposely and with malicious intent sprayed the room where your uncle was killed to deceive the police and make his murder appear as a suicide. And our Mr. Chameleon requested me to so state to you.
Mr. Chameleon is trying to pin a murder on me to keep up his own reputation.
Still behooves you, young man, to speak that way of an officer of Mr. Chameleon's reputation, especially since the murder evidence was found on your premises after an attempt was made to put the crime on others.
And I know who those others were, Professor Simpkins.
Did Mr. Seymour Wakefield? Indeed. And how did you and your wife explain that on careful analysis, I discovered dust from the murder room on the clothes both you and your wife like?
You see, then, Chameleon knew you were lying when you said we left this murder room before Hiram Stevens was murdered.
So, you were in the room during the murder?
Professor Simpkins, we came here after Hiram was killed. We opened the door behind his desk and a lot of dust fell all over us. But we didn't go in.
My laboratory findings reveal dust from the murder room in your clothes. Unmistakable evidence of murder.
Say that again, I'll choke you.
Stay put, Wakefield, or
Don't
else...
manhandle me, Detective Arnold.
Professor Simpkins.
You something to say, Mr. Fitch?
Your findings prove what I told Mr. Chameleon.
You told him, Mr. Fitch, that Seymour Wakefield and his wife killed Hiram Stevens to prevent his giving the control of his valuable inventions to Dick and Tina Stevens.
Yes, and I was right.
You showed Mr. Chameleon a document of control in favor of Dick and Tina from their murdered uncle, but never signed by him.
That's correct, Professor. I also showed him a paper cancelling a similar power in favor of the two murderers, Seymour and Dona Wakefield.
Quite so, Mr. Fitch.
And that paper was signed by Hiram Stevens.
And that is where you tripped yourself, Fitch. And this woman, Tina Stevens, your former secretary.
You're not Professor Simpkins. You're Mr. Chameleon.
Mr. Chameleon in disguise.
Handcuff Fitch to Tina Stevens.
No, help me, Mr. Fitch.
What absurdity is this, Mr. Chameleon?
You planned the murder, Fitch. You dreamed up the idea of a dust-filled suicide room.
That's right, Mr. Chameleon, he did.
But you fired the murder shots, Tina.
If she did, I didn't know it, Mr. Chameleon.
You're both equally guilty, Fitch. A clever scheme. This woman, Tina Stevens, your former secretary, married Dick for only one reason.
I married him for money. Why else?
Shut up, Tina.
I'll put the record straight, Fitch. The unsigned letter that you gave me purporting to turn the murdered man's rights to Tina and Dick was typed by you. It was a complete phony.
How can you ever prove that?
And the signed cancellation you used to throw suspicion on Mr. and Mrs. Wakefield was a forgery, and I will put expert after expert on the witness stand to prove that it was. Isn't that right, Tina?
Yes. Fitch himself forged it.
You brainless idiot, Tina.
Dave, write out a confession for Tina to sign. That's all that's needed to close the Dusty Room murder case.
And with these words, Mr. Chameleon concludes tonight's murder case. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
see, it's time for another Let George Do It adventure. Now, this story has to do with a worrywart by the name of Shorty McGowan, who runs a pub over on the east side. Shorty's the type of fella who, if he hasn't got a problem, he goes out and finds one. Right now, he's just returned from a most successful hunting trip. And boy, has he got a beaut.
Dear Mr. Valentine, what's become of Terry Cable? Terrence J. Cable, sweetest man ever blew foam across the woodwork in my place. Now, I suppose you could say it's none of my business why a good customer and friend like that should just up and disappear. But then again, what kind of a human being would that make you? Yeah, suppose he's in trouble. Suppose he needs help. Well, Mr. Valentine, I found something yesterday in a hock shop that scares the daylights out of me. Oh, Terry Cable's in trouble, all right, believe you me. So get down here, will you? Give me a hand. Everybody knows where Shorty McGowan's place is, here on East Commercial. And Shorty McGowan? Well, that's me, the guy with the towel in his hand.
Watch? Just a watch?
Yeah, Terry's watch. Here it is.
And that's what you found in the hock shop, huh?
You know those ones down by the railroad station? Well, I was coming back from Mayville yesterday. Took a couple days' rest, and walking along the street, this thing in a window just up and hit me in the eye. Terry's watch, I said. That's Terry's.
Let's see. Terrence J. Cable, first place, 100-yard dash, Tri-State Conference, 1927.
Sure, yeah, that's how I knew. He liked to show it off. Something he won in high school.
You knew him since high school?
No, just the last year or so. But he come in all the time, know what I mean? He had a philosophical turn like I do. I tell you, he's the sweetest.
Okay, but just out of curiosity, how'd you get the watch out of the hock shop without a ticket?
Well, it hadn't been claimed. That's what I mean. I just bought it.
Uh-huh. So it must have been hocked at least 30, or is it 60 days ago?
Wait a minute. Why does just finding his watch in a hock shop mean that he's in danger? I don't understand.
In the first place, young lady, he wouldn't hock that watch. He wasn't the type. In the second place, he's not the type to just walk out of here 6 months ago and never come back without saying goodbye, you know what I mean? And in the third place, or fourth, whichever it is, Terry Cable was expecting a check. A big check. More. 50,000, he said.
Okay, so what? Check from where?
Well, how should I know? Rich Uncle Dudley, maybe? Uncle Sam? Search me. But a man wouldn't disappear without waiting to get it, would he? And only if he got it, then why hock the watch? See what I mean?
Yeah, I see what you mean. Maybe see why you're so interested in finding him, too.
Oh, no, you don't. Not me. No, I'm more one of them ultras, you understand? Yeah, to me, he's just a fellow human being. I'm no more interested in his money than I was in his gun.
His gun?
Oh, this gets better all the time.
Oh, sure. He had a gun, all right. Yeah, I saw it once when he dropped something out of his pocket. Don't ask me why. A fella's got a gun, you don't ask questions. That's what I always figured.
Very considerate. Shorty, tell me some more about this Cable, where he lived, his family.
Now, listen. It might be something, but it might not. Don't you understand? I tried to ask him questions like that once in a while, but he'd just laugh and go on talking about the baseball games or religious aspects, things of that type. You see, I don't even know where he lived or who his other friends were. All I know is, for a while, he had a job over at Fat Williams' warehouse, a load checker.
Fat Williams?
And also, I know this is the kind of neighborhood when things happen, you don't meddle. Me, I'm staying out of it. Only, what's become of him? It's driving me nuts. What's become of Terry Cable?
You know, I think I know what's wrong with Shorty. His needle is stuck. But George will figure that out sooner or later. And while he does, let's take a minute for this. Now let's get back to the old question. What's become of Terry Cable?
Cable? Never heard of.
They call you Fat Williams, don't they?
Call me a lot of things, so what? In the warehouse business, Sonny, not lost and found.
But we were told that
Who told you? Who sent you around here to bother me when I'm trying to take a day off for a game of golf?
Never mind who sent us. I'm just looking for Terry Cable, that's all.
He worked here as a load checker once.
So have a couple of hundred other bums. See out that window there? Don't see any streets for 3 blocks, do you? All warehouse, all mine. Got a keg of nails, I'll store it.
Sure. Got a hot car, you'll store that.
What's that?
Oh, I've heard your name before, that's all. Just take it easy.
Sonny, I thought you wanted help, not a button through your collarbone.
Skip it, I said. Your place burned down here about a year ago, didn't it? I didn't realize you were still around, that's all.
You mean you wanted me to know you were a real hep character? So any information I got, I better give you. Oh, these eager beavers.
I can pester your employees to find out about Cable.
But it'd be so much easier to get information by just saying please. Now there. See? Terrence J. Cable. No home address, worked here 3 months, paid $52 a week.
Where did he go when he left here?
Fired for spending too much time in the gambling joints. Like Lou Sprinkle's place.
And that's all, huh? That's all you got to say.
Well, for the love of dog food, yes. What do you think I am, Sonny, a day nursery? What do I care what happened to some jerk I never even... What's that?
His watch.
Why'd you say so in the first place? You want to find this guy and tell him what time it is? Oh, get out of here, will you? I got a game of golf.
Sprinkle. Lou Sprinkle. Well, this is about where I thought his gambling joint was, but... Huh.
Yeah. It's all new construction. Anyway, George, how would a man who earned $52 a week be able to afford such gambling?
Oh, I don't know, Angel. This Terry Cable doesn't sound like a very straight character so far, does he?
No. Carried a gun, expected some big money, fired from one job that we know of. You know, I'm not even sure why we're looking for him.
Well, we're not going to find it behind a board fence, Angel. You're just as curious as I am why Shorty thinks it's important to find this. Oh. Hello.
Admiring the building? Going to be nice, isn't it? Good lines.
Yeah, it is. You work on it?
No, just watching. Watch every day. Going to be 115 offices in that building, mister, and all mine, every one of them mine. Yes, sir, I own it.
Oh, well, congratulations.
Wait a minute. You must know this neighborhood, huh?
Sure do. Been located here 15 years. B.B. Manx is my name, in case you're looking for a place to get situated. Good transportation here, you know. Central heating, each office.
Oh, no. I'm just looking for a joint.
A joint?
Well, Lou Sprinkle had a gambling place around here.
Oh, him, sure. He's got a new place across town. Real fancy, they tell me. He used to be here all right, but he moved out after the fire.
Well, what's the address
of
Angel,
what fire?
Well, the same one burned the old Manx building down. My place was in the newspapers 10 months ago.
George. Mr. Manx, you're giving me an idea. Did you ever happen to know a man by the name of Terrence J. Cable?
Cable? Yeah. Search me. Hey, wait a minute. They called him Terry?
Yeah, that's the one.
He was a foreman, I think. Bossed the cleanup gang after my fire here. Why?
Never mind. You don't know what's become of him, do you?
No, search me. You're looking for him, huh?
No, not anymore.
George.
I think I know all I need to know about him. Come on, Angel, let's play a fast hunch. Don't you get it? Terry Cable wasn't a crook at all. Just the opposite.
Yes, Mr. Valentine. Terrence Cable has been with us for years.
Fire insurance underwriters. George, you're right.
Yeah. Every place I looked, I seemed to run into a fire. Any guy who once in a while carried a gun and who so gratuitously could wrangle jobs in places that had burned...
Had money to spend in a third place that burned.
Had to either have an angle or an expense account, Mr. Everett. What is Terry, a fire investigator?
Yes, that's right. So if that answers your question...
Well, it solves the riddle. Yes, Mr. Everett. But what did he find? We can't help being curious. That Fat Williams warehouse had a lot of valuable furs stored in it when it burned.
The furs were never definitely linked with the fire.
And we looked them up in the newspapers. This B.B. Manx collected quite a bit on his fire, too. And as for Lou Sprinkle, knowing the kind of guy he's supposed to be...
We investigated the fires, naturally. That was Terry Cable's job. But now, if you'll excuse me, Mr. Valentine...
But he didn't find anything wrong, is that it? He was just pulled off the case, and that's why he disappeared from that part of town.
Yes, that's the idea. So there's really no mystery now, is there? You can go home and forget about it.
Well, wait a minute, hold on.
Yes?
Why don't you tell us the rest of it? Where's Terry Cable now? What's become of him?
Are you asking for a client or for yourself?
Well, what difference would that make?
Mr. Valentine, it wouldn't make any difference one way or another. You see, Terry doesn't work for us anymore. I really haven't the slightest idea where you could find him.
Oh, you mean you won't tell me? Or you don't want me to look?
I mean those cases are closed. Besides, Cable doesn't have anything to do with investigations anymore, so what business is it of yours?
But he disappeared so quickly, we thought...
Well, I don't know what became of him. Left town, I think. Now, really, Mr. Valentine...
You're lying, friend. But okay, if that's the way you want it. But I'll be back.
What?
You don't want me nosing around because you know what's become of Terry Cable. Well, maybe your closed case will be reopened as soon as I find out why my client was so anxious to reopen it.
George, I still don't understand why...
Brooksy, it's simple. Look, don't you see why the insurance companies would want to protect their own good name?
But what did Terry Cable have to do with
Angel,
their...
now look, think back. It's all there. The kind of a guy Cable was, what he did, and why he disappeared. Hey, Shorty!
No customers.
Oh, I'm back, I guess. Hey, Shorty!
George.
Yeah, Brooksy. I guess the explanation of Terry Cable will have to wait a while. The guy who hired us seems to be dead.
Poor Shorty. Someone must have gotten tired of hearing him spout that same old question and shoved a bar rag down his throat. Well, maybe it wasn't quite like that, but we'll find out all the gruesome details in just a minute.
Now, back to George Valentine. The man who hired you is dead, Shorty McGowan. He's been shot. Well, if your name is George Valentine, then the mystery of what's become of Terry Cable is now more important than ever.
No, Brooksy, Lieutenant Johnson said there weren't any witnesses to our friend Shorty's death.
And it happened just a few minutes before we got here?
Yeah, that's what the doc says. Somebody stepped in from the street and shot him, and that's it.
But, George, why? He was such a friendly little man.
Yeah, but it seems he's been mixed up in a few things, too.
Oh, what kind of things?
Oh, petty theft, hold up once. But what's important? Never arson.
Arson?
Yeah, come on, Angel.
Where are we going?
To get a new client. The insurance underwriters.
All right, you're hired.
I thought I would be.
Only you understand, I'd just assume the police...
Sure.
didn't-
Protect your office's reputation. I understand, Mr. Everett.
I'm rather new here. I'm only pinch-hitting for the regular man who runs this office, and
But what do you have to hide?
Brooksy, Terry Cable worked for this office. He was a bonded, trusted employee.
He was in charge of investigating all those fires.
Yeah, worked hard, I guess. Got jobs with the guys whose buildings had burned.
We
and-
thought he had to do it that way. There wasn't any superficial evidence of fire setting. The companies had to pay off, but we thought in time...
You hoped he'd discover something about them anyway.
Yes, he was convinced there was something phony about the fires. Each case resulted in actual profit as far as the owners were concerned.
Okay, then let's lay the cards on the table, shall we, Mr. Everett? Terry Cable found some new evidence and then disappeared with it, right?
Yes.
He was bought off.
I'm afraid so. There was plenty of proof that he left town all right, and to show that he had destroyed his own investigation records. Some of the best men in the country have worked on it without finding
But
him.
he left of his own free will. There wasn't any force.
That's right, Miss Brooks. Here, this is the only concrete thing we turned up. B.B. Manx.
Huh?
The day before Cable disappeared, this man Manx drew $12,500 out of the bank, in cash. Nothing we can do about it because we can't prove how he spent it. But neither can he.
Cash to pay off Terry Cable. But now that there's been a murder, maybe you can legally force Mr. Manx
I
to...
called him before you came back just now. Mr. Manx seems to have disappeared, too.
Oh, yeah, sure. He looked like the type. Play it safe.
You might try looking for
No,
him.
no,
but-
skip it. I've got a different way to figure out what happened a long time ago. And maybe why Shorty was murdered today. Yeah, I'm going to throw a few dice at a gambler named Lou Sprinkle.
And what is this proposition, Mr. Valentine?
Very simple, Mr. Sprinkle. I want some money.
Does that make you a man from Mars? Who doesn't?
No, I come from closer home. From Terry Cable.
Is that so?
Yeah, I think you've done business with Terry in the past.
Yes, I remember. But I don't think the nature of the business would concern
It was
you.
gambling, of course.
If you say so.
Maybe it was gambling on your part to think Terry wouldn't want to do some more business.
Merely because I don't choose to make a definite statement doesn't mean that you can.
All right, here goes. I come from Terry right now. Terry sent me. He wants some more money.
I don't think I heard you correctly, Mr. Valentine. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm a very busy
And because
man.
you might not believe me, he gave me his watch to show you. Here, take a look.
How much does Terry want?
Oh, $10,000 to keep him quiet, I think.
That's ridiculous.
He said he still has testimony regarding a few fires, just in case you tried to rub any sticks together.
I'd have to see this man myself or through my own representative. Do you mind?
No. But you are willing
I couldn't discuss it with you at all. I'm sorry. Here.
What's this?
Present for your trouble.
$1,000 bill?
Show it to Terry. He'll understand my good faith.
So will I. Cautious, but faithful. So long, Mr. Sprinkle.
George, what did you find?
Made money in a hurry, Angel.
I know,
The
but
hock
what-
shops are the next stop. Down by the railroad station, remember? Brooksy, what I may have found is the answer to this case.
So you were going to find the answer, huh? You can't even find the hock shop.
Yeah. Looks like Shorty McGowan wasn't telling the truth even on that one, was he?
Well, there's not a single pawn shop where they remember ever having that watch of Terry's.
Uh-huh. So from here on, the answer's 1, 2, 3. What could have happened, Angel? So I'm going to try a trip to Maryville.
To where?
It's not far, and that wasn't a lie. Shorty just let that one slip. The place he'd been for a couple of days, remember? You know what I'm going to look for in Maryville? Terry Cable himself.
Hey there, Mr. Valentine.
Yeah, right here.
My name's Duncan. Chief of Police asked me to meet you. Thought you might be driving.
No. The train's a couple of hours faster. Only maybe you figure in this kind of a case, speed isn't important.
Well, I wouldn't say that. Of course, we do things a little differently out here. Let me have your bag there.
Okay, thanks. Did you get the description?
Oh, yes. We got that all right. Miss Brooks phoned it up. They sent the wire photo fingerprints and all that fancy sort of stuff, but you see, we really haven't gotten around to your case yet.
Yeah, well, as soon as you do.
We're a little understaffed here, and we've been pretty busy with something else. Here's the car, Huffy.
Okay.
You figure this Terry Cable may be living around here?
Well, it's not such a long shot. A man named Shorty McGowan apparently came up here and then returned with Terry's watch. Of course, that doesn't mean Terry would still be using his same name.
Yes, I understand all that.
Do you? Not quite sure I do.
Well, let me tell you some of our problems, and it'll take your mind off it. You see, there's a county graveyard out here. It doesn't have a caretaker.
Yeah, well, look, Duncan, I'm only interested in...
And a couple of days ago, there's been some digging where there shouldn't have been.
What?
Don't mind if we go out and take a little look, do you? That's why I couldn't get right on your case, you see. The county inspector claims there's one too many bodies out there.
Since when?
See, I thought you might be interested. Nothing recent. In fact, it's since maybe 6 months ago. About the time Cable disappeared. Now, I guess you don't mind a little side trip, do you? Got a man over there working on it now.
The guy with the shovel, huh?
Yes. You see, what happened was somebody noticed the earth had been turned up since the last rain. Only when we take a look, it wasn't a new body thrown in. It was just an old one. It had been put there 3 months ago.
How do you know it was originally put there about the same time Cable disappeared?
Well, that's the easiest time to do it, isn't it? Not a bad way to get rid of a body. Just add him in when the grave is fresh. I mean, the time to do it was exactly 6 months.
All right. Only let's get rid of that guy with the shovel quick, huh?
Why, it's getting dark. I want to get back to supper.
No, listen to me. The extra body, if it's Terry Cable, was put in there months ago, right? And what happened 2 or 3 days ago was just that the ground got disturbed.
Well, that's right, only...
Like disturbed by somebody looking for a watch.
Look, I got a complete file on Cable. Now, the thing for us to do, if we want to identify him once and for all, is to get him out of here.
No, get that workman of yours out of here.
I don't catch you.
Look, I told you the train's a lot faster than a car, so it's getting dark. That's all the better. The thing for us to do, friend, is miss our supper.
Why?
Because maybe I got here first. Okay, so here I'll be, digging.
careful you don't strain yourself, Valentine.
Quiet, will you? You're just supposed to be watching.
You know, I watched a digging scene once in Hamlet. That's by Shakespeare.
You don't say.
The gravedigger, he worked just about as slow as you do. Come across a skull, as I remember, just when...
Hey, shh, wait a minute.
Automobile.
Yeah, but no headlights.
You sure make a pretty target out there in the moonlight.
You sure make lousy jokes sitting there in that...
Oh, hold it. Automobile stopped.
Yeah, somebody's getting out. Okay, stay out of sight and wish me luck, friend.
All right.
Back to work.
Hey! Hey, you!
Yeah?
Come here.
Who is it?
Valentine, come here.
Oh, you know me, huh? Been watching me all day, I guess, the way you watch Shorty.
How'd you get out here?
Oh, don't worry, I'm alone. I saw the body, though. Yeah, it's Terry Cable, all right. Pretty neat place to get rid of him 6 months ago. So neat you didn't even have to bother to take his watch. What Shorty did, he finally figured it out, didn't he, huh? Came up here, found Terry's body and the watch. And then hired me to put a little fear into you so he could shake you down the way you shook him.
Go on, talk all you like. Only be careful coming through that fence.
Yeah, sure, I'll be careful. You don't want another body out here to explain. Because that's what happened, isn't it, mister? You guys had fraudulent fires and then bought the investigator off, huh? $12,500 each. Only Cable was expecting $50,000, as I remember. So that'd probably mean 4 of you instead of 3, wouldn't it? Fat Williams, B.B. Manx, Lou Sprinkle, and who? Shorty McGowan himself? Was he the 4th? He have a fire, too?
Put down the shovel and get into the car.
No, wait a minute. I know who you are, all right, only...
Do you?
Sure. How's your game of golf? I guess the minute I left your office, you knew who'd sent me, and you headed right over to kill Shorty. To shut him up before he could go any farther.
You've gone far enough, too.
Fat Williams, the big shot. With a big secret, right? Something that Lou Sprinkle, for instance, didn't seem to know. That Terry Cable was really dead, that you killed him.
Yeah. You're smart, too, aren't you?
Well, it's fairly simple. You didn't pay Terry off, you just killed him. In 6 months' time, Shorty finally caught on to it.
Yeah, Shorty was smart. He stole some furs. Did he tell you that?
Furs? Oh, yeah, sure, from your warehouse. So that's what tied him in, huh?
He worked with us. He was the 4th one. Look where it got him.
Buster, don't try to tie the others in with you like that. Manx and Sprinkle may have been worried about their fires, but they paid off in cash. I suppose Shorty paid off, too. Only Terry was expecting a check. 1 check. He was smart. He'd want it that way.
Yeah.
So one of you must have collected the payoff dough from the others, one like you. Only instead of a payoff, you kept the dough yourself and killed the investigator. Yeah, that's all that happened. That's all that Shorty found out.
Shut up and get in the car. By tomorrow, Sonny, nobody will even know we've been here.
Hey, what? Look out, Valentine.
You...
That's all.
Pretty fancy shooting for nighttime, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah, sure. You'll get a medal. You missed him a mile.
Hey, what?
But thanks for spoiling his aim. I hit him with a shovel.
Now there's irony for you. The great George Valentine saved by a spade. Get it? Spade? Sam Spade? Okay, sue me. But first give a listen to this.
Don't you understand, Angel? Apparently Terry Cable wasn't even crooked. 6 months ago, Fat Williams just persuaded the others that Cable was. Then he pocketed their dough and killed Cable.
The insurance people and his family and everybody will be awfully glad that you cleared his name. Only, George, I still don't understand how you knew it had to be Fat Williams.
Well, you remember, Angel, he's the only one I showed that watch to before Shorty's death. So he's the only one who could have known that Cable's body had actually been found. In other words, that Shorty's nosing around had finally made it necessary for him to be killed.
Oh, darling, you're wonderful.
Wow.
No, I mean it. Your powers of observation, your logic.
Wow.
You know, George, while you were up in Maryville, I did some shopping. I found a real bargain on kitchenware, so being a girl who plans ahead, I bought some.
Kitchenware, Angel?
Mm-hmm.
For your one-room apartment? What in heaven's name for?
Well, like I said, planning ahead. You'll find out.
You have just heard What Became of Terry Cable, another Let George Do It adventure. Robert Bailey was starred as George Valentine, with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. David Victor and Jackson Gillis wrote the story, and the music was by Eddie Dunstetter. Now this is yours truly inviting you to another visit with Valentine, when you will again hear what happens when you let George do it.
Tonight, we again present the famous Mr. Chameleon of Central Police Headquarters in his famous cases of crime and murder. Mr. Chameleon, as you know, is the famous and dreaded detective who frequently uses a disguise to track down a killer. A disguise which at all times is recognized by the audience. Tonight, we give you Mr. Chameleon in The Broken Promise Murder Case. Our scene opens in a small but well-furnished apartment in New York's Greenwich Village. An attractive woman in her early 30s and a good-looking young man are having cocktails before the fireplace. The woman is Sybil Kent, and the young man at whom she looks with adoring eyes is Roger Dalton. And Roger, little dreaming that his words are to be the preamble to murder, is saying eagerly,
"This is the moment I've been waiting for, Sybil. I've got terrific news for you."
News, Roger?
I've finally landed it, Sybil. That job as an artist with the advertising agency.
Roger, oh, darling.
That agency is one of the most important advertising firms in town. I'm to start work the beginning of the week. And it's all thanks to you, Sybil.
Oh, Roger, that's wonderful. Because it means that now at last we can go ahead with our plans.
What do you mean, Sybil?
Oh, Roger, darling. Do I have to say it? Our understanding was that as soon as you graduated from art school and got a job, we'd be married.
Great Scott, you mean you took that seriously?
What? Roger, you know that was our agreement.
But, Sybil, I never dreamt you were really serious. I always thought it was, well, a kind of joke between us.
Joke? Roger, you...
The fact is, I've made plans of my own. I'm going to marry Vera Langdon. That's something else I meant to tell you this evening.
You're going to marry Vera Langdon? After all I've done for you, all the sacrifices I've made for you.
Sybil, you've been a wonderful friend, and I mean to pay you back someday.
Pay me back? Roger Dalton, you're not throwing me over for that society girl, Vera Langdon. Not when I've done everything for you. When I've spent every penny I have to put you through art school.
Sybil, listen to me.
No, you listen. Roger, if you leave me, I'll go to the agency where you got this job. I'll fix things so that you'll be through for good with every agency in town. What's more, I'll go to Vera Langdon and that wealthy father of hers and show you up for the selfish, ruthless heel you are.
You're not serious. You're talking nonsense, Sybil.
I'll go even further, Roger. I'll kill you before I give you up to someone else. Do you hear me, Roger? I'll kill you!
And the next morning, after a sleepless, maddening night, we see a hysterical Sybil Kent clutching the edge of a desk in her living room and saying over and over to herself,
I won't I won't give Roger up. I can't. I can't. Who's that coming in the door? Lucy? Lucy, is that you? Answer me. Oh, it's you. You've come to kill me. You've come to kill me.
And a short time later, we find Mr. Chameleon, the famous and dreaded detective, and his assistant, Detective Dave Arnold, at Sybil Kent's apartment, which has become the scene of violence and tragedy. Near them, a young woman sits quietly as Chameleon says to Dave,
Sybil Kent was shot through the heart, and at close range, Dave. I'd say the murder took place about an hour ago.
Oh, that'd be about 10 o'clock, Mr. Chameleon.
Mm-hmm.
But nothing in the room has been touched, so it doesn't look like the motive was robbery.
No.
Mr. Chameleon, I just can't believe it. Sybil murdered. It's horrible.
Yes, Miss Lucy. You say that you are the murdered woman's sister.
Yes. Sybil was all I had in the world. Now, oh, dear heaven, what am I going to do?
Well, first you must try to compose yourself, Lucy. Now, tell me exactly what happened.
Mr. Chameleon, could we open a window? I feel as if I were going to be ill.
Yes. Dave, open one of the windows, please.
Right away, Mr. Chameleon.
Yes, that smell of fresh paint in this apartment is rather oppressive.
All the apartments in this building are being repainted. They finished work on this one only yesterday.
Now, Lucy, tell me when and how you discovered your sister Sybil's body.
I left the apartment around 9 o'clock to go shopping. When I came back an hour later, I found Sybil lying there by the desk, shot to death.
You lived here with your sister?
Yes, Mr. Chameleon.
Alone?
Yes, why?
Would you mind removing that heavy veil that you're wearing?
Yes, I'll remove my veil. Look at me. Look at me.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I asked you to do that, Lucy.
I've looked this way for over a year. I got these dreadful scars in an automobile accident. The doctors say they can't do anything for me. I'll go through life this way.
I asked you, Lucy, because I wondered why a young girl like you should be wearing a heavy veil.
If it hadn't been for Sybil, I don't know what I would have done. She was so kind to me. And now he's murdered her.
He? Lucy, do you mean that you know who the murderer is? You just told me that you were out of the apartment when your sister was shot.
Mr. Chameleon, I know who did it. It was Roger Dalton.
Roger Dalton? Who's he?
He's an artist. My sister Sybil was in love with him, and she gave him money to go through art school.
Well, that scarcely indicates a motive for murder.
No? Well, Roger led her to believe they'd be married as soon as he graduated and got a job.
I see.
And yesterday, Roger landed a good job with an advertising agency.
Yes?
Last night, he came to tell Sybil about it. Instead of keeping his agreement to marry my sister, Roger told Sybil he thought it was just a joke, that he'd never had any intention of marrying her.
What did your sister Sybil say to that, Lucy?
She was incredulous, Mr. Chameleon. And then Roger told her he was going to marry Vera Langdon.
Vera Langdon? You mean the society debutante who's always getting into some sort of scrape?
Yes, Mr. Chameleon. Roger said he was going to marry her. My sister Sybil was furious. She told Roger she'd go to the advertising agency. Yes, and to Vera Langdon and her father, and expose him for the selfish heel he was.
And what did Roger say to that?
He left. But don't you see, Mr. Chameleon, Roger must have come back this morning and murdered Sybil. No one else had a reason to harm my sister. Everyone loved her.
Everyone, Lucy? Including you?
Mr. Chameleon, what do you mean?
I was thinking, Lucy, that sometimes sisters don't get along together.
I know what you were thinking. That Sybil was a very beautiful girl while I'm ugly. Go ahead and say it, Mr. Chameleon. I know it's true. But if you think I killed Sybil because I was jealous of her beauty, well, you're mistaken.
I haven't accused you of anything, Lucy.
Roger Dalton killed her, Mr. Chameleon, and I want him to pay for it with his life.
You may be sure the person who killed your sister will pay for the crime, Lucy. Come along, Dave.
Where to, Mr. Chameleon?
Have a talk with Roger Dalton, the man whose career and coming marriage might have been destroyed if Sybil Kent had lived.
And 10 minutes later, Mr. Chameleon and Detective Dave Arnold are in Roger Dalton's apartment, and Roger is saying dazedly,
Sybil dead. Murdered. Mr. Chameleon, I can't believe it.
You're either telling the truth, Roger Dalton, or you're a very clever actor.
What? I don't know what you're talking about, Mr. Chameleon. Why, only last evening I was with Sybil Kent. We had dinner at her apartment.
Tell me about last evening, Roger.
What? There isn't anything to tell. I don't know what you mean.
Roger, this girl in the photograph on your dresser, very beautiful girl. Do you mind telling me who she is?
She's Vera Langdon, the girl I plan to marry.
Vera Langdon, the daughter of the well-known stockbroker, Hubert Langdon?
Yes. What of it?
Merely this, Roger. Marriage into a family of such wealth is quite an achievement for a struggling young commercial artist.
Some people might think in terms of money, but I'm in love with Vera.
So much so that you'd kill to protect your plans to marry her?
What? Good Lord, you don't think I murdered Sybil Kent? Well, that's fantastic. Sybil was my friend. She did a great deal for me.
In what way?
Well, she had a good job, a buyer in a department store. She lent me money to go through art school.
Lent it or gave it to you, Roger?
I had every intention of paying her back as soon as I got work, Mr. Chameleon.
Paying her or marrying her as payment for the debt? Roger, tell me the truth. Did you make a bargain to marry her and then try to welch on it?
No, Mr. Chameleon. Sybil had some fantastic idea that we'd be married, but I never encouraged her. I thought it was just a joke.
But you took her money and her friendship and used them to your own advantage.
No. I felt badly when I realized she'd misunderstood the situation. But I didn't kill her, Mr. Chameleon. I swear I didn't.
According to her sister, Lucy Kent, you had an excellent motive.
Lucy told you that?
That and a good deal more.
Mr. Chameleon, why don't you ask Lucy about her own motive?
Her own motive? And just what would that motive be, Roger?
You've seen Lucy. You've seen the veil she wears to hide her disfigured face. Why don't you ask her how it became disfigured?
She's already told me. No, automobile accident.
Did Lucy tell you who was driving the car?
Do you mean that you were driving it?
No, I wasn't driving it. Her sister, Sybil, was. And Lucy blamed her for the accident. Blamed her for the fact her face was horribly disfigured for life. I often warned Sybil not to live alone with Lucy. I was afraid she'd go overboard sometime, and a thing like this would happen.
I see.
Mr. Chameleon, if anyone had a reason for killing Sybil, it's her own sister, Lucy.
Thank you, Roger. Come along, Dave. We're through here for the moment.
What do you think, Mr. Chameleon?
I don't know, Dave. Right now, I think we'll pay a call on Vera Langdon, Roger Dalton's fiancée.
Boy, this is some layout, Mr. Chameleon.
Well, Hubert Langdon is a very wealthy man, Dave. Devoted to his daughter Vera, from what I've heard.
Yes, what is it?
I'd like to speak to Miss Vera Langdon.
I'm sorry, but my daughter's not at home. Who are you?
I'm Chameleon of Central Police Headquarters. This is Detective Arnold.
The police?
And you, I take it, are Hubert Langdon, Vera's father. May we come in, please?
Now, look, if my daughter is in some sort of little scrape, I'm sure it can be straightened out. I'll come down to headquarters with you and...
Mr. Langdon, I suggest that we step inside.
Now, see here.
This isn't as minor as one of your daughter's little scrapes. It's a matter of murder.
Murder? Yes. You'd better come inside.
What is it, Father?
Vera.
So, your daughter is at home after all, Mr. Langdon.
Who are these men, Father? What do they want?
Go to your room, Vera. I'll handle this.
Stay where you are, Vera Langdon. I'm Chameleon of the police. I'm here to question you about the murder of Sybil Kent, shot to death in her apartment 2 hours ago.
Sybil Kent?
Mr. Chameleon, why should you question my daughter about someone she's never even heard of?
Mr. Chameleon, who on earth is this Sybil Kent?
A rather important person in the life of the man that you plan to marry, Vera. And I can hardly believe that her name is unfamiliar to you.
You heard what Vera said, Chameleon. She's never heard of Sybil Kent.
And you, Mr. Langdon? I suppose you've never heard of her either.
Well, I think I heard that she was a friend of young Roger Dalton's, but I've never met her. Why are you staring at me, Chameleon?
Because I just noticed something rather interesting, Mr. Langdon. You say that you've never met Sybil Kent. Then how do you explain the fact that the sleeve of your coat is spotted with blue paint?
What? Blue paint?
The murdered Sybil Kent's apartment was freshly painted yesterday. The same color of paint that's on the sleeve of your coat.
Mr. Chameleon and the Broken Promise murder case continues in just a moment. And now back to Mr. Chameleon and the Broken Promise murder case. When Sybil Kent is shot to death in her apartment, Mr. Chameleon discovers that several people had strong reason to want to kill her. There is Roger Dalton, the young artist, who had made a bargain to marry Sybil. And Sybil's young sister Lucy, whose face was pitifully disfigured through an accident in a car driven by Sybil. And now in the apartment of Roger Dalton's fiancée, the debutante Vera Langdon, Mr. Chameleon faces Vera and her arrogant father, Hugh Langdon, and he is saying,
Mr. Langdon, you deny ever having met Sybil Kent, the murdered woman.
Certainly I deny it, Chameleon. I never saw Sybil Kent in my life.
Then how do you explain those blue paint stains on your coat?
Father!
Sybil Kent's apartment was freshly painted yesterday. The same color as those stains on the sleeve of your coat. Now, Mr. Langdon, how do you explain that?
All right. All right, Chameleon. I admit that I have met Sybil Kent. I went to see her this morning.
You went to her apartment this morning. What time was this?
About 9 o'clock.
Mm-hmm.
Last night, my daughter's fiancé, Roger Dalton, came to me and told me about this woman, Sybil Kent, who'd given him money to go through art school.
He made a bargain to marry her and then tried to back out. Go on, Mr. Langdon.
Well, Roger asked me to lend him the money to pay Sybil back. I told him I'd go to see her, find out just how much he owed her, and pay it.
Yes?
So I went to her apartment this morning.
And you quarreled with her?
No, of course I didn't, Mr. Chameleon. She agreed to accept my check for $5,000.
Langdon, Detective Arnold and I searched the murder apartment, and we found no check from you.
I intended to make it out this afternoon, Mr. Chameleon. Look, I swear to you, that's the truth.
If so, Mr. Langdon, you've placed yourself in a highly suspicious position.
I don't know what you mean.
You may have gone to the dead woman's apartment, but perhaps not for the reason you claim. You're devoted to your daughter, aren't you, Mr. Langdon?
Why, of course I'm devoted to Vera.
Enough to kill for her?
What?
If you knew that Sybil Kent might cause her unhappiness, might prevent her marriage to Roger Dalton.
Mr. Chameleon, you're becoming ridiculous.
Oh, really, Vera? Well, I'm not overlooking the fact that possibly you also had a motive. If you believe Sybil Kent threatened your marriage to the man you love...
I didn't even know Sybil Kent.
Mr. Langdon, have you a gun?
No. Why should I?
And you, Vera?
Oh, don't be absurd. Of course I don't have a gun.
I see. All right, Dave, let's be going.
Are you through questioning us, Mr. Chameleon?
For the moment, Mr. Langdon. But I warn you and your daughter, Vera, that it's a very dangerous thing to lie in a murder investigation. Come along, Dave.
Oh, Father, you shouldn't have lied about Sybil. Mr. Chameleon is very clever, and... Where are you going?
To my desk, Vera, to check on something. It's gone.
What is?
The gun that I always keep in this drawer. Vera, where is it?
What? I don't know what you're talking about.
Now, look, don't lie to me, Vera. I told Chameleon that I don't have a gun, but you and I both know that I keep one in this drawer. And now it's gone.
Father!
Darling, listen to me. No matter what you've done, I'll protect you. Only tell me where you've hidden the gun so I can get rid of it. So we can be sure Chameleon will never learn the truth.
And half an hour later, at the murder apartment, Lucy Kent answers the doorbell to find Mr. Chameleon and Detective Dave Arnold in the hall.
Mr. Chameleon, you've come to tell me you've arrested Roger Dalton for my sister's murder.
Tell me, Lucy, why are you so anxious to see Roger Dalton punished for your sister's death?
Because I want justice done, Mr. Chameleon. I adored my sister, Sybil. She gave me a home with her. She took care of me after my dreadful accident.
Lucy,
Why didn't you tell me that you blamed your sister for the accident in which your face was disfigured?
But I didn't. I didn't, Mr. Chameleon. Sybil was driving the car, but it wasn't her fault. Please don't make me talk about it. Excuse me, I want to get a handkerchief from my bag on the table.
Oh, I'll give it to you. Here. Oh, I'm sorry. It's clumsy of me, letting the bag slip from my hand like that. I'll gather up these things. Well, well.
What is it, Mr. Chameleon?
A snapshot of Roger Dalton. Fell out of your bag, Lucy.
Give me that picture. You dropped my bag on purpose to find out what I had in it.
Odd that you carry a picture of Roger Dalton with you, Lucy.
I don't know what you mean.
It may mean that you're in love with Roger yourself.
In love with... He stopped looking at me.
And you bitterly resented your sister Sybil's bargain to marry him.
Mr. Chameleon, even if I did love Roger, I wouldn't murder my own sister Sybil because of him.
Perhaps not, Lucy. I won't say any more. Dave, we're going back to headquarters.
Yes, sir.
What about Roger Dalton? Aren't you going to arrest him?
You do hate him now, don't you, Lucy? I'll make an arrest when I have proof of who your sister's murderer is. Come along, Dave. I want to see the Commissioner of Police. So, there it is, Commissioner. 4 people had equally strong motives for killing Sybil Kent.
It's quite a case, Chameleon.
Yes. Commissioner, I'm beginning to get an idea.
You mean one of your famous disguises, Chameleon?
Yes, Commissioner. The murdered Sybil Kent's apartment was freshly painted yesterday, and that gave me an idea.
Well, let's hear it, Chameleon.
I'm going to disguise myself as Oscar Dobbs, a house painter. I want Detective Dave Arnold to get all the suspects together at the murder apartment in an hour. I've a feeling that disguised as Oscar Dobbs, a house painter, I will trap Sybil Kent's murderer.
And an hour later, in the hall outside Sybil Kent's apartment, Mr. Chameleon, his face disguised and wearing painter's cap and overalls, is saying to Detective Dave Arnold...
You know what to do, Dave?
You bet I do, Mr. Chameleon.
All the suspects are in the Kent's apartment?
Yes, sir. The dead woman's sister, Lucy, Roger Dalton, Roger's fiancée, Vera Langdon, and Vera's father, Mr. Langdon.
Good. Get out of sight now, Dave. I'm going to ring the bell.
And now, a moment later, the door is opened by Lucy Kent, and Mr. Chameleon, speaking in the voice of his disguise, says to her,
I beg your pardon, miss. I was here the other day. Me and another guy painting your apartment. You mind if I come in?
Yes, I do mind. I'm very busy.
I got a feeling you ain't too busy to talk to me, Lucy Kent. So, I'll just come in.
No. How dare you push your way in here?
What's the matter, Lucy? Who is this man?
He's one of the painters, Roger. He shoved his way in here.
Get out of here, whoever you are, or I'll call the police.
The police, huh? That's a good one.
What's going on here?
Mr. Langdon, this horrid man forced his way into the apartment.
Who are you?
The name is Dobbs. Oscar Dobbs. I know a young lady was murdered here this morning.
Now, see here, Dobbs.
I bet you're old Hubert Langdon. And that pretty girl there is your daughter, Miss Vera Langdon.
How could you possibly know?
Seen your pictures in the papers lots of times. You've been in quite a lot of trouble, ain't you, Vera?
How dare you talk to my daughter that way? Get out.
Oh, not so fast, Mr. Langdon. I just seen Mr. Chameleon, the detective, in the lobby. I heard him say that he was coming up here to question all the suspects in the murder of Sybil Kent.
That's no concern of yours.
You're wrong. You're wrong there, Roger Dalton. A house painter gets around. He hears and sees things. About 10 o'clock this morning, I was painting the apartment right below this one. I heard a shot.
You heard it?
I stepped out into the hall where nobody could see me. A couple of minutes later, someone came running down the stairs. Got a good look at this person. A good look.
You're lying.
And I could point a finger at that person. But a man's got to look out for himself.
What are you getting at, Dobbs?
Well, Mr. Langdon, I'm willing to forget what I saw, providing it's made worth my while.
Why, you cheap blackmailer.
No, let's call it protection, shall we, Miss Lucy Kent? Protection for the person who killed your sister.
Shut up, Dobbs. You'll never tell anyone what you know. You were a fool to come here.
Roger, good heavens, don't shoot him.
I'm not as big a fool as you to pull a gun, Roger Dalton.
Mr. Chameleon, it's you. You were disguised as a house painter.
Yes, Lucy.
Oh, you double-crossing cop, you tricked me.
And my trick apparently succeeded. Put down the gun, Roger Dalton.
Not before I put a bullet in your head, Chameleon.
Roger, no! Oh, no!
You okay, Mr. Chameleon?
Yes, Dave. You shot the gun out of his hand just in time. I've got it now. And it's undoubtedly the gun with which Roger Dalton murdered Sybil Kent.
Oh, Roger. Roger, what have you done? How could you kill her?
I did it for you, Vera. Sybil threatened to ruin all my plans, my whole life. I couldn't bear the thought that she might turn you against me. Last night I took the gun from your father's desk, came here this morning, and killed her.
And you tried to put the blame on an innocent girl, on Lucy Kent. That, Roger Dalton, was almost as great a crime as murder. But you'll pay for both in the death chamber. All right, Dave, take him away.
And with these words, Mr. Chameleon concludes tonight's murder case. Listen next Wednesday night at this same time for Mr. Chameleon, the Man of Many Faces. The part of Mr. Chameleon is played by Carl Swenson, with dialogue by Gene Carroll, based on the original story by Frank and Ann Hummert. It is directed by Richard Leonard, with music by Victor Arden. Your announcer is Howard Claney. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Aggie, here's your food. Sister, can you hear me? Open the slot in your door.
Go away, Martha. I don't want any food.
But you have to eat. Open the slot.
All right. It's open.
I hope you've still left room between the boxes in there for me to push the food through.
Go ahead and push it through. There's room for the food to get through. But you can't get in here.
I won't come into your part of the house. Have I ever tried?
If you do try, I'll kill you. This is my house. The money's mine, too.
You love that money more than anything, don't you?
I gave up marrying to get the money. Father willed it to me. If I'd never marry. And you haven't married either because you want the money when I die. Don't you? But my money is going to someone else. And you ought to know who.
Yes, I know all about that. Aggie, I'll need a few dollars again. You won't go out of the house, and I have to bring you things to eat.
If you weren't afraid of what would happen to you, you'd leave me here to starve, wouldn't you?
Aggie, we've lived in this house together for 25 years, and I've never failed to bring you your food.
You want my money, that's why. You want this house. Well, it's mine. You hear me?
Oh, Aggie, won't we ever leave here? Must we live with this filth all our lives? Are we going to die among the boxes and barrels and rags and papers?
I like the house the way it is. It's safe. It's dirty and musty and damp and it smells. But I like it. I like it. And I hate you. Now go away. Go away. And don't ever talk to me. Go away.
I'll bring you some food again day after tomorrow. Keep well, dear sister.
And now on to Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
I realize I'm a complete stranger to you, Blackie, but I'm sure you're familiar with the house I'm talking about.
I certainly am. What'd you say your name was? Oh, yes, Crane. Well, Mrs. Crane, I think the Rogers Mansion is one of the most famous eyesores in the city. You say you heard one of the sisters moaning this afternoon?
Yes, Blackie. I was coming home from the grocery store. Oh, it was loud moaning, too, because, you know, the windows are boarded up, but I could still hear it. It was eerie.
Well, you shouldn't have come to me, Mrs. Crane. You should have contacted the police.
Oh, no, I want nothing to do with the police. Nothing to do with them. But I was sure if I came to you, you might investigate. You could creep into the house at midnight.
I have no right to break into the Rogers home just because you heard one of the sisters moaning, Mrs. Crane.
Oh.
But I'll do what you should have done. Call the police. At what time did you hear this moaning?
Oh, about an hour ago. And it was so mysterious.
Well, if one of the sisters is in trouble, I don't suppose it's too late to help, huh?
Oh, isn't this exciting, Blackie?
Not very. I suppose you don't want me to mention your name to the police.
Oh, I'd rather you didn't. It's more mysterious this way.
Oh, fine.
Hello, Faraday speaking.
Hello, Inspector. This is Blackie.
Goodbye.
Wait a minute, Faraday. This isn't for your department, but I thought you might want to contact the right one.
What?
There may be trouble in the Rogers mansion.
There may be. There's been trouble in that house for 25 years. There's been nothing but trouble in there since those two sisters locked themselves in.
Well, one of them might be in trouble, Faraday. I happen to know someone heard moaning in the building a couple of hours ago.
Moaning, huh? Say maybe one of the old girls is dying.
That's what I think, too. You better contact the emergency squad and maybe get out there yourself.
Don't tell me what to do.
Oh, I wouldn't think of it. But pick me up on your way out, will you?
No use, boys. No one's going to answer the door.
I guess we'd better bust the door down, eh, Dugan?
Sure. Bust it down and get sued by the Rogers sisters? No, thanks. I got a wife and kids at home. I need my job on the police force.
Well, here comes Faraday from Homicide. Maybe he's got an idea.
How are you, Inspector?
Hello, Dugan. Oh, who's the lad with you, Inspector? A rookie cop?
Thanks, Officer. I'll see you later.
No offense meant, Blackie. You know that.
Say, Blackie, how about you opening the door for us? You're pretty good with locks.
What's the matter? Nobody answer when you knock? No, doesn't seem to be anybody home, Inspector.
Have you heard any moaning?
No, Blackie, not a sound.
Huh. Faraday, maybe we'd better force our way in.
Without a warrant?
Well, if I open the door, you can always go in to investigate. After all, there was moaning in the house a little while ago.
Yeah, I know, but maybe if we look the other way, Inspector. I guess we'd better. All right, boys.
Okay.
Look, what's that across the street?
I don't see anything.
How can you be so dumb, Dugan?
Maybe it's catching, Faraday.
Shut up, both of you. Hurry up, Blackie.
Door's open, boys. I trust no one looked, because how I open locks is my secret.
No one looked, Blackie. It was... Holy mackerel.
What do you know?
Look at the junk piled up there inside that door.
What is this place? A home or a warehouse? We can't get through that pile of junk.
I think we can if we crawl. Here's a sort of a tunnel under the junk. Follow me.
I'll go right behind Blackie, boys. You better leave one of your men here, Dugan.
Yeah, okay. Frank, you stand guard. You come with me, Carpenter.
Right.
Hey, what was that?
I tripped over a wire in here and loosened those boxes. Must have been a booby trap.
Blackie, you hurt?
Do I sound it?
No, but it's so dark in here.
Hey, Blackie, what did you run into that time?
Sounded like he knocked over a pile of junk.
Hey, Blackie! Blackie! Inspector Faraday!
Inspector!
Holy mackerel, Copper. Go for help. Blackie and the inspector sound like they've run into trouble.
Can you get out this way, Faraday?
Yeah, I think so, Blackie. Brother, what fell on us? The whole house?
No, but a room full of junk did. Guess I was knocked out for a while.
I know I was. Hey, where are we now?
Huh. We're right on the other side of the pile of junk we first crawled under.
Hello! Hello!
Hey, that's Dugan's voice. Hello?
Faraday?
Yeah?
You all right? Blackie with you?
Yes, we're both all right. Where are you?
The other side of the house. We couldn't get through that way after everything fell down.
You find anything where you are?
Nothing but more junk.
Well, keep looking over there. Blackie and I will see what we can find over here. Meet you later.
Okay.
Here's the door, Faraday. Shall we try this direction?
Yeah, might as well. There's nothing but barrels and boxes on either side of us.
Oh, nuts. Locked.
Yeah.
Turn away, Faraday.
Okay. Brother, you sure made that fast.
Oh, it was just a simple door lock. Well, I'll be. Another door. And locked.
And more junk.
Well, keep looking at the junk.
Look, it's so dark in here, I can hardly see anything anyway.
Hey, at least we're coming to where it's lighter.
Yeah, but the junk is getting heavier.
There's another door. Look, Faraday. There's a sliding panel in it.
Slide from this side?
No, from the other.
All right, go ahead. I'm not looking.
Well, we've come all the way to one end of the house, Faraday. There's a window and... Uh-oh.
I see it too, Blackie. She looks dead.
She is, too, Faraday. From a blow on the head. There was moaning in here, after all.
Oh. The woman probably didn't die right away.
I guess that's the boys.
Yeah, Dugan and Carpenter must be coming this way, and they're having trouble, too. I wonder which one of the sisters this is.
This was Aggie, the older one, according to the pictures I remember. This is the one who owned all the property and had all the money.
Oh, yeah. The one who never came out of the house. Well, when we find the other one, what's her name, we'll,
I think her name is Martha, isn't it? Oh, here comes Dugan. Maybe he's bringing Martha with him.
Well, if he is, our case is closed. This woman was murdered. Her sister is the only one who could have killed her.
Holy mackerel. I've never seen so much junk in one house in all my... Hey, is that woman dead?
Yes. Did you find the other sister in your part of the house?
No, but we've been through an awful lot of junk trying to get here.
The other sister isn't in the house?
Not unless she's about a foot square and hiding in one of these boxes.
I know why, too. Blackie, coming up here, you said a woman told you she heard moaning in this house. Why didn't you bring that woman with you?
Because while I was talking to you on the phone, she skipped out.
Oh, no, she didn't. You didn't bring her with you because
I know what you're thinking. She called herself Vivian Crane, but I think if we find her, we'll find not only the missing sister, but this mystery's missing link.
Paper, mister? Yeah, I'll have one over here. Okay. Paper. Paper, lady?
Yes, please.
Hi. Here they are. They're all late. Paper. Get
Hello, son.
Paper, mister?
No. You know what this badge means?
Yeah, you're a cop, huh?
Uh-huh. Faraday's the name. Are you Robert Perkins?
Yeah, that's me.
I want to talk to you, son.
Yeah, but I haven't done anything.
But someone else has. You're just about to benefit from it. Close up this stand, son.
Hey, I can't do that.
One of the Rogers sisters was killed this afternoon. She left her entire fortune to you.
Yes, who is it?
Telegram from Mrs. Perkins.
Oh, I thought you were one of those reporters. I'm sick and tired of talking to newspaper men.
Mrs. Lawrence Perkins?
Yes, where's my telegram?
Oh, there isn't one, Mrs. Perkins, but there's my foot inside the door.
Oh, another report.
No, I'm Boston Blackie.
Oh, get out of here.
What? After just this minute getting here?
I don't want to answer any questions. Everybody's been asking me questions today, ever since the police discovered Agatha Rogers' will.
You want to know why that Rogers woman left everything to my son?
That's it.
Well, she was in love with my late husband before I married him. Now will you get out?
If you'll just answer one...
You first,
Oh, now the police.
Well,
oh, dear.
Faraday.
Blackie, do you have to beat me to everything?
Well, I don't have to. I just do. Who's the boy?
Mother, this policeman says I've inherited a lot of money.
That answers my question.
Yes, you have, Robert. But we're not going to accept it. I won't let you take money from that crazy old woman.
But, Mother, I...
No,
look,
Robert,
Mrs. Bergen.
Of course you can.
Martha Rogers is missing. Do you have any idea where she might be hiding?
Listen, I'll have you understand we're not in any way connected with the crazy Rogers women. Never saw either of them. Now get out of here.
That means you, Faraday.
And you, too.
I see what you mean.
Well, we've got no search warrant. Let's go, Blackie.
Mother, why are you so obvious?
Quiet, Robert.
Come on, Faraday, let's go.
I'm way ahead of you.
Goodbye, Mrs. Perkins.
Goodbye, and don't ever come back.
Mother, I wish you
Robert.
would...
Well, Faraday, I suppose you know what to do next.
Of course. Sure I do. What?
And now, back to Boston Blackie. Aggie and Martha Rogers are two recluse sisters who have lived alone in a junk-filled house for 25 years. A woman who calls herself Vivian Crane goes to Boston Blackie and claims she heard moans in the house one day. Blackie and the police break into the house to find Aggie Rogers dead, killed by a blow on the head. But Martha Rogers is missing. In her will, Aggie Rogers left the entire family fortune to Robert Perkins, a newsboy. But Robert's widowed mother says she wants no part of the money. As we return to our story, two detectives are on the Sea Island ferry looking for the missing Martha.
They're going to search the Rogers home we busted into yesterday, Carpenter. You think they'll find the missing sister?
I wish they would, Dugan, or I'm going to get picked up for staring at middle-aged women. We've been riding this ferry for hours, and I've been eyeing them all day. Fine job for a couple of cops.
Yeah. Yeah, we would have to be looking for a dame in her 50s, wouldn't we? Holy mackerel, why couldn't Martha Rogers be 19, huh?
I know what you mean.
Holy mackerel, Carpenter, look. Huh? There's a dame starting to jump off the ferry. Let's get her.
Hey, I noticed her looking down at the water.
Yeah, and then up at us. Yeah, let's grab her, quick.
Oh, no, lady. Oh, no, you don't.
Holy mackerel, Carpenter, we're going to be too late.
Oh, no, we're not.
Get her.
Gotcha, lady.
Go on, please. Let me go.
Yeah, I'll give you a hand, Carpenter.
It's okay,
No,
Dugan.
please.
I got it.
Let me jump. You don't right. No.
Holy mackerel, Carpenter. You know who this is?
I got an idea. She's Martha Rogers. Now, will you
lady.
stop struggling if I let you go, lady?
Oh, yes. Yes, I might as well now.
Okay.
Makes you say you might as well, lady.
Oh, because you know who I am and the police are looking for me. I called myself Vivian Crane, but I'm really Martha Rogers.
You killed your sister, didn't you, Miss Rogers?
No, I didn't, I tell you. I didn't. She was dead when I got home.
Yeah, that's your story. Dugan, any sign of Blackie yet?
No, but I'm watching for him.
I want him in my office as soon as he gets here.
He said he'd be right down when I called him.
Good. Now, look, Miss Rogers. Why did you go to Boston Blackie with a story about hearing moans as you passed that house?
Oh, because I didn't want to go to the police. I was afraid the police would say I killed her.
Well, you did kill her, didn't you?
No, I told you. I found her dead.
What had you been doing before you came home and found her?
I'd been at the grocer's. Ask them there. They'll tell you I was there.
I don't have to ask them. I checked, and I already know you were there. And I know at what time, too.
I was there at noon. I didn't get home till, 1:30 or 2.
Yeah?
I bought a great many things. Oh, so many. And the store was crowded. Very crowded.
Here comes Blackie, Inspector Faraday.
Well, thanks, Dugan. Come on in, Blackie.
You found the missing Miss Rogers, I hear.
Yeah, and I want you to have a look at her. Is this the woman who came to you and told you she heard moans in the Rogers house?
That's right, but she called herself Vivian Crane.
Oh, I had to, Blackie. I didn't want to get mixed up with the police.
Yeah, so you told me.
Blackie, she's got an alibi for the time Maggie Rogers was killed.
Of course I have. I've done nothing wrong. Well, it was foolish to try and run away, but now I'm rich. You'll have to let me go free. I get all of Aggie's money now.
You don't read newspapers, apparently, so you wouldn't know about your sister's will, huh? Faraday, don't release the news that you found Miss Rogers. And as for you, Miss Rogers, I'm afraid you're due for disappointment, and the rest of us are due for a surprise. Robert.
Yes, sir?
This is the room where Aggie Rogers was murdered. You say you've never seen this room before?
I've never been in this house before, Blackie. Never even in this neighborhood, have I, Mother?
Oh, of course not. I don't know why Blackie insisted on bringing you here.
Right now, I don't know either, Mrs. Perkins.
Blackie, my son didn't kill that Agatha Rogers.
He had a good reason to want her dead. In fact, he had thousands of reasons, all dollars.
Blackie, I didn't kill that woman. I never saw her in my life and never even knew about her. And I certainly didn't know she was going to leave me any money.
Blackie, I never told him Aggie was in love with the man I married. I didn't want him to know about the Rogers girls or about any of this or anything.
Well, he knows all about it now. Let's go into the next room. Be careful where you step, Robert.
Oh, be careful.
Why?
Well, one false step and a barrel of junk falls down on you. This way. This passageway between these barrels. Careful.
Right.
Don't wander away, Mrs. Perkins.
Well, I won't be far. Let's get this over with and go home.
And to think people lived in filth like this. Oh, gosh, I did it.
Robert, I told you to be careful. Are you all right, Mrs. Perkins?
Oh, certainly. You can see I'm all right. Oh, Robert, now really, you're so clumsy.
I'm sorry.
It wasn't his fault, Mrs. Perkins. This whole place is booby trapped.
Oh, look at this.
But let's keep moving.
What ridiculous women they must have been. To have a house all littered with junk like this. Blackie, let's get out of here.
We'll get out, Mother, but I can't get through this stuff too. Oh! Gee whiz! What's that?
Just another booby trap. I stepped on that one.
Oh, my.
Well, we're almost out. It's getting dark. We'd better call this off till tomorrow.
Oh, now must you drag my son through this horrible place again? What were you looking for, Blackie?
All I'll tell you, Mrs. Perkins, is that I've found it.
Blackie, if Mother and I aren't being held for anything, why have we had to sit in Inspector Faraday's office for so long?
Sorry to inconvenience you, Robert. We're waiting for Faraday to bring in a certain woman. Oh, here they are now.
Come on in, Miss Rogers. Maybe this time you'll talk.
But I've told you everything. Everything.
This is Miss Rogers, the missing sister, Blackie?
Yes, Mrs. Perkins. But the police withheld the news at my suggestion.
All right, Blackie. Here's Miss Rogers. Now, what makes you think facing Mrs. Perkins and her son will make her talk?
I'm sure what's about to happen will make Miss Rogers talk, Faraday. But I'll have to talk first.
Now, go ahead, Blabbermouth.
Miss Rogers, have you ever seen these people before?
No, I haven't. Should I have?
Well, this is Mrs. Lawrence Perkins, the woman who married the man your sister Aggie was in love with.
Oh.
And this is her son. By the terms of your sister Aggie's will, the entire Rogers fortune went to Lawrence Perkins at his death to his heir. The boy here is his heir, Robert Perkins.
You mean my sister left all her money to this boy?
All her money and all the Rogers property. You didn't know that, did you?
No, I didn't. I didn't. I thought...
You thought that everything would come to you. That's why you killed your sister, didn't you?
No, I didn't kill her. I mean...
Miss Rogers, there's no question about it. Aggie Rogers was murdered for her money. If you thought the money was coming to you, you had a motive for killing her.
Oh, no, Blackie,
Now, let me finish and maybe make you feel better, at least for a moment. Robert here says he didn't know the money was coming to him. But he may be lying. Robert.
Yes, sir?
You had a motive for killing Aggie Rogers, too, you know.
But I didn't kill her, Blackie. I'd never been in that house until this afternoon, and I didn't know the money was coming to me.
He might be telling the truth, Blackie.
I think he is, Faraday. And I think Miss Rogers is telling the truth, too. Well, partly, anyhow.
What? Just whose side are you on?
The right side, Faraday. And with Robert and Miss Rogers eliminated as suspects, only Mrs. Perkins is left.
What? Oh, well, now you're being utterly ridiculous.
I'm being utterly logical, Mrs. Perkins. First of all, as Lawrence Perkins' mother, you might have known that he was going to inherit from Aggie Rogers.
Well, how could I have known that? Those two women were crazy living in that filthy, cluttered home.
Maybe they were crazy, Mrs. Perkins, but one of them was very clever. Clever enough to kill the other and almost get away with it.
Well, then don't look at me. Look at that woman there. She's Martha Rogers.
Oh, I only said that. I'm not Martha Rogers.
I quite agree with you, Mrs. Crane. You aren't Miss Rogers.
Look, what's going on here? If this woman isn't Miss Rogers, who is?
Mrs. Perkins is Martha Rogers, Faraday.
Mrs.
Perkins is Miss Rogers, sister of Aggie Rogers, and she's the killer of Aggie Rogers.
Oh, well, you have no reason to believe I'm Martha Rogers. This is only guesswork.
It's awful good guesswork, though. But there's another thing that convinces me that you're Martha Rogers.
Oh, there is?
When I took you and your son through the Rogers home, who touched off booby traps? I did, and Robert did.
So?
So, I knew Robert here hadn't been in the house before. He touched off several booby traps. So did I. But you, Miss Rogers, because you are Miss Rogers, failed to set off a single trap.
It is impossible to move around that house without setting off a trap, unless you know your way around. Blackie, I hate to admit it, but I think I've been holding the wrong woman.
I'm telling you that I'm Mrs. Perkins, widow of Lawrence Perkins, and this boy's mother.
Yes, you are, Mrs. Perkins. But you're also Martha Rogers. But don't worry. Even if you have led a double life, you can be punished only once.
Hey, Dugan.
Yeah?
Remember last night when we were on this same ferry?
Holy mackerel, do I? I'll say I do, Carpenter. That woman tried to jump overboard and then tried to tell us she was Martha Rogers.
Smart dame. When she heard Martha Rogers was missing, she got the bright idea that she'd be Martha Rogers and collect her sister's dough.
And if you ask me, the smart dame was that real Martha Rogers.
Because she killed her sister? What's smart about that?
Well, holy mackerel, it was almost genius.
Yeah?
For 25 years, she's been known as Mrs. Lawrence Perkins. Nobody knew she was Martha Rogers, too. She never lived in the house with Aggie. Just came 3 times a week to bring food.
Well?
She knew she wasn't getting any dough as Martha Rogers. But as Mrs. Lawrence Perkins, she was getting all the dough through her son. She tried to throw us off by pretending she didn't want the money.
Listen, if you ask me, Dugan, the only smart person is Robert Perkins. He didn't do anything but tell the truth, and he got Aggie's dough.
Holy mackerel, that's right. But while we're handing out bouquets, let's toss one to Boston Blackie. Brother, did he trap that murdering sister?
The makers of Camel Cigarettes present Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective.
What cigarette do you smoke, Doctor?
Again, this question has been asked of doctors in every branch of medicine. And again, the brand name most was Camel.
Yes, according to this repeated nationwide survey, more doctors smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
Here, transcribed, is Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
Being a private detective is like ordering stew in a cheap restaurant. You never know what you're getting until it's too late. It was that way the other morning. I was sitting in my office practicing curtain speeches to my creditors when she came in. She was wearing a casual item that must have caused a sharp dip at the mink population. When she reached my desk, she stopped and her perfume kept moving. She probably noticed the glassy look reaching my eyes because she said,
"Does my perfume bother you, Mr. Diamond?"
"Well, no, not at all. My fangs always show like this."
Mm-hmm. Le Joie. It carries a special guarantee.
Well, I won't ask for what. Won't you sit down, Miss...
Not Miss, just Yvonne. It's not my real name, but I find it has a better effect on the trade.
The trade?
Cosmetics. Perfumes, facial creams, mud packs. I manufacture them. Mostly for women, but I have a lot of male customers.
I'll bet you do. Unfortunately, I've just bought a magnum of shaving lotion myself.
Oh, don't be silly, Mr. Diamond. I didn't come here to sell you anything. I'm sure you wouldn't have any need for my products.
We'll save that debate for later.
Well, I'll be brief. I'm a woman who likes to come to the point.
I can see that.
How would a $200 fee sound to you?
Like a mirage, but beautiful.
Well, here you are. 100 now. The rest when you finish the job.
Well, far be it from me to hesitate over money. Especially that nice, luxurious shade of green. But don't you think that...
Of course. You want to know what you have to do.
It would help.
It's very simple. This afternoon, the Ile-de-France docks in New York. On the ship will be a man named Bouchon.
One of your customers? Or is this social?
Monsieur Bouchon has developed a wonderful new face cream. He's arranged for me to have the exclusive American rights.
Well, that's fine. Where do I come in?
Your job starts at 7 tonight. All you do is pick up the sample from Monsieur Bouchon at his hotel and bring it to me.
Oh, I see. Do you mind if I look at your legs?
Why, no. But I thought we were talking business.
We are. Mm-hmm. Well, you've got nice legs, Yvonne.
They take me where I want to go.
What keeps them from taking you to Bouchon's hotel?
You mean pick up the sample myself? I was sure you'd ask that.
Well, I did.
You don't know the cosmetic industry, Mr. Diamond. My competitors would do anything to get hold of that face cream.
They know you expect Bouchon?
Only one of them. A ruthless man.
Does he have a name or just a disposition?
Robert Mockler. He owns the Venus Beauty Enterprises.
And you think he might follow you, take the sample away before you can start to manufacture? So you're paying me $200 to protect it?
Oh, Mr. Diamond, I'm going to like you. You're so understanding.
$100 bills make me that way.
I'll expect you tonight around 7:30.
My job's over when I deliver the sample to you, is that it?
Yes. But don't make any plans for the rest of the evening. There's a new perfume I want to try out.
She gave me her address and the name of Bouchon's hotel. Then she walked to the door with a motion cats spend years trying to learn. I sat there a while, letting my head clear and my temperature sink to a mere galloping fever. I had a bite of lunch, strolled around most of the afternoon, doing things people do to kill time in New York. And it was about 4 when I climbed the stairs and walked down the hall to my apartment. Au clair de la lune, mon ami Poirot, prêtez-moi la plume, Poor Creed. Oh, she was too old for that anyway. Hey, what is this?
Hello, Diamond.
Well, didn't you knock? Or did you think this was an L station?
I knocked, nobody answered. I came in.
Now you can go out.
How much did she pay you?
Who?
Yvonne. How much did she pay you to get that face cream sample?
I'll bet a mud pack to a permanent your name's Mockler.
Yeah. Venus Beauty Enterprises. I'll double what she paid you.
You want that face cream pretty bad, huh?
Bring it to me, huh, Diamond?
Are you that interested in cosmetics?
It's a business. Do I get that sample?
No.
Be nice, Diamond. So I can be nice.
Well, it'll be a strain for both of us.
Triple. I'll give you 3 times what she paid. And a bonus on the side.
Why don't you get it yourself?
Think I'd be here if I knew where Bouchon was?
That door, Mr. Mockler, it leads to the hall. Use it.
I ask you to be nice. Once. The second time, I don't ask.
You heard me. Ow.
Ow, you take your hands off me.
I'm just being nice.
You dirty.
Get up. And then get out.
All right, Diamond. I'm leaving.
You take a hint nicely.
I won't forget this.
I wouldn't want you to.
You just lost yourself a chunk of cash, Diamond.
I'm not a very good businessman. It's a habit with me.
Well, it's too bad. Might have helped pay the bill.
What bill?
The undertaker. Funerals run high these days.
He stomped to the door, his face twisted with some private rage that had just become public, and left. When face cream got to be that important, it was time for Richard Diamond to start investigating the cosmetic business. I took a shower, dressed neatly in my most continental fashion, and taxied off to visit Monsieur Bouchon. He was staying at a small hotel in the East 70s, one of those places where the doorman is dressed like an admiral in the Swiss Navy. I ignored the doorman and waded through miles of plush carpet until I found Bouchon's suite. I pushed the buzzer, and when the door opened, I was standing in front of the biggest female this side of a Ringling Brothers tent.
You want something, gentlemen?
Monsieur Bouchon, is he in?
Who you been, gentlemen?
Richard Diamond.
Come in.
What's the matter? Is my tie on crooked?
Please.
Well, the way you're looking at me, maybe my nose is shiny.
It's better when you've been really Richard Diamond. Because, gentlemen, if you know been Richard Diamond, they been break your bones. One bone by one bone. You see, gentlemen?
I'm afraid I do. But now if you'll just...
Monsieur Diamond.
Monsieur Bouchon, I hope.
Name of punctuality, Monsieur Diamond. Exactly on time. I kiss you on one cheek. I kiss you on cheek number 2.
We can stop it right there.
Let me regard you. Ah, oui. It is as Yvonne say you will be. So young, so handsome, so viril.
I feel like a midget next to your watchdog here.
Watchdog? Je ne comprends pas. Ah, oui, Bertha. She is my masseuse. She makes new muscles as the old.
And vice versa on occasion, I suppose.
Regard her, Monsieur Diamond. Name of a Swedish smorgasbord. Is she not magnifique?
Yeah, spellbinding. Now, about that sample I'm supposed to pick up.
But of course, Bertha.
Please.
In the boudoir, Bertha, there is a jar on the bed, next to my Chartreuse dressing gown. Bring it.
Yeah, gentlemen.
I wish to tell you, Monsieur Diamond, how pleasant it is to be back in your New York once more. What a truly magnifique city she is to visit.
But you wouldn't want to live here.
Name of a fortune teller, but you are psychic. How did you know I would say that?
I've been hanging around the tourist bureau.
I do not understand, but I think you are being droll. You would have a tiny brandy with me. Some logis du mai, n'est-ce pas?
Well, thanks, but I've got a date with a room full of perfume.
The Yvonne. Naturally, the incomparable Yvonne. Well, I suppose I cannot persuade you to stay. Thank you, Bertha.
Please.
Here, Monsieur Diamond, is the latest Bouchon creation.
That's all? Just this jar?
I have worked so hard on this sample. Oui. How I have labored. You will take good care of it, yes?
Well, for $200, I'd tuck it in bed and sing it a lullaby.
But no. You must not do that. You must make haste and place the sample in the hands of the lovely Yvonne.
Any message to go with it?
The sample. She will be message enough.
Okay, I'll be seeing you.
Of a certainty you will, Monsieur Diamond. Of a certainty.
I looked back on my way out of the suite. Monsieur Bouchon had an atomizer in each hand, spraying the room with cologne. The expression on his face reminded me of the python who had just swallowed his week's supply of rabbit on the hoof. I snowshoed my way down to the street and started to look for a taxi. I didn't have to look far.
Hey, Mac!
Huh?
Over here, Mac! You looking for a hack?
That's right.
Hop in.
53...
Sit down and be nice, Mr. Diamond, or I'll blow your head off.
Well, you leave me a limited choice, Mr. Mockler.
That's better. Fine work, Willie.
Yeah, pretty neat, huh, Mr. Mockler?
I'll answer that, Willie. It was neat. Now, I'd like to...
Diamond. I thought you were going to be nice. I'll take that gun.
Well, you might give me a gold star for trying.
We're fixing your gold star right now. My place, Willie.
It didn't do any good to tell myself I should have known better. I'd been caught by a trick 10 times older than I was. I took a quick look at Mockler's profile just to make sure it was still there. It was. I didn't have to look at his gun. It had found a home between my 4th and 5th rib. We finally pulled up in front of an apartment just off Park Avenue. Mockler herded me across a foyer that might have been cheerful in McKinley's day. He pushed me toward the elevator.
All right, get in.
Would you mind shifting that gun a bit? My floating ribs run aground.
Now, be nice, Diamond. Suits you better than being funny.
Well, I was just trying to be pleasant. But if you insist,
Don't talk so loud. My neighbors are refined. All right, get out.
Aren't you making a lot of fuss over nothing? After all, it's only a jar of face cream.
You'd be surprised.
No kidding. Any drugstore.
Shut up.
Oh, nice place.
It's a place. All right, give me the sample.
But just for the record, suppose I say no.
You say no, you won't have a record. The sample, Diamond.
Get it. My coat pocket.
That's right.
Oh, I thought you'd try that.
Give me that gun. Okay, right between your pretty blue eyes.
His gun caught me a glancing blow on the forehead, and I went down. I couldn't have been out for more than a few seconds, because when I came to, Mockler was still in the room. I tried to get up, but my body had a will of its own. At the moment, what it wanted most was to rest comfortably on the rug. Mockler didn't notice me. He was too busy trying to get the top off the jar. When he finally did...
Before we continue with Richard Diamond, here's an important question.
What's the best way to find out about smoking enjoyment?
Well, you won't find out much from one puff or one sniff. It takes day in, day out smoking. Make the sensible, thorough cigarette test. Smoke only Camels for 30 days. You'll discover how rich and flavorful Camels are pack after pack. You'll find how mild Camels are, how well they agree with your throat week after week.
In a coast-to-coast test of hundreds of people who smoked Camels for 30 days, noted throat specialists reported not one single case of throat irritation due to smoking Camels.
No other cigarette gives you this conclusive proof of mildness.
And no other cigarette has Camel's rich, full flavor, the flavor of costly tobaccos, properly aged and expertly blended.
So make your own Camel 30-day test, the sensible test. You'll enjoy every puff, and you'll see why so many people say, once a Camel smoker, always a Camel smoker.
How mild, how mild, how mild, how mild, how mild can a cigarette be? Make the Camel 30-day test, and you'll see. Smoke Camels and see.
And now back to Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
Rick. Rick, come on, boy. Wake up.
Oh. Wow, did they say nice things about me, Walt?
Who?
The preacher. The one who read my funeral service. Oh.
This is a hospital, and you're not dead.
Oh. You mean I've got to go all through that again?
Why you're not dead is something I'll never know. What happened?
You tell me, Walt.
Well, we got a call an hour ago to come to the apartment of a guy named Mockler. There'd been an explosion. You were stretched out on what was left of the floor.
Oh, that potent face cream.
Face cream? You sure you're awake, Rick?
I'm awake, Al. What about Mockler?
Well, he was around the apartment. I might say all around.
Oh, so it was a booby trap.
Booby trap? What's this all about?
Walt, are those my pants on the chair?
Well, what's left of them?
Throw them over, will you?
Now, wait a minute, Rick. Aren't you going to tell me what's going on?
Sure. A Frenchman named Bouchon was trying to blow up a girl named Yvonne with a jar of face cream.
That face cream again. Maybe you better stay here a while, huh?
Look, Walt, nothing makes sense yet.
That's the first sensible thing you've said since you woke up.
Give me time to ask a few people some questions.
How would it be if I asked him?
You wouldn't get the same answers.
All right, Rick. We'll give it a try.
I'll call you as soon as I've made a visit.
Don't wait too long. There's a murder rap crying for a head to fall on.
I checked out of the hospital and walked a few blocks to shake the India rubber out of my legs. I knew it wouldn't do any good, but I ducked into a phone booth and called Bouchon's hotel. And as I expected, he'd pulled out a couple of hours before. Manager had no idea where he'd gone. There was only one place left for me to go, and it was a little after 10 when Yvonne opened her door for me. I could tell by the quiet music on the radio that she didn't know what had happened. The way she greeted me bolstered up my deduction.
Well, hello. Do come in, Mr. Diamond.
Thanks. Aren't you afraid of catching cold in that thing?
You mean this negligee? I wore it specially for you. I've been waiting a long time. Too long.
Well, you just missed waiting a lot longer.
That Monsieur Bouchon, so talkative.
He has a few other qualities.
Come sit down. Here on the chaise longue. Next to me.
Well, I hate to make a detour, but let's get the sad news over with first.
Oh? Something's gone wrong?
Oh, you almost got it. Nothing's gone right.
I should have known. Your clothes,
You ought to see what your face cream did to Mockler's clothes.
Mockler? Did he get that sample?
He had it for a few minutes, if that's what you mean.
Mr. Diamond, if I didn't like you, I'd be very angry.
Well, you shouldn't be. When Mockler opened that sample, he got very dead. It was a bomb.
I don't understand. The face cream Monsieur Bouchon gave you was a bomb?
No, not quite, no. The bomb Monsieur gave me was a bomb.
Just a minute, Mr. Diamond. Let me turn off this radio. You don't know how this upsets me.
I know. I was upset myself this evening, violently.
Oh, you poor boy.
Well, no. That helps.
Hand me that bag, please, there on the coffee table.
Well, if you want a handkerchief...
I have what I'm looking for. Here, Mr. Diamond. $100. The other half of your fee.
No? Does an explanation come of that?
I'm sure you'll excuse me until another time. Won't you?
Well, when you say it like that,
I'm sorry. I was so looking forward to... Good night, Mr. Diamond.
There were a few reasons why I'd like to have hung around, but I could tell this just wasn't my night. So I left Yvonne, called Walt, and told him he could forward the bill for Mockler's murder to Monsieur Bouchon if he could find him. Then I crawled into a little bistro on 53rd Street to relax and count my $100 bills. I was on my second cup of coffee and third Camel cigarette when it came to me. Like the paraphrase of an old song, Bouchon knew that I knew. If he'd been foolish enough to let me be messenger for his booby trap, it was a cinch he wouldn't be foolish for very long. As long as I was walking around in one piece, Bouchon could never feel safe. I could have dodged him, maybe for a long time, but I decided it would be better to see him when he wanted to see me. I went home and made myself available. At 11:35, the walls of my room started to shudder when somebody pounded on the door. I didn't have any doubts about who it was. Oh, be careful, will you? It's just mahogany.
It's only me, gentlemen. Bertha.
I couldn't possibly have guessed.
Please.
Oh, never mind. What do you want?
Monsieur Bouchon, they have been send me.
It'll be a tight squeeze, but won't you come in?
You come out, gentlemen.
Okay, just as soon as I get my coat.
You know they need your coat, gentlemen.
Well, it's right over here.
You come now, gentlemen. They will assist your arm. Please.
Oh, nothing. I always thought my arm bent the other way.
It's better this way. It's healthy for bones. You come now, gentlemen.
Please. She put a little more pressure on my arm and led me down the stairs. She was so clumsy I could have taken her with a few artful motions, but Bouchon had sent her, and I wanted to see Bouchon. When we reached the street, Bertha grabbed my other arm. We made an interesting entrance into a taxi, which took us to a shabby apartment house on Bleecker Street in Greenwich Village. Bertha adjusted her half-Nelson, and we climbed 3 flights of stairs. The end of our little pilgrimage was a pair of termite-ridden rooms, which I never would have associated with a fastidious Frenchman. Bouchon was not there, and Bertha didn't seem to know what to do with me. Then her eyes lighted up. She angled me across the room, pulled open a door, looked at me brightly, and said,
Is bathroom, gentlemen.
Well, thanks. I brushed my teeth this evening.
Go in.
Where's Bouchon?
It's not good. You've been asked questions. Go in.
Oh, we'll wait out here.
It's more comfortable inside. If you know been go inside, I've been glad to assist you.
I was ready to argue the point when I looked in the bathroom and saw a table full of bottles and jars. So I let Bertha shove me inside and lock the door behind me. Then I walked over to the table. Next to a bottle labeled Valley of Indecision Cologne stood a jar, exactly like the Booby Trap Bouchon had given me earlier in the evening. I picked it up, decided that forever was a long time to live, and opened it. This time it really was face cream. I poked my fingers around in the jar to see what made it so wonderful. When I pulled them out, things suddenly became a lot clearer. Because just under the top layer of face cream was buried the biggest blue sapphire I had ever seen. I wiped it off and slipped it into my pocket just about the time the outer door opened.
Bertha?
It was Bouchon, and he didn't waste time starting in on Bertha.
Bertha, where is this diamond? You have not brought him.
Ben bring him.
But I do not see him.
Ben bring him.
Lord, where is he? Where is he?
Lock him in the bathroom.
In the bathroom? Oh, mon Dieu, mon Dieu. Unlock the door.
Get the key.
I had to do something, and I had to do it fast. I looked around. Then in the bathtub, I saw what I wanted. One of those rubber hoses with a shower attachment that can be pointed in any direction. I turned on the hot water full blast and waited.
Monsieur Diamond!
Monsieur Bouchon?
Mon Dieu, the steam, I cannot see!
Here I am.
Ah! I am scalded! You have burnt me!
Give me that gun!
Oh, mon Dieu!
Ah, that's right. Now stand back.
Gentlemen!
All right, Bertha, turn off that water.
I am scalded!
Now, you'll live. Oh, that was some face cream.
Mon Dieu! The sapphire! You have taken it!
You won't need it, Bouchon. They'd just take it away from you before they put you in the chair. I persuaded Bouchon, with the help of his gun, which I was holding, to tie up Bertha. Then I knotted some bright red French neckties around his hands and feet and surveyed the situation. There was no phone in the apartment. So I locked the 2 of them in and raced down to a drugstore on the corner. I caught the owner just as he was closing and put in a call to Walt. Then I doubled back to the apartment to keep Bouchon and Bertha company. I thought it was funny that the door was open when I had locked it so carefully. I stopped thinking it was funny when I walked through the door straight into the barrel of an ugly automatic.
Hello, Mr. Diamond.
Well, Yvonne.
You're just in time. We're going to start a treasure hunt.
He has it. He is the one.
Monsieur Bouchon seems to think you picked up a sapphire by mistake, Mr. Diamond. Probably in the excitement of the evening.
It is true. All what I tell, it is true.
You hear what Monsieur Bouchon says. But Monsieur Bouchon tried to kill me tonight. Maybe he also lies.
No, he took it. Name of a thief.
Oh, do be quiet, Monsieur Bouchon. You disturb us. Well, Mr. Diamond?
Oh, come on, Yvonne. You're taking this thing much too seriously.
Mr. Diamond, I've said repeatedly that I like you. But that won't stop me from shooting you, if I have to.
Now, you are intense, aren't you?
I've risked a lot to get that stone. Let's not make it more difficult.
Well, you haven't asked Berta what she knows.
Berta?
Sure. Go ahead, ask her.
All right. What do you know about the sapphire, Berta?
Please.
Oh, Mr. Diamond, I believe you're pulling my leg.
Oh, please. I've got a good answer, but I'm afraid this isn't the time.
Do you have the sapphire?
For want of a better word, yes.
Give it to me.
Oh, Grandma, what a greedy voice you've developed.
You're wasting time.
Only in a manner of speaking.
Come on, Diamond, I'm not...
Hold it where you are. Drop the gun, miss. Go ahead, drop it.
Well, you certainly took your time, Fatty.
I got here as fast as I could.
I was just running out of words. Wasn't I, Yvonne?
Mm-hmm. You know something, Mr. Diamond.
Tell me, dear.
I'm sure I'll hate myself in the morning. But it's funny. I still like you.
Well, when we got onto it, the whole thing was really pretty simple. Yvonne and Bouchon were running a fancy smuggling racket under a cosmetics cover. Bouchon wanted to make it a one-man operation. So he tried to dissolve the partnership the hard way by killing Yvonne. It didn't work because Mockler found out about the sapphire, got in the way, and stopped the bomb intended for Yvonne. Monsieur Bouchon summed the whole thing up rather neatly on the way to the station house. He said,
Mon Dieu, I should have stood in France.
Dick Powell will return in just a minute.
More people smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
Yes, more people smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
Among the millions of Camel smokers are many stars whose throats are their fortunes. Stars like Reza Stevens, Patrice Munsell, Mario Lanza. Great singers who insist on mildness in their cigarette and find it in Camels.
Friends, make the sensible cigarette test. Smoke only Camels for 30 days and see how mild, how flavorful, how thoroughly enjoyable a cigarette can be.
How mild, how mild, how mild, how mild can a cigarette be? Make the Camel 30-day test and you'll see. Smoke Camels and see.
Here's Dick Powell with a special message.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, if you've ever spent any length of time in a hospital bed, you know how a gift can cheer you up. Every week, the Camel people send gift cigarettes to our hospitalized veterans and servicemen, both in this country and overseas. This week's free Camels go to Veterans Hospitals, Downey, Illinois, and Indianapolis, Indiana, Army and Navy General Hospital, Hot Springs, Arkansas, U.S. Naval Hospital ship, Constellation. Now, until next week, enjoy Camels. I always do.
Dick Powell can now be seen starring in RKO's Cry Danger. Tonight's adventure of Richard Diamond was written by Charles E. Israel with music by Frank Worth. Our director is Helen Mack. Featured in the cast were Arthur Q. Bryan, Joan Banks, James Backus, Theodore Van Eltz, and Sheldon Leonard.
Men, there's pleasure in every pipeful of Prince Albert, the national joy smoke. PA's choice tobacco has a rich flavor and a fine, natural fragrance. It's crimp cut for smooth, even burning, and specially treated to ensure against tongue bite. Get Prince Albert, America's largest selling smoking tobacco.
Listen next week for another exciting transcribed adventure of Richard Diamond, starring Dick Powell. This is Your FBI. The official broadcast from the files of the FBI follows immediately. Stay tuned. This program came to you from Hollywood. This is the American Broadcasting Company.
Broadway's My Beat, from Times Square to Columbus Circle, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
Broadway's My Beat, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
It comes to every street, and it comes to Broadway. The single instant when summer nighttime hits the skids, when tomorrow starts coming in. It's the instant when the shadows start to stretch, and the first neon is turned off, and a puff of breeze up from the river blows the warmth away. Somebody pays a check, and the party breaks up. Somebody yawns, somebody goes home. It's the time of the delicatessen store where the toast is drunk with cream soda and go home with the newspapers. And it's come to Broadway. Another day's dying. And where I was, the night returns to the river, causes phenomena such as 1,000 curves of moon reflected in dark water and drifting to the sea, such as brief, wild sob of a ship suddenly landlocked, such as death sprawled beside it.
A couple of kids walking past here stumbled. Danny saw the woman dead, called it in.
Any identification, Mugwin?
A purse, a wallet. Haven't had a chance to look. Here. I guess you got a yacht. It gives you the privilege.
Huh?
That yacht out there. Look at him. You can make him out. What am I bitter about? Somebody buy me a small yacht. I'd dance, blow the whistle, and... Yeah, just like that.
For now, just hold the flash over this way, huh, Mugwin?
Yeah.
Ruth Shea, 1212 West 65th. In case of accident, notify Robert Shea, relation husband. Height, 5 feet 4 inches, weight, 160...
Bet this woman weighs more than that now, Danny. Closer to 250, I'll bet.
No money in the wallet.
Robbery, huh?
Probably. Nothing else in this purse except a couple of candy bars. I'd say she was walking or was driven down here and...
That's a real happy sound. Yeah. You know something?
What?
I never knew what I wanted out of life. Now I know. This is a night to remember, Danny.
And to headquarters now to file the report, to detail the violence, to wait, because there are entries to be made in blank spaces provided for the purpose. Information not yet available. Information now being worked on in official and prescribed tempo, which may take an hour or two, maybe more, which will then be tendered to the interested party. Wait. And on the fringe of dawn, the tiptoe entrance of that filler-in of blank spaces, Sergeant Gino Tartaglia.
Good morning, Danny.
Well, you don't have to whisper, Gino. It's...
Forgive me. Unaccustomed as I am to night duty, it follows that I would perhaps not be up in the etiquette for the occasion. So kill me.
It's just that you don't need to whisper, Gino. You're not...
If for various reasons I need to approach Mrs. T at 4 of a morning, I whisper.
Gino.
If one of my Tartaglia yells out at 4 in the morning, water, I need glass of water, I whisper back, get it yourself, honey.
Gino, just give it to me, the information you have.
Goes without saying. Report still warm from the hands of the medical examiner, Dr. Sinsky, concerning the deceased Ruth Shea as follows. Weight of victim, 242 pounds and odd ounces. 242 pounds in a woman? This is
just go on, Gino.
Approximate age of Ruth Shea deceased, age 27. Condition of Ruth Shea at time of decease, body full of many bullet wounds. The gun that killed was emptied into her, which leads Dr. Sinsky to the conclusion that...
That what?
That Ruth Shea was murdered in passion, in fury, to quote the good doctor, and for no motives of robbery or etc. Also, Danny, not on the report...
What?
That the husband of Ruth Shea, having been notified, is right now waiting outside the morgue.
Why didn't you tell me, Gino, instead...
He'll wait, Danny, he'll wait. What else is a husband in his condition to do? Besides, he's been there all...
The walk now. Route channeled through plaster walls, bulletin boards stressing courtesy and alertness, and doorways to squad rooms, detention rooms, and other doorways. Route to the morgue, and the final long corridor with the painted red arrows and discreet printing, and the permanent beads of sweat on the wall. And the last turn, the man waiting in front of the brown doors.
Are you Mr. Clover?
The impeccable man. The man in shades of gray. The natty man who had brought a carved Malacca cane to the enormous cold room, who held a Homburg between you and him like a shield.
They told me to wait here for you. I'm Mr. Shea, Robert Shea.
Then you know it's pretty certain your wife might be here in the morgue, Mr. Shea.
I knew she was missing. Has been for some hours.
Let's go in. You say your wife has just been missing for hours.
Since midnight, I'd say. Please.
What?
Before I tell you, before I recite small things as concerns Ruth and myself, the wherefores and so on, let's be sure.
All right.
Why is she dead, Mr. Clover?
She's been shot. Someone emptied.
I mean, why is she dead?
This is your wife.
Why is she dead?
Let's get out of here, Mr. Sheriff.
Please tell me why. All of a sudden now, Ruth is dead and shot and in this place. I want to know.
Maybe robbery, maybe...
All right. I'll accept that.
Sit down, Mr. Shea. Can I get you something?
What did you have in mind that you can get me, Mr. Clover?
Water, cigarette, that's all.
And the concerned look you're offering up right now? I analyzed that look correctly, didn't I?
Partly.
Quizzical?
That's right. I want you to tell me about your wife's being missing, the small things you mentioned.
At midnight, about then we retired. I kissed my wife goodnight. She went to her bedroom. I to mine.
Go on.
I couldn't sleep. I thought to listen to some music. My bed radio is... There's a little screw on the tuner. It's out of order. I thought to go into Ruth's room quietly and take her radio. I see now how I knew.
This ever happened before, Mr. Shea?
2 or 3 times.
Oh?
But each time I found Ruth on the back porch. You won't believe it.
Tell me.
Reading poetry by flashlight. Listen, Mr. Clover.
Yes?
First of all, you must concern yourself with me. I know that, whether I killed my wife. I didn't. I worshipped her. You'll find that out.
All right.
You can see how wonderful she was. Poetry by flashlight. I worshipped her. You'll find out that I did. You'll see. Now I'd like to be alone.
Morning, Danny.
Hi.
Sleep good?
Huh?
That's good. See the morning paper?
No.
You don't look at the morning paper, Danny. How you going to know what's happened during the night to our civilization?
Muggavan, so help me.
That's why I brought one with me. Already folded neatly to page 10. Behind the sports section and what the Giants went and did again. Here, the third column. Picture of a young woman. Want to look at it, Danny? Sure you do. Look.
Very beautiful. Very.
No, don't read it, Danny. Let me lay it out personally. That beautiful woman in harem costume, that ravishing thing, that doll. Oh, that's got heartbreak in it, the way her mouth curves. That's Ruth Shea. The same Ruth Shea we found shot up near the river.
I don't...
Sure you don't believe it. Neither do I. But that's her, all right. Picture taken 2 years ago at a society fair with tents on Long Island. The beautiful, elegant Ruth Shea, they say about her.
Just that long ago.
I checked with the newspaper. One of their boys grabbed the picture 2 years ago. August 1951. I talked to him personally.
All right, Muggavan, she was beautiful, so what is it?
What does it prove? How would I know? How would I know what happens to a woman who looks like that and then ends up as a 250-pound corpse? How would I... What do you want, Tartaglia? What do you want, Sergeant?
My mission is to Lieutenant Clover, if you don't mind, Detective
What is
Muggavan.
it, Gino?
Just came a phone call to this department from a Miss Dinah Martin.
Well?
A Miss Dinah Martin who politely informed me she was an intimate friend of the late Ruth Shea. That she saw Ruth no less than day before yesterday, and also, if we will kindly send someone to her place, she will be happy to chat about who killed her dear friend Ruth.
Her address, Tartaglia, you get it?
Also, Danny, the address of Miss Dinah Martin, which I present to you for your personal consideration.
Thanks, Gino. You did good.
Thank you, Danny. And before you mention the squad car, Detective Muggavan, it has been ordered and is awaiting your pleasure. That is all.
It says over the doorbell, Dinah Martin, just like...
You want to ring the bell, Muggavan?
Maybe Dinah changed her mind.
Try the door, huh?
Wouldn't live without it. We go in, Danny? Sure we do. Danny?
And the thing that stopped him. Girl seated on the floor, head twisted, leaning up against edge of bed. Arms unbent, curved inward, fingers taut in attitude of distorted dance. Mouth in silent, infinite scream. Eyes open, staring. Throat
Bruises, Danny. She's been strangled.
Girl strangled. In attitude of doll. Attitude of death. Final pose of murder.
You are listening to Broadway's My Beat, written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin, and starring Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover. Next Tuesday is Coronation Day in Great Britain. CBS Radio has been planning for months to bring you all-out coverage of the actual ceremonies, the parades, and the processions. You'll hear hours and hours of color, background, and pageantry, reported by Edward R. Murrow, Robert Trout, Howard K. Smith, Paul Niven, Alexander Kendrick, and many other noted CBS Radio newsmen. CBS Radio goes on the air at 5:30 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time next Tuesday to begin coverage of the coronation. Coverage that will make this great event a vivid reality for listeners from coast to coast.
Noontime of May on Broadway. Also the time of the excursion uptown to place wreath on stone or on wood. In the gust of memory, memory knelt at, memory wept for. Then back to the street, back to Broadway, to observe the dying of May, to stand on the street corner, nibble the hot pastrami, look into the future, when again it will be the time of youth, the 2-week romp in the Catskills, the burial in the sand at Far Rockaway, ecstasy on the high curve of the roller coaster at Coney, and on the moon-burned grass of Public Park, the girl to make talk to. Dream talk, crazy talk, summertime talk. When May dies, it'll happen. And where I was, in Detective Muggavan, room of the strangled girl, room where girl had slept and awakened, room now subject to more official, more prescribed routines, to be walked by strangers, to be searched.
There's little letters here, Danny, all addressed to Miss Dinah Martin.
Uh-huh.
Those book plates you found going through her books. Dinah Martin, huh?
Yeah.
Other things, shoes, dresses, lingerie. Looks like they go good with her. Size, color, material.
Yeah.
Pretty positive identification, don't you?
Yeah, I do, Muggavan.
When she called in, she said she knew about Ruth Shea's dying, said she wanted to talk to somebody about
Yeah,
it.
she did.
Now we won't know. She's got nobody to talk to.
You want to look in the other rooms, Muggavan?
Yeah, I'll do that. Hey, Danny, look. Yeah, look at this framed photograph.
Let's see it. She was younger then.
Sure younger. A kid freshly graduated from high school. And the other kids with her. 2 girls in white graduation gowns. A boy in blue coat, white flannel pants. Diplomas crossed like swords. This older gentleman with the rimless glasses.
Autographed to Dinah. This one next to her, Ruth Shea.
A beauty even when she was a kid, huh, Danny? Look how
This
her...
one, Mary Greer. The boy, Steve Herndon. This inscription under the picture of the older man.
Yeah, to the bright stars may fortune continue smiling. Signed, John B.R. Brewster.
Thanks.
Yeah, Brewster. Oh, don't mention it. Oh, don't ask me, Danny. I'll stay and take over.
And to Officer Sinker, the man assigned to such things, show him the picture, point out the name, and wait 5 minutes. Picture taken in front of North Park High School on 95th. And Mr. Brewster, that would be Mr. John Brewster, principal. So the squad car and early afternoon ride uptown. And on the playing fields of North Park High, the young men officially required to wear underwear between the hours of 1 and 2 on this day. And the young ladies looking plucky in black bloomers and preparing their ship for the great sea of life by batting a hockey ball up and down. Enter the red brick building. Ask of a giggler where the principal's office is, and her girlfriend has to answer for her. Walk the hall, hallowed by large glass case with only 3 athletic trophies in it, 2 won by girls' teams, and an office, and ask for and be received by Mr. Brewster.
It's about Ruth Shea, isn't it?
And about another woman, Dinah Martin.
Dinah? What's happened to her?
Dead.
Oh, surely now
We found this picture in her room, Mr. Brewster, only a short time ago. Would you look at it, please?
Of course. Dinah, Ruth, Mary Greer, Steve Herndon, and myself. But you know that the autograph...
5 people on a photograph. 2 murdered within a day of each other.
Can you give me any idea of...
Well, these 4 students, my scholarship students of that year, 10 years ago, I'd say. About that. We had our pictures taken together, an annual thing.
I see.
Each won a scholarship to college. Had you seen Ruth? I mean...
When she was dead.
The black hair.
What?
I marveled as black.
It was red, Mr. Brewster, a kind of red.
Ruth was so beautiful. I remember how I would stand by that window and watch as she... Time does pass, doesn't it?
Yes.
It's a pity she didn't go to college. She had a fine mind. Ruth, didn't you know, she married after graduation. Why she married when she could have had an education...
Mr. Brewster...
What? Oh, yes.
Had you seen her recently?
Not since I handed her her diploma. But I got word from her, about her, from time to time.
Oh?
Coincidence, really.
What is it?
I happened into Dinah Martin 6 months ago. 8. No,
Well, it's not important how long ago. Just tell me...
She said she'd seen Ruth often. Ruth was fat and a horror as a person. A crier, twister of handkerchief, an eaten woman. You know how they are.
Go on.
That's all she said. She was in a hurry. And now she's dead.
Strangled to death.
Well, that's all she said. She was in a hurry.
You know where I can find this other boy and girl in the picture?
Oh, my secretary should be able to tell you. We send out cards periodically to see what happened to our people. She should know. Things really do, don't they, Mr. Clover? They really change.
You won't mind if I let the record play through whatever we have to talk about, will you, Mr. Clover?
Well, not if you...
I don't mind it. Why should you?
Look, Miss Greer...
If not that record, then the radio. Because it helps me when I need to think. When I have to study, when...
You're still a student, Miss Greer?
Postgraduate work at Columbia. I'm on my doctorate in Oriental philosophies. Before that, it was medieval tapestries and their profundities. Before that...
Miss Greer...
I won a scholarship in high school, you know. Me and Ruth and Dinah and Steve.
Mr. Brewster told me. Miss Greer, I want
And I took the gentle Mr. Brewster's gentle words to heart. And I never stopped studying. And I never stopped learning. And I know absolutely nothing. Positively... May I see that photograph again, please?
Of course.
This one is dead. And this one is dead. The poor, poor young things.
That's the emotion their dying brings to you, Miss Greer?
Precisely the emotion. I have no compassion for them, dead or alive.
Why not?
Good question. Very good question.
Well, just tell me, Miss Greer.
Dinah Martin, I can dispose of in very few words. There was nothing about her to interest me. Shallow girl with brain and soul to match. She fooled others. Mr. Brewster, but not me.
And Ruth Shea?
A very great beauty in her youth. Once the boys' soccer team carried her around the campus on their shoulders. She was mascot, so they built a bonfire and...
That's why you don't care she's dead.
Could be. Could be one of the reasons.
What others?
You take a beautiful girl like Ruth. And circumstances are such that you must go to high school with raving beauty. Any questions?
Go on.
And you, the student and girl, must observe what Ruth does to boys, and later to men. Then you must stand by and watch as she marries. A wonderful man, a handsome man, an impeccable man. Still no questions?
Look, Miss Greer, just...
And this man takes this Ruth for better or for worse, and builds pedestals for her beauty, where he may worship and not let her lift a finger to anything and not demand anything of her. And years later you see this girl, this beauty, this owner of everything in the world, and...
And what?
And she's still beautiful, but dissatisfied, and edgy, and making this slow but sure change into a complete horror. When a man has loved her like that, has married her, has... You still wonder, Mr. Clover, why no compassion for Ruth Shea, alive or dead?
No.
I didn't take you for a fool. Goodbye, Mr. Clover.
How did you find me, Mr. Clover?
I got your home address from your high school. I phoned your house. Your wife told me where to find you.
She say I'd be up to my elbows in shoulder pads?
Yeah, she did.
It's a joke for people who ask where I am during the day. The things those people are making, shoulder pads for ladies' garments. Here, this is a shoulder pad.
Oh? Very interesting.
Interesting. The heat done something
Look,
to you?
Mr. Herndon.
Okay. You said it's about Dinah and Ruthie when you come in.
That's right.
Dinah went out of town to college. If I remember correctly, me, I stayed here.
Had you seen her recently?
No. Nope.
How about Ruth?
In high school, I practically fainted for just one touch of a loose-leaf book. Nuts about her.
Yeah, I understand she used to be a very beautiful girl.
You remember Dolores Costello in the movies? Only with coal black hair. Wistful, but with the macho mystery. The black hair did it for me. Black hair. Last time I saw it was platinum.
How long ago was this?
Oh, I saw her at a party a couple of years ago.
How did she look?
Started to get a little heavy, I thought. Figured it was from the booze.
Oh?
Yeah, she was real loaded. Hey, listen.
Uh-huh.
You already talked to my wife on the phone, haven't you? There's no need to talk to her again, is there?
I doubt it. Why?
My wife always wondered where I disappeared to for an hour. That party 2 years ago. I danced Ruth out on the balcony. Ruth was loaded. You remember I told you that?
That's right, you did.
And she hated him, but she wouldn't let me kiss her.
Hated her husband, you mean?
Yeah, that's right. She was talking divorce 2 years ago. Did you know that? She said he wouldn't give her one.
What else did she say?
Oh, she said she'd get even with him, you know.
Why did she hate him, Mr. Herndon? Did she tell you that?
Yeah, kind of. Said she wanted to get off that pedestal. She said he wouldn't let her really be a wife. He would do everything for her. I'm tired of being told she was so beautiful and she mustn't do this or do that. Look, Miss Stutman on the basting machine has got her hand raised. She's a new girl. Will you pardon me, Mr. Clover?
Yes?
Hello, Mr. Shea. You remember me, don't you?
Yes.
Well, this is Detective Muggavan.
Pleased to meet you. Well, let's go inside.
I was just going...
Thank you very much. We will.
You know why we came to see you, Mr. Shea?
Additional information. Whatever it is, I'll be glad.
To answer your question.
Question?
The one you asked me in the morgue.
Oh. Well,
what?
You mean as to why it happened to Ruth? Why she was killed? I know the answer.
Well, let's see if it jives with ours.
Mr. Clover himself suggested it. Robbery. Ruth was foolish enough, sentimental enough to take a walk late at night by the river. She left herself open for that sort of thing. It's not an extraordinary happening in the
Mr.
city
Shea.
that a woman lonely on a lonely stretch of pavement. Ruth was well dressed, as you know. Ruth, to some people, there was a prettiness in her face.
Cut it out, Mr. Shea.
It's possible that she attracted... Anyhow, you know as well as I do, she had no money with her. A woman of her class to have no money. Therefore, at points, I've come to the conclusion that it was murder provoked.
Danny.
But...
Leave him alone.
Well, doesn't that make sense? I've asked myself over and over. Over and over.
What about the 7 bullets?
What?
Whoever shot your wife emptied his gun into her.
Her murderer was provoked.
Down at headquarters, we've got it tabbed as a crime of passion.
What do you mean?
Love, hate, emotion, you know. A bright man like you. A man shoots a woman, she drops. He stands over, he keeps shooting. You know, passion. Is that the right word? Danny.
Yeah.
You can have your opinion, of course, but certainly I...
Certainly you what?
Are you hinting that my wife had a clandestine meeting? That there was another man?
Mr. Shea.
Well, is that what you're hinting?
We found out your wife was a very great beauty.
A long time ago.
There was still a prettiness in her face. Some
2 years ago, the papers ran a picture of her in a harem costume. Slender, graceful. You remember?
Yes.
Her black hair.
Yes.
Then she dyed it platinum. How'd she look?
Cheap. On her.
And she was starting to put on weight.
Then she dyed her hair again. What would you say that color was, Danny?
I don't know.
Orange. She said red, but something happened.
And getting sloppier.
A beautiful woman like that.
At the time she was 16. I loved her.
16 and lovely.
And I married her.
Mr. Shea.
So lovely. And young and slender.
What happened, Mr. Shea?
What happened? I don't know. I really don't know. I know.
She wanted a divorce, didn't she?
To lose a beautiful thing like Ruth, I'd have to be out of my mind.
You understand why she wanted a divorce, Mr. Shea?
She
You wouldn't let her be a wife. Is that what she said?
I worshipped her. I worshipped the ground she walked
Because
on.
she was beautiful and you loved her.
Yes.
And she destroyed the woman you loved.
Herself. You see what she did? In 2 years before my eyes, she became a horror, a glutton. Everything I did.
So you killed her?
Yes. And killed Dinah Martin. I went to see her because I knew she understood what happened. She opened the door for me and saw it was me and started to scream. I strangled her.
Let's go, Mr. Shea.
You should have seen her, my wife. How beautiful she was. The woman I loved. And Ruth killed her. And there was another person living in her place. Coarse, orange hair, and what she had become. I'm ready.
It's the street of the hunter, this Broadway, of the smile that's dropped at the tip of the hat, and lights flung from windows, out of doorways, and you walk a pavement spangled with 1,000 colors. But between the light, that's where the darkness is. It's Broadway, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway. My beat.
Broadway's My Beat stars Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover, with Charles Calvert as Tartaglia and Jack Crucian as Muggavan. The program is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis, with musical score composed and conducted by Alexander Courage. In tonight's story, Lamont Johnson was heard as Robert. Featured in the cast were Truda Marson, Lawrence Dobkin, and Steve Roberts. Bill Anders speaking. Remember, the stars still shine in the Lux Summer Theater Monday nights on the CBS Radio Network.
Yes?
Package for Mr. James Grant.
For me?
You Mr. James Grant?
Yes?
It's for you. Okay, sign here.
But I'm not expecting a package.
And I'm not expecting it to snow tomorrow. But it might. Somebody sent you a package, so you got to sign for it. Here.
All right.
Here's a package. Well, don't be scared of it. Can't be a bomb. It's too skinny.
Say, there's a note attached to it.
That come with the package. Read it later. Sign for it, will you, so I can scram?
Oh, sure. Here. There you are. And this is for you.
Say, thanks, Mr. Grant. You didn't look like you were going to be good for more than a dime. So long.
Goodbye. This package feels as if it has a phonograph record in it. It is a phonograph record. Note says play this at once. All right, I'll play it at once. Label says Tommy Way and the orchestra. Ought to be good. Well, now let's hear what this sounds like. It
Sit
should
in that chair, James Grant. Sit in that chair.
What
the red leather one there in the center of the room. Hope you took my advice. Because, you see, I want you to be comfortable. Why? Well, I'll tell you why. This record lasts just 2 minutes and 15 seconds. Sometime within that 2 minutes and 15 seconds, you're going to die.
What?
Please don't get up from the chair. It won't do you any good.
Oh, I'm going to get out of here.
Don't run for the door.
I'll
It's
get out through the
locked.
window.
Not the windows, James. How terrible to fall 18 stories to your death when you can die so comfortably in that nice, big, soft, red leather chair. What's the matter, James? You unhappy about something? Why be unhappy?
Oh.
What's so terrible about the knowledge that you're going to die? Going to die. Going to die. Going to die. Going to die.
And now meet Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
719, Blackie. Here's Miss Helen Martin's house.
Well, Mary, I certainly didn't expect any help from you after we got past the 100 block.
Oh, I can read numbers, if they're big enough.
Want to come in with me?
After what I've heard about Miss Helen Martin, I think I better.
All right. But you don't really think she needs protection from me, do you?
I think you might need protection from her. And that's my job, self-appointed.
And who's going to protect you?
Don't you worry about me. I can't solve Inspector Faraday's murder cases, but I do know how to handle a beautiful girl.
You probably practiced on you.
Blackie, did that come from you?
It was just a bribe, so you'll behave yourself when we meet Miss Martin. Here we are.
Hey, you certainly found that doorbell in an awful hurry. You've been here before?
No, but I've rung doorbells before. I'm an experienced man, you know.
Yes?
Miss Helen Martin?
Yes. And you must be Boston Blackie.
Well, it isn't exactly a must, but it's my name. This is Miss Wesley.
How do you do, Miss Wesley?
How do you do?
Won't you come in, both of you?
Thanks.
You'll have to excuse the looks of my place. It's practically a one-room affair.
Oh, for goodness sakes, it's all
I'm
right.
really sorry the place is in such a mess, but I've been dressing. This is my dressing room, bedroom, and living room. Sit down if you can find an empty chair.
Oh, thank you. We aren't late, are we?
Oh, good heavens, no. Dinner isn't until 8:30, and it's only 8 now. It's only 10 minutes to Jim's place. My fiancé has told me so much about both of you.
Not too much, I hope.
You might think so. Jim raves about you. I've been after him for months to have you over for dinner so I could meet you.
Well, he phoned me this morning, and here we are on our way to dinner. That is, as soon as you're ready.
Oh, I won't be long. You know, I never really believed he knew you two.
Well, I've met him only once or twice.
And I haven't seen him in months. Are you about ready, Miss Martin?
I should be. I've been dressing for 2 hours. I'll be right with you.
All right.
Hey, did it suddenly get a little darker in here, or am I seeing things?
You're not seeing things, Mary. And what you're not seeing is the lighted bulb in the dressing table lamp right there. Because it just went out.
Oh, I feel better.
There's an extra bulb on the bookshelf there, Blackie. Would you put it in the dressing table lamp, please?
Sure. Mary, get that bulb on the bookshelf there, will you, for me?
Sure.
You see it?
Couldn't miss it. It's the only thing on the bookshelf that doesn't have a publisher's name on it.
Funny girl.
I'm a smart girl. I just don't get a chance to prove it when you're around. Here you are. Catch.
Thank you. Now, off with the old. On with the new. Miss Martin, the new bulb is in.
And I'm ready to go.
Swell. Let's be off to dinner and a pleasant evening at the home of Mr. James Grant. Well, Jim, here we're... Faraday.
Blackie.
Inspector Faraday. Did Mr. Grant invite you to dinner, too?
Quiet, Miss Wesley. Blackie, can I ever go anywhere
Get down on the
without...
floor. It's Jim.
It was James Grant. He's been shot to death.
Oh, no.
Uh-oh.
No, it
All right,
can't
now, the
be.
three of you.
Oh,
I want to know what you know about this. Who's this woman?
She's Helen Martin, Grant's fiancée.
Jim dead. I can't believe it.
Now, Miss Martin, come on over here on the sofa and sit down and don't worry.
All right, Blackie. What are you doing here?
I intended to eat here, Faraday, but I can tell you I'm not going to now.
What do you mean, eat here?
I mean, Mary, Miss Martin, and I were invited here for dinner tonight.
By who?
It isn't who, Faraday. It's whom.
All right. Whom invited you?
In that case, it isn't whom. It's who.
Who? Who cares? Did Grant invite you to dinner here?
Yes. He phoned me this morning about 9 o'clock. And you know, I'm amazed. Grant has been dead less than 12 hours, and you're already working on the case.
A little more talk like that, and I'll be working on you.
Look, let's forget our differences for a minute. Grant was a friend of mine. Got any idea who killed him and when?
I have no idea who killed him, but I do know when. He was shot about 25 minutes ago. A tenant in the apartment across the hall heard the shot and called the police.
Just 25 minutes ago? And you're here already? Faraday, you're not only on the ball, but someone's rolling it. No suspects, though?
One. Grant's brother, Bill Grant. I understand he was seen coming into the building a few minutes before the shot.
Well, where's Jim's brother now?
I don't know. He's disappeared. But I got a police dragnet out for him. We're watching every train, bus, and plane. That's the best I can do. I'll find that brother.
Maybe. Anyhow, I'm going to look around the building. So you got yourself a suspect. Bill Grant, huh? Oh, brother.
He isn't in this car, Rollins. He's not even on this train.
And he'd better be in this car, Smith. Uh-oh, look, Smith.
Huh?
That seat over there.
That's Bill Grant, all right.
All right, let's grab him. Come on, the train's starting to move.
Quick, he sees us.
Yeah, but he doesn't see us soon enough.
Hold it, Grant.
Huh?
Won't do you any good to run.
What do you fellas want with me, anyhow?
You know what we want. We're from police headquarters. And we want to talk to you about the murder of your brother.
And why you decided to leave town all of a sudden.
I didn't kill him, honest, I didn't.
Nobody said you did. Get the conductor, Smith, and stop this train. We're taking this guy to headquarters.
Mr. Matthews, I'm Boston Blackie. You're the superintendent of this building?
Yes, I am, Blackie.
You have any idea who killed one of your tenants this evening? You know who I'm talking about, don't you?
Yes, I'd be a fool if I said I didn't. You mean Mr. James Grant in 6G?
Yes. Look, Matthews, I happen to know a little something about you the police would like to know. A friend of mine named Shorty told me that you have a strange habit of leaving apartment pass keys where they can be found by some friend of yours.
Huh?
Don't play dumb, Matthews. You know what I'm talking about. The apartments of this building of yours are being robbed. You're not robbing them, but you're giving the pass keys to a person who is.
What are you getting at?
I'm trying to make a deal with you. You tell me what you know about Jim Grant's death, and I won't tell the police what I know about your little racket.
Okay, Blackie. It's a deal. Only, I can't talk here. I'll get in touch with you if you'll take care of me.
You'd better, or I'll take care of you. All right.
Oh, hello, Jack.
May I come in, Helen?
I guess so.
I hope so. I just heard on the radio that your boyfriend, Grant, is dead.
Did you?
Mm-hmm. Great thing, radio. Now, maybe you'll come back to me.
Jack, please, I don't feel like...
Look, honey, with Grant out of the way, we ought to celebrate.
Jack.
Sure we should. You wanted to be Mrs. Jack Adams a few months ago before this guy Grant threw you off your trolley. Well, now we can go ahead with our plans.
Jack, please, I don't want to.
Look, baby, you don't have to put on the old act in front of me. We wanted Grant out of the way, and now...
Get out of here.
What's the matter with you?
I said get out of here.
Why? Because I'm glad Grant's dead? Well, so are you. You didn't want to marry him. You wanted to marry me.
Get out of here and leave me alone. You've got to believe I love Jim Grant.
Do I? I'm sorry, Helen. I don't love you enough to believe that.
Hello.
Mary, this is Blackie.
Oh, hello, Blackie. Where are you?
In my apartment.
Oh, good. You all right?
Am I all right? Sure, I'm fine.
Yes, but something's the matter. What is it?
Nothing much. It's just a dead body lying across my bed.
What?
You heard what I said.
Oh, my gosh. Who is it?
This will surprise you, Mary. It's the Uh-oh. There's someone at the door.
Who?
Well, it won't be the killer, I'll guarantee that. I'll call you later, Mary.
Yes, but Blackie, just a minute. Be careful, will you?
Sure. Don't worry. I'll call you back in just a little while.
All right. Bye.
Bye. Yes, what are you...
All right, Blackie, come along.
Rollins, I'm glad to see you.
Maybe you won't be, Blackie, when you know why I'm here. Faraday wants you at headquarters.
All right, but first I'd like to...
First, you nothing, Blackie. Look, I've got 6 men here with me. 6 men, count 'em, 6. And Faraday said not to let you say anything, do anything, or get anything before we brought you in.
But, Rollins, there's
a nothing, Blackie. Come along nice and quiet now, or you'll be sorry.
All right, Rollins, you win. I'll come along nicely and quietly. But you're the one who's going to be sorry.
Now, back to Boston Blackie. Jim Grant invites Blackie, Mary Wesley, and his own fiancée, Helen Martin, to dinner. When the trio arrives, they find Grant has been shot and killed. Grant's brother is later picked up by the police while trying to get out of town. Matthews, the crooked apartment superintendent in Grant's building, tells Blackie he might name the killer, but later Blackie returns to his apartment and finds a dead body across the bed. Before he can tell anyone about it, he is hauled off to headquarters. As we return to our story, Blackie is in Faraday's office.
All right, Blackie, read this. And Rollins, get ready with that recording machine.
All set, Inspector Faraday.
What's this all about, Faraday? Say, I've got something to tell you.
Later. That stuff I want you to read is a copy of what we found on a phonograph record in Grant's apartment. It's a voice telling him he's going to die.
Smart voice.
Yeah, and it's got to be the killer's voice. So I'm looking for a voice to match it. Because when I find a voice to match it, I found my killer. Maybe it's you. You ready to read?
Ever since the 3rd grade, Faraday.
All right, Rollins, turn on the machine. Let's make a regular Blackie's voice.
All set. Start reading, Blackie.
All right. Here goes. Sit in that chair, James Grant. Sit in that chair. Formal fellow calls him James.
Just read what's on the paper, Blackie.
Oh, but I want to give a performance. Sit in that chair. The red leather one in the center of the room.
That's enough. That's enough, Rollins.
Okay.
We'll play it back later.
Am I the first to make one of these auditions for you, Faraday?
No, you're the last. I haven't played them back yet. But I had Grant's brother, Bill, and Matthews, the superintendent, and Jack Adams, Miss Martin's former boyfriend, all make records.
My, your list of suspects has grown. Too bad your brain hasn't. Listen, I've got some more news for you. Now...
Quiet, Blackie. Rollins, let's hear the record we found in Grant's apartment first.
Yes, sir. All right, here it is.
Sit in that chair, James Grant. Sit in that chair. The red leather one there in the center.
That's enough, Rollins.
Yes, sir.
Now let's hear Blackie.
All right, here's Blackie, Inspector.
Sit in that chair, James Grant. Sit in that chair.
That's enough, Rollins.
Yes, sir.
Kill it. Blackie's not the one we want.
I'm not, Faraday? Well, in that case, let me try one of my other voices. Sit in that
That's enough,
chair.
Blackie. Rollins, let's hear the brothers' record now.
All right. All right, here you are.
Sit in that chair, James Grant. Sit in that chair.
No, that's
red
not
leather
the right
one
voice.
in the center of the room.
Turn it off, Rollins.
All right, it's off.
And so are you, Faraday.
Quiet. Rollins, let's have Harry Matthews' voice.
All right, here he is.
Sit in that chair, James Grant. Sit in that chair.
That's it.
The red
That's
leather
it. Rollins,
one
turn it
in the
off.
Yes, sir.
room.
That's the voice, all right. Exactly the same as the voice on the original record. I let all 3 of the suspects go. But, Rollins, you go out and pick up Matthews. If you can find him.
Never mind, Rollins. I can tell you where you can find Matthews. And I don't think you'll have any trouble picking him up, either.
Why?
Because I've been trying to tell you for 10 minutes that Matthews is lying across a bed in my apartment. And he's dead.
Something I can do for you, sir?
This is Jack Adams' office?
Yes.
I'd like to see Mr. Adams, please.
Who's calling?
Bill Grant. James Grant's brother.
Well, just a minute. I'll see if he's in.
Yes?
Mr. Bill Grant here to see Mr. Adams.
Bill Grant. Tell him I'm not in, Madge.
All right, thank you very much. I'm sorry, Mr. Grant, but Mr. Adams isn't in.
But I know he is.
But I...
And this gun in my hand says I'm going in to see him. You too, sister. You're coming in with me, so you won't have a chance to call the police.
But
Come on, get going.
Of course. This way.
That's better.
This door here.
You open it, and walk in ahead of me.
All right. Mr. Adams, this man...
Madge, I told you...
Keep me out, I know, Adams, but this gun told her differently.
All right, you're in. What do you want?
You, for killing my brother.
I didn't kill him.
You had reason to, didn't you? He took Helen Martin away from you.
Sure he did. But if I killed everybody who took a girl away from me, I'd have a string of murders to my credit long enough to...
Say, there's nobody outside, so... All right, you put down that gun. Put it down, I said.
Hey, what are you... Thanks for knocking that gun out of his hand, mister, whoever you are.
I'm Boston Blackie. Are you Jack Adams?
That's right.
There's no one outside, so I thought I'd just step in here when I heard voices. Who's the fellow who had the gun on you?
Bill Grant.
Oh, you're Bill Grant.
Yes, and this fellow Adams killed my brother Jim.
You think Adams killed him, huh? Well, the police thought for a while that maybe you'd killed him.
Well, I didn't.
You were in his apartment just before the shot was fired.
Yes, I was in the library when I heard the shot. I ran in and found Jim dead, and then I got out of there.
Odd you didn't call the police.
I didn't dare. I knew the police would find out that Jim and I weren't too friendly. I thought it best to just disappear.
Tell me, Grant, did you know Harry Matthews was involved in the robbery of the apartments in your building?
Yes.
Did you know it too, Adams?
Who's Harry Matthews?
Never mind. That answers my question. Grant, how long have you known Matthews was involved in those robberies?
Not long. About 2 weeks, I guess. Helen Martin, Jim, and I were talking about it the other night. Helen said we ought to turn him in. Jim said no. I said we should stay out of it, too. Not get involved.
Your brother's apartment was never robbed, was it?
No.
I didn't think it had been.
What do you mean?
Nothing, Grant. Nothing at all. Miss Martin, I stopped in to tell you I think I know who killed Jim Grant.
You do, Blackie? Who?
His brother, Bill.
Oh, no.
Yes, since the death of Matthews, the superintendent, I think Bill Grant is the only one who could be guilty.
Why do you say that?
Well, Jim and Matthews were killed by the same person, I'm sure of it. Matthews was involved in the robbery of the apartments in his building. Someone who knew that killed Jim and forced Matthews to make the murder recording.
Oh, it was Matthews who made the record.
Yes, the police proved that with auditions.
Well, why couldn't Jack have killed them?
Because Jack didn't know about Matthews' little racket, so he'd have nothing to threaten Matthews with.
Oh, yes, of course.
You were suspected, you know.
What?
But you couldn't have killed Jim. You were here getting dressed at the time Jim was killed.
Why, you know where I was, Blackie. I imagine I'd been here dressing for, well, I think it was almost 2 hours.
Yes, so you said. And Jim had been dead only 25 minutes when we got to his place.
Yes. And we were here for some time together, remember? You had to change a light bulb for me.
Yes, I remember. Oh, say, I just thought of something.
What?
When I went into my apartment, Matthew's hat and coat were in my living room, and his body was in my bedroom.
So?
So, I don't know why I never thought of this before. There's a home recording machine in my bedroom. Matthews was probably in my bedroom making a record, confessing everything, and naming Jim's killer when the killer came in. Or he might have made the record already, and his killer didn't know it.
Then the record would still be there, wouldn't it?
Yes. And I don't know what I'm doing here. I'm going downtown, pick up Faraday, get up to my apartment, and get the record that's going to get Bill Grant.
Look, Blackie, how much longer do we have to sit here? Your apartment's bad enough with the lights on, but in the dark it's a perfect trap for Helen Martin, Faraday. I think you're crazy, Blackie. If she came up here and killed Matthews, she'd know you didn't have a home recorder in your bedroom or anywhere else.
She came up here looking for Matthews, not for furniture, Faraday.
Well, maybe so. But I still say I shouldn't have come up here when you telephoned. She's not the one.
I say she is. She said she'd been dressing for 2 hours when Mary and I arrived. I don't think she'd been there for 5 minutes.
Why not?
I told you why not. When I changed the light bulb that went out, it wasn't even slightly warm. I didn't think of it at the time, but a bulb that's been burning for 2 hours is going to be red hot.
All right, Blackie, but...
But nothing, Faraday. It's only 10 minutes from Miss Martin's house to Grant's apartment. She could have killed him, been at her house when we arrived, and then going back to Jim's with us, all inside of the 25 minutes' time between the shot and when we arrived.
Well, maybe so, but that's cutting the...
Shh. Here she comes. Quiet.
All right. That's not a woman?
Shh.
Who is it?
I don't know yet. But whoever it is heading for my bedroom.
Let's grab him. Snap on the lights.
All right.
All right, you stop where you are.
Who's there?
It's Jack Adams.
So, Jack Adams couldn't have been the killer. But Helen Martin had to be, huh, Blackie?
What are you talking about?
You know what he's talking about, Adams. Wish I did. I had you figured innocent. I don't know why. But it looks as if you killed Jim Grant and Harry Matthews.
You're crazy. I didn't kill anybody.
Then why are you here?
I can't tell you.
Well, I can tell you. You're here to get a record off the recorder in my bedroom. A record that will convict you of murder.
No, I was here to get a record, but I didn't know it had anything like that on it. I didn't kill anyone, I tell you. I just came up here to get that record for Helen.
Helen Martin?
Yeah, she told me what to do, but she didn't tell me why.
I'll tell you why later. I'll tell you now, though, that when Helen Martin made an errand boy of you, she almost made a chump of me. Yes?
Package for Mr. Boston Blackie.
For me?
You Mr. Boston Blackie?
Yes.
Okay, sign here.
But I'm not expecting a package.
And I'm not expecting it to snow tomorrow, but it might. Somebody sent you a package, so you got to sign for it. Here.
All right. Oh, say there's a note attached to it.
That'd come with the package. Read it later. Sign for it, will you, so I can scram?
Oh, sure. There you are. And this is for you.
Say, thanks. One more tip like this, and I can retire. So long.
Goodbye. This package feels as if it's a phonograph record. Strangers should feel like that, because that's what it is. Huh. And the note says, play this at once. All right, I'll play it at once. Wonder what this is, anyhow. It might be,
Sit in that chair, Boston Blackie. Sit in that chair.
It's Mary.
Yes, sit in that chair and be comfortable. Because you are about to die. You are about to die of shock. Because I don't have to ask you any questions about this case, because I know all the answers. Helen Martin killed Jim Grant because he found out who she really was. She was really Mrs. Harry Matthews, and she was the person who was actually robbing the apartments in Jim Grant's building.
Uh-huh.
And Helen killed her husband because he made the record thinking it was just to scare Jim Grant. Actually, the record was to make the police think that a man killed Grant. When Matthews found out Jim had actually been killed, he came to your apartment to tell you about his wife. She killed him to keep him from telling and raced back to her apartment so we could be her alibi. Don't you think I'm smart, Blackie?
Brilliant.
And don't you think so, too, Inspector Faraday?
No. You just got all that information from reading Helen Martin's confession.
Oh, Inspector, you promised you wouldn't say that. Now you spoiled everything.
Why?
I wanted Blackie to think I was so smart that no matter how hard a problem was to solve, I could never get stuck. Never get stuck. Never get stuck. Never get stuck.
Broadway's My Beat, from Times Square to Columbus Circle, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
Broadway's My Beat, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover. When it's June, the breeze that sticks against Broadway is straight from the geographical belt of romance. The tropical flowers bloom in 2nd Avenue pushcarts, and but 15 minutes trek away, 20 girls 20 dance the hula like regular Hawaiians. And for refreshment, coconut milk from contented coconuts. And T-shirts are festooned with vat-dyed surfboard riders. And the wiener goes down well with papaya juice. And authentic island music perfumes the air on an LP record. So take a trip to the top of the old Woolworth Pagoda. Look down at it. Inhale it. It all belongs to you. In the afternoon of it, where I was, Roxton Hotel and 4 flights up. Neat room in neat hotel, and neat man, groomed, in necktie and smoking jacket in precise center of bed, stabbed to death. And Detective Muggavan.
Cleaning lady found him, Danny. Called the manager who called it in.
Who is he?
Name's John Nelson. Registered that way. Been living here for the last 3, maybe 4 years. Manager's checking.
The manager tell you anything else?
I wouldn't know whether any visitors today, a big hotel and all. Also, that Mr. Nelson was a quiet sort of man, no trouble. Only thing even a little bit out of the ordinary is his asking for and receiving permission to hang all those pictures on the wall. Hey, take a look.
No? What's this one?
A tagline. Cross between a tiger and a lion.
Oh.
How about the rest of those pictures? Elephants charging, crocodiles snapping. Speaking of crocodiles, Danny, you know there's a difference between alligators.
Yeah, I've heard it brooded about, Muggavan. Stick around for technical.
What? Huh? Oh, yeah, okay, Danny. I'll stick around for technical.
Hi, Danny. Dum. Ya da 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 dee dee doo da da. Bum.
You happy, Gino?
Crazy, man, crazy.
What?
A saying I picked up from around 1 o'clock last night.
Oh,
At which time Tina, my eldest, did return from a June prom in her white lace formal. At which time I was waiting up for her in the dark, and she danced tippy-toe through the living room, spun, and I asked, "You happy, Tina?" And she said, "Like crazy, Papa, crazy."
Oh, I see. Tina must be very lovely now that...
Now she's going on 19, comes home from a dance at 1 o'clock. Soon, Mrs. T will be putting crocheting needle to wedding veil, and Tina will slip away from us soon, Danny. And you who could so easily be number one boyfriend.
Yeah. You got something for me, Gino?
All right. You don't want to discuss it. Far be it
Just if you got something, Gino.
As indeed I have.
Any time.
Concerning the deceased of earlier this afternoon, one John Nelson. Detective Muggavan, having made a routine check and interrogation of the employees of the hotel, has come up with an item.
Do you need a glass of water, Gino?
No, Danny. Thank you kindly. Item to wit, that John Nelson deceased had no visible means of support, that he could indulge himself in late rising in his hotel room, in taking sun and moon on the hotel roof at odd hours, in never fumbling for a tip for hotel service. Man of leisure means...
Anything else?
Report of medical examiner that on John Nelson was found the scar of an old bullet wound, right shoulder. And this from his belongings, which I lay on your desk to read at your leisure. A newspaper clipping concerning the daring and intrepid adventures of a husband and wife team, Lila and Victor Sutro. Big game hunters, with many an orc scalped to their belts.
This was found in Nelson's things.
By the technical boys in the folds of an adventurer magazine, which one of them happened to pick up on the job for something to read.
The name John Nelson could be an alias. Maybe the man we found was...
Pardon me, Danny.
All right, what is it, Gino?
This same thought about Nelson occurred also to the thoughtful Detective Muggavan. And
what?
And what is? So he looked into it and came up with Victor Sutro died in Tibet 7 years ago while on a hunting expedition with his wife.
Did Muggavan find out where Lila Sutro...
As indeed he did. Last year, at the conclusion of a farewell lecture tour, her third farewell, she keeled over in her apartment and was dead. In the tearful presence of her widower, Lionel Foster...
Where do I find Foster?
I was coming to that all by myself, Danny. Lionel Foster, 1823 East 60. Danny?
Oh, this afternoon you've been splendid, Gino.
Thank you. I will relay this to Mrs. T. Thank you.
Evening now, and ride the streets of it. Drive the squad car in the shallows between crests of crowd headed toward Central Park. People with paraphernalia, bedding, brown paper bags, and some adventurers enough to trust in potluck. Right turn toward the E60s. Find an address. Ring a bell, and a small man in a white coat takes your name, breathes almost audibly at your badge, and bids you wait. Time enough for walk around the museum of a room, to wonder out the circumstances which put a zebra's head on a board and was nailed against the wall next to the ibex. Know that it's an ibex because the sign under it says so. Pause at the uncaged black leopard which had been stuffed in stride by the magic of modern taxidermy. Be on your way to envy the elephant guns when a voice stops you.
Mr. Clover?
That's right. I'm from the police.
Yes, I'm Lionel Foster. I'm very busy, Mr. Clover. What can I do for you?
You know a man named John Nelson?
No. Well, is that all?
A man by that name was found murdered a little while ago. In his effects, a clipping about Mr. and Mrs. Victor Sutro
and you traced, and you're here. Now what?
You were married to Lila Sutro.
Lila. All this was hers. Makes you feel small, doesn't it?
Not particularly.
But then you weren't married to Lila.
No, I wasn't.
Nor did you know her, the woman she was.
Well, I heard she was a big game hunter.
Compare any woman you want to with her.
How long had you been married to her, Mr. Foster?
5 years, before she died of an unheard-of malady, so strange that next month would have been our 6th anniversary. If doctors here had been competent in a diagnosis...
I understand her husband was killed.
For Lila. One thing I can say about Victor Sutro is that he gave me Lila. On account of him. On account of he was a...
Well?
A hero.
Oh?
7 years ago on safari, in Tibet, there were marauding bands of cutthroats. You wouldn't think so in this day and age, would you?
Go on.
Well, somehow, Lila didn't like much to speak of it. Only Victor died and Lila lived. And she got back and Victor didn't. That's why I say what I did.
How did you meet Lila, Mr. Foster?
I did her writing for her, you know.
No, I don't know. Secretary? What?
The books. There were 4 of them, of her adventures around the globe. She told them to me, I wrote them. Also the spoken part of her travelogues, mine. If you have no more suggestions, Mr. Clover, may I make one?
What?
I've written a book about Lila. Anything you'd want to know about her as a huntswoman...
I'm sure it's fascinating, Mr. Foster. If I ever need one, I'll send out for it. Goodbye.
How's about it, Danny? You ready to go home?
Nah, Muggerman. A couple of things I need to clear off my desk.
Yeah, sure there are. Mind if I sit down and clouch for a while?
Sure, sit down.
Thanks. Mrs. phoned a little while ago, said it was such a nice day she didn't get around to cooking. Said bring home some delicatessen. Hey, you want to come up?
Thanks, no, Muggerman. I've some...
Yeah, sure you have. Some other time.
What's all that stuff you got?
Well, these? Adventure magazines, a couple of books. All about that big game hunting man and wife combo. Lila and Victor Sutro. Thought no one would mind if I took them home to read in bed. You mind?
Have fun.
I intend to. Oh, this stuff fascinates me. Yeah, I've been skimming through it. Man and wife living like that. Man and wife. Depths of the Amazon jungle, sitting around a jungle fire, watching natives dance native dances just for you. Sleeping on the ground. And against the jungle sky, the snow caps of the Andes.
In July, you get a couple of weeks off, Muggerman. You and
Shut up, will you, Daddy?
Sorry.
Now, you take that Lila and Victor Sutro. They got an itch, they went to answer it. The Amazon, Borneo, Africa, Gold Coast, and what'd they get? Chiselers, pitch boys, winos, penny-ante murders? No. No, they got tribes where women were 6 feet tall and walked like princesses. And wore materials no one ever heard of. They got pygmies who high jumped 7 feet. They battled it out with wild bandits, man and wife. Lieutenant Clover's office, Muggerman speaking. Yeah, I'll take it. I'll take it. Fingerprints, everything, you checked it thoroughly? Yeah. Yeah, I'll tell him.
Well?
Something they said to tell you. That guy you found dead this afternoon, murdered?
John Nelson? What about him?
Not John Nelson. That was the lab. They said your man wasn't John Nelson. They said someone else.
Who?
They said the corpse belonged to Victor Sutro. Positive identification. The guy's supposed to have died 7 years ago in Tibet died last night in a hotel room on 43rd Street. Care for some adventure reading matter, Danny? You're welcome to it. Night, Danny.
You are listening to Broadway's My Beat, written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin, and starring Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover. Family Skeleton, premiere performance Monday night. Yes, this coming Monday, CBS Radio premieres a new 5-a-day-week dramatic series, starring Academy Award winner Mercedes McCambridge as Sarah Spence. You'll find yourself a complete captive of the day-to-day adventures of this small-town schoolteacher who became a community scandal by eloping. Monday through Friday evenings over most of these same stations, enjoy CBS Radio's new dramatic series, Family Skeleton.
Sunlight of June drifts in from the sea, scans the city, touches the morning, warms it, and Broadway reacts, leans against the subway exit, with fists rubs the last dream of night out of its eyes, which was the reflection of a woman's summer laughter in a soaped bar mirror. The shudder, and the new day now, and prophesy its points of interest, the heat, the beads of perspiration glistening on the lips of the office secretary, and the 10-minute break to really observe the phenomenon. Old prophecy, tried, true. So flip the cigarette into the gutter, edge into the day of the comptometer. At police headquarters, another quality to the new June morning. Embellishing your office, gentlemen in dark blue raw silk suit. Gentleman with Panama hat banded in scarlet. Gentleman of gold-tipped cane, and gentleman who takes a gold-tipped wallet from his breast pocket, extracts a thing, hands it to you.
My card, Mr. Clover.
Thank you. Alistair Grover 3. How do you do, Mr. Grover?
Very well, thank you. Exceedingly well. And you?
You wanted to see me about...
About an arrangement I have in mind concerning the dead Victor Sutro. Call it business proposal. Yes, let's call it that.
All right.
My name didn't register with you, impress you. Alistair Grover III. Not nothing to you.
No, should it?
No, by no means. A vanity that the publisher and editor of the travel magazine Horizon would be known in all walks of life. A pure vanity.
You said it was about Victor Sutro.
Yeah, his death. The manner of it. I should like to enhance Sutro's death, which involves you. My business proposal to you.
Well, what are you talking about?
Victor died in a sordid hotel room, stabbed with a common knife, right?
Uh-huh.
And you have not as yet released this particular information to the newspapers?
No.
Good. My proposal? That we concoct a legend that the knife that murdered Victor was an accursed knife, Tibetan or, let's say, Tatar origin, perhaps Kubla Khan's. Victor's death, an oriental curse and vengeance, the lingering death that was not his 7 years ago.
You kidding, Mr. Grover?
My magazine is of slick paper. It pays slick paper rates. There are movie rights, subsidiary rights, yours. I'll get a hack to write it for you, and I am not kidding. You could make a pile.
A question, Mr. Grover.
All you want.
Did you know Lila and Victor Sutro? Know them personally, I mean?
Oh, yes. Matter of fact, I financed the expedition to Tibet. Made a pile on Lionel Foster's articles about it. Lila, dear man, was a renowned huntress. World-renowned. And for this, she had a publicity agent.
Who?
Johnny Courtney. An office in the Whittaker building on Broadway. And I've discussed this angle with him, and Johnny is in absolute agreement and will promote...
Yeah. Another question, Mr. Grover. You killed Victor Sutro?
Ah. A man who laid for me a golden egg? A stunning thought. Any annuity within reason, Mr. Clover.
Goodbye, Grover.
I built a fortune on exotic lies, Mr. Clover. Sorry you haven't the feel for it. Awfully sorry. Thank you. Goodbye.
So Alistair Grover III made the proposition to you, huh?
That's right, Mr. Courtney.
You going to take it, Mr. Clover?
No.
I told Alistair he was out of his stupid mind. I told him no honest cop would fall for a phony setup like that. Mongolian knives, curses. You're leveling. You didn't take his dough. Permit me to shake your hand, Mr. Clover.
Look, Mr. Courtney...
You want me to level about Lila and Victor Sutro, don't you?
Yeah.
Victor, I got sympathy for. He wanted to be a hero. But together, phonies. 1,000% phonies. I got rich off them, and I hated them.
Why?
I told you, phonies. Big game hunters, two big-time chiselers who hired professional hunters to do their job, hired experienced natives who made the kills, did the dirty work, while Victor and Lila Sutro posed astride fallen rhinoceroses.
You're saying...
Yeah, I'm saying. You've seen their movies where the rhino charges right at Lila like he was panting to... You know where we got that rhino? From a bankrupt one-ring circus in Jersey, and the movies were taken against a process screen in a warehouse in Astoria. Hey, you never noticed it was always the same rhino no matter in what jungle?
No.
I tell you the same. And not even a male. An old cow female made up with sharp tusks and named Bessie. Phony, phony, phony. My words for Victor and Lila Sutro.
Still, they did expose themselves to danger.
What dangers? Tell me what dangers?
Lila Sutro died of some rare mystery disease, a tropical disease no doctors... Mr. Courtney...
How rare is mumps? Tell me how rare.
What?
What Lila died of. Mumps. Go ask her, Doctor. Dr. Edward Dowd on Park Avenue. Go ask him of what Lila died. Go ask him how out of fat lumps on her face Dr. Dowd and Lionel Foster, her widower, made a rare, mysterious, tropical, unknown, unheard of voodoo. Black magic. Mumps. Big, large lumps of mumps.
So onto the streets again, right up Park Avenue, which owns its own brand of sunshine. Less hot, but somehow warmer, which causes women to appear who somehow look alike, but for a reason dress in different color linen and different harlequin glasses, but who wear exactly the same tan, have the same walk, and give the brief impression that they're married to the same man. Only their poodles are different. And doctor's office, cleverness with wrought iron and canvas called chairs, and people who have discovered how to slip into them. Paintings in colors never discovered before, of things never dreamt of for framed exhibition before. And receptionist in a lime-colored material designed to call one's attention to her necklace.
You're staring at my necklace. It's made of Mayan artifacts. My husband brought it from Mexico.
Who looks at your badge with interest, and at you with a new interest, and lets the doctor know you're here.
Lieutenant Clover to see you, Doctor.
Lieutenant?
Police lieutenant.
Tell him to wait.
So do what the doctor suggests. Wait. And finally...
The doctor will see you now.
Lieutenant Clover?
That's right.
Please be seated, sir.
Thank you.
What can I do for you?
How well did you know Lila Sutro, Doctor?
She was a wonderful woman.
Well, let me rephrase my question. Did you know her well?
She was one in a million.
You got along fine.
I miss her.
Right now, it's important that you be honest, Doctor. It's about the murder of...
I know. I read the papers.
You were an old friend of hers, weren't you?
A mercurial woman. Sometimes I was her friend. Sometimes her very good friend. Sometimes a buddy. Sometimes she wouldn't even pretend I was alive.
How about professionally?
When she wasn't going off to all those places, a checkup once a month. Also shots before she would sail or fly or motor. Well, you know what kind of a woman she was. What she did, I mean.
I understand she died of...
A very rare disease, akin to encephalitis, but exhibiting not quite the same symptoms. I do not think medical science...
I understand she contracted mumps. Complications set in, she died.
How can you say it?
I heard about it, so I'm saying it.
I mean, how can you say Lila Sutro died from mumps? You see how ridiculous it sounds? A woman like that? A vital, dynamic...
But that's what happened, isn't it?
Yes. A reporter suggested that she died from something rare, something contracted on one of her journeys. I thought it wise for Lila's sake to perpetuate it.
What about Victor? Who killed him?
That's two questions. About Victor, his motivating emotion, his reason for being, to be worshipped, to be a hero. Who killed him? I have not the slightest idea. I didn't like him much, merely because I was out of my mind about his wife. But, well, you know.
You married, Doctor?
Definitely, oh yes.
Well, thanks a lot, Doctor.
Of course. Yes, what is it?
I'm going out for coffee, Doctor.
Very well. Well, Mr. Clover?
Thanks again.
Hi.
Hello.
I rang the elevator bell for us.
Thanks.
Not only am I the doctor's receptionist, I'm his wife.
Oh?
Mm-hmm. My place is by his side. If not, he plays around.
Married long, Mrs. Dowd?
For many years. Long before he met Lila Sutro. Would you like to have coffee with me, Mr. Clover?
I was going to suggest it.
I had a feeling. Two lumps, Mr. Clover?
None, thanks, sir.
Well, now, here we are. Cream?
No, thanks.
You're not going to like me.
I wouldn't say...
As a woman, I mean. Oh, I'm attractive enough, I know that, but completely frightened on account of it. It's possibilities, I mean. Aside from that...
What are you trying to say, Mrs. Dowd?
The unforgivable sin for an attractive woman. I'm malicious. I'm a talebearer. Even after the grave.
You didn't like Lila Sutro, is that it?
My husband and...
He said so.
Proudly?
No, I wouldn't say that.
Reverently, then.
What about Lila, Mrs. Dowd?
I hated her. Victor hated her, too. Did you know that?
No, I didn't.
Victor was frightened of her. Scared to death of her. But then Victor was a coward.
Coward?
You know about the man afraid of his own shadow? Victor was afraid of the man. He went on those trips because Lila made him. He was very nice, but he was a coward. And more than anything,
Victor wanted to be a hero.
Exactly. Because he was a frightened man. The fact that he won such a woman as Lila from Lionel Foster was a constant source of wonder to him.
Lila knew Lionel before...
Much before Victor. You might wonder how I knew so much about Victor. Well, I had to get back at my husband somehow, didn't I? More coffee?
Hey, Danny, come on over here and look at this head. Shot in Kenya, June 1940. You know giraffes don't talk, Danny?
Don't talk?
I mean, they can't make any sound. You think with all that throat they'd have even a small vocal cord. Not so.
You're a mine of information, aren't you, Muggavan?
Eats you, huh? You know, I could spend a lot of time in Mr. Foster's home museum.
You're entirely welcome, any time. I consider it a tribute to Lila.
Hello, Mr. Foster. This is Detective Muggavan.
Hi, Mr. Foster.
Mr. Foster was married to Lila Sutro after Victor Sutro was killed in Tibet.
Must have been a privilege, Mr. Foster.
Shall I tell you a story?
Well...
Yeah, sure.
To let you know the kind of woman she was, this way. This, gentlemen, is a wild boar which Lila stuck while riding a horse in India. One thrust. There's a small spot on the boar which, if pierced...
It's a pity she had to die. Such a brave and wonderful woman. Sticking boar and shooting giraffes. A lot of woman. But what'd she die from?
Medical science had no name for it.
They sent my kid home from school with the same thing your wife had. They called it mumps. I went to the doctor and took shots.
Get out of here.
Afraid we can't do that, Mr. Foster. We've got a lot more talking to do.
How'd you find out?
Lieutenant here saw our agent. He said so.
He's a liar.
Then I saw our doctor.
Then you've made a trip here to ridicule Lila. Is that it? You want to destroy her?
She was quite a woman, wasn't she?
One little slip. She had to die of a stupid disease, and you want to destroy her.
We didn't say that.
A woman who went into the darknesses of the world.
The way I heard it, she got pros to work for her.
And that's what you'll tell everybody?
No, she's dead. There's no need to destroy her.
I loved her.
I know.
Oh, please. Just don't...
How come Lila came back from Tibet and Victor didn't?
I walk around this room at night and I remember Lila.
Did it have anything to do with that bullet wound that Victor carried?
The secrets I know about.
Listen,
her.
Mr. Foster, the secrets are yours.
She shot him. They got drunk. Someplace in India.
They never got close to Tibet, did they?
After she shot him, a month later or so, she got permission. She flew over it.
Okay, she shot her husband. She thought he was dead. She came back with that story of what a hero her husband was, that he'd been killed saving her life.
Did you know that if you tell yourself something, no matter if it's a lie, a terrible lie, if you tell yourself something enough times, you come to believe it?
When did Victor get back?
After we were married, he appeared. She hadn't killed him.
And he threatened to tell what a phony his wife was.
He would have, no matter how much money we gave him, except for the story Lila had told the world about him, that he was a hero.
And being a hero was what he wanted most, wasn't it?
Pensioned hero who was really a coward. $500 a month, and he didn't have to be frightened anymore. When Lila died, when she died...
He wanted more money, is that it?
At first, not much. Then more and more. Then I didn't have enough for him. Then he threatened to tell. It didn't make any difference to him.
So you killed him?
Yes. And in killing him, I was closer to Lila. How she felt when she hunted and killed.
You think she ever killed anything, Mr. Foster?
I don't know. I really don't know. She never was a very good shot.
Night leaps down on Broadway, and the crowd swarms the street to embrace it. Laughter pours out of the shadowed places, and for a time, kid, no despair, just small shock, and sweet promise, and have a drink on me, for a while, just for a while. It's Broadway, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway, my beat.
Broadway's My Beat stars Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover, with Charles Calvert as Tartaglia and Jack Crucian as Muggavan. The program is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis, with musical score composed and conducted by Alexander Courage. In tonight's story, Herb Butterfield was heard as Lionel Foster. Featured in the cast were Irene Tedrow, Ben Wright, Hal Gerard, and Tom Tully. Bill Anders speaking. The Johnny Mercer Show bows in over CBS Radio this coming Monday evening for songs, music, and conversation of Tin Pan Alley. We know you'll want to get next to the Johnny Mercer Show, starring one of the top personalities of the singing and songwriting trades. He'll be on most of these same stations starting this coming Monday. CBS Radio's new Johnny Mercer Show. Come and get it. And remember, for thrilling dramas of escape, listen Sunday nights to the CBS Radio Network.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
If you remember your history of early America, the name Ponce de Leon should strike an old chord. He was the rascal who went looking for the Fountain of Youth somewhere in Florida. But all he could find was orange juice, which may have helped, but not enough. All of which adds up to really nothing, except that the heavy in our Let George Do It adventure is a character named Ponce the Lion. And from my vantage point, he seems to be quite a character. But suppose I let Buster here tell you all about old Ponce.
Dear Mr. Valentine, I believe that Honolulu has been called the melting pot of the Pacific. Well, our little town of Baja Junction could very likely be the boiling pot. But the weather can't prevent our maintaining a pleasant, peaceful, forward-looking town. That is, for the past 2 years. Tomorrow it will all change. Tomorrow our town will boil in quite a different way, unless someone like yourself can stop it. I was given your name by Phale Minahan, who lives here. But please report direct to me just as soon as you can. You see, Baja Junction is about to receive back its most disturbing citizen, a man named Ponce the Lion. Sincerely, J.H. Frankel, Director of the Baja Junction Trade Relations Club.
From jail?
Jail. Exactly, Miss Brooks, jail. You know, that's where criminals are occasionally sent.
Do you mind if we sit down, Mr. Franklin?
Oh, excuse me, of course. You've had a tiring trip.
Oh, it wasn't too bad, but the heat was pretty...
Yes. Well, I'm just on my way out. You see, I've asked Lawrence Pinckney to step in.
Pinckney?
A secretary of our organization, been with us for years. He's more familiar with the facts than I am.
What facts?
Oh, facts about Ponce the Lion, of course.
You wanted to see me, Mr. Franklin?
Oh, yes, Lawrence. Come in. Miss Brooks, Mr. Valentine, Mr. Pinckney.
How do you do?
Hello, Mr. Pinckney.
Indeed, pleasure.
I've explained things. Now you'll take over.
Of course.
Oh,
yes.
wait a minute. So far, you've explained nothing.
Maybe we can have dinner together. Goodbye, Miss Brooks. If you need me, you know where to find me, Lawrence.
I don't know how he does it.
Does what?
All that energy, drive, always organizing. Listen. That's more the style of the town, I'm afraid. Street singer. That's why most people live here.
Sounds nice and sleepy, like I am in this heat.
But we must earn a living, mustn't we? The Trade Relations Club is giving a great boost to the business of
All right,
the
Mr.
town.
Pinckney, let's get back to my business.
Yes, of course. Please understand about Mr. Frankel's running off. He didn't think it would look well if he seemed too active in this, his position and all. This business of Ponce, I mean.
Ponce the Lion, somebody just out of jail, right?
Yes, Ponce is a strange fellow. Big, stupid, mean, conniving. Never did a lick of honest work in his life.
Okay, he's unpopular. Where'd he get the fancy name?
Ponce? It's his given name. Oh, you mean the Lion. He was a bouncer for years at Choli's dance hall. Been raised in the Oriental section, I guess. But he tacked that on when he tried to turn professional boxer. Town might have got rid of him then. We all hoped we did.
What happened?
Well, it was too much. He quit. Couldn't stand getting knocked out every night.
All right, he's big and he falls down, but I don't see
Mr. Valentine, I realize all this may seem unimportant to an outsider, but Ponce has been in jail for manslaughter. And now, from all we hear, his sole interest is in committing murder.
This Ponce is just full of the old Ned, isn't he? We'll see if he carried out his threat. But first, let's take a minute off for this. Now let's get back and see if Buster can throw any more light on Ponce.
Well, there isn't much more you need to...
Oh, who, what, when, where? Why? Come on.
Well, his manslaughter sentence was based on a knifing 3 years ago. Now, it seems that Ponce has decided he should murder everyone who testified against him, who helped to put him in jail.
You mean witnesses? How many were there?
Well, now, see here. Mr. Frankel isn't crazy. Why don't you ask me the important thing? How could we possibly know that big ape's intentions? Know what Ponce is going to do?
I didn't ask that because I assume they're just guesses and rumors, easy gossip. Tough guy wants revenge. Ponce the Lion. Even the name is hardly credible.
Oh, many things are hardly credible here in Baja Junction, Mr. Valentine. Yeah. But you're quite right. Guesses and rumor. That's why you're here.
You mean to tag Ponce around and find out what he's up to?
To go at this thing sensibly. What Mr. Frankel suggested was that before you get all wound up in details of who might need protection, you should find out the truth.
Ah.
This Ponce is a menace, I suppose. So an ounce of prevention. That seems to be a good idea. That's all your job is. It's hot, isn't it? Would you like a glass of lemonade?
I don't blame you for looking me up, my lad. There's no better man on any park bench than Phil Minahan, to tell you this.
I looked you up, Mr. Minahan, because I'm curious. You recommended me for this job. Why? You don't know me from Adam.
And vice versa, you're thinking. Of course, lad, of course. Well, my qualifications are a copious curiosity, a world full of people to waste it on.
And a lot of words.
I was going to say, and a life full of time. All wasted. And this is the best place in the world for wasting. And once upon a time, I saw your ad in the newspaper.
Okay. Is this the street that Choli's dance hall is on?
Avoid the chickens and follow your nose. It's around the next corner, and I wouldn't walk this far for everyone.
I'm flattered.
Mr. Valentine, when they say that Ponce is no good, it's true. He's not.
You're sure?
I watch people I know. And you do well to watch them, too, all of them.
Oh, like the guys who hired me, that trade relations outfit?
Now you're warming up. They'll trade anybody's relations, I'm thinking. Oh, it's business, mind your business. But why in a town like this? Why should a lot of happy, ignorant shopkeepers of every nationality let themselves be all organized and progressive when they ought to spend their time on the beach like I do? They ought to be fanning themselves.
Hold it.
In the hand. Here he is, my lad. This is the horror.
Always kidding, ain't you, Minahan? Well, say something. Ain't you glad to see me back?
You're Ponce, aren't you?
Beat it, Torres, beat it.
Oh, sure. Anything you say. I understand you're real tough.
What's he doing? Kidding? You're a joker, too. I might have known. Any friend of Minahan?
We're not friends. You're the guy I want to see.
Oh, look, I'm busy.
Understand you just got out of jail, Ponce. Understand you got some kind of a big plan.
Everybody talks about Ponce, don't they? I don't know what this town must have been like when I wasn't around. Well, I've changed. I'm different. Get out of my way.
Look out, George.
Never mind shoving, Buster. I'm going to stay here until you tell me.
I made a discovery, see?
Yeah, what?
Yeah, me. Big dummy. Yeah, me. Right here in the same part of town I was raised in. Can you imagine? It's not till I cool off in jail that I wake up and get it.
All right, I'll bite. Get what? You discovered the Pacific Ocean or something?
Ponce de Leon found the Fountain of Youth, George.
Huh? You're a kidder too, ain't you, baby?
Ponce, there's men in this town afraid of you. Huh? And there's gossip that's been saying that you threatened to...
Oh, no, don't try to mix me up.
What?
Yeah. Sure, I'll tell anybody. Why not? I told everybody in town. The guys who put me in jail, I hate them, see? I like to kill them. But now I'm different. So, what's all the sweat about?
Okay, what's the big discovery? Why are you different?
I can tell you, my lad. You're on your way across the street, I suppose, Ponce.
Sure, yeah. What of it? What? I go there every day, don't I?
What's across the street?
A Joss house.
Ah.
I was raised with the Orientals, tourists. Now leave me alone, huh?
The Joss house?
Well, it's a place of worship to the ancient gods.
So I got used to being alone and thinking in prison. Is it criminal to do it now?
You think?
Pray, tourists, pray. To the old-fashioned heathens that know 10 times as much as us, yeah. Sure. That's the discovery of old Ponce, hey. Big, dumb Ponce, smarter than all of you.
Oh, brother, what kind of a thing?
Get out of my way.
George!
And stay alone!
He's certainly hard to find.
At his house, they didn't know he decided to go swimming for the afternoon.
This must be the cabana over here.
Yeah, Mr. Frankel. Around this side, I guess. Wonder why he didn't tell us in his letter, Angel, that he was a witness to that manslaughter of Ponce's.
I don't know. Taxi driver who brought him here knew it. I suppose everyone knows.
Frankel. Frankel!
George, he's been stabbed. Just as Ponce threatened.
Just a moment, please. Please, no, come in, please.
I'm sorry, Grandpop. I'm looking for Ponce.
Yes, every day Ponce comes to the Joss house, but it is not the custom to disturb
I'm sorry, friend. Something's happened. He's the first man I got to see about it before the rest of the town comes here.
Valentine!
Mr. Minahan!
I was on my way to look for him, my lad. Did you find Frankel? Did you see him?
Yeah. We found Frankel, all right.
Well, thank heaven for that. You see, I've caught on to what that big crazy Ponce is up to. Here, this man is the Bonds. He can explain.
The what?
The Bonds, lady.
He's the high mogul keeper of the place. He tends to the idols in there and the shadows. He maintains the incense, joss sticks, or whatever it's called.
I would be only too glad to explain.
And there's an idol that Ponce plays to. This man here told me so. It's Yo Fei, the Lord of Sudden Death.
What? Oh, look, Minahan, I got work to do, and I want to find out
And every day Ponce comes here to pray to Yo Fei, to the bringer of death. Don't you understand me, lad? Ponce has been here all the time, right here, praying Mr. Frankel to death.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Now, back to George Valentine. Baja Junction, the boiling pot of the Pacific, as Mr. Frankel called it. A place where almost anything can happen, as Mr. Frankel himself found out. Because now he's been murdered. But the murderer used a knife, and the man who hated Mr. Frankel, a man named Ponce, has only been praying for his death in a joss house. Well, if your name is George Valentine, you barely know what a joss house is.
This Tao the Just. Over there in the shadow, Liu Hai, money god. Many joss sticks are burned to Liu Hai.
That's more for the likes of us, Valentine?
Hold on, Mr. Minahan. This Yo Fei you mentioned.
It can be seen from here. There. The end of that room.
Oh, it's a big thing, isn't it?
Life size, as it should be, as the bringer of death.
Now, isn't that a ghastly idea, black face? Look at that, would you? And a clenched black fist stretched out before him, the Lord of Sudden Death.
Please, not talk loud. Please, there are people in here.
Is that him over there in front of the idol? There on the floor? That Ponce?
It is forbidden to intrude when a man is alone with his own thoughts and prayers.
I said, is that him under the fancy silk robe lying on that prayer mat?
Sure, it's him. I've seen him carrying that robe around. Born and raised in the Oriental section, I told you he was.
He's moving, George.
I'm afraid we have disturbed him.
He saw us. Here he comes.
It wasn't the Bonds who told me he was here. It was a woman.
I told you to leave me alone.
Like you left Frankel alone?
Frankel?
Yeah, let's get out of here, Ponce. I want to talk to you.
I will not. You interrupt me, see?
Oh, sure. Praying people to death.
He's told that to several people.
So you wouldn't know whether Frankel's dead yet or not, huh?
It works. Pretty neat, ain't it?
You mean you've been working hard to set up an alibi?
What's that?
Oh, I saw you come in here a couple of hours ago. Minahan came here just a few minutes before I did just now and says you've been here all the time. Still, I don't believe it.
Move away, will you, Mac? I'm busy.
And you no more believe all this idle stuff than I do. Big discovery of Ponce. How to set up an alibi, that's all. Praying a man to dead old brother, that takes the cake.
But there's others that saw him, Valentine. They all say the same thing.
You're so smart. Sure, you're so smart. Get out of here. Leave me alone. I've got work to do.
Okay, Buster, you win. But you better hang on to that alibi when the town starts pointing its finger.
Wait a minute, George. Ponce, what work? What do you still have to do here?
Pray 'em dead. Pray every one of 'em dead. You don't believe it, huh? Your face shows me how. He's a great old piece of iron. Pray him dead.
Yes, I'm trying to hurry. It was Mr. Frankel who prepared the note, you realize.
But them, Ponce said, them. And Mr. Pinckney, you mentioned before there was more than one witness to that knifing that Ponce did 2 years ago.
Well, there was Mr. Blake. He's with our organization here.
Who?
Blake testified. He helped put Ponce in jail. But if Ponce has an alibi, then I don't
The police
see...
are working on the murder. Miss Brooks is reporting to them now, but I keep worrying about my own job here.
Well, here's the list. Frankel and Blake, they were the main ones, but there's a couple of others. It's a newspaper clipping. Yes, there were several other witnesses.
Uh-huh. Where does Mr. Blake live?
If Frankel had only told you all of this. My car's right outside. I'll show you. Only, let's see. Blake told me he was going somewhere. Oh, yes, his club, that's it. He's a member of a club here.
Maybe if we round up all these guys, then we get to work on the murder. Until now, I've been wasting my time. The one guy in this town who couldn't have murdered Frankel is Ponce the Lion.
Blake!
Now you're wasting your time, Pinckney. Mr. Blake's dead, too.
But he's been stabbed. That's what you said happened to Mr. Frankel.
Stop chattering, will you? This just happened a few minutes ago.
What?
Alone here in his room, reading. But he was facing the door, wasn't he? He's a big guy, pretty husky.
Well, there's only one entrance to the room.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Come on.
What?
See, the door has a latch. So whoever it was had to knock.
I don't understand. I'm going to call the police.
Be quiet, will you? Wait a minute. Listen. Hey, what's down this hall?
Well, the halls all lead to the back court.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Steps. There's a man out there.
The other side of the wall. We'd never catch up.
Well, that's not the way to the gate.
Wait a minute. Here's a trash can. That thing we heard first sounded metallic. Look.
What?
Sure, we were in Blake's room just a second after the murderer was. Saw us coming and ran. Here, look.
A knife.
Uh-huh. No, don't touch it. The knife that was used both times, I'd guess.
Let's get on to the police station as fast as we can.
You mean let's telephone the police? Give them those other names fast if they haven't got them already? But you and I, friend, are going to start correcting our mistakes, and I'll do the driving.
I've never been in a joss house. I've heard about this one.
Yeah. A little more deserted than it was. Old boy with the beard's out for supper, I guess.
It's so dark. With no lights, I can't...
Hey, Valentine.
Yeah. Minahan?
Right here. I've been sitting right here by the entrance. Just exactly the way you told me.
Oh, it's you. Hello, Phil.
Well?
And I tell you, my lad, everybody else seems to have left. But not him.
He's still in there, Ponce? It's too dark to see from
Come on.
I'm telling you, my lad, that he hasn't even set foot out.
Yes. Well, why do you bother him? He couldn't have done this one either.
This one?
A man named Blake was murdered.
What?
He was big and pretty husky. And to have been stabbed the way he was, whoever did it must have been a lot bigger.
Of course, like Ponce. But if he was
We're
down
correcting
here...
mistakes. Like we're not worrying about how you shouldn't disturb a man worshipping an idol.
Well, be very careful, Lee. Here, follow me. It's right through here. Oh, these big blasted tin gods. Don't you dare run into them.
Okay, this is it. Yo-Fei. I can see that outstretched fist.
I've got a match.
Yeah. You can see Ponce, too, all right. There he is, under his robe. Stretched out just like a silly frog.
Yeah. He won't be for long.
Careful, Mr. Valentine. Ponce is very rough when
I know. He took a poke at me. So let's kick that fancy silk robe of his.
Well, he knows.
He's not there.
No. No, just a robe. And a bunch of rags rolled up underneath.
Phil, I thought you said you were watching...
And we drove here fast, so fast he couldn't have made it, could he? Yeah, we beat him back.
But Phil
Skipper,
was...
will you? Our Irish friend here sat by the door, not by the open window.
What?
Here, look, the other side of the idol. The place he spread himself out was right next to that, at the end of the room. Sure. Don't even have to stretch to get out of here, do you?
But people saw him in here.
In a place where it's forbidden to disturb anybody in meditation. In a place where a man might lie flat on his robe and stay that way for hours. Perfect alibi. A place where nobody'd notice when you slip a few rags under your robe on the floor and then you slide out the window. And getting back in would be just as easy.
I think I just heard something.
Huh. Somebody's coming. I'm going to get out of here.
Hey, come on, quick, away from the window. Come on, back out by the entrance. Hurry.
Valentine. Look back. Look. See the shadow in the window there?
Yeah. Get through the curtains. Here, quick. This is where you were. Let's wait here until...
Minahan. Hey, you still out there watchdogging? I've seen you all along from where I've been meditating.
Pretty feeble fraud, isn't it? Back into the robe to finish his act.
Sure, I seen you, Minahan.
Yeah, me. Hello.
Oh. It's a party.
Yeah, sure. To get your fingerprints to match against those on a knife. To haul you in for 2 murders.
Not tonight.
Look out, Valentine!
Get out of my way, will you? He's running away.
Mr. Valentine?
No, I'm all right. I just hate to have it happen twice, that's all, if you hadn't gotten away.
But I couldn't help it. I'm not used
Skipper, will you? Did he get away?
He ran back through the Joss house. There's a million entrances to that alley through the window.
Yeah, and Minahan?
He went after him.
Oh, that'll do a lot of good. Funny you're knowing about the alley and this place, but you said you'd never been here before.
What?
Nothing. Nothing I say will do any good unless we get that big ape who committed the murders.
Well, of course. Ponce was the one
Now,
who...
listen, Buster. I know he did the dirty work. He always wanted to. But he's not bright enough to plan it. Not bright enough to take over an explanation for Mr. Frankel and mix it up to me.
What?
Oh, yeah, sure. I've been kicking myself because Frankel wrote me and then was killed. Only it was his own fault for handing the job of explaining things over to you. And you told me only what I needed to know for your time schedule.
What time schedule?
The one you cooked up for Ponce. I don't know what your angle is, but both Frankel and Blake were big shots in that same big money promotion outfit you're secretary of. So I guess there is something to gain. And after all, you only had to encourage and help Ponce a little to get him dead.
No,
Now, don't argue with me, Buster, because each time Ponce went right out from here and killed his man and came straight back. Well, how did he know where to find him?
Now, see
Unless
here.
somebody told him. Like you said Blake told you he was going to be at his club. Sure. You're the only one who knew where both men were. Because I still remember the last thing I heard Frankel say. It was, you know where to find me, Lawrence.
That doesn't mean anything.
You know something? You're right. It doesn't mean a blame thing unless the police can beat the truth out of Ponce.
And you'll never find him. He'll get away.
Oh, I don't doubt it. Hey, where's Minahan? Hey, Minahan! Now get back inside the Joss house, Pinckney. I got about 1 second to keep this whole case from falling apart.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment.
Minahan! Field! Hey, Minahan!
Yes, my lad. I'm in here looking the place over. Here I am, and you know something, I'm all right.
Oh, well, don't scare me like that. Come on, let's get out of here.
Well, it was only having a little bit of a word with Teo the Just that I was.
Huh? What are you talking about?
Valentine, you know, it's a strange and funny thing about people. Now, for instance, you take Ponce. He thought that thing with the black fist, Yo Fay, was something. And, well, maybe he had something.
Minahan, what's happened to you? What kind of a
Yes,
conversation?
let's get out of here, out of the dark.
Look out. No. Look out for your step now.
Ah, what do you mean?
Incidentally, you better get hold of Mr. Pinky's arm while I explain this to you. The arm of Yo Fay is much longer.
Look up there. Do you see it up there? With its clenched fist?
Huh? Hey, for gosh... Oh, no, you don't, Pinckney.
Aye, Mr. Pinckney. Your poor dumb Ponce is still with us to talk.
Yeah, how about that? He never got out. Lying there out colder than a mackerel. He ran right into his own idol. Right into the iron fist of Yo Fei.
You have just heard The Discovery of Ponce the Lion, another Let George Do It adventure. Robert Bailey was starred as George Valentine, with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. David Victor and Jackson Gillis wrote the story, and the music was by Eddie Dunstetter. Now this is yours truly inviting you to another visit with Valentine, when you will again hear what happens when you let George do it.
Tonight, we again present the famous Mr. Chameleon of Central Police Headquarters in his famous cases of crime and murder. Mr. Chameleon, as you know, is the famous and dreaded detective who frequently uses a disguise to track down a killer, a disguise which at all times is recognized by the audience. Tonight, we give you Mr. Chameleon in The Dazed Girl Murder Case. It is 3 o'clock of a bright autumn afternoon, and in grim contrast to the brisk air and brilliant sunshine outside, we look into the foreboding office of the astute and dreaded Mr. Chameleon at police headquarters. Attracted by the beauty of the day, he steps to the window and gazes at the street below, when suddenly his door is flung open, and the commissioner of police hurriedly enters, saying...
Chameleon, let me give you this quick.
Yes, Commissioner?
I'm sending Detective Arnold in with a dazed, hysterical girl who says she just saw a ghastly murder committed.
What?
Yeah.
I saw it. That horrible knife. The blood.
Easy, miss. Take it
And that's all she'll say, Chameleon, the knife and the blood. Oh, Miss Wren, this is Mr. Chameleon.
The knife. The blood.
I'll leave it to you, Chameleon. Maybe you can get something out of her. Bye.
You look like a girl in need of a friend, Miss Wren. What do your friends call you?
Eileen. But I have no friends. The only one I had. I saw murdered this afternoon. It was my guardian, Glenville Ferguson. Oh, he was so kind. He couldn't believe there was wickedness in anyone.
Eileen, start at the beginning and tell me exactly what happened.
Well, Mr. Chameleon, I was in my guardian's study this afternoon, sitting across the desk from him when he said...
Eileen, dear, you're making me very happy. I know you're getting better. You'll soon be the girl you were when you came to me.
Yes, but I still keep seeing murder in this house.
Oh, Eileen, don't get back on that track again. It's just what we're trying to cure.
But I tell you, I beg you to listen. Your own sister, Mrs. Lambert, she's going to kill you.
Elizabeth going to kill me? Nonsense.
She's bringing people to this house to murder them. I've heard the screams, the terror of it.
Well, at least she's not murdering anybody now. She's baking a loaf of bread. Oh. And any minute she'll bring it in here, hot, and give each of us a piece.
How's this for homemade bread, Glenville?
Oh.
Make your mouth water? Oh, you here too, Eileen?
You haven't cut it. That knife on the tray.
Eileen.
I'm going back to my room.
Eileen, don't. Stay.
Watch out! Jump! She's coming behind you with a knife.
At last, Glenville, at last. The time to kill you has come. No! Oh!
I ran out of the house, Mr. Chameleon, and came here to police headquarters. Oh, the knife, the blood, the way she laughed. It's drumming in my ears. It's driving me mad.
Detective Arnold, Dave, quick, get the car. Come along, Eileen.
Here's the house. Here's the house, Mr. Chameleon. I'll give you my key.
Now, let me open the door, Eileen.
Here's the room, Mr. Chameleon, where my guardian was murdered.
Huh. I don't see a body here, Dave.
Not a sign, Mr. Chameleon.
That's what she does. She murders people and destroys their bodies. I know. I know.
Eileen, where were you? I've been looking everywhere for you.
Keep her away from me, Mr. Chameleon. She's the woman. My guardian sister, Mrs. Lambert.
Easy, Eileen. There's nothing to be afraid of now.
Who are these men, Eileen?
I'm Chameleon of the police. This is Detective Arnold.
The police? Why are you here?
To investigate the murder of your brother, Mrs. Lambert. Where is his body?
His body? Why, Glenville. Glenville.
Yes, Elizabeth? Did you call me?
No. No! Oh, it can't be. I saw you murdered.
Oh, child, she's fainted, Elizabeth.
I'll run up and get something to give her.
I'd prefer that you give her nothing, Mrs. Lambert.
What?
Dave, you pick up Eileen, please. Put her on the sofa in the hall.
Right.
Mr. Chameleon, I've taken care of Eileen ever since she came here a year ago.
For the present, the police are going to take care of her, Mrs. Lambert.
I have no objections. But I can't understand your attitude. The girl is insane.
I wonder.
She's not insane, Elizabeth. Eileen's only subject to hallucinations, Mr. Chameleon. They'll soon pass over.
Hallucinations and insanity are one and the same, Glenville.
She came to police headquarters in an hysterical state.
Insane state, you mean, Mr. Chameleon?
And reported that she saw you murder your brother this morning.
That doesn't surprise me, Mr. Chameleon. Strange it should you, a famous detective. Is Eileen's the first case of insanity you've ever met with in your career? Besides, my brother, the murdered man, is standing right here.
Mm-hmm. So he is.
Well, I should think that's what would surprise you.
It would. If it weren't for that big splotch of red on the carpet behind the desk.
Where?
It's not blood, Mr. Chameleon. I knocked over a bottle of red ink when I dusted my brother's desk early this morning.
What's that, Elizabeth?
I forgot to tell you, Glenville. Besides, Mr. Chameleon, what great mystery is there in a bit of red ink on a carpet?
It's not a bit, Mrs. Lambert. It would take a quart to make that big a splotch.
What if it's a gallon? Does red ink indicate murder to you? I'm beginning to think you're as insane as Eileen, Mr. Chameleon.
Who knows? Anyway, please leave the room, Mrs. Lambert.
Why, I won't.
I want to talk to your brother alone, Mrs. Lambert. Please leave.
Don't make a scene, Elizabeth.
Very well. I'll leave. But let me tell you, Mr. Chameleon, my brother is as insane as Eileen.
Strange, Mr. Ferguson. When you said don't make a scene to your sister, it flashed across my mind she would have made a wonderful actress.
Oh, that's what she was. And a great one, Mr. Chameleon.
Oh. I don't recall ever seeing her.
It was in South Africa. That's where I come from. Elizabeth was an idol there.
You didn't follow the profession yourself, did you?
Heavens, no. I was in business, import and export. But I've lived in America some 20 years.
Uh-huh. Tell me about Eileen. Now, she says that she is your ward.
It was a surprising thing, Mr. Chameleon. I knew her father years ago in Pretoria.
Oh, so she comes from South Africa, too?
Yes. I'd almost completely forgotten her father when I got a cable from his lawyers saying he'd died and made me Eileen's guardian.
Uh-huh.
That was a year ago. And on top of the cable, in popped Eileen. We all loved her on sight.
Your sister Elizabeth doesn't indicate that.
Well, she's highly strung, temperamental, always the actress. Mr. Chameleon, you know, but at heart she's kind and devoted, just like my son is.
Your son?
Yes. Tragedy for him. He married Eileen before...
Your son is married to her. Does he think that she's insane?
Yes, he and my sister. But I don't. I know she's not. She began getting temporary hallucinations when she learned the real truth about her father. Somebody told her.
The real truth about her father?
From believing that he was a rich and respected man, she learned he was a dangerous criminal. He was actually killed in a bank robbery.
And Eileen did not know that until after his death?
She was at school in Switzerland at the time. Some kind friends kept it from her. When she found it out,
They developed the hallucinations that you speak of?
Yes. That my sister Elizabeth lures people to this house, murders them, and does away with their bodies. It's horrible. But she'll recover, Mr. Chameleon. I know she will.
Mr. Glenville, do you notice an odor of acid in this house? I believe I do.
I was wondering what it was. What do you think it can be?
I don't know yet. It might be something pretty terrible. Let's wait until we find out.
But what...
Very glad to have met you, Mr. Glenville. I shall tell you when I know. Goodbye. Oh, Dave, you're still here in the hall waiting for me, eh? Well, you're looking brighter, Eileen.
Yes, she came out of her faint pretty good, Mr. Chameleon.
You don't think I'm insane about what's going on in this house, do you, Mr. Chameleon?
No, Eileen, I don't. Come along. Dave Arnold and I will put you up in a hotel.
No, I can't leave my guardian, Mr. Ferguson. She'll kill him.
All right, if that's the way you feel. But I'll be back. I'm going to find out what's going on in this house. All right, Dave, let's go.
Hey, what is all this about coming back here, Mr. Chameleon? That kid's nuts. We're out on a dud.
We're coming back, Dave, tonight. Probably to dig up the body of a murdered person from under the garage that connects with the library.
What?
A body that's probably being eaten away in a buried acid tank. Or maybe there's more than one body.
Holy mackerel.
Dave, did you notice how long that man has been walking up and down in front of this house?
Oh, that one-armed guy.
Mm-hmm.
Gosh, it slipped me. He was at the door asking to talk to you.
Oh. All right, I'll talk to him.
Okay. Hey, mister. This is Mr. Chameleon.
Thank you, Detective Arnold. I don't want to intrude, Mr. Chameleon, but I think I can help you.
Yes? How?
By informing you that Eileen is not insane. She knows precisely what she's talking about. If you permit anyone in that house to put across to you that she is mad, you'll be making a frightful mistake.
You seem to know a great deal. What's your name?
When the proper time comes, I'll tell you. In the meanwhile, think of me as the man who knows.
Oh, listen now.
Incidentally, the next time I turn up, it will be when you need me most. Goodbye, Mr. Chameleon.
Hey, how do you figure that bird, Mr. Chameleon?
I think he's exactly what he claims, Dave. A man who knows a lot. And who'll turn up again at the right time.
It looks like this is turning out to be a pretty dirty case.
We've never been on the West one, Dave. All right, let's be off to headquarters. I want to pick up a couple of our boys to dig up under that garage tonight.
Well, everything's set, Mr. Chameleon. Got a couple of the boys waiting with shovels ready for digging. When do we start?
Well, it's 9 now, in about half an hour, Dave. You better take a couple of charges of dynamite along. We may have to blow up the concrete floor. I hope we don't, though.
Some kid just left this letter for you, Mr. Chameleon.
Oh, thank you, Foley.
What is it, Mr. Chameleon?
I'll read it, Dave. Dear Chameleon, I've always admired you, so I'm giving you a tip-off. The parties you suspect are fixing to murder Eileen Wren in the bushes about 200 feet down from the 110th Street entrance to Central Park at 9:30 prompt tonight. Be there and you'll bag them all. Signed, a friend.
It's that bird who called himself the man who knows. He's out to get you, Mr. Chameleon. Don't go.
I'm going. And alone, Dave. Take your boys out to the mystery house and start digging. I'll meet you there later. This is the spot, I guess.
Hi, Chameleon. So you fell for my billet doux. Smart cop.
Well, bless my soul. Sandy Hauser.
Gotta feel pretty proud, Chameleon. I'm getting $5,000 for bumping you off. Drop that gun. Drop it.
Why, that's very easy. I don't need it, Sandy. I've got 3 cops standing behind you.
What? You dirty double-crosser. You murderer, Chameleon. You've killed me.
He's dead, all right. Oh, poor dumb Sandy. You shouldn't have looked around. Chameleon calling Central Headquarters.
Foley talking, Mr. Chameleon.
I just killed Sandy Hauser near 110th Street in the park. Pick up the body.
Okay, Mr. Chameleon.
And send a detail to surround the house where Detective Arnold is waiting for me. Get word to him that I'll be there right away.
Gotcha.
And put out every tracer on the force to get the lowdown on a man named Glenville Ferguson, and especially his sister, Elizabeth Lambert. Bye, Foley.
Mr. Chameleon and the Dazed Girl murder case continues in just a moment. And now back to Mr. Chameleon and the Dazed Girl murder case. It is a few minutes later, and we see Mr. Chameleon whispering to Detective Arnold as they quietly enter the garage, where he has said he believes the bodies of murdered persons will be found. And we hear him say,
Have you unearthed anything yet, Dave?
The boys are still digging, Mr. Chameleon.
Uh-huh.
Putting the earth on top of sacks to keep everything nice and quiet.
Good. I think they hit it now, Dave. Quick, everybody. Put on those gas masks. Those acid fumes may be deadly.
Hey, boys, put on these masks.
Okay. Okay.
Now, quietly lift the top off that vat. It's loose.
It's a vat, all right, Mr. Chameleon. But I don't see anything in it.
Fish around the bottom, boys, with those grappling hooks. Good thing you brought them.
It's part of a body, Mr. Chameleon.
There's not much left of it, Dave. Seems to be in pieces. Keep on dragging the bottom.
Okay.
There comes a skull.
Keep moving. We want to get out of here without being caught if we can.
It's the rest of the body. Practically nothing left of it.
Well, there's not much for us to go on. I may be able to get some fingerprints, though.
Maybe.
All right, gather it up, Dave. Rush it to the laboratory. We can at least get the approximate height. And there's a bullet hole through the skull.
Okay, Mr. Chameleon.
Come along, Dave.
That sounds like Eileen.
Quick, Dave, come. What's going on here?
He's trying to murder me, Mr. Chameleon. Keep him away.
Who are you?
I'm Jim Ferguson, this batty dame's husband.
Glenville Ferguson's son?
I'm not married to him. He's not my husband. I loathe him. Oh, don't let him touch me, Mr. Chameleon.
I told you she was nuts, Mr. Chameleon. I don't have to murder her to get rid of her. She'll kill herself someday.
I'm not married to him.
Like to see the marriage license, Mr. Chameleon? I'll get it out of this drawer.
Look out, Dave. He's got a gun.
Sure. And I'll kill you before I'll be arrested on a crazy girl's word. I'll kill you anyhow. My Aunt Elizabeth told me you were after me. No!
What, did you shoot him, Mr. Chameleon? I was just getting set when...
No. The shot came through the window, Dave. It's lucky he's not dead. We need him in our business.
But who fired the shot?
I think that the man who calls himself the man who knows. He said he'd turn up when I needed him most.
Oh, what next?
Look in that drawer. See if there is a marriage license there, Dave.
Holy mackerel, there is. Look at it.
Oh. Well, seems to be in order.
I never married Jim Ferguson. He's a loathsome creature.
What's happened here? I heard a shot. Oh, this insane girl killed my nephew, Jim.
He's not dead, Mrs. Lambert. Just a flesh wound.
Glenville, come here.
What is it, Elizabeth?
This insane girl, Eileen, shot Jim.
Eileen is not insane, Elizabeth, and I don't believe she shot him. Are you all right, Jim, my boy?
We're taking him to headquarters for treatment, Mr. Ferguson. Dave, you help him along, please.
Chameleon's lying, Father. He's arresting me.
You have no right to arrest this boy.
No, Mrs. Lambert. I found a body in an acid vat under the garage of this house.
I told you that girl, Eileen, was insane, Glenville. Oh, what has she been up to? This girl is behind everything, Mr. Chameleon. She's always shrieking about murder.
I'm taking Eileen to headquarters, too, for safekeeping. Come along, Eileen.
Yes, Mr. Chameleon.
Good night, Mrs. Lambert and Mr. Ferguson.
Oh, what a night, Mr. Chameleon.
You come over here, Dave, please.
Yeah?
I'll take these people in. You stay here. Take every radio out of this house, and then call headquarters.
Uh-huh.
Have every radio station broadcast that Mr. Chameleon is urgently in need of the party who called himself the man who knows and does. And ask him to come to my office in the morning.
And Mr. Chameleon's message bore fruit, for next morning we find him in headquarters with the man who calls himself the man who knows. And we hear this man saying,
As I was saying, Mr. Chameleon, my name is Talbot, and I am a police officer from South Africa.
And you are positive, Mr. Talbot, that the acid-soaked body we found was Elizabeth Lambert's husband, and that she murdered him when he traced her here?
Certainly. She was purposely trying to drive Eileen mad. She knew Eileen had actually seen her murder her husband. And I'm positive Elizabeth Lambert forged the marriage certificate between her nephew, Jim Ferguson, and Eileen.
Mm-hmm. Yes, it was forged, all right.
She knew Eileen, far from being poor, had inherited one of the biggest fortunes in South Africa, and she proposed to get her hands on it. She made Eileen believe her father was murdered and was a criminal. She did that to shatter that young girl's mind.
Elizabeth Lambert didn't tell me that story, Talbot. Her brother, Glenville Ferguson, told me. But our reports show him to be strictly on the up and up.
Then his sister put him up to telling you. He doesn't know what's going on half the time, Chameleon.
Did it ever occur to you that Eileen's insanity might be feigned and that she's our murderer?
Oh, that's impossible, Chameleon. What about the body you fished out of the acid vat? It matches the Lambert woman's husband, doesn't it?
It may be a plant of Eileen's. But I know a way to find out, Talbot.
Oh, how, Chameleon?
A trigger man hired by someone in the murder house tried to spot me last night, and I killed him. I'm going to disguise myself as one of his pals, and I'm going to confront our suspects as his successor and offer to bump myself off for $5,000. The one who accepts is the murderer.
Well, that's an idea, Chameleon.
You go out with us, Talbot?
I wouldn't miss it for £1,000, Chameleon.
So, later in the day, we see Mr. Chameleon in his disguise as Bill Tosco, Triggerman, in the Ferguson home. And as he speaks in the voice of his disguise, he says,
What's my proposition? My pal got bumped trying to bump Chameleon. I'd take the same chance that he did for $5,000. I can get Chameleon. I know my way around.
Don't fall for this, Aunt Elizabeth.
I'm not, Jim.
If you don't, lady, I turn you to the cops myself.
You're a murderess, Mrs. Lambert. But if you give this man money to kill Mr. Chameleon, I'll warn him. I saw you kill a man myself.
Eileen, be quiet. Don't listen to this girl, Tosco. This girl's insane.
You told Chameleon she wasn't, Glenville Ferguson. I got that through the grapevine.
Give him the money, Elizabeth. Don't go up for murder.
Well, well, Ferguson, so you're the one. Cover him, Dave. Shoot to kill if he moves.
Mr. Chameleon.
Right the first time, I'm Chameleon.
Listen, Chameleon, I didn't kill anybody. I told my sister to pay you off to keep her out of a scandalous
Keep
mess.
him covered, Dave.
Yes, sir.
This is outrageous, Mr. Chameleon. My brother wouldn't hurt anybody. You're as crazy as this girl.
Not so crazy that I failed to see that red ink on your carpet, Mrs. Lambert. And not so crazy that I didn't get the flash you and your brother were trying to drive this sweet girl mad by simulating a murder before her eyes. Handcuff Elizabeth Lambert, too, Dave. Haul them both in.
Just don't move, Elizabeth. I'm pretty handy with this gun.
Well, Talbot, Mr. The Man Who Knows, who do you think was right in this case?
I think we both were right, Mr. Comedian.
Yes, it seems so. Well, let's have dinner together tonight. I think I owe you one. Okay, Dave, that's all. Charge them with first-degree murder. Tell them about the charms of the electric chair on the way to headquarters.
And with these words, Mr. Chameleon concludes tonight's murder case. Listen next Wednesday night at this same time for Mr. Chameleon, the Man of Many Faces. The part of Mr. Chameleon is played by Carl Swenson, with dialogue by Frank Hummert, from the original story by Frank and Ann Hummert. It is directed by Richard Leonard, with music by Victor Arden. Your announcer is Howard Claney. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The makers of Camel Cigarettes present Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective. How mild can a cigarette be?
One puff won't tell you.
One sniff won't tell you.
It takes day in, day out smoking to find out how mild a cigarette is, how well it agrees with your throat. Make the sensible cigarette test, the thorough test. Smoke only Camels for 30 days and see just how mild a cigarette can be.
Here, transcribed, is Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
It was about 2 o'clock in the afternoon. It was cold out, and it had been raining. When it got a little warmer, it would probably snow. The whole city was covered with a heavy sheet of ice, and the steam heat in my office gurgled and clouded up the windows. I was feeling pretty good. I was warm. I'd had one client in the past week, and my bank account was on its way to recovery, and a good breakfast in the drugstore downstairs had made me comfortable and drowsy. I put my feet up on the desk, leaned back in my chair, and closed my eyes.
Mr. Diamond? Mr. Diamond?
I must have been napping and didn't know it. I hadn't heard the door open, but there he stood, framed in the door, resting his weight on the jamb, and looking across the room at me with tired eyes.
Mr. Diamond?
Yes, what can I do for you?
My name is Abel Gunther. I want to hire you.
All right, Mr. Gunther. I charge $100 a day in expenses.
I don't think I can pay it. I can pay you some, but I don't think I can pay you that much.
Well, that's my fee for you or a Rockefeller. I got expenses.
I see. Well, I'll keep looking. I need help. Perhaps you could recommend someone?
You'll pardon me for saying so, but you don't look too well, Mr. Gunther.
I'm pretty sick, Mr. Diamond.
Maybe you'd better sit down and tell me what your problem is.
I can't afford the money.
That's all right. Tell me about it anyway.
I think I had better sit down.
Yes, you better. What's wrong? You got the flu or something?
No. I'm afraid it's a little more serious. Would you really like to hear my story?
I think I really would.
I'm a farmer, Mr. Diamond. My home is Haiti, near Saint-Nazaire.
Haiti?
Yes, the West Indies. I was born there, raised there. My parents died when I was 13. I have a wife. She's there now, and she's the main reason I have come here seeking help. My wife is dying, Mr. Diamond. I must get help quickly before it is too late. I have a farm.
He kept talking, telling me about his life on Haiti. He told me about his farm, a fairly good-sized farm by his description. He told me how in the past 2 years things began to go wrong on his farm. And soon all the farms in the area were also having trouble.
The cane fields would burn every year. Then it was the cattle. One by one, they became sick. Then my wife, and now me.
And you don't know what's wrong with either of you, huh?
Yes and no. My Christian religion fights it, but my life on Haiti has taught me deep respect for it.
Respect for what?
Voodoo, Mr. Diamond. Oh, I know just what you're thinking. But a doctor in Haiti has examined my wife and can find nothing wrong.
Well, I don't particularly believe in anything like that, Mr. Gunther. But if you do, why have you come to me?
I said I have a healthy respect for it. I don't entirely believe it, but some of the things I've seen make it difficult to disbelieve. I came to you because I suspect a possibility of something more. Immediately after my wife was taken ill, I received an offer for my farm, a very low offer from a Saint-Nazaire banker. I investigated, found it had been made in the interests of one Arthur Cotswold.
Arthur Cotswold?
Haiti's biggest planter.
Oh. How about the other farmers?
They received offers like mine. Being the oldest farmer, the rest looked to me for guidance. I told them to wait. Then I came here to hire someone to look into the matter.
Would you like some water?
No, thank you. I'm all right.
Anyone else become ill besides you and your wife?
Yes. Several others. I have $368 in my ticket home. The money is yours if you will go to Haiti and investigate.
Have you been to a doctor here in New York?
No. Mr. Diamond, here's directions how to get to my farm. My servant, Little Shiva, is there. No one knows I came.
Mr. Gunther. Mr. Gunther.
Levinson Homicide.
Hello, Walt.
Oh, Rick.
Yeah. Better get up to my office. I've got a dead man for you.
Are you kidding?
That's what Gunther told me.
Voodoo?
Voodoo smoodoo. That's what the man said.
Steady, boy.
Oh, stop it, Walt. You know I don't believe it.
But you're going down to Haiti.
Well, somebody's got to tell the wife.
The local authorities can do that. Hey.
No, what's the matter?
The local authorities in Haiti. Why didn't Gunther go to them if he thought there was something phony about the setup?
You want an opinion?
If you can strain one out.
Well, Gunther probably didn't go to the Haiti authorities because he knew they'd think just what you're thinking.
Okay, so I'm crazy.
Well, Gunther died in my office. He came a long way for help, and the poor guy wanted to give me his last $368. So I'm going to Haiti. I'll send you a zombie. Walt promised to send a wire in care of the authorities in Saint Leger as soon as he got an autopsy report on Mr. Gunther, and I headed to the airline's ticket office. By 8 o'clock that evening, I was in an airline's flagship at 12,000 feet heading for the West Indies and Haiti. The trip wasn't bad. We landed in Miami, where I grabbed a cup of coffee and then climbed aboard a clipper for Port-au-Prince. At Port-au-Prince, I took a bus to Saint Leger, and from there a beaten-up taxi to the Gunther farm about 10 miles into the country. As we neared the farm, I could see a crowd of people standing around in front of the house. And as I climbed out of the cab and approached them, they turned, and their hushed conversations were suddenly stilled. I didn't know what it was. No one said a word. But something was wrong. I could feel it. I walked through the crowd to the house and stopped cold as the door opened.
Who are you?
I'd never seen anything like him. He was a native, and he ducked his head as he stepped out of the door to face me. He was a good 7 feet tall, or maybe more, and must have weighed close to 300. He stood on his bare feet, his long, muscled arms hanging loosely at his sides, and looked at me with dark, shining eyes.
Me, Little Chiva. Who are you?
Oh, me, very little Richard Diamond. Mr. Gunther hired me to come here.
You from New York?
Oh, yes. Mr. Gunther couldn't come back.
He died?
That's right. How did you know?
You come in?
Sure. What are all those people doing out there?
Their friend's madam. She died, too.
Little Chiva led the way into the bedroom where Mrs. Gunther lay on the bed, covered with a fresh white sheet, her eyes closed in death, her face drawn and tired. Little Chiva told me she had died the day before, about 3 p.m, and a cold chill ran up my back. I remembered her husband lying on the floor of my office about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the day before.
What do you do here?
Mr. Gunther wanted me to find out why the cattle are getting sick, why the fields are burning, why he and his wife became ill.
Bad voodoo.
Well, he thought it might have something to do with a man named Cotswold.
He big man.
What are those drums?
For Madam and Mister. They voodoo. Good voodoo. Give blessing for spirit. For Madam and Mister.
Oh. You see, Little Chiva, the Mr. Gunther wanted me to help him. He paid me money to help him and died asking for help. I'm going to try and do what I can.
The Madam and Mr. Good people. Teach Little Chiva. They take Little Chiva when he's small boy and make good life. You good man. Little Chiva help you.
Right then, I inherited Little Chiva. And if there was going to be any trouble, the giant servant would certainly help to make up the difference. The first thing I wanted to do was contact the local authorities in Saint Leger. The little Cheever told me my man was one Inspector Laplanche.
A very fine person, Mr. Gunther. I'm sorry he's dead.
Well, how'd everybody know he was dead?
On Haiti, things of such nature are never a secret. The natives know.
Voodoo?
Being a stranger to Haiti, Mr. Diamond, I expect you to be a skeptic.
But you believe in voodoo?
Let us say I've been in Haiti too long not to believe.
Well, Gunther thought the whole thing might have something to do with a man named Cotswold.
I would suggest you forget Mr. Cotswold.
Then I suggest you give me a good reason to forget him.
Mr. Cotswold is a very big man on Haiti, the largest plantation owner on the West Indies, and a self-made man with a considerable temper.
Well, thanks for the advice, Inspector. But supposing I come up with something incriminating.
If Mr. Cotswold has breached the law, it would certainly be my duty to arrest him. But I am not considering the arrest. More, the necessary steps that would have to be taken to prove the guilt. Dangerous steps, Mr. Diamond. One might trip on those steps.
And break his neck.
Yes.
You like the middle of the road, huh?
It is much easier to see what is ahead.
It's possible to get run down from behind.
I do as much as I can to prevent that possibility. Example, my suggestion, you forget Mr. Cotswold.
I left the philosophical inspector and went outside where little Cheever had been waiting. Every time I looked at Cheever, it was like a little kid spotting the Empire State for the first time. He smiled a mouthful of white teeth as he said,
"The inspector, he say forget Mr. Cotswold."
"That's right. What do you think, little Cheever?"
"I think I do what you want."
"You know what I want?"
"You want go see Cotswold."
Think I'm crazy?"
"You're not afraid. You're not strong like little Cheever. But little Cheever think of all the men he know, you would fight hardest."
"I don't like to fight, little Cheever."
"Little Cheever know that. We go see Cotswold."
Little Cheever led the way up a long, narrow road surrounded on both sides by high sugarcane fields. Somewhere from not too far away, I heard the drums start again. Little Cheever stopped, looked off to the north. He began moving his shoulders, slowly, keeping time to the steady rhythm of the drums. He began to sing softly.
Oh, hey, say Papa New keep a posse. Oh, hey, say Papa New keep a posse.
What does that mean, little Cheever?
It means in your language, it is our Papa who passes.
Papa?
Papa Damballa, the great source.
Voodoo?
Yes. Later I must leave you. Today is Wednesday. This is the day of Papa Damballa. Oh, hey, say Papa Nuki Papase.
He continued his little chant until we reached the beginning of a long, high fence running along next to the narrow road. Cheever leaned down and swung a gate open. Then we walked up the path that led through the Cotswold property until we reached the house. There, sitting back between two huge trees, was the Cotswold mansion. I walked up to the front door alone.
Mr. Diamond.
Yes, Cheever?
Watch out for Mr. Jocelyn. He guard Cotswold.
Thanks, I'll do that.
What do you want?
I want to see Cotswold.
You do, eh? What are you doing here, little Cheever?
I wait for Mister.
Found himself a new governor, what? You must be that fellow Diamond.
I must be.
Well, come in. Mr. Cotswold's been expecting you.
He introduced himself as Jocelyn and led the way into a large paneled study. And I met the big man himself, Arthur Cotswold. The drums stopped.
Today is Wednesday. It belongs to the great god Damballa.
So I understand.
Most days of the week are significant in voodoo. Will you have a drink, Mr. Diamond?
No, thank you.
Jocelyn, mix me a gin and tonic.
Yes, Mr. Cotswold.
Thursday and Saturday belong to Uzile Frida, the goddess of love.
I'll have to remember that.
I know why you are here, Mr. Diamond.
I'm glad you do.
For some reason, Gunther and the rest of the miserable farmers think I'm responsible for their trouble.
Of course you're not.
I simply tried to help them. With their cattle sick and their crops gone, I had my banker make them an offer.
Have any of your cattle taken sick?
None.
Pretty strange.
Haiti is a strange land.
Now, you're not going to start talking voodoo.
You're a stranger, Mr. Diamond. There are many things that you would not understand, and I would certainly not try and convert you.
Well, I appreciate your interest, but I intend to find out why Gunther and his wife died.
This point I would most certainly give you advice on. Go home, Mr. Diamond. Leave well enough alone.
After I come up with an answer.
Mr. Diamond, I am not a patient man. I have gone out of my way to give you some healthy advice. Heed it. For your sake, heed it.
No, thanks. I'll let you know what I find out.
You persist in this investigation?
I always persist. In fact, I'm the persistentist.
Before we continue with Richard Diamond, here are a few words about smoking enjoyment.
The things we look for most in a cigarette are mildness and flavor. You'll find both of these things in Camels, day after day and pack after pack.
No other cigarette has Camel's rich, full flavor, the flavor of costly tobaccos properly aged and expertly blended.
And no other cigarette gives you this proof of mildness. In a coast-to-coast test of hundreds of people who smoked only Camels for 30 days, noted throat specialists reported not one single case of throat irritation due to smoking Camels.
Make your own 30-day Camel test. Not just a puff, not just a sniff, but normal smoking for about a month. You'll enjoy every puff, and you'll know without question how mild Camels are, how well they agree with your throat.
Yes, and you'll see why. More people smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
How mild, how mild, how mild, how mild, how mild can a cigarette be? Make the Camel 30-day test and you'll see. Smoke Camels and see.
And now, back to Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
I left Arthur Cotswold cooling his fifth with a gin and tonic, went back to Chiva, and he led me back to town. On the way, I got an idea. When we arrived in town, I sent little Chiva back to the Gunther farm. Then I went in to talk to Inspector LaPlanche. The inspector had received a wire from one Lieutenant Walt Levinson, 5th Precinct, New York Police.
Well, I had no idea the New York police were interested in this affair.
They're always interested when someone drops dead. Now, here's something pretty interesting, Inspector. Mr. Gunther died of a disease known as brucellosis, commonly known in cattle as Bang's disease. Ever heard of it?
I'm not a medical man, Mr. Diamond.
Well, it's undulant fever. Both Gunther and his wife probably caught it from their sick cattle.
What do you intend to do?
Well, I think those cattle were infected deliberately, and the cane fields burned purposely. If the cattle were infected deliberately, there must be some of the brucellosis still around, and I'm going to find it. Maybe at Mr. Cotswold's. I think you better issue a search warrant and come with me.
Mr. Diamond, the middle of the road, remember?
I think you'd better forget the middle of the road, Inspector. Unless you want me to get in touch with the authorities and have you held as a material witness in a murder case.
I will issue the warrant.
I kind of thought you would.
I will issue it, but you certainly do not think it will be enough to get you into the Cotswold house?
No, but it'll make it legal. I sent little Chiva back to collect some of his friends. They're going to help us get in that house, Inspector.
I will have no part of violence.
Oh, they won't even be with us. It would be easy to search the Cotswold place if Cotswold was out fighting a fire.
Fire?
Just a harmless fire, Inspector. But far enough away so that Cotswold will think it's his cane fields.
Oh, well, then I will certainly issue the warrant, Mr. Diamond. As long as we are going to do everything open and above board, I will certainly issue it.
Welcome back to the gutter, Inspector. The view isn't much, but you can't miss where you're going. Let's go get little Chiva.
What are all those natives doing at the Gunthers?
I don't know.
It looks like something's wrong.
We piled out of the car and pushed our way through the crowd of natives. Inside the house, we found what was wrong. Lying in the middle of the room was little Chiva. He He was almost dead when I knelt beside him.
I talked to friends. They light fire for you.
Thanks, Chiva.
Now, Dambalowedo take me.
He's been stabbed.
And he cut him in two. They got him from behind. Never would have faced him.
You stay. You see, waitele non tete yamort.
See what?
It is a ritual. It means taking the spirit from the air of the dead. He wants you to see it.
You stay. You believe voodoo.
All right, Chiva. I'll stay. Now, who did this to you?
Nazi. In back.
He's dead. The next few hours I'll never forget. The inspector knew what was coming, and he wanted no part of it, so he waited outside. I don't know whether I can describe it, but I'll try. And even though I saw it with my own eyes, I still don't quite believe it. The natives came into the house and picked up little Chiva. They placed him on a bench, and the ceremony began. Some of them had already obtained the necessary items used for Waitiloa non Teti Yum Mort. They included several live pigeons, olive oil, 30 pieces of fat pine wood, a pair of chickens, some coarse cornmeal, and a saddle blanket, and a large white plate. Little Chiva's body was covered by the blanket, and then the pigeons were killed and cooked without seasoning. The cornmeal was roasted, then placed in the white plate. The 30 slivers of pine wood were lighted and carried by the natives like candles. Then one of the natives took the white plate with the meal in one hand and the pot with the chicken in the other and approached the fire chanting a strange dirge. I nearly ran out of the screaming Mimis. As he finished the last line of the chant, the dead body of little Chiva sat straight up with straining eyes, bowed its head, and fell back.
You look a little pale, Mr. Diamond.
Well, I can't understand why. Probably because my blood's hiding in my feet.
What do you think of voodoo now?
Well, let's forget it, shall we? I haven't got the money for a good rest home.
Yeah. We are close to the Cochuelas.
Good. Let's park it here and wait until the fire starts. The inspector and I sat in the car and waited while the moon climbed up over the clouds and the drums in the distance tangled my nerves into complete knots. After about an hour of waiting, a dull glow to the south started the expected commotion in the Cotswold household, and we climbed out of the car.
Fire, Mr. Cotswold! The cane field! Fire! Get the servants! Get every man out there to fight that fire!
It had worked. The inspector and I stayed to the shadows until the last man went running out of the house. Then we went in. We worked as fast as we could. We took the place apart. And I must say, the timid inspector had really gotten out of the middle of the road. He tore the place apart like he'd spent most of his time on a wrecking crew.
I have not found a thing.
Oh, the house is clean.
There's a barn.
Then let's go. We went out of the house and headed for the barn about 50 yards away. The drums were louder now, and the dull glow of the fire had nearly vanished. It was obvious that the inspector and I had to work fast. He took one end of the barn, and I took the other. We worked toward each other. Just about the time I was ready to give the whole thing up.
Diamond! Diamond!
Inspector, you find something?
This hypodermic for cattle.
That's not enough.
This bottle hidden under this box?
Well, it's more like it. Let's get it back to town and have it analyzed.
That won't be necessary, Mr. Diamond.
Cotswold.
It was Cotswold, and he had 3 things on his side that made the situation very uncomfortable. His bodyguard, Jocelyn, and 2 guns. They stepped through the open door and moved up to us.
I see you found my secret, Mr. Diamond.
This is the stuff you've been infecting the cattle with. And this is what killed the Gunthers.
That's correct. You see, you should have really taken my advice and returned to the States.
You'll be held for murder, Cotswold.
Who will convict me, Mr. Diamond? No evidence, no one to testify. I'm surprised at you, Inspector. I thought you had more sense.
Sometimes a man finds his pride and does the best thing.
You know, of course, I can't allow either of you to live.
No, we had a hunch. Now tell me something. Who killed little Cheever?
He was getting to be a nuisance. I had Jocelyn here attend to the matter.
What's that? Diamond.
Mr. Cotswold, look!
Well, now I want to tell you, I'd seen a lot that day, but that was just a little too much. The howl had come from the open door, and standing in it, framed against the yellow moon...
It's him! It's little Cheever! No!
But there he was, and he looked even bigger as he shuffled toward the two men, his arms swinging at his sides like two giant sledgehammers. He was going all the way. He hadn't just come back from the dead to sit up. He was taking a walk.
Get away! Get away! You're dead! Shoot him! Shoot him!
But Jocelyn was too terrified to even raise his arm. The big native reached out, grabbed him with both hands, and crushed him like an eggplant. For a minute, I was too stunned to move. Then when I saw Cotswold bring up his gun, I threw the bottle. It stopped him long enough for the big native to drop Jocelyn's limp body and charge in. Like an idiot, I had some stupid reason for wanting Cotswold alive, so I tried to head Cheever off. Ever tried to stop a freight train with both hands out? He brushed me off, and I crashed into the wall just as he grabbed Cotswold.
No! No!
He picked him up, raised him high over his head, and threw him the length of the barn.
Diamond, he's coming over here.
Now, look, old boy. It's me, Diamond. Little Cheever, please,
Me not little Cheever.
What?
I should have guessed.
Should have guessed what? What is this?
This is Big Cheever.
Big Cheever?
Me little Cheever's brother. Me pay back for kill little Cheever.
Oh, good gosh.
I never thought
Me big Cheever. Come, I take you back to Gunther house. Little Cheever say you good man. I be your servant.
Well, if you don't mind, I just think I'll head back for the States and lie in a warm tub of mud for the next 6 months. Tell me something, Big Cheever.
What do you want?
You don't have a big brother, do you?
Dick Powell will return in just a minute.
More doctors smoke Camels than any other cigarette, according to a repeated nationwide survey.
Doctors in every branch of medicine, doctors in all parts of the country, have again been asked what cigarette they smoked.
Again, the brand named most was Camel. Yes, according to this survey, more doctors smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
Friends, try Camels and discover for yourself the reasons behind Camel's great popularity. You'll enjoy Camel's rich flavor and cool mildness pack after pack and week after week.
How mild, how mild, how mild, how mild, how mild can a cigarette be? Make the Camel 30-day test and you'll see. Smoke Camels and see.
Here's Dick Powell with a special message.
Thank you. Friends, nothing can boost your morale like a gift, especially if you're in a hospital bed. That's why the Camel people send gift cigarettes each week to hospitalized servicemen and veterans in this country and overseas. This week, Camels are on their way to Veterans Hospitals, Rutland Heights, Massachusetts, and Lyons, New Jersey, U.S. Naval Hospital, Quantico, Virginia, and to all hospitals operated by the Far East Command of the U.S. Air Force. Now until next week, enjoy Camels. I always do.
Men, has your pipe got your tongue? Well, switch to Prince Albert, the National Joy Smoke. PA's Choice Tobacco is specially treated to ensure against tongue bite. Yes, and it's crimp cut, too, for smooth, burning, and cool smoking. Get Prince Albert, rich, flavorful, and with a delightful natural fragrance. It's America's largest-selling smoking tobacco.
Listen next week for another exciting transcribed adventure of Richard Diamond, starring Dick Powell. This is Your FBI. The official broadcast from the files of the FBI follows immediately. Stay tuned. This program came to you from Hollywood. This is the American Broadcasting Company.
We've got to find that woman, you understand?
Well, I
We've got to find that girl, you hear?
Hey, Inspector Faraday, we can't hear you when you pound your desk like that.
You'll pound a beat if you don't find the Bromley girl, Carlson. And the same goes for the rest of you, too.
Look, Inspector, this is the homicide department. How come the pressure's on us to find her?
Because the pressure's on the whole force. And what's more, this kind of thing leads to murder sometimes. More than sometimes. And we want to get to work before there's a murder.
Okay.
No, it isn't okay. What have we done so far?
Inspector, we've got every radio car in the city in operation. We've called in all off-duty men, canceled all...
I know what we've done, Carlson. And I know what we haven't done, too. We haven't found Millicent Bromley. She's just a 22-year-old, see? A girl who's done nobody any harm, see? And she's in the hands of thugs, see? Now, we're supposed to be great, big, strong he-men. We're supposed to be policemen. We're supposed to protect the people of this city from accidents and crimes. Yet we can't even help a 22-year-old girl. No. Faraday speaking.
Inspector Faraday, this is Shorty. You know, Shorty, Boston Blackie's friend.
Yeah, I know who you are, Shorty. So don't bother me. I'm busy.
Yeah, I know that, Inspector Faraday. That's why I'm calling. I can make you unbusy.
Oh, you can you?
Yep.
Well, isn't that nice? Now, look, Shorty, I've got no...
But you gotta listen to me, Inspector Faraday. Blackie's out of town.
Oh, Blackie's out of town, is he? That's wonderful. Now, why don't you get out of town, too? Then I'll solve this case the way it ought to be solved.
Inspector Faraday, I just talked to Blackie's girlfriend, Mary Wesley, and she talked to Blackie. He's in California.
You talk to Miss Wesley, and Miss Wesley talk to Blackie. So what? What do I care? I'm busy looking for a missing girl. Now, goodbye.
Oh, gee, Inspector Faraday, don't hang up. I know you're looking for a girl. It's Millicent Bromley, isn't it?
Yeah, it's Millicent Bromley. And I suppose you know right where she is.
I sure do, Inspector Faraday. She's right here in my room.
And now on to tonight's adventure of Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
There's Shorty's door, Carlson, at the end of the hall.
You think he was on the level about having the Bromley girl, Inspector Faraday?
I don't know. If he does, this case is awful easy. I haven't had an easy case in 10 years. We'll know in a minute. Open up, Shorty. It's Faraday. Open up!
Come on in, Inspector Faraday.
Hey, what's the matter with you, Shorty? You're bleeding. Grab him, Carlson, before he falls down.
I got him, Inspector. Thanks. You better sit down, Bud.
Yeah, sure.
All right. There you are.
You know, you guys got here too late.
Hey, what happened to you, Shorty? Where's the Bromley girl?
I don't know, Inspector Faraday.
Uh-oh, Faraday. You said this might be one of Blackie's gags?
Yeah.
No, Inspector. This ain't no gag. She was here, but somebody slugged me from behind, and when I came to, she was gone.
Oh, yeah?
So help me, that's the truth.
Take this down, will you, Carlson?
You're bad, Inspector.
Okay. Now, Shorty, Blackie put you up to this, didn't he?
No.
It's his idea of a gag. Or maybe he's mixed up in this.
Honest, Inspector, all Blackie had to do with this was to tell me to call you up and say the girl was here.
But the girl wasn't here, was she?
But she was, Inspector Faraday. Honest, she was. She was right there on that couch there when I was talking to you on the phone.
All right, she was right there on the couch. How'd she happen to get here? You grabbed her, didn't you?
No, honest, Inspector Faraday. She was here when I got here. And the professor was here, too. He said she was his niece.
The professor? Who's he?
He's a guy I know. Nice guy, too. He's used my room before, but he's never brought anybody with him before, especially anybody he swiped.
How did you know the Bromley girl wasn't the professor's niece if the professor said she was his niece?
Well, the professor left and told me to let the girl sleep. I turned on the radio in the other room, and I heard what the Bromley girl was wearing. Now, this girl was wearing the same thing.
Sure.
I went over to wake her up and ask her if she was the Bromley girl, and then I saw she was doped. And then, suddenly, something hit me on the head.
You're lying, Shorty.
If I'm lying, you think I hit myself on the head?
I wouldn't doubt it.
Ah!
I think this whole thing is phony. Now, come on, who's this professor? Is that Blackie? Or is he something else Blackie dreamed up?
No. Honest, Inspector Faraday. The professor's a real guy.
He's real, huh?
Yeah.
All right, where does he live?
I don't know.
Oh, you don't, huh? Well, isn't that convenient? Shorty, you're number one on my suspicion parade. And maybe the charge will be murder, which is another way of saying you're under arrest.
You recovered the Bromley girl from Shorty's room without Shorty seeing you, didn't you, Tommy?
Oh, sure, Professor. He didn't even know what hit him. And the Bromley dame's still sleeping in the next room.
Splendid. Now, I want you and Bill to listen to me very closely.
I think I know what we're going to do next, Professor.
I hope you do, Tommy. But Bill here wasn't present for the initial proceedings. I think we had best...
One thing I don't savvy yet, Prof, is why we stashed the dame at Shorty's in the first place and then had to conk Shorty to get her back.
Well, Bill, I didn't want to bring her directly here to my place until I was certain the police had no description of me. So it was expedient for the girl and I to remain in someone else's abode until I could ascertain whether or not it was safe to lodge her here.
Oh, I get it. Nobody spotted you snatching a dame, so after a couple of hours at Shorty's, it was okay for us to get her out of Shorty's, huh?
Your powers of deduction are brilliant, Bill. But now for your instructions. I managed the girl this far. As Tommy knows, she'll be in your care from now on.
Yeah, sure, Prof.
We keep her here, Prof?
No, Bill. You will take her out to our farm and wait there for the delivery of the ransom money. When you have the money, bring it here to me.
Hey, look, Prof, it's a long way out to the farm. What if the Bromley dame wakes up on the way out and starts yelling?
I don't think you'll have any trouble with her, Tommy, asleep or awake.
Well, if we do...
Oh, no, you won't, Tommy. We'll have none of that.
Oh, but, Prof, if she starts to queer our plans...
The girl is not to be mistreated in any way, do you understand?
Well... I'll see that everything goes all right, Professor.
I'm certain you will, Tommy.
And what about after we get the dough? What do we do with the dame then?
Release her, by all means, and show her the greatest courtesy while she's in your care.
Okay. Now, how do we get the money?
My dog will bring it to the shack.
Huh?
The dog, Prof? How's the dog going to bring us some money? Where's the dog going to get it?
The ransom note I have just prepared states that they will find my dog leashed to a tree on the Oxford Road 6 miles west of Havensville.
Yeah?
They are to strap the packages of money, $50,000, in $20 and $50 bills, all old money, to the dog's back and untie him from the tree. And then say, now, go home. The dog will do the rest.
Yeah, but, Professor, won't somebody follow the dog?
Why do you think I'm going to such fantastic measures to procure the ransom money, Tommy? Perhaps someone will try to follow my dog, but it'll be impossible. I have trained him for months to run a devious course at top speed and to duck through thickets and backtrack in the densest underbrush. And parts of the terrain over which he will travel with the ransom money will be impassable to man. No, Tommy, no one will follow my dog, but they're perfectly welcome to try.
Inspector Faraday, I know you're doing everything possible to find my daughter, but can't you do the impossible and get her back?
Mr. Bromley will do anything to find that daughter of yours. But you can help us if you give us the details of the ransom
But
note.
I haven't received a note.
Mr. Bromley, I know exactly how you feel about this. You think you're protecting your daughter by not cooperating with the police because the note says not to
But,
contact the
Inspector
police.
Faraday, you must believe me. I have not received a note.
You haven't, huh?
No. But when I do, you can be sure I'll contact you no matter what the note says.
Will you promise me that? Even if the note warns you not to come to us?
I'm no fool, Inspector. I know you can handle these fellows far better than I.
Well, I'm glad you realize that. If more people realize that, there'd be far less crime.
You'll get complete cooperation from me, don't worry. But isn't there anything you can do before I get the note?
We've done all we could on the leads we've had.
Well, this Shorty person, what does he know about it?
I don't know. He tells a story that makes some sense, but not enough to suit me. I still think he's mixed up in this some way. Or Boston Blackie is.
You're holding Shorty?
No, I had to let him go. Not enough on him.
Well, this story he tells about a professor. Perhaps that's your lead.
It is a lead, and we're working on it. But so far, we haven't been able to find any professor.
But certainly this Shorty must know where he lives if he knows him well
Mr.
enough.
Bromley, you don't know underworld people. If Shorty's telling the truth about a professor, he may also be telling the truth when he says he doesn't know where he lives. Well, some of the best-known people in the underworld have hideouts that no one knows about. Not even members of their own gang.
Oh, I see.
Don't worry, Mr. Bromley. We'll find... Come in.
Inspector Faraday.
Yeah, Carlson, what do you want?
I've got something you want, Inspector. We got a tip on where a guy they call the professor may be hiding out.
Oh, thank heaven.
You have, huh? Good. Where?
In a brown house on Front Street between Canal and the Bay Bridge Ramp.
Front Street, huh?
Yep.
That's near where Shorty lives. Maybe he was telling the truth.
Inspector, now maybe we'll find my daughter.
I hope so, Mr. Bromley. Maybe you'd like to come along with us. I'm going down to Front Street in person to teach that professor a lesson. Here's the professor's house, Mr. Bromley.
Are you sure?
Yes. The tip said it was a brown house on Front Street, didn't it, Constable?
Yes, sir, and between Canal Street and the Bay Bridge ramp. This is the only brown house on the block. Want me to go in first, Inspector?
No, I'll go first. You and Mr. Bromley follow.
We have to find Millicent here, Inspector. This is our only lead to her.
And there's still Shorty. We can pick him up any time we want to.
Oh, on what grounds, Inspector? We never saw him with her. We can't charge him with anything.
I know that, but we... Well, let's go in and have a chat with this professor.
There won't be shooting, will there?
If there is, Mr. Bromley, I'll start it. My gun's all set.
Hey, why not try the door, Inspector? It might be open.
All right, but watch it. You'd better step back a few feet, Mr. Bromley.
That's all right, Inspector. I'm not afraid.
Door's open. Let's go in. But slowly.
Doesn't look to me as if this house has been lived in lately.
Some people don't care how they live, Carlson.
Inspector, there's a light shining from under that door. There.
Yeah, I just saw it, Mr. Bromley. Come on, let's have a look. Ready with your gun, Carlson.
Ready.
But be careful. He may be holding my daughter as a shield. Please, be careful.
We'll watch out, Mr. Bromley. Okay. I'm going to try the door.
I'm all set. Fling her open if she isn't locked.
And there's our professor. Okay, Prop, put the...
Matter, Inspector Faraday?
Nothing much, Mr. Bromley. But there's a lot the matter with the professor. He's dead.
And now, back to our story. 22-year-old Millicent Bromley is missing, but is later found by Shorty, a friend of Boston Blackie. Shorty learns that the girl is stolen and gets in touch with Boston Blackie, who's out of town. Blackie tells Shorty to contact Faraday of the police. Shorty calls Inspector Faraday, but before the inspector gets to Shorty's room, Shorty is knocked out and the girl stolen from him. Shorty claims a man named the Professor brought the girl to his room, but when the police find the Professor, he's dead. As we return to our story, Shorty has been released by the police, and in the Bromley home, the phone rings.
Hello.
You, Bromley?
Yes.
Did you get our little note about the ransom?
Yes, I just this minute received it. Are you the man who has my daughter?
I'll ask the questions. But I'll answer that one with a yeah.
I got your note. I'll pay your money. Only give me back my daughter.
You'll get her back, Bromley. But did you read that little note real good?
Yes, I read it.
Well, it said, don't tell the police what's in it. Did you read that?
Yes, I did.
Well, remember that, pal. Or forget about your daughter.
Oh, I'll be... Hello. Oh, he hung up. Coming. Yes?
I'd like to talk to Mr. Harold Bromley, if it's okay.
I'm Harold Bromley.
Oh, hiya. I'm Shorty. I guess you've heard of me.
I certainly have.
You got a minute so I could talk to you?
Definitely. Come in.
Thanks.
The police have released you, I trust.
Yeah, but they'll nab me again if we don't find your kid. I'm still in a jam. Look, I just been talking to my friend Boston Blackie long distance, see, and he asked me to come and see you.
Your friend Blackie is going to help me find my daughter?
He's trying to now, Mr. Bromley.
But how can he help me when he's out of town?
Oh, he'll be here tomorrow, but he figured he might help even before he got here. If you tell him what's in that note...
Well, I intend to tell Inspector Faraday of the police, in spite of the fact that I just had a phone call warning me not to. But do you think it's wise for me to tell Blackie, too?
Well, if you're smart enough to spill it to the cops, you sure can't go wrong spilling it to Blackie. You know, Blackie comes up with some shortcut ideas every now and then.
Yes, he does, doesn't he?
Sure.
All right. Here's what the note says. The money, $50,000 in old bills in 20s and 50s, is to be taken by car to a tree on the Oxford Road, 6 miles west of Havensville.
I got it.
There'll be a dog near the tree.
A dog? What cooks?
The money is to be strapped to the dog's back. I am to untie the dog and say, now go home. And that will be that.
Why, that's the nuttiest thing I ever heard.
I'm afraid it's rather clever, though, Shorty. They caution me not to try to leash the dog. He'll balk. He won't move. And not to try to follow it. It'll be impossible.
Oh, it is, huh? Well, maybe so. Look, when do you have to kick in with the ransom money?
At midnight tomorrow night.
Tomorrow night, huh? Okay. Now, I'll tell you what. Just so those guys can't say you double-crossed them, I'll go to the cops. That note sure didn't say nothing about me.
51 Sunset Parkway. Good evening.
Hello, Harry. This is Shorty.
Oh, yeah, Shorty.
Any more news from Blackie?
Well, there's a telegram here for you.
Yeah, that's what I meant. I guess it's from Blackie telling me what plane he's coming in on.
Well, it got here just 3 minutes ago.
Read it to me, will you?
Okay, just a minute.
Yeah, good.
Here you are, Shorty.
Okay. Read it slow.
Okay, it's from Blackie, all right.
What plane's he coming in on?
Well, here's what his wire says.
Yeah?
Weather impossible. All planes grounded. Phone me here about note as soon as you know something. Signed, Blackie.
Okay, Harry, I'll do that. Blackie says he'll tell me what to do next, huh? Gee, I sure hope so. Yeah, Blackie, I got it. Oh, gee, that's a swell idea, Blackie. But the note says not to tell the cops what's in it. Well, okay, if you think it's okay. Yeah, I'll go see Inspector Faraday right away. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
Look, Shorty, you want to spend the rest of your life in this office of mine?
Maybe. Now, look, Inspector. I came here to tell you what was in the ransom note Mr. Bromley got.
He got the note? You know what's in it?
Sure.
How do you know? Did you write it?
No, I didn't. Mr. Bromley told me what was in it.
He told you?
Uh-huh.
Why didn't you say so in the first place?
Because you've been screaming your head off ever since I walked in that door.
Well, I'll scream some more if you wait any longer to tell me what's in that note.
Okay. Here it is. Now, at midnight tonight, we take $50,000 in old bills, 20s and 50s, to a tree on the Oxford Road, 6 miles west of Havensville.
I know, the old gag. Leave it in a hole in the tree, huh?
Oh, no. There'll be a dog there.
Yeah, I thought. A dog?
Yeah, a dog, tied to the tree. We strap the money on the dog's back, untie the dog, and he scrams with the dough.
That's fine. Just how are we going to follow a dog? Those things can run, and they probably got this one trained to break records.
Yeah, I guess maybe they have, Inspector Faraday. But Blackie's come up with an idea how we can trail the dog without following him.
He has.
Uh-huh.
How are we going to do it? Tie rockets to our pants?
Yeah, it's a good puppy.
You better hurry, Mr. Bromley. It's almost midnight. We
Yes,
want to release
Inspector.
the dog here right on the dot of 12.
It's almost done, Inspector Faraday. My hands are shaking so I can hardly... There. It seems secure enough.
Good. Now, here's where we start fooling these guys.
How, Inspector? We'll never be able to follow this dog by trying to run after it.
No. But we can do something so we can watch where he goes. Now, look around you, Mr. Bromley. What do you see?
Well, nothing but darkness.
Yeah, pitch darkness. But in that darkness are hills. Pretty high hills, too. I have men posted on the top of nearly every hill in the vicinity.
Will they be able to see the dog?
No, they won't be able to see the dog, even using binoculars. That is, not as the dog is now. Shorty, do you have that can of luminous paint?
Yeah, sure. It's right here, Inspector. I'm putting it on the dog's tail now.
Oh, now I see what you're going to do.
Put some on the dog's sides, too, Shorty. A nice wide band of it, huh?
Yeah, I'm doing that right now. Say, this paint won't hurt him, will it?
No, I checked into that. The stuff's non-poisonous.
Good.
We'll get it off after it's served its purpose.
What happens now? Do your men watch the dog through binoculars and then go to wherever the dog stops?
No. They're all equipped with field radios, Mr. Bromley, and they'll radio the dog's progress and eventual destination right here to us. Let the dog go, Shorty.
Okay, boy. Now go home. Hey, Goose. Go on, scram, puppy. Have a good run, boy. Wow, look at him go.
And look how clearly you can see the luminous paint on his tail and sides.
Yeah.
All right, Mr. Bromley. Let's go back to my car. See what's on the radio.
This is Sergeant Lawrence in north position. The dog just crossed Highway 6 going due west. I followed him straight west until he disappeared into a pass. This is Carlson.
just arrived at the farmhouse 18 miles north of Plainfield. As I'm watching now, the door's been opened by someone on the inside. The dog has entered the house. All right, Inspector Faraday, it's all yours.
40,920, 40,000.
You know, Tommy, I still don't see why we knocked off the professor.
40,900. Well, Bill, we got rid of the professor because $50,000 splits bigger 2 ways than 4.
4 ways?
Yeah. Yeah, I have a surprise for you, Bill. You, the professor, and I make 3, but the Bromley girl makes 4.
Huh? I don't get it.
This was a deal cooked up by the Bromley dame herself to get money from her tightwad father.
Are you leveling? The prof didn't snatch that dame?
No. Neither did we when we took her out of Shorty's room. No, that was all a part of the Bromley girl's deal with the professor. The professor said he'd go in with her if he could drug her and keep her in somebody else's joint while the heat was good and hot.
Well, any dame that'd do that to her own father just to get money from him, what...
Hey,
what's happened to the lights?
Oh, what do you think happened to them? They went out.
We didn't touch a thing. We didn't
Hey, I don't like this. Let's get out of here.
Okay, but what about the Bromley dame?
Never mind her. Come on. We'll run across the yard to the barn.
All right, you guys. Stay where you are.
Cops. Yeah, a lot of cops.
Don't move either of you. Grab them, boys.
They didn't even have time to reach for their guns, Inspector.
That's a good thing, Carlson.
Yeah,
we know when to be good boys.
Yeah? Where's the Bromley girl?
Still in the house.
Okay, Carlson. Send one of the men in after him.
Okay. Go on in.
Now we have the men we want, the ransom money, and the Bromley woman. Maybe this was all Blackie's idea, but I did it just as well as if Blackie himself were here.
Police headquarters, homicide.
Carlson, this is Inspector Faraday.
Oh, yes, Inspector. Where are you? The commissioner wants to congratulate you.
I'm home in bed. I just had an idea. You know where Blackie is?
Still grounded on the coast, I hear, but there's...
Well, I want to send him a wire. Take this down.
Yes, sir, but
Here it is. Here it is. Recovered Millicent Bromley, who was just pretending to be kidnapped to extort money from her own father.
But,
Men I thought abductors killed Professor, as you said they did. But, I added a touch of my own in capture to protect Bromley girl.
But,
Cut power lines to farmhouse, knowing they would fear trap when house went dark. They ran out of house, and I nabbed them without endangering girl. Who's brilliant now? Sign it, Faraday, huh?
Just a minute, Inspector. I've been trying to tell you there's a wire here for you. Got here about 6 hours ago, according to Desk Sergeant.
6 hours ago, huh?
Yeah.
And that was before we got to the farmhouse. It's probably from Blackie with some crazy, no-good idea. Read it to me anyway.
Yes, sir. Just a minute. Here it is, here. From Blackie, all right.
What's he say?
He says, judge from use of dog, kidnappers are holed up in farmhouse or country home. To avoid danger to Millicent Bromley in event of shooting, suggest you cut power lines. Throwing house in darkness will possibly force them outside where you can nab them without risking life of girl.
Don't bother reading the rest of it, Carlson. And don't bother sending my wire to Blackie. And wipe that smile off your face, Carlson. It isn't that funny.
Broadway's My Beat, from Times Square to Columbus Circle, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
Broadway's My Beat, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
The soft fall of June, and Broadway's heart beats fast. The girls press gently against currents of summer wind and wear the glimmer of morning sun on their hair, and their lips scarlet, moist. On their shoulders, golden dance of light, and their perfume is of summer fields, which mixes well with Broadway's own exotic odors, sear of electricity, wash and cool and scent of air-conditioned air, steam mist drifting from manhole covers. And Broadway follows close on the heels of summer morning, turns a corner, punches the time clock, darkens the day. Time of the transients, their place of sleep, Duane Hotel for transients. Side street just off Broadway, rooms $1.50 up, weekly rates also. Place of desk gouged with the transient's mark, place of dust on mirrors on which names and numbers have been scrawled. Place of a room where a man lies wounded, dying across in a door bed, and where Detective Dennison was, and I was.
Nothing, Danny. No baggage, suitcase, briefcase, cardboard box, nothing. Not even shaving things or a toothbrush in the bathroom.
Uh-huh.
A thing, huh, Danny? Well-dressed man. Expensively dressed. Silk shirt. Cheap hotel. Stabbed in the back with a grimy knife.
You talked to the clerk, Dennison?
Yeah.
He said what?
He said this man came in last night around 1. He said this man registered as Charlie Brown, a name which conjured up old memories for the clerk and made him request payment in advance, which this man paid. 1 day's worth, which is what the clerk said.
He was alone?
Uh-huh. Clerk said he was alone. As to visitors, clerk got drowsy around 2. Can't see with his eyes closed.
Yeah. I found this in his wallet.
Let me touch, too, huh? Must be $500 in easy dimensions. Feel real nice, don't they?
Dennison,
Yeah. Robbery's out, huh?
It looks that way. Found this in his wallet, too. A business card. Lane Incorporated. Gadgets, mechanical funnies. George Lane, owner. George Lane matches his driver's license.
A man makes mechanical funnies. Carries 5 C's pocket change. Look at it one way. There's no percentage in it. Look at it another way.
You call the ambulance, Dennison?
Clerk said he'd do it for me. Clerk said it'd be a real pleasure. So I let him. He did.
And it happened then, the siren. The trailing in of the one-noted song, the shrill tone that shatters a city's traffic and lets through a self-propelled white enameled box designed to carry newly stabbed people as comfortably as possible. And the man near death becomes suddenly an object of respect. So stand by solemnly while he's lifted up and carried away. Instructions to Dennison, then, and leave. Legwork and the offices of Lanes Incorporated. Show the badge and be nodded to a chair by a young woman who tiptoes, and a few minutes later be tiptoed into an office in limed oak, and photographs of lawn sprinklers that turn themselves off, kittens that turn themselves on, and life-size baby dolls that say mama, and smoke. Be permitted a minute of amazement, and the door opens, and your back is slapped. No gadget, but a man.
And how are you? My name's Harry Webster.
Well, fine. I'm...
Danny Clover. You gave your name to Miss Senka, remember? And Miss Senka gave it to me. How are you, Danny?
What's your position here, Mr. Webster?
You asked to see the fellow in charge, didn't you? I'm the fellow in charge.
Well, that is while George Lane is away, huh?
As soon as he comes in, I take off my suit coat, and I'm a foreman.
Mr. Lane's had an accident.
Accident?
No, that's the wrong word. He was stabbed. He was found in a cheap hotel with a knife.
The Lane that owns this place is George Lane, Mr. Clover. Quite a wealthy man, a man who doesn't stint on anything his heart desires, so you see that.
Anyhow, we want you to go to police emergency hospital and make identification for us.
You just stick around. Mr. Lane will be in. You boys have got the wrong man.
Well, let's just go on the assumption we haven't.
Well, if we do that, I don't know what to say. Nothing comes.
I'll help you. Who would want to stab him?
Stab George? I know who'd admire him, everybody. I know who'd respect him, everybody. And everyone would have a good word for him, but stab him? Stab him?
When was the last time you saw him?
Last night.
Oh?
He was to my house for dinner. We gave him a little dinner party. Me, my wife, my kid. Celebration. I've been working here 20 years, so I have...
How did Mr. Lane act last night?
Oh.
Well, that means what?
I went under the table about 11. My wife put me to bed. Look, I got an idea.
What?
I'll call my wife and tell her you're on the way over. You want to know how George was last night? Don't ask me. At 11 o'clock, I heard the clock strike 11 o'clock, and I felt myself sliding
Just
under.
write down your address for me, huh, Mr. Webster?
You're Mr. Clover?
Yes.
Well, I've been waiting for your step ever since Harry called. Just minutes ago, a man walked through the hall, and I opened the door and asked him if it was you, and he just grinned and winked. I was very embarrassed.
May we go inside, Mrs. Webster?
Oh, yes. Please come inside. Dear, I tried to straighten up the place in the short time since Harry called, and myself, too. Harry should have had sense enough to ask you to wait around just a little while, so
It doesn't matter, Mrs. Webster.
Oh, no, I don't suppose it does it? George hurt and wounded, dying like some lonely animal.
Mrs. Webster...
Now, don't you play games with me, do you hear? No games. Because Harry told me all about it on the phone, and I'll match what you said to Harry and what you say to me and what Harry said, because he told
Mrs.
me...
Webster...
And Harry doesn't lie. He never fibs. Now, that's one thing you can say about my husband, Harry.
You through, Mrs. Webster?
Well, I'm upset. I tell you that so you know. I'm just terribly, terribly upset.
Because of what's happened to Lane?
But George is dying, isn't he?
We don't know yet. We're doing all we...
And all you can do or want to do or dream of doing for George Lane won't be enough.
Oh?
Yes. Oh, George is an attractive man and strong. A wonderful man. A man with a sense of humor, too. So funny. So very funny. You should have heard the funny things he said when Harry passed out last night at his own party. His own party for his boss, George Lane. 20 years of faithful, devoted service, and Harry gives the party. And Harry Webster passes out at 11 o'clock. Oh, George did such a funny thing.
What did he do, Mrs. Webster?
Well, when Harry just sort of oozed down under the table, George did a magic trick with the tablecloth. Just yanked it out from under everything and draped it over Harry and planted a stalk of celery in Harry's hand. Oh, isn't that funny? Isn't that very funny?
No, not very.
Well, I thought it was funny. Even Sylvia finally laughed.
Sylvia?
Sylvia, my daughter. Even she had to laugh finally, the way her father looked. And the funny dance George did around.
Then your daughter was at the celebration, too.
And what's more, George offered to take her home, and she accepted, and I was very proud, I can tell you. I even tried to wake Harry to tell him his own daughter was being taken home, but... Oh, but Harry was dead to the world. I had to drag him bodily.
Then your daughter has a place of her own.
And a job of her own. The 58th Street record shop. My daughter's very independent. And... but... If George took her home... And it was last night that George was...
Thank you, Mrs. Webster.
I'm sorry, sir. We prefer you're not taking that briefcase into the listening booth with you and all those records. Thank you. Hey, Bellboy. Now, you, sir.
Is your name Sylvia Webster?
That's right. I'm Miss Webster.
Oh, I'm Danny Clover, police.
That's all right.
I'd like to ask you a few questions, Miss Webster.
That's all right, too.
Earlier this morning, George Lane was found with a knife in his back.
Just a minute. Now, you were saying that George Lane was found stabbed, and you want to ask me some questions. Isn't that right?
Did you stab him?
That'd be foolish, wouldn't it? Stab a man, get yourself in a mess. Just when Mr. Sussman gave me a raise last week?
May I ask how old you are, Miss Webster?
20. I look older, don't I? I've suffered. All the books I read, girls 20 years old suffer. So, like them, it's been a constant battle to keep my face from wrinkling.
Why don't you live with your parents?
In the books, Mr. Clover, the books, all girls 20 years old rebel. They go off and live by themselves. Their mothers weep, daddies fold their arms and look off into space and think, what kind of ingrate have I reared? A 20-year-old girl who wants to live alone.
Mr. Lane took you home last night, didn't he?
I was flattered.
Did you find him attractive, Miss Webster?
I can only assume, Mr. Clover, that since you asked the question under these circumstances, you've only seen the old boy when he'd been stabbed. You ought to see him without a knife in him.
Was there anything...
Mr. Lane took me home, handed me up the stoop, held a lighted match near my purse while I located my key, opened the door for me, and made a wish.
And?
It didn't come true. I closed the door in back of me and left him to face the bitter night alone. Mind if I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
Is Mr. Lane dead?
No. Would you like to see him?
I'd love to. But Mr. Sussman left me in charge for the entire day. Think of it. My first day in charge. What an opportunity for a 20-year-old. Just tell him hello, huh? Thanks.
Danny?
Dr. Sinsky? How is...
I took a moment outside Mr. Lane's room, Danny, to grab a smoke. I didn't wish to...
Didn't wish to what, Dr. Sinsky?
To intrude on the grief of his visitors. I did everything I know, Danny, but...
Visitors? Who?
A Mr. and Mrs. Harry Webster. They told the desk they were old friends. Mr. Webster said you had
Let's
wished
go
to...
in, huh?
Clover.
Yes, Mr. Webster?
That's George, all right. That man there in the bed. George Lane. Man I worked for 20 years. A man... My wife's crying because...
Danny?
A man we've admired, respected. A man...
Just a minute, Mr. Webster. What is it, Dr. Sinsky?
Mr. Lane is dead, Danny.
That was a remarkable man. A truly remarkable man. A man I never was. A man I would have given anything to be. All the things I'm not.
Don't do that, Harry. Because you're right. You're just so right. A wonderful, wonderful man is dead.
You are listening to Broadway's My Beat, written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin, and starring Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover. Tomorrow night, where you will be expecting your date with Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective, listen for a special program starring Dick Powell and Amos and Andy. Hear the dramatic feature titled The Iron Mortar, describing 4 generations of progress in the drug field. This Sunday night on most of these same CBS radio stations.
In the sunlight of a new morning in June, Broadway leans against a subway exit before going to work and makes the last memory about the long night past. There was the bottle of beer in the corner bar and the reflection of the girl in mirror and how she accepted the light you offered her and not your friendship, and the wilted salad and the siren songs of the disc jockeys and spasms of sleep and fragments of dreams when you were skimming the lagoons of Manakura, and later when your brow was being stroked in a South Sea Island way. And the best dream of all, the one you had been trying to remember for months, shattered again by the alarm clock, lost again, because it's a new morning again. And for me, the new morning was police headquarters and Sergeant Gino Tartaglia.
Danny?
Come on in, Gino. Oh, what's up?
Go ahead. Be bright and sunny.
Oh, trouble this morning, Gino?
June is the cruelest month. You know who said that? Mrs. Tartaglia. She can't sleep on June nights.
Gino.
So she keeps me awake. She keeps telling me she hears music.
Gino, please.
And I have always been very proud of my hearing, Danny. I hear no music. She keeps nudging me and says, "You hear that? You hear that? Violins."
So help me, Gino.
Once I think I heard a trumpet blow, but I wasn't sure, so I went back to sleep. But that was last month. But what am I bothering you with? Let's get down to things at hand, shall we?
If you please.
Run down on results of legwork by the good Detective Dennison. The deceased George Lane was known as a big man with the maidens. Some people who knew best described Mr. Lane as dynamic and, let's see, powerful. Also, at one juncture in his life, he was all but snagged.
Snagged?
He was once engaged to be married to a Mady Carson. Detective Dennison has jotted down her address, which I give you now.
Thanks.
So, what do you think, Danny?
About what?
About Mrs. D. About she can't sleep at night in June. Just wait till July, huh?
Yes?
Miss Carson, Mady Carson?
That's right.
I'm from the police.
You people must be very thorough. I didn't realize.
That's right, Miss Carson.
And you found a wounded man who then died, and because of that you scraped through files and things, and you discovered I was once to marry that man. Mady Carson and with George Lane.
That's right.
Well, then do come in. Somewhere in all that mess of magazines and newspapers, there must be a place to sit.
Thanks.
You know why the mess?
Well, Miss Carson...
In all those magazines, all of them, there are ads for relief organizations who have children on the market for adoption.
Look,
And I've been shopping, browsing, so to speak, and I discover French children are very polite and still, and little Italian boys are nice, too, as are the Greek children and the Polish. I tell you,
What?
So many to choose from, it's very difficult for a girl to make up her mind.
That's how Lane's death hits you, Miss Carson?
Oh, no. When it hit me like that was when George Lane would not marry with me.
Why not?
Why not? Why not? Why not? You know anything about George? Other than he's dead, of course?
A few things.
You know he was a powerhouse? A veritable powerhouse. A sweeper of girls off their old patterns. A challenge to men. All things his opponent. Men, women, things. And George always won. And to the losers, the spoils.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about a bar where once 3 years ago a girl sat waiting for her fiancé, and George Lane, distinguished, gray, bulky, and harmless, introduced himself, bought said girl a drink, invited said girl for a little jaunt in his sports car. Said girl, me. Finis, the end.
Then he wanted to marry you.
I wanted. And I talked it over with my fiancé, and he said how could he compete with a man like George? Why, once at Coney we were all together, the three of us, and...
And what?
Well, simply that George out-pitched, out-hammered, out-coastered, out-photographed my fiancé. So, fiancé said, go marry the man, and I said, please, George. And George humored me, bought the license, tore it up a week later. And so...
Go on.
So I went back to my boyfriend and said, Paul, forgive, forgive, forgive. Paul didn't. I can't imagine why.
Paul
Tyson. He has a home and everything on 23rd Street. Home and everything. I've been watching.
One more question. You killed George Lane?
No. Look, you get around. You ever run across a nice orphan in the market for a mom? You tell him about me, I'm nice. I'm kind. I'm... Uh-huh. That's what I am.
Goodbye, Miss Carson.
Uh-huh. Bye.
I've got no regrets, Mr. Clover. Nice wife, nice kids, nice view here from the office window. You notice the view?
Yes, I did, Mr. Tyson. Now, if you'll...
Sure. I would have married Mady before George Lane came along, that is. A matter of pride after that.
What do you mean?
She threw me over for him. Then Lane whirled her around a few times and pointed her back to me. Pride. I told her to go away.
You want to tell me about George Lane?
A very strong man. A very great hand wrestler. After what he did to me in front of Mady, I went out and married a woman taller than I am, and all my children are small for their age. There's a very psychological novel in there someplace.
Did you kill George Lane?
He scared me to death. That's a motive, isn't it? No, I didn't kill him.
And you mean what you said, Mr. Tyson, about no regrets?
Why do you ask?
Well, maybe just clutching a straw now that you're married, a nostalgia for Mady, and the reason you didn't marry her, motive.
Nothing like that, Mr. Clover. Nothing's left of what I once felt for Mady. When she came back from George Lane, she wasn't Mady anymore.
Oh?
She was suddenly a sad woman, no more spirit. She even started to wear gray dresses with high linen collars. Tough about her. Didn't matter to me. I've got a wife and all the kids I want, and I'm very happy. I'm too happy to murder anybody, Mr. Clover. Know what I mean?
And hit the street again. An early afternoon of summer, riot of summer, and quiet places of summer. Side street of hurdy-gurdy man. And the June dance of a wise little monkey. Red cap, little bells, and a very special routine for lady watchers. And a quarter in the cup, and a pat on the skull from a lady watcher, bare-legged and sandaled. Watch it for a while longer. Walk away from it, toward river. And consider a crisscross of lives. George Lane's with Mady Carson. George Lane's with Paul Tyson. George Lane's with Mr. and Mrs. Harry Webster, and with their daughter. George Lane, murdered man, who made small dyings for people he touched. The summer river for a while, then back to it, because there's nowhere else. The job, headquarters. In your office, a woman waiting for you. Hello, Mrs. Webster. You wanted to see me about something?
Yes. About my husband. About Harry.
What about him?
About Harry and George.
Well...
They'd known each other a long time. 20 years.
Go on.
From the time I had my daughter Sylvia. All the time she was growing up.
Well, Mrs. Webster...
Please.
All right.
When Sylvia was a child, George Lane was a better father to her, actually, than Harry ever was.
What are you getting at, Mrs. Webster?
Please. George brought her things Harry never dreamed a little girl would love. He read to her, played with her, brought a look to the child's face Harry had never seen and could never understand why.
You're trying to tell me...
And with me, George danced well and laughed well and made up naughty little sayings and then...
Then what?
Sylvia's grown up now, and George noticed it. By the way he offered to take her home the other night, and... What I've come to tell you, Mr. Clover.
What?
I think my husband, Harry, killed George Lane. If he did, he should suffer for it. Isn't that right? Doesn't an evil deed deserve...
Where's your husband now?
With my daughter. Her apartment on West 12th.
That's all, Mrs. Webster.
Now, you won't tell him that I don't care. Tell him if you want.
What do you want?
I'd like to talk with you, Miss Webster.
Okay. Well?
Can we go inside?
I'm a busy little girl tonight. I've got company.
Your father won't mind.
Oh, you know he's here, huh? Okay, come on in. Pop?
Hi there, Clover.
Good evening, Mr. Webster.
We went gambling, Mr. Clover. Just a little father-daughter gin game. Loser runs down to the corner and buys a quart of ice cream. Grab a chair. We'll make it three-handed.
Mr. Clover says he came here to talk.
Oh, that's fine.
To me, Pop.
Oh, like that, huh?
It's like what, Mr. Clover?
I'd better go.
That's all right, Mr. Webster. Stay. I want to talk to both of you.
Hey, now, you son.
Your wife thinks you might have killed George Lane.
Yes, I figured she would.
Did you?
I told you he was a man I respected more
Oh, cut it out,
Well,
Pop.
it's true.
Is it?
Sure, I told you.
But you still haven't told me the answer to the question, Mr. Webster.
I didn't kill him.
That only leaves your daughter.
The heat must have got
Then
to
who else would you say it leaves, Miss Webster?
Pop.
The heat really got to him, didn't it?
Why don't you level, Pop?
Huh?
About George. What you really thought of him. Listen, why don't you tell Mr. Clover how you hated George?
I've already found out some things about him.
Like what?
That he was a dominating man.
That he destroyed everything he touched. Did you find that out?
How did you feel about him, Miss Webster?
Look.
Yes?
I hated him. all my life. He made me feel small, unimportant. He paid my wages, and when he felt like it, he took over my family.
You know he took your daughter home after your party?
Look, you didn't let me finish.
Don't get crazy.
Well, he didn't let me finish, and I want to finish. I went to his hotel, and I killed him.
See what's become of my father, Mr. Clover. He's become ridiculous. Pop.
It's the truth, Sylvia.
You know what kind of a hotel George was killed in?
Sylvia.
The cheapest joint he could find, not his hotel.
Sylvia.
Where he wanted me to meet him.
Shut up.
Where I met him. Where I killed him. You know why? You know why, Mr. Clover. Like everybody else, I fell flat on my face for him. 20 years he was building me up to being alone with him.
Please, Sylvia, you just shut up.
Instead of going home, he said he had a place he wanted to show me. I would have gone any place with him. Worshipped him, Pop. He took me to that place. I stretched out my arms to him. And all he did was laugh at me and started to walk out. Destroyed me. And that's all he wanted.
Sylvia.
I'm sorry.
No. Listen to me. I'm glad you did it.
Yeah.
But I should have done it.
You couldn't. You didn't have the strength. He destroyed you long ago.
It's the journey to the end of all the other streets in the world, Broadway. You turn a corner and you're there. Walk it slowly. Lean your heart against it. Shop for the kicks, the bargains, the heartbreak, until all explodes in your face. It's Broadway, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway, my beat.
Broadway's My Beat stars Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover, with Charles Calvert as Tartaglia and Jack Crucian as Muggavan. The program is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis, with musical score composed and conducted by Alexander Courage. In tonight's story, Barbara Eiler was heard as Sylvia, and Herb Butterfield as Harry. Featured in the cast were Paula Winslow, Irene Tedrow, James McCallion, and Lou Merrill. Bill Anders speaking. This coming Monday night, where CBS Radio has been bringing you its production of Suspense, listen for the new mystery series called Crime Classics. This Monday on Crime Classics, you will hear a report on the crime of Bathsheba Spooner, the complete story of the first woman tried for murder in the United States. Crime Classics premiere performance this Monday on most of these same CBS radio stations. And remember, for thrilling dramas of escape, listen Sunday nights to the CBS Radio Network.
Personal notice, danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Say, did you ever hear of a fearless clown?
Well, just in case you haven't, that's the title of our Let George Do It adventure. Now, you're probably wondering what a clown has to fear in the first place, unless maybe it's a nasty elephant. And in the second place, how would you know when he's behind a couple of inches of grease paint? Well, all I know is that a very nervous girl is most concerned about a certain clown, and she's telling George Valentine all about it.
Dear Mr. Valentine, I'm sure you've heard of Fofo, the fearless clown. Maybe you've already seen his circus before, but it's here in town, opening tonight with an all-new show. And if he's ever scared you with a snake or made you laugh with his crazy tumbling, and I'll bet, like everybody else, you must have thought he's a wonderful person. But I know that he's not. In fact, if Fofo should happen to die, I am the person who killed him. What I mean is, Mr. Valentine, I've already practically confessed to his murder. And it's your job to keep the most horrible man in the world alive. Sincerely, Relita. P.S. I'm the girl in the strawberry-colored tights.
Hey, there she is, riding the lead elephant.
How could you miss her?
Oh, you spotted her before, this Relita?
The tights, darling. Or didn't you notice them? Foolish question.
Opening parade. She said we could catch her after the performance.
That's a good idea. It'd take a stepladder to get down off that elephant any other way, wouldn't it?
Brooksy, I'll tell you a secret. You don't get down off an elephant. You get it off a duck.
Oh, George. George!
Oh, no, take it easy, Angel. That's the star of the piece, that's all. Fofo himself. You know, he's about the only performer who's ever worked up to owning his own circus. Must be quite a guy.
George, he's got a snake. It came right out of his suitcase.
Sure. It's a good act to lead the parade with.
But look at it. George, it's a cobra. Oh.
Take it easy. Putty nose and the clown rig is what makes it look so
He's
exciting.
jumping rope with it.
Brooksy, I'll tell you something. The fearless little man with his snakes. Hey, look, he's turning somersaults now in front of the elephant.
But he's the man you're supposed to keep alive.
Don't worry, I told you. For your information, there's not one snake in this circus that doesn't eat with false teeth.
What?
Yeah, sure. It just looks dangerous, that's all. That guy's not crazy. All his snakes are a fraud. Maybe he is, too. I don't know.
Well, I should have known, but...
Hey, the elephant. Relita's elephant. He's charging.
But Fofo's turning somersaults right in front of him. Oh, George!
Come on, get through the crowd. That jolly one sure ended in a hurry.
That elephant just went crazy.
Fofo didn't even see him coming.
You didn't even have a chance to keep him alive.
Brooksy, what I want to find out was in the first part of Relita's letter. Maybe it was the elephant who trampled him, but remember? She said, if Fofo should happen to die, I'm the person who killed him.
Well, it looks like poor old Fofo has gone bye-bye. And you know what? They'll probably blame it all on that nice elephant. We'll find out what's going on behind the scene in just a minute. But first, let's take time out for this. Now let's get back to George and Brooksy. Right now, they're backstage at the circus.
George?
Angel, doctor says he's still alive. They got him into the ambulance as fast as possible. He's on his way to the hospital right now.
Mr. Valentine, it was an accident, wasn't it? Well?
George, you saw it yourself.
That elephant just went crazy or something, didn't you see? He charged straight ahead. If Fofo hadn't been so close to him.
Sure, I saw it all right. Relita, I think you'd better tell me about yourself in a hurry.
Yes, of course. Well, it's really quite simple. I'm new with the circus. I do a little acrobatic dancing. I used to be with an act in nightclubs. Well, it's rather hard to say this. I'm married, you see, and oh, Mr. Valentine, Fofo's death was an accident. That's all it could have been.
Relita, we do need to know your story, but maybe not all of it.
Well, it's Fofo is very attractive and charming, and well, anyway, he saw me act, and I met him. He wanted me to come with his circus. Now I have to stay with his circus.
What do you mean?
I think he must have enjoyed being in danger. I I got mixed up with him. What do you think I mean?
Okay. Emotional blackmail. Does that make it simpler for you?
I wrote exactly why I was going to kill him, and... Well, don't look like that. I didn't give him the letter or go out and buy a gun. In fact, I just tore it up. Or no, what I mean is I put it in my wastebasket. I'd worked up my steam, I guess. Anyway, I wrote everything to my husband instead, and I mailed that, and he understands.
Well, why were you so frightened? Why did you want me?
After the show that night, I came back to my dressing room, and the note I wrote to Fofo was gone, disappeared. Somebody had taken it out of my wastebasket.
Uh-huh. You wanted me to find out who and get the letter back, huh?
Yes, whoever had that note could murder Fofo and use it to put the blame on you.
And I don't know who that could be. I don't know the people around here yet, but Fofo's so popular, I can't imagine anyone else wanting to use that letter.
I would kill him any day of the week.
What? Otto.
The show must go on, but somebody else can lead the band, eh? I wanted to find you, my child. Lolita, she will be all upset, I said to myself.
Otto, what did you mean? You said you'd killed Fofo?
Who are these people?
Oh, Miss Brooks, Mr. Valentine. He's sort of a detective.
Well, naturally, I would expect that.
Lolita was just telling us that she doesn't have many friends around the circus yet.
So, she has me and my brother, too, the boy, Freddie. Have you seen where he is, Lolita?
No, I haven't, but what did you mean
Sure,
when...
come on, let's have it. Why would you kill Fofo?
Everybody knows that. My foot, you see? I didn't always toodle on an oboe and wave batons in a striped coat. I was on the wire. Otto the Magnificent. Yeah. So one day I fell and was injured. But Fofo, you think he would help pay my 2 years of hospital bills, the way the law says?
Then why did you come back to his circus?
Why not? Perhaps to kill Fofo. I don't know. But neither does Fofo. That's what makes it interesting.
Oh, Otto, stop it. You shouldn't say things like that.
You are very mixed up, my child. And very innocent.
Uh-huh. And you're trying to tell her that nobody likes Fofo, check?
Liked. Past tense. He was popular because he always liked to have around him the people who hated him. If this makes no sense, why try to understand that he's dead, isn't he?
Yeah, practically. Killed by an elephant.
Otto, is that true? That there were others besides me? Then that letter I wrote isn't so important at all, is it, Mr. Valentine?
Everybody hated him. Even my little brother Freddie, the sweetest boy in the world. And a good entertainer, too, but out of a job. You think Fofo would give him work? No, Fofo laughs. He thinks it is funny I should have to support my brother.
Skip it, Otto. What about the man who was with the elephant?
What?
The one walking alongside when it happened in there. Trainer, whatever he is.
His name is Boxer. Well, I don't know. But he probably hates Fofo, too.
Okay, thanks. You've covered up enough for a leader.
What? George, where are you going?
Well, I'll start with the snakes, I guess.
Here. Down this way, I guess.
You sure that snake is locked up tight in that box?
What, Susie here? Don't you worry about her, mister. Not a fang in the circus, didn't you know that? Harmless as a 10-foot piece of garden hose or a goddess snake.
Yeah, well, never mind showing me. Just keep the lid shut, huh, will you?
Sure, all right. Some people don't like snakes, I guess. Me, I kept him in my bathtub at home ever since I was a kid, knee-high.
That him over there?
Yeah, there he is. Got 'em all chained up separate.
Well, that's the sheriff's work.
Poor old Emir. You know that elephant's been with us almost 5 years. Oh, hello, Boxer. Me is all. It's him.
I'm George Valentine.
Yeah. Sheriff sent word. Snooping, huh?
No, not exactly.
Boy, look at the change they got on him. No, what's the matter, baby? They got you
All right. Show 'em the snakes. That's what you come down here for, ain't it?
Sure, Boxer. Take it easy. All right, there we go, Susie. Don't eat up all his hay now.
Wait a minute now. Better not let that snake get so close to his trunk, had you?
Look, Mr. Valentine, the Emir here wouldn't care if a snake crawled up his trunk.
Okay. Hey, look, get her out of here, will you? That's good, thanks.
You're welcome. All right, Susie, off we go. Back to bed. That's your bed.
So it wasn't the snake, huh?
Come here, Mr. Valentine. Don't be afraid. The Emir won't step on you. Now, boy. Give me your ear, boy.
That's it. Here, look.
What's that? Bunch of brands?
Same idea, only you mark the ear. See? Double X, that's one circus. Triangle, that's another. Crossed lances, little crown, that's for digging trees up for some Maharaja.
Yeah, a whole string of them. In other words, the Amir's been through the wars, huh?
He's older than you or I or anybody else around here. Been everywhere and done everything. And Mr. Valentine never once has he caused a bit of trouble. A freight train couldn't make him nervous or jumpy.
Then what did?
I don't know.
Suppose somebody put a lighted cigarette to his ear.
Well...
Suppose that stick you carry just happened to poke him at the right time.
There was only me and the girl on top near him. Nobody did nothing like that.
Well, if he's such a peaceful elephant, then how do you explain his actions?
Maybe you don't explain it. Animals are funny, Mr. Valentine.
Sure, I know. An elephant never forgets. So maybe he didn't like Fofo either, huh?
Don't be ridiculous.
All right, then what happened? Something sent the Amir off.
George?
Yeah, Brooksy, out here. I'm just trying
Come
to...
here, quick. Here. Over here, George.
What's happened? You here from the hospital?
Yes, but here he is.
Well, this is Mr. Valentine.
Oh, that's right. Who are you?
George, it's Fofo.
Yes, of course it's me. A quick recovery, wasn't it? I think I have 9 lives.
Oh, now, wait a minute.
Fofo, what happened? What are you doing here?
Now, hello, Otto. Relita? Well, don't all stand there as though I were a ghost or something. I've been down to the hospital. I was in town. I heard on the radio what happened.
George, he died. The sheriff just called.
Wait, I don't understand.
Oh, I get it. Somebody else was doing your act for you. All that clown makeup and costume, somebody...
Yes. Ach, but Otto, I'm so terribly sorry. Only you yourself kept asking me to give Freddy a chance.
Freddy...
Otto. Poor fellow. He loved his younger brother a great deal, and he wanted him to work so badly. It's really his fault, I suppose, that Freddy is dead, no? Well, it couldn't be anyone else's fault, could it?
We'll return to our adventure with George Valentine in just a moment.
Now, back to George Valentine. Fofo, the fearless clown, seems to be a man with 9 lives, because it never occurred to you or the other 1,000 people who saw an elephant suddenly run berserk and trample him that the man under all that makeup wasn't Fofo. No, it was really a boy named Freddy who only wanted a job with Fofo's circus. Well, now Freddy is dead, and if your name is George Valentine, you go down to the hospital to make sure of your facts this time.
Of course it was Freddy. Who else would it be? He spoke to them, the doctor said. Did you hear what that doctor with the glasses said?
Freddy didn't say anything, Otto. He couldn't help any.
No. How could a poor boy know who killed him?
Oh, Otto, snap out of it, will you, please? I know how much you loved your brother. But what's done is done.
Yes.
Besides, what do you mean, know who killed him?
Did I say that? Well, why not? Fofo killed him.
How do you figure that?
Look, closing time. All around us, people going home. But for the circus, time off, that's all. 2 hours between afternoon and night performances. Freddy liked the night performance best.
Look, Otto, I asked you why Fofo would kill your brother.
I don't know.
You mean because Fofo so gratuitously took this afternoon off? So accidentally put your brother in his place?
It was a new performance.
Yeah, that's what the big man told Miss Brooks. New lights, new costumes, new music, the works. Fofo wanted to drag some publicity men from downtown to watch with him from out front for a change.
That's what he told Miss Brooks.
You think it's a lie?
Everything he does is a lie.
Okay, prove it.
I can't. And Mr. Valentine, you will waste your time forever if you try to. You can't always win, so...
All right, wait a minute. Come on, hop in. I'll drive you back to the grounds.
No, it is closing time for me, too.
Well, where are you going?
I will walk back through the park, I think. I'll see you later. I'm not young enough to just walk out on a job. All I mean is, for me, it is over. I will stop trying to say Fofo is evil. I will let you waste your time.
This his dressing room?
In the railroad car, George. It's the drawing room.
Oh, yeah. Nice way to live. Sure he's gone?
It's through the office part, they said.
Oh, yeah, here we are. Keep out, private, do not disturb. Nice, friendly sort of guy.
George, wait.
Well, Mr. Valentine, you're snooping, huh? Perhaps you came to steal something, huh?
Yeah, maybe I did, Fofo. A letter.
Uh-huh. A letter? Let me see. You represent Relita, don't you?
So, I guess I might as well start looking, huh? Where is it, the desk?
You know, I like you. You are very shrewd.
Now, look, Buster, she wrote a letter. It explained what kind of a guy you are.
And why she would like to kill me.
So the letter disappears. Somebody stole it. It doesn't take much shrewdness to figure you're the boy who took it.
Relita's very young. She needed to be taught a lesson.
She's already learned it. Stay away from clowns. But I suppose you got a lot of fun out of scaring her to death.
Now, here. You may have it. It has served its purpose.
Thanks a lot. Fofo, you enjoy things like this, don't you? What this guy Otto says about you is true.
I think we can skip the psychoanalysis, yeah? Otto's stupid. He would never be able to do anything about the way he feels.
I might.
Sit down, Valentine. You know, you advertise for danger. You're the kind of man I've always wanted to meet.
Oh, no thanks, Buster. My job's finished.
What?
Yeah, the reason I was hired, at least. So now the coast's clear to solve a murder, isn't it? And right now, I'd rather hear what Boxer has to say.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing now. Here, hold the flashlight a minute.
Well, maybe Fofo let it slip, but he mentioned you were claiming the Emir wasn't to blame today.
I know. And earlier I said I couldn't see how anybody could have made the Emir do it. I still don't.
But you say one of the men heard someone out here.
That's right, Miss Brooks. 2 nights ago. Roustabout says the Emir was snorting around. Sure. Of course, I told Fofo. But you think he'd be interested if it was murder? You think he'd do anything but laugh over it?
All right, skip it, Boxer. Just what happened 2 nights ago?
Well, this roustabout was waked up by the Emir. Came over to see what was the matter. Sure, there was a man here. But he disappeared before he could get a look. Didn't report it. Didn't think it was important until today.
George, look. It's a sliver. Thin little sliver of wood.
What?
Looks like a chip from the sawdust. Let's see what it looks like.
No, wait a minute. Look out. It's broken already. Polished white wood. That's not sawdust.
Well, maybe it's sharp. But that's nothing you're going to hurt an elephant with either. Here, I'll show you how tough the Emir's skin is.
Don't poke him.
If you thinks that was what was riling him up, when you got another thing coming.
Hold it. Now, you listen to me. Boxer, what would happen if you took the elephant here back into the main tent? The way he was when he tore loose this afternoon when the accident happened.
I don't get you.
But you guarantee to the sheriff to have enough chains or enough men to keep him under control?
Sure.
All right, the tent's empty now. It's between shows. Everybody's available.
George, what do you want to do?
Little reconstruction, Brooksy. It just occurred to me that the only one who can solve this crime in a hurry is the Emir himself. You all set, Otto?
You want everything the same. All right. Start your silliness.
Old Sourpuss himself, where have you been?
I'm back, aren't I? I guess, Mr. Valentine, I've been thinking about what Fofo should think about. How you can't always win. That you will never teach him.
What do you mean?
All right, let's get this parade going. Come on, you know the Sourpuss, he plays bad music anyway.
Why aren't you ready to walk through this thing, Fofo? Haven't even brought your snake box in yet. Haven't even started a somersault.
Oh, I will do my part. Don't worry, I'm not afraid.
Oh, skip it. It's because you know I don't need to go through with it, isn't it?
Is it?
Sure. It's because you know I've already got the answer.
Have you?
Yeah. Yeah, on the way back from the hospital, I stopped to pick up a book on elephants. Take the Aimer here. He's been through the wars, hasn't he?
No, that band is making so much noise.
Oh, you're with me, all right. But here, look. The brand marks on the Aimer's ear.
Boxer, give me the stick there.
Well, don't you want me to lead him around like I did?
No, I take him. I can handle him. Well, give it to me, I said.
Well, sure, boss.
Never mind. Here, take a look. 3 X's, that's a circus. A crown. Boxer says he must have pulled up trees for a Maharaja once. Crossed lances. Well, in India, that was the best job an elephant could get, wasn't it? Only goes to the biggest and finest. Battle elephant.
You are the expert, not me. I suppose the lances might mean that. What are you driving at?
The Aimer's memory. Something way back in his training. Something he'd do on the right command, automatically, fast as lightning. Practically a reflex action.
Yeah, well, go on.
What's up, Valentine?
Oh, let's get this over with, Sheriff. I don't like it. Otto, stop that music. Hey, Otto, stop it.
What's the matter?
Okay, now. Play the same tune you played this afternoon.
What? But I have told you, everything is the same
Opening
as it was.
performance of the new show was this afternoon. Sure, that's right. Everything was new, even costumes and music. So play that same march.
Sure, I told you it was different, Otto.
Yes, go on, Otto. You write the music, play it. Mr. Valentine wants everything the same. Unless you are afraid to.
Be quiet, will you? Otto, your instrument, I remember, is an oboe, a reed instrument. Well, is this white sliver of wood yours? It's a broken reed.
What?
Somebody dropped it the other night, doing something that made the Aimer get all excited. Playing softly in his ear, maybe. Testing a composition, maybe.
I don't understand at all.
Yes, you do. You're wasting time. Come on, boys. You don't need a leader. Play out those same arrangement you did this afternoon.
Wait!
Let her go. Here we are, Valentine. The Emir and I.
What's the matter, Otto? The Aimer here is really harmless. But if a man were turning somersaults in front of him and suddenly some horns started blaring out...
Wait! No, Mr. Valentine. Wait, boys!
I don't know the notes, but something deep in the elephant's memory, maybe. Battle elephant. And I suppose there must be a call for charge. At least that's what they use battle elephants for.
Stop it! Stop that music! Stop it! Stop it! All right. I am the one you want.
Imagine trying to kill me? He's tried it before. But that's what his scheme was.
Oh, he had good enough reason, I guess.
No, but the irony of it, Mr. Valentine, he worked up such a beautiful way to kill me. I always told him he was never smart enough. And then his plan backfired so tragically. No wonder he fainted when I told him his brother had taken my place.
Uh-huh. Well, I just talked to Otto back there. He won't say anything. But how can he? Because he can't really prove that you'd caught on to what his plan was, that you had his brother take your place on purpose.
Well, and can you prove it? No, of course not. So why talk about then, huh?
Yeah, that's right. Why talk about it?
George, let's get out of here.
Oh, leave me alone for a minute, will you, Angel? Don't you see? Fofo's right. I can't prove it.
We will return to our adventure with George Valentine in just a moment.
Well, the Aimer won't have to be shot now. That's one good thing come out of it.
Oh, sure, Boxer. And you can go right on having trouble with your boss, and Relita can still be practically blackmailed by the guy who's still got his eye on her.
Oh, George, stop beating yourself. There's nothing you can do about it. You said so yourself.
Yeah, sure. In fact, Otto told me that earlier, before he stumbled off to walk in the park. Said I'd waste my time forever if I tried to get back at Fofo. You can't always win, he said.
Yeah, poor Otto wasn't bright enough to get rid of Fofo.
And I came along, so he never got another chance at him. Maybe I don't mean that, I don't know. Well, on with the show.
Sure. Listen to them in there. In a couple of minutes, the fearless fraud will come galloping in with his little suitcase, opening the parade.
The people will scream and clap their hands for him and the snake with false teeth and his somersaults in front of the Emir.
So we don't like the way it ends, Brooksy. Hey, there's a police car come back to meet us, I guess. Come on, let's go. Only...
What's the matter?
Otto said a couple of funny things. And it was odd his not being willing to talk about anything after he confessed.
What?
In fact, it was funny he didn't confess earlier. The shock of finding he'd been responsible for killing his brother-in-law.
What are you talking about?
That policeman getting out of the car as a funny cab. Made me remember Otto's wanting to go to the park, that's all, then showing up later.
Mr. Valentine, this guy's from the park.
Yeah, so I noticed. City Park Zoo.
We need help fast. Along about closing time, somebody broke into the snake house at the zoo. And, buddy, our snakes aren't amateurs. Our biggest cobra is missing.
You have just heard The Fearless Clown, another Let George Do It adventure. Robert Bailey was starred as George Valentine, with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. David Victor and Jackson Gillis wrote the story, and the music was by Eddie Dunstetter. Now, this is yours truly inviting you to another visit with Valentine, when you will again hear what happens when you let George do it.
Tonight, we again present the famous Mr. Chameleon of Central Headquarters in his most famous cases of crime and murder. For those who do not know who Mr. Chameleon is, we give a quick sketch of his character. Born of a well-to-do family and a college man, he tried from childhood to live up to the name he bore, Chameleon, by taking on the color of whatever situation in which he found himself, appearing in endless guises, finally entering the police force where he became known as Chameleon, the man of many faces, the underworld's most dreaded man. Throughout this series, the listener will invariably know who Mr. Chameleon is, no matter in which disguise he appears, but the criminal he's tracking seldom does. Tonight we give you Mr. Chameleon and the case of the blood-stained dollar bills. Our story opens in the apartment of Hubert Van Dyke, a luxurious bachelor apartment in the smart East 60s. But the sprawling body on the floor of the attractive living room has been dead for many hours. Detective Sergeant Dave Arnold is saying to Mr. Chameleon, that fabulous detective whose ability to disguise himself is known and feared throughout the underworld.
He was shot sometime during the early morning, Mr. Chameleon. Coroner places it between 1 and 2. No one heard the shot, but there are only 3 other tenants, and they're away for the weekend.
Well, I'm surprised that Hubert Van Dyke stayed in town, Dave, instead of spending the weekend with some of his sporty friends. Could it be that Sylvia Sutherland was in town, too?
Mr. Chameleon, you think that Sutherland girl had something to do with this murder?
I don't think. I'm almost positive. She's been seen constantly with Van Dyke, just as she went steadily with Archie Clyde before he was found murdered 6 months ago.
To say nothing of that guy who used to be her chauffeur who was shot to death in a waterfront hotel last week.
Mm-hmm. Dave, that chauffeur and Archie Clyde, when they were found, they were each clutching a dollar bill.
Yeah, not this one, though. There's no dollar bill on this Van Dyke guy.
No? Look, Dave, protruding over the top of his vest pocket.
A dollar bill.
And it's stained with blood.
Holy smoke, what is this, Mr. Chameleon?
I don't know, but I'm going to find out. I'm going to get the goods on that girl, Sylvia Sutherland, if it takes me a year, or 5 years, or 10. Dave, she is incredible. Beautiful, From a respectable family, travels around with a wealthy, fast young crowd, yet her name has been linked with 3 murders. She's mixed up in something very evil.
Yeah, she's a smart baby, all right. One of the smartest criminals we've ever been up against.
Yes, she is. And this dollar bill, what the devil is that supposed to symbolize? That girl is a complete mystery, and I don't like mysteries. At least I don't like the kind I can't solve.
Sylvia Sutherland really gets under your skin, doesn't she, Mr. Chameleon?
Dave, I dream about her. I positively dream about her. Well, nothing to do except question her again.
Mr. Chameleon, don't you ever get bored with this questioning routine? I should think you'd begin to find it pretty tiresome.
I'm beginning to find you pretty tiresome, Miss Sutherland.
Oh, do call me Sylvia. We're old friends by now. Why, this office of yours at Central Headquarters is like a second home to me.
Miss Sutherland...
That motto of yours hanging on the wall. The innocent must be protected. The guilty must be punished. It's such a noble sentiment.
I agree. And the guilty are punished, Miss Sutherland. May take a little while, but they haven't a chance.
I suppose you mean by that I haven't a chance. All right, Mr. Chameleon. If I'm a criminal, an evildoer, a murderess, prove it.
Miss Sutherland, you are amazing. For months, you have been seen in the company of Hubert Van Dyke. Van Dyke is found murdered, and yet you were as hard and unmoved as if Van Dyke were a stranger.
Maybe I've learned to be hard.
Well, you've certainly learned your lesson well. Well, I guess I'll have to pay another visit to your guardian. Poor Mrs. Clarkson. She must be tired of seeing me, too.
Aunt Edith can't help you, Mr. Chameleon. She knows nothing about Hubert's murder. She can't even give me an alibi. I told you I had no alibi. I went to a midnight movie last night.
All by yourself?
All by myself. I saw Broken Dreams at the Colony Playhouse, and it was very sad. I cried my eyes out.
I'm delighted to hear that you're able to cry.
Mr. Chameleon, I suppose you won't believe me when I tell you that I was in love with Hubert Van Dyke.
If that is true, Miss Sutherland, all I can say is that it's a great misfortune for any man to have you fall in love with him. Archie Clyde, for instance, he was murdered, too. Harry Peters, the chauffeur. Not that you loved him, he was simply your employee.
But it's a great misfortune for anyone to even know me.
Apparently, yes.
In that case, Mr. Chameleon, aren't you worried about yourself? If you want to see Aunt Edith, we'd better get started. She's addressing a meeting of her literary club today.
Mrs. Clarkson, I'm sorry to bother you again, but your niece Sylvia Sutherland is in trouble once more. 3rd time within a year she's been connected with a murder. And the police want to know why.
But, my dear Mr. Chameleon, I've told you before, my niece's life is her own. It breaks my heart, but there seems to be nothing I can do about it.
You raised her, didn't you?
Her parents died in an automobile accident when she was 2. I did my best to raise her, but apparently my best was none too good.
Well, I'm sure that you did everything you could, Mrs. Clarkson. It's a very lovely home.
Oh, it's that wealthy, dissolute crowd she goes with. Mr. Chameleon, will you hand me that cotton, please?
I beg your pardon?
That ball of crochet cotton on the table?
Oh, yes.
Thank you very much. I'm crocheting a doily. I crochet a great deal. I find it's good for my nerves. Where was I?
You were talking about Sylvia's dissolute friend.
Oh, yes. Well, the only one of her friends I really like is that sweet little Helen Brown who works at the Colony Lending Library right around the corner.
What about Hubert Van Dyke, the man who was murdered last night? Did you like him?
Definitely not. He drank far too much. Same with Archie Clyde. Oh, really, it's very sad.
And your former chauffeur, Harry Peters?
Now, Mr. Chameleon, really. Surely you don't believe that my niece had anything to do with that. I discharged Harry for drinking and impudence. I discharged him, in fact, at Sylvia's request. But she certainly had nothing to do with his death.
I disagree.
Now, really, Mr. Chameleon.
I disagree because when their bodies were found, all 3 men were holding dollar bills in their hands. Or at least 2 of them were. The 3rd dead man had a dollar bill protruding from his pocket. And frankly,
What? Oh, what is it, Martha? This is my housekeeper, Mr. Chameleon, Martha Stevens.
Yes, we've met before.
Oh, of course. Well, what is it, Martha?
That girl was just here. That Helen Brown from the lending library. She wanted to see Miss Sylvia. I wouldn't let her.
Why not?
Miss Sylvia said she had a headache. She went upstairs to lie down. But Helen Brown, she said she had to see Miss Sylvia tonight. She said it was important.
Oh, well, in that case, I'd better go upstairs and give Sylvia the message. Wait for me, Mr. Chameleon.
Don't worry, I will.
What's that you're whistling?
Oh, you still here, Martha? That is Who is Sylvia? What is she? You familiar with him?
Yes.
Really, a very beautiful room. Took good care of it, Martha.
I do. Mrs. Clarkson likes beautiful things.
Yes, that's quite evident. Martha, where was Miss Sylvia last night?
What?
Where was Miss Sylvia last night? Let's say between midnight and 3 in the morning.
What do you want to know for? Can't you leave her alone? You cops make me sick counting her like you do.
Where was Miss Sylvia between midnight and 3 a.m.?
She was right here with me.
You mean here in this house? You sure about that?
Yes. She came downstairs to the kitchen just about midnight. We sat there talking until after 3. And you needn't look at me so funny, Mr. Chameleon. I'd swear to that in court.
So you see, Dave, Martha, the housekeeper, contradicted Sylvia Sutherland's alibi. And one of them is lying, or both of them are lying. Sylvia made a slip for the first time. She should have seen to it that no one would contradict her story.
Maybe it's the break you've been waiting for, Mr. Chameleon.
Maybe. This girl is certainly involved in criminal activity. She's been so infernally clever. She's fooled all of her friends and literally gotten away with murder.
What about this Brown girl we're going to see now at the lending library? You think she can tell us anything?
I wouldn't be surprised. She's evidently close to Sylvia. The only friend her aunt approves of it. Dave?
What's the matter, Mr. Chameleon?
It was the Colony Lending Library, wasn't it?
Yeah, here it is right here.
Yes, I know, but the place is dark. It's closed up.
Yes, it is dark and the door is closed.
Ah, well, it isn't locked.
Take it easy, Mr. Chameleon.
Anyone there? Miss Brown? Miss Brown?
Wait, I've got the light switch.
Right.
Holy smoke.
Miss Brown. Or at least I presume it's Miss Brown. Yes, here are her initials on her belt buckle, HB.
Is she dead?
Mm-hmm. Apparently someone came up behind her and struck her on the head. Dave, look, in her left hand. A neatly folded dollar bill. There were no fingerprints on the dollar bill, Commissioner. Just as there were no fingerprints on the one we found on Van Dyke.
Mm-hmm.
But there it was in Helen Brown's hand, the mark of the killer. The victim, as usual, is a friend of Sylvia Sutherland's.
Did you check on the dead girl's background, Chameleon?
Yes, indeed. Poor little Helen Brown was just an average girl, obviously dazzled by Sylvia Sutherland's glamour. But she was being used, Commissioner. And my guess is that lending library is being used for some purpose.
Who operates it?
Very nice couple named Hawley. They were horrified, naturally. To them, murder is something that takes place only between book covers. Which reminds me, Commissioner, Harry Peters, the chauffeur who was murdered in that ratty little waterfront hotel. You recall what he was doing when the killer entered his room?
Why, yes, he was found sitting up in bed.
He'd been reading, Commissioner. The book fell to the floor. We attached no importance to it, but it was impounded, of course. I want to see that book.
You think it came from the Colony Lending Library?
Yes. Commissioner, the Hawleys are reopening the library in a couple of days. Don't you think that the police might be able to persuade them to hire a man to succeed Helen Brown?
And that man would be you, Chameleon, in disguise?
Well, yes, who else? I'll take the name of Wilbur Wilcox. Rumpled hair, rumpled clothes, pasty skin, plus a perpetual cold in the head. Mm-hmm. Yes, well, that does it.
You may be walking into a hornet's nest, Chameleon.
Yes, I think so. I hope so.
If you can only put the finger on that incredible Sutherland girl.
By the way, where Sylvia Sutherland is concerned, I've a brand new theory. From now on, Commissioner, everything I do will be based on that new theory.
Mr. Chameleon and the case of the blood-stained dollar bills continues in just a moment. And now back to Mr. Chameleon and the case of the blood-stained dollar bills. It is several days later, and the Colony Lending Library has reopened its doors just a few minutes before. Inside is Mr. Chameleon, the famous detective, disguised as Mr. Wilcox, the librarian.
Mystery novels, nothing but trash. People should be forbidden to read such rot.
Morning.
Morning. Do you mind closing the door, please? I can't stand drafts.
Okay.
What could I do for you? Detective novel, no doubt you're the type.
Yeah? And what's wrong with detectives?
You should know, Detective Sergeant Dave Arnold.
Huh?
You should know.
Mr. Chameleon, I didn't know you. I thought you were some kind of an assistant librarian.
Wilcox requires no assistance, Dave. He's quite capable of running this place by himself. Did you get an answer to that wire to Claremont, Wisconsin?
Yeah, here it is.
Yeah.
Another thing, Mr. Chameleon, you were right about the book. The one that Harry Peters was reading when he was murdered. It came from this lending library, and what's more, I think that...
Watch it, Dave. Customer. What a customer.
Huh? Oh, hello, Miss Sutherland.
Well, if it isn't Detective Sergeant Arnold. Where's your friend, Mr. Chameleon? You look lonesome without him.
He's, on a job.
You mean he's no longer interested in me? Oh, I'm hurt. Or could it be that he knows when he's failed?
Chameleon? He doesn't know the meaning of the word fail.
Then he's more of a fool than I thought he was. Oh, good morning. Are you the new librarian?
Yes, I am. Is that door open again?
I'll close it.
Thank you. What could I do for you, Miss Sutherland?
Sylvia Sutherland. The notorious Sylvia Sutherland.
Oh, yes.
Or hasn't word reached the bookworms here at the lending library that I'm a dangerous woman?
I beg your pardon.
Oh, never mind. I'm returning this book. It's due today. The Devil's Brew.
The Devil's Brew. Are you taking out another book, Miss Sutherland?
Not now. Detective Sergeant Arnold.
Yes, Miss Sutherland?
There's one thing your friend Mr. Chameleon was right about. He wouldn't believe this, but I was very fond of Helen Brown. Apparently I do bring tragedy to everyone I know.
Miss Sutherland, wait a minute, will you?
No, let her go, Dave.
You don't want me to tail her, Mr. Chameleon?
No, stick around. And let's take a look at this book that she's just returned. The Devil's Brew. Suppose we shake it. Nothing concealed in the pages, but... oh, no, who's this?
Looks like Santa Claus.
Yes, doesn't it?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. It's a beautiful morning, isn't it? It makes you glad to be alive. Yes, sir, it certainly makes you glad to be alive. Do you have a book called The Devil's Brew?
The Devil's Brew?
Yes.
Yes, but it isn't in right now.
Oh, are you sure about that?
Yes, certainly, I'm sure, but it may be in later.
Oh, my.
Excuse me. Can I interest you in something else?
No, I want that particular book. I'll tell you, I'll stop back in about an hour. Well, good morning again. Has the book come in yet, The Devil's Brew?
I have it right here for you.
That's splendid. My name is Hilton. J.M. Hilton, East 61st Street. And thank you very much for holding it for
you're
me.
very, very welcome, Mr. Hilton. Okay, Dave, don't let him out of your sight.
Right, Mr. Chameleon.
And call me the minute that anything develops. I'm closing up the bookshop in half an hour. After that, you'll find me at Sylvia Sutherland's.
my dear Manor. Oh, I'm sorry. What was the name?
Wilbur Wilcox.
God bless you.
There you go. That's...
My dear Mr. Wilcox, I don't quite understand why you insist on seeing my niece.
Because, Mrs. Clarkson, it's a matter of grave importance.
But does Sylvia know you? Oh, by the way, could I trouble you for that ball of crochet thread? It rolled under your chair.
Oh, yes. Here you are.
Thank you.
My dear mamma used to crochet.
Really? Oh, how sweet. I find it wonderful for the nerves. But are you a friend of Sylvia's?
No, Aunt Edith. He's not a friend of mine.
Oh, Sylvia, my dear, I didn't hear you come in.
Martha told me there was someone here. But he's not a friend of mine, Aunt Edith. He's the new librarian at the Colony Lending Library.
Really? Well, why didn't you say so, Mr. Wilcox?
Because I have an unpleasant duty to perform, Mrs. Clarkson. Excuse me.
What sort of an unpleasant duty?
Something to do with me, no doubt.
Yes, Miss Sutherland. You have been defacing one of the books that you borrowed from our library. You marked several of the pages. You drew circles around the page numbers. I had quite a hard time erasing them.
Erasing them?
Yes. I'm afraid the marks still showed when I gave the book to an old gentleman. But,
Mrs. Clarkson.
Yes, Martha?
There's a telephone call for a Mr. Wilcox.
Mr. Wilcox? Oh, that's you, isn't it?
Yes.
You can take it on the extension phone here, Mr. Wilcox.
Oh, thank you. I'm sorry to trouble you, but this call was important. A matter of life and death, so to speak. Hello? Speaking. Yes. You mean the numbers correspond with... I got it. Yes.
Miss Sylvia.
Shh, Martha, I want to hear this.
You did? Fine. Okay, Dave, I'll carry on from there.
And what was that all about, Mr. Wilcox, if you don't mind my asking?
Not at all, Miss Sutherland. On the evidence just received, I hereby arrest you for the murders of Helen Brown and Hubert Van Dyke.
But you can't arrest Sylvia. My niece can't be a murderess.
Miss Sylvia never killed him. She never harmed anyone.
And who are you to arrest me? Mr. Chameleon. You're Mr. Chameleon, that horrible detective.
What?
The detective? But he's nothing of the sort, Sylvia. His name is Wilcox. He said so.
No, Mrs. Clarkson, your niece is quite right. I am Mr. Chameleon.
Then why did you pose as Mr. Wilcox in that lending library?
Because, Miss Sutherland, that lending library was a clearinghouse for your particular racket.
I don't know what you're talking about. And I didn't kill Helen, or Hubert either.
I'm sorry. I'm taking you with me to Central Headquarters. Well, are you coming, Miss Sutherland?
No, she isn't.
Martha.
I'm the one who killed him. I killed all of them. Harry Peters and Archie Clyde, too. Sylvia didn't know it, but they were a bad lot, all of them.
Even little Helen Brown, the librarian?
Yes. They were all of them bad for her. I had to protect her. I had to look out for her.
You take a great interest in Sylvia, don't you, Martha? Why? Why such a personal interest?
Never mind that, Mr. Chameleon. Just take me to prison instead of her. I'm the one who killed him. I'll swear to it.
Will you also swear, Martha, that you're the head of a narcotic ring?
What?
What was that?
Don't act so surprised, Sylvia. You know perfectly well that you smuggled narcotics to your wretched friends.
No, I didn't know.
Oh, come now, my dear. Hubert Van Dyke found out about it. That's why he was killed. Harry Peters was one of the agents who distributed the stuff. And Helen Brown, she discovered your trick of marking the book pages. So she had to be silenced, too.
No.
Detective Sergeant Arnold trailed the old man who picked up that book, The Devil's Brew, and he went straight to a bus terminal. In that terminal, there are lockers, and he chose the 3 lockers whose numbers correspond with the marked pages in the book. And in those various lockers, he placed packages of narcotics.
I didn't know.
Whereupon he locked the lockers and hid the keys underneath a bench in the waiting room, fastening them there with wads of chewing gum. Later, you or one of your gang would go to the terminal and pick up those drugs.
I tell you, I didn't know.
And not only that, you abused your Aunt Edith's kindness. For the narcotics were concealed, where do you think? In the center of the balls of crochet cotton, which you presumably bought for your aunt, only to use them for smuggling purposes.
Oh, Sylvia, you didn't do a thing like that. Oh, how awful, how perfectly awful.
Stop play acting, Edith.
What did you say, Martha?
I said stop play acting. You can't let Sylvia be arrested for something she didn't do. If you won't tell Mr. Chameleon the truth, I will. Mr. Chameleon...
That's enough, Martha, quite enough.
And Edith!
Edith, put away that gun!
I've always told you, Martha, what would happen if you were stupid enough to speak out of turn. Well, now it's going to happen.
You mean, Mrs. Clarkson, that you intend to kill your sister and your sister's child with that gun? The way you coldly killed those others who threatened your safety?
Mr. Chameleon, you said... Martha's her sister?
And your mother, I imagine, Sylvia.
What?
Quite right. You've been right about everything, Mr. Chameleon. Too bad for you it worked out like this, with nothing and no one between you and this gun.
Edith, you're not going to kill him.
Oh, not just yet, Martha. Sylvia comes first.
Sylvia?
And then you, and last of all, the great Mr. Chameleon. With a dollar bill in the hand of each of you. A dollar bill. You remember, Martha, years ago? $1 was all that stood between us and complete starvation before I learned that
Before you learned that you had a first-rate criminal mind, Mrs. Clarkson, and could head a narcotics ring.
Yes, and it paid off well. It's given me all this luxury and no one's taking it away from me, and Sylvia goes
Dave,
first.
don't shoot that woman. I want to take her alive.
There, I've knocked the gun from your hand, Mrs. Clarkson, and now I have
But
it.
where's Detective Sergeant Arnold? I didn't know he was here.
He isn't, Miss Sutherland. I wanted to take Mrs. Clarkson's eye off you and give me time to get the gun. Work. Don't move, Mrs. Clarkson.
You've got me covered. What can I do?
Well, just let me put the handcuffs on you, that's all. Oh, just a moment. I have something I want to slip in the bracelet on your right arm. A brand new dollar bill.
I still can't believe it, Mr. Chameleon. Martha's my mother.
Well, your aunt, Mrs. Clarkson, took you from her when you were a very small child, Sylvia. We got a detailed report from Claremont, Wisconsin, the town where they were raised. Your aunt always bullied your mother. She threatened constantly to harm you unless your mother kept up the pretense of being a servant. Then later, your aunt used you to cover up her evil traffic. She used you to carry messages, even narcotics.
I realized something was wrong. That's why I was so bitter and defiant and unhappy. But I never dreamed that she was doing anything so horrible.
Yes, I know.
But, Mr. Chameleon, why did you keep after me? Why did you keep calling me a criminal?
Well, your aunt was a very clever woman, Sylvia. I wanted to divert suspicion from her mind that she was the one. Well, now that it's over, will you make a new life with your mother?
I'll do everything I can to make her happy, Mr. Chameleon.
Mr. Chameleon, may I come in?
Yes, indeed, Martha. Come in by all means. There's someone waiting here for you. Your daughter.
And with these words, Mr. Chameleon concludes tonight's murder case. Listen next Wednesday night at this same time for Mr. Chameleon, the man of many faces, in Mr. Chameleon's Pet Murder Case. The part of Mr. Chameleon is played by Carl Swenson, with dialogue by Marie Baumer from the original story by Frank and Ann Hummert. Music directed by Victor Arden. Your announcer is Howard Claney. Mr. Chameleon, the new mystery drama, will be heard in another performance next Wednesday night at this time. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The makers of Camel Cigarettes present Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective. More people smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
Make your own Camel 30-day test, the one sensible, thorough cigarette test. You'll enjoy the rich, full flavor of Camel's costly tobaccos. You'll see just how mild a cigarette can be day after day, pack after pack. And you'll know why more people smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
Here transcribed is Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
Diamond Detective Agency, the Ham and Mayhem.
It's mayhem.
Not if it ruins a gag. Hi, Helen.
Hi. What are you doing?
Oh, trying to spot a client. I've done everything to get somebody up here. Set traps. Hung out of the window by my toes. Nothing.
Oh, is it that bad, Rick?
Has been for a week. Can I come over tonight and cry on your shoulder?
I'd love it.
Better wear a bathing suit.
Are you going to cry that much?
No, but the bathing suit will sure make me feel a lot better.
You idiot.
Yeah, I can't help it. I try so hard.
Are you really coming over?
If I cry long enough, I'll work up a heck of an appetite.
I'll have Francis fix you a good dinner.
I'll pay you back with the first client I get.
We'll eat out?
No, I'll have Francis fix you dinner.
What time will you be over?
Mr. Diamond?
Rick?
Shh. I think I've spotted one.
Client?
I'm afraid to ask. It might scare him away.
Are you Richard Diamond, the private detective?
Are you interested in hiring him?
I certainly am.
Rick?
We just made a score, baby. I'll see you tonight.
Oh, wonderful. Bye.
Well, come in, sir. Come in. No sense in standing in a draft. Might catch pneumonia before we get around to my fee.
My name is John Alistair.
Well, sit down, Mr. Alistair. Pull up a wallet. Chair.
Thank you.
Now, what can I do for you?
Quite a lot, I hope. 2 days ago, I made arrangements for my own assassination.
Huh?
It's really very simple.
Well, so am I sometimes. Maybe you better be a little bit more specific.
Well, I was bankrupt, in danger of going to prison. I have a family, a wife and 2 children.
And an insurance policy.
That's right. If I was to be killed, my family would be well taken care of.
You said you were in danger of going to prison. Why?
Well, I'll be perfectly honest. I embezzled money from my firm.
Oh, embezzlement. Well, you can get a lot of years for that.
Yes. So I decided to do away with myself, leaving instructions for my wife to replace the stolen funds. She could live quite comfortably on the rest. I knew suicide would revoke the insurance policy, so I went to the only underworld character I knew, a man named Gimpy. A long time ago, he'd been my bootlegger.
Oh, yeah, I know him. Nearly poisoned me once.
I told Gimpy I wanted to hire a man to kill me, a professional assassin. Gimpy said it could be done, and I gave him $200. I told Gimpy to take care of the arrangements and not to tell me anything about the man who was going to kill me. I didn't want to know a thing. How it would be done or when.
Well, what do you want me for?
Well, something has happened. My wife's brother arrived last week from South America, a very wealthy man, and advanced me enough money to pay back the firm and make a fresh start.
Well, then go tell Gimpy to call the gunman off.
Have you read the morning papers, Mr. Diamond?
No.
Here, front page. Gimpy was shot to death last night.
Oh. Well, it's kind of tough, then, to tell Gimpy to call it off,
I want you to find whoever Gimpy hired and stop him from killing me.
Find a man with the only clue to his identity lying dead in a morgue? He could be one of 50 professional killers wandering the streets. One of 50 who would make it tough to be found even if you just wanted the time of the day.
Can you find him?
I don't know. I can try.
You must find him before he kills me.
Well, I'll try my best. In the meantime, you stay here and lock yourself in.
In this office?
Yep, right here. Don't even let your wife know where you are.
All right, if you think it's necessary.
Oh, I think it is. And, by the way, I charge $100 a day in expenses. I guess his brother-in-law had given him enough money for a high-priced private detective because he handed me $100 and agreed to lock my door and not answer it for anyone but me. I left the office and headed for the Skid Row Bistro where Gimpy had died on the dirty floor. It was called the Black and Red, and the bartender was wearing an apron that looked like he'd been making hash on it.
Yeah, Gimpy got killed here. Right over there, the clean spot near the bar. He bled a little.
You know who gunned him?
What am I answering your questions for?
Because I'm asking them.
That ain't enough. I got a fetish for living.
I'm a private cop.
Well, that's the worst thing you could have said. You better buy a beer or take a walk, huh?
I'll buy. You don't even have to change the $10.
You think I'd tell you something for a lousy 10 fish?
Yeah?
Well, you're wrong.
I don't know nothing.
You were in here, weren't you?
Yeah, on my stomach behind the bar.
You saw it start, didn't you?
You want me to tell you as much as I know?
Unless you want to play another tune. We could dance.
$10 for what I know?
You don't think it's worth it, huh?
Nah, but I seen the 10 and it made me greedy.
Okay, here. Live a little.
Thanks. Well, Gimpy was standing over there drinking a beer. These two guys come in, and one of them walks up to him.
What did they look like?
Two guys, big guys, hats, coats with the collars turned up, the whole bit. Looked like just what they was. This one guy started arguing with Gimpy about some money.
You hear the conversation?
Yeah, something about wanting all the 200. Well, Gimpy gets a little nasty. He was like that, you know, a nasty little guy. Well, the guy gets tired of arguing and pulls a gun. Gimpy tries to climb the bar, and he must have been halfway over when the guy cut him in two. By then, I was flat on my face waiting for mine. But these two guys took off, and I called the cops. Wait till 10.
You don't remember what either one of the guys looked like?
Nah, I was minding my health.
Okay, thanks.
Hey.
Yeah?
I don't know whether it means nothing, but the guy who killed Gimpy was wearing a small red flower in his buttonhole. A red flower like a rosebud. I remember it. Funny a guy like that should be wearing a pretty flower.
Oh, what do you want?
Why, Sergeant Otis, you've been taking your ugly pills again.
Can't you ever do anything without the department's help? I thought you were supposed to be a big, smart private detective.
Well, we all make mistakes. I thought you were supposed to be a gorilla.
Oh, you did, huh?
Yeah, but gorillas get bigger.
Oh.
Hello, Walt.
Hello, Rick. What can I do for you?
I got a little problem. Your department handle that killing over in the Black and Red Saloon?
Skid Row?
Yeah.
Yeah, a small-time guy named Gimpy got himself blown up.
Any line on the killer?
No, we questioned the bartender who runs the place. He was lying on his face. Couldn't give much of a description. We're checking up on Gimpy's friends and associates.
The killer wore a small red flower in his buttonhole. Maybe a rose.
How do you know?
Bartender told me. Thought maybe you knew about it.
Well, he didn't tell me. What are you interested in Gimpy for?
He contacted the killer. I've got to find the killer, and I don't know who he is.
You think maybe this guy with the flower is your boy?
Well, he might be. Bartender said he was arguing with Gimpy about $200.
Well, no, he didn't tell me that either. Just said they were arguing.
You should have slipped him $10.
What do you have to find him for?
Client.
You got a client who wants you to find a killer?
Yeah, and that's all I'm going to tell you. Now, give me what you got on Gimpy and his friends.
I don't know why I should.
Oh, stop pouting, fatty. I can't tell you anymore. Besides, if I find this killer, you solve the Gimpy killing, don't you?
Well, yeah.
Well, then let's have it.
Okay. Gimpy didn't have many friends. The only sure one we've come up with is a woman named Belle DeCanto. Runs a small dancing school.
Have you talked to her?
Yeah, but she knows less than the bartender. Here's the address.
Walt gave me Belle DeCanto's address, and I went over. It was an old two-story building on the east side with a rickety flight of stairs leading up to the dance studio. Belle DeCanto was sitting at the piano. I stood there smoking a Camel, watched one of her young pupils perform a pretty sloppy set of turns.
All right, Jeannie, that was fine. Over to the bar.
Okay. Hey.
Huh?
Oh, somebody.
Oh, what can I do for you?
I want to talk to you, Belle.
$20 for 10 lessons.
I just want to talk.
Why don't you take the lessons, mister? Gives you grace and balance.
I look a little silly in tights, dear.
Go do your exercises, Jeannie.
Okay, but I still think you look great in tights, mister. We could do Swan Lake and things.
I bet we could.
Talk him into it, Belle. He's real cute.
What do you want to talk about?
Gimpy.
You a cop?
Private cop.
I entertained the whole 5th precinct all morning.
I'm looking for the guy who killed Gimpy.
I told the cops all I know. I don't know who killed Gimpy. Back straight, honey.
Okay.
I can't help you, mister.
You know a man who wears a red flower in his buttonhole?
Huh?
Do you know a man who wears a red...
I'm busy, mister. I got a lesson.
Look, Belle.
I don't know nothing. Now beat it.
Maybe if I bought a course of lessons.
I'm full out. Now get out of here. I told you to keep your back straight.
Okay, I'm keeping it.
Belle.
You going to get out of here, or do I call the law?
Oh, Belle, what you throwing him out for?
You shut up and keep your back straight.
Listen, I'm paying good money around here.
Get out now, mister.
Okay.
What you climbing on me for, huh? So what are you yelling?
You get up there and do your bit, or I'll bust this cane over your skull.
You'll do what?
I told your old lady I'd teach you how to dance, and I will if I have to cripple you trying.
You don't yell at me like that.
Bye, you lovely people.
Bye, honey. You don't yell at me. I paid my money. Who do you think you are? Who?
Get up on that bar!
Drop dead!
It was pretty obvious my mention of the man with the red flower had set off Belle DeCanto's charming temper. And it was even more obvious that to Belle, the man with the red flower spelled some kind of trouble. The third and most obvious point was that I wouldn't get anything out of Belle even if I dropped her in a pit full of enraged mice. I started down the steps of the dance studio, heading for the street, and I stopped cold. Something on the third step set off little bells in the space in my head reserved for danger. There, on the third step, was a small red rose, and it hadn't been there when I went in. I stopped and thought about it. Maybe the man I wanted was in the building. I looked around. Only one other door besides the studio, and that led to Belle's apartment above. I went up there and looked around. Nothing. Then I got a pretty scary thought. Maybe the man with the red rose had tailed me, waited around listening at the door. If he'd found me, maybe he'd found my client. I spent the next 20 minutes making myself hard to follow, and when I was satisfied no one was tailing me, went back to my office. Alistair. Mr. Alistair.
Who is it?
Diamond, open up.
How do I know it's Diamond?
Well, you are being cautious. You gave me a $100 retainer. I told you to lock yourself in my office and not to answer to anybody but me.
Did you find out anything?
Close it and lock it.
Is something wrong?
The man who killed Gimpy was wearing a red flower in his buttonhole. I met an old biddy who runs a dancing school, and when I mentioned the flower, she froze up like a clam in a barrel of glue.
Who is this man with the flower?
I don't know, but before he killed Gimpy, he argued with him about some money. $200.
Well, that's the amount I paid Gimpy to hire the assassin.
Yeah. I think the man with the flower is probably your killer. And when I left the dance studio, I found this.
A red rose?
Uh-huh. I think maybe he's tailing me.
He knows I came to see you.
I don't know. I think he's found out I'm looking for him. Maybe figures I'm trying to catch him for killing Gimpy. Anyway, you're not the only one on the spot now.
But what'll we do?
If he's looking for me, there's no sense in letting him find you, too. You got to get out of here.
But where?
Well, an out-of-the-way hotel I know. Manager's a friend of mine.
But what if this killer finds you?
That's a good question. I hustled John Alistair out on the fire escape, and we climbed down to the floor below, just in case our boy with the red rose was waiting outside my office. We climbed into the 7th floor hall, made our way to the service elevator and down to the alley. A half an hour later, I'd deposited Alistair in room number 11 of the Bunker Hill Hotel, in charge of the manager, a one-time safecracker named Herman Clipp. I'd done a lot of favors for Herman, and he assured me Alistair would be safe, and that no one would be allowed to see him unless his name was Diamond, and he had the bluest eyes in the private detective business. It was 6 o'clock by the time I left the hotel, and I kept to the side streets in case the man with the red rose might be close. It was certainly one way of finding him, letting him find me. But I wanted to be ready for it, and I didn't want to be around my client when it happened. I went back to my apartment on 51st Street.
Hello, chum. I've been waiting for you.
Oh, that's nice. Lonesome?
For a while.
You had that nice big gun to keep you company.
Sure.
You forgot to wear your rose.
You got the wrong boy, Diamond. Drago's busy.
Drago?
Name won't do you any good. I'm going to kill you.
Drago's the boy with the red rose?
Turn on the radio.
You were the guy with him in the bar when he killed Gimpy.
That's right. Turn on the radio.
Okay. Look, tell Drago he doesn't have to kill John Alistair. Alistair says to call it off.
The radio.
Oh, sure. Will you tell him?
See, I tell him. But I don't think it's going to do any good. You see, he knows Alistair talked to you. We know you've been trying to find him. And we don't want anybody who can pin Gimpy's killing on us.
I didn't tell Alistair anything.
Sure. Where you got him hidden out, huh? We find out. Drago should have knocked off Gimpy like that, but he gets excited. Like running out of the bar before he knocked off the bartender. If we had knocked off the bartender right then, he couldn't have told you nothing.
What about the bartender?
He's in the river. Turn the radio up.
I turned the radio up slowly, my mind working triple time. The guy behind me wanted the music to cover the noise, like a funeral march with a one-gun salute. I heard him get up behind me.
All right, turn around.
It had to be quick. I turned and gave him the radio right in the face. I had twisted his gun right into his stomach. He looked up at me like a kid who was going to bust out crying because somebody had dumped over his blocks. Then he slid down on his face and died without a sound. I put in a fast call to Walt, told him to check his files for a killer named Drago. I told him what had happened and about the bartender who was probably floating on the river. Then I took off for Bel DeCanto's dance studio. The man I'd just killed had said Drago wasn't going to leave anyone around who might pin the Gimpy killing on him. And Drago had left his red rose on the steps outside of Bel's studio. When I got there, the big dance hall was dark. So I went up another flight to Bel's apartment. Well, here goes. Bell was there all right, and Drago had been there. He hadn't left a rose, but he left a bullet instead. It was somewhere in Bel DeCanto's heart.
Before we continue with Richard Diamond, here is an important question.
How mild can a cigarette be?
One puff won't tell you.
One sniff won't tell you.
It takes day in, day out smoking to find out how well a cigarette agrees with your throat. Only Camels offer you this day in, day out smoking proof.
In a coast-to-coast test of hundreds of people who smoked only Camels for 30 days, noted throat specialists reported not one single case of throat irritation due to smoking Camels.
Make your own Camel 30-day test, the one sensible, thorough cigarette test. Smoke only Camels for 30 days and let your taste tell you how rich and flavorful Camels are, puff after puff, pack after pack. Let your throat tell you how mild Camels are, how well Camels get along with your throat as a steady smoke.
You'll see why people say, once a Camel smoker, always a Camel smoker.
How mild, how mild, how mild, how mild, how mild can a cigarette be? Make the Camel 30-day test and you'll see. Smoke Camels and see.
And now back to Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
Well, here's all the information, Rick. The only man we got on file named Drago is a well-known hood named Tommy Drago. 7 arrests, 2 convictions, assault and armed robbery.
Can you find him all?
Well, I put out an APB. Maybe we'll pick him up.
You find the bartender?
They're dragging the river now. The guy in your apartment has been identified as Giulio Bassadi. Arrested once with Drago. Supposed to work together.
Yeah.
Why did Drago kill Bel DeCanto?
Well, probably thought I'd told her something.
We gotta get this boy. He's killed 3 people in 2 days.
And he wants to add 2 more to his list. Me and my client.
Where is your client?
Oh, he's staked out in the Bunker Hill Hotel. He's safe.
Well, we better pick him up and give him protection.
He doesn't want the police brought in. But you can stake out a couple of men near the hotel in case Drago shows up.
Right.
Look, Walt, if this Drago likes red roses, he must buy them someplace.
Yeah?
Well, have some men check all the flower shops. Have them circulate the description. For the rest of the day and into the evening, the entire precinct turned out to look for Drago. Each man had a photograph, and they toured every flower store in the city, showing the photograph and asking questions. Walt and I even took one section, wore out a lot of pavement and several good inches of shoe leather, trying to find someone who might have been selling the roses to Drago. By 6 o'clock, we were back in the precinct, discouraged, and, as Walt said...
Oh, I'm beat.
Yeah.
You want some coffee?
Yeah, might as well.
We took in 12 shots. Here.
Thanks.
Looks like the guy grows his own.
Well, maybe he does.
Swell. I'll put out a general to pick up every window box and flower pot in the city. We're bound to catch him in 10 or 12 years. Yeah, what do you want, Spikehead?
Spikehead?
Just thought it up.
Oh.
Well, did you just want to see if the buzzer works?
No, I got an address on that guy Diamond shot.
Giulio Bassotti?
Yeah.
Well, do you want us to hold a seance while you give it to us by telepathy?
Oh, 456 River Street, apartment 7. And you sure are getting grouchy.
Walt and I piled into the squad car and took off for 456 River Street. There was a chance that the man who wore the roses might live with his partner, Giulio Bassotti. We found the manager. He let us into the apartment, and after 15 minutes of pretty extensive house wrecking, both Walt and I came to the same conclusion. Giulio Bassotti lived alone and liked it. We hit the street pretty discouraged.
Well, come on.
Hey, Walt.
What is it?
Look, that old lady down the street.
Well, what about her?
She's selling flowers.
Oh, well, let's go.
Fresh flowers, 20 cents a bunch. Flowers, gentlemen.
Do you have some red roses?
Yes.
Single red roses that I could wear in my lapel?
Yes, 25 cents.
Have you ever seen this man?
What man?
Here.
Yes, Mr. Drago. I sell him a red rose every evening, fresh.
You know where we can find him?
Well, what do you want him for?
Police.
Has Mr. Drago done something?
He's wanted for murder.
Oh, no, how terrible. He seemed like such a nice man, so generous. He dressed so nicely.
He's killed 3 people.
3 people?
Do you know where he lives?
3 people? Yes, he lives in the next block. I don't know the number. I'll have to show you.
Here, I'll take all the flowers you've got. The old flower woman showed us the building, and again we dragged another manager out to let us into Drago's apartment. This time we went in low, ready to shoot if Drago happened to be home. He wasn't. And once again we tore another place apart.
Find anything?
No, not yet.
Get a load of this closet. Drago really dresses.
Hey, Walt.
Yeah? You find something?
Look at this telephone pad.
What about it?
The writing. Read it.
Bunker Hill.
Bunker Hill Hotel. That's where my client is. Drago's found him. Walt, go check with the men you got staked out and see if they spotted Drago going in. I'll go in and see if my client's all right.
Right.
Herman. Herman. Oh.
Rick?
Over here, Walt. Herman is out cold.
Herman?
Yeah, the manager.
Oh, he looks pretty bad.
Yeah, he's really out.
Drago?
Your men see anybody?
No, but he could have slipped in.
Now, let's get up to my client.
Well, come on.
I'm looking for the key.
What room?
11. Now, it's gone. I had my client locked in. Come on. 2nd floor. Here it is. Alistair. Alistair, it's Diamond.
Diamond! Diamond, get me out of here! He's been here. He's got a key.
Where is he?
He tried to get in, but I had the chain lock on. Then he tried to break it down. I pushed the furniture in front of the door. Get me out, please.
Just take it easy. We'll try and break it down.
The furniture's still there.
So we'll get it out of the way.
Yes, yes. I don't know where he went.
Is there a fire escape?
Fire escape? Yes. There's an escape right outside my window. Good heavens, Diamond.
Just keep moving the furniture.
But the fire escape...
Just move the furniture. Walt.
Yeah?
You stay here. I'm going out on the fire escape. It figured. If Drago couldn't get past the furniture, he'd get in another way. I ran to the end of the hall and out on the escape. I turned the corner of the building and started for my client's room.
He's on the escape. He's coming down. I can hear him. Get me out. Get me out.
At first, I thought my client had heard just me. But then I saw him climbing down from the floor above, a gun in his hand, the polished barrel shining in the moonlight. As he reached the window, Alistair went crazy.
He's outside the window. No, please.
I leaned against the building and steadied my arm just as he broke the window.
No.
You killed him. You killed him.
Yeah. Funny.
What was done?
Shot him right through his red rose.
Dick Powell will return in just a minute.
Across the nation, doctors in every branch of medicine have been asked this question.
What cigarette do you smoke, Doctor?
Again, the brand named most was Camel. Yes, according to this repeated nationwide survey, more doctors smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
Yes, and Camels are the favorite cigarette of many stars whose throats are their fortune. Risa Stevens, Mario Lanza, Martha Tilton are a few of the singing stars who choose Camels for mildness.
How mild, how mild, how mild, how mild, how mild can a cigarette be? Make the Camel 30-day test and you'll see. Smoke Camels and see.
Here's Dick Powell with a special message.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, this week we add a new name to the list of recipients of gift Camels for hospitalized servicemen and veterans. It's the Military Air Transport Service, United States Air Force, which evacuates virtually all overseas wounded servicemen. Camels are also on the way to veterans' hospitals, Lake City, Florida, and Nashville, Tennessee. U.S. Naval Hospital ship Haven. Now, until next week, enjoy Camels. I always do.
Dick Powell can now be seen starring in the RKO film Cry Danger. Tonight's adventure of Richard Diamond was written by Blake Edwards with music by Frank Worth. Our director is Helen Mack. Featured in the cast were Virginia Gregg, Wilms Herbert, and Arthur Q. Bryan.
PA stands for two things, Pipe Appeal and Prince Albert. They go hand in hand, for Prince Albert's Choice Tobacco has a rich flavor and a delightful natural aroma. PA is crimp cut for smooth, even burning, and it's specially treated to ensure against tongue bite. Get Prince Albert, the National Joy Smoke, America's largest-selling smoking tobacco.
Listen next week for another exciting transcribed adventure of Richard Diamond, starring Dick Powell. This is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the FBI. Follows immediately. Stay tuned. This program came to you from Hollywood. This is the American Broadcasting Company.
From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
John, this is Harry Branson of Philadelphia Mutual.
Harry, what are you doing in town?
I'm not. At least not in your town.
But you've got a case for me.
Do you know anything about violins?
Oh, don't tell me. So he opened up his fiddle case and out came a submachine gun, that it?
John, that technique went out with Prohibition. Now, seriously, this case contains a genuine Amati.
Good. What's an Amati?
One of the finest, most expensive violins ever made. This one was insured for $30,000.
Was?
Yes. Now, someone has to find it for us. What's more...
Okay, Harry, I'm on my way.
Tonight and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar. To the Philadelphia Mutual Liability and Casualty Company. The following is an accounting of expenditures incurred during my investigation of the Ricardo Amerigo matter. Expense account item 1, $12.40, train fare and incidentals to Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. I took the train because Harry Branson didn't seem to be in any particular hurry, and I kind of like a slow look at the countryside this time of year. When I got to Philadelphia, I checked in at the Bellevue Stratford, shaved and showered, then went over to Harry Branson's office in the Security First building on Walnut Street.
You deceived me, John. I thought when we talked long distance that you'd be here right away. But instead of flying down, you
Old
took the
sober-sides Branson
Possibly
hadn't
a loss
changed
of
a bit.
valuable time, I don't
Hair a
know.
little grayer than the last
I hope
time
to
I'd
know
seen him,
as soon as
perhaps.
I hear further from
But
Amerigo's
still the
booking
same serious lad
We'll see
who
what, if
always
anything,
acted
he
as
can
though he
tell
was carrying the weight of the world on his shoulders.
I feel a deep personal concern over the whole matter because it was a man I put in this office myself who issued the policies, both of them.
2 policies on this fiddle you were talking about?
No, John, one on the Amati violin, $30,000.
Yeah?
And one on Ricardo Amerigo himself for $20,000.
Who is Ricky?
Who?
Well, isn't that what you said his name is?
I'm sure I didn't mention anyone by the... Oh, Ricardo Amerigo, yes.
Well, where's he playing? The Purple Cat or maybe Wee Willie's joint over on
John,
Fifth Street?
this man is a concert violinist, or was. He's disappeared. Now, please, no more levity.
Sorry, Harold.
It's Harrison.
Sorry, Harry.
All right. I'm quite all right. Now, I realize that you have quite a sense of humor, John, but in a matter as important as this...
Yeah, sure. Now, let's have the story.
Very well. A few years ago, Ricardo Amerigo was one of the world's leading concert violinists, as famous in London, Paris, Rome, as in the concert halls of this country.
Uh-huh.
Such virtuosity, almost unbelievable. I shall never forget one evening here in our Academy of Music. He had just finished a perfectly brilliant Wieniawski. Amazing technical performance.
Yeah, well...
And for an encore, he played Sarasate Zapatiado. Even more brilliant.
Harry...
But the audience wouldn't let him leave the stage. Ricardo Amerigo...
has disappeared.
Oh, yes.
And you're in a hurry to get on with the case.
I'm sorry. Now, thinking of his superlative performance that night carried me away. Yes, he's dead, disappeared. And the violin, no trace.
Dead? You didn't say that before.
I know. You see, there's no proof of death. No body. Disappeared.
Well, don't let me shock your finer sensibilities, Harry. Murder?
We have thought of that, of course.
Who's we?
The Port Morris police. Port Morris, New Jersey, that is.
Oh.
Yes, you see, since Amerigo's car went through the bridge rail, crashed right through it, and plunged into the river, stream...
Trying to tie Harry down to pertinent facts that would help me in my investigation was, futile. At least 3 times during the next half hour, he went off on glowing descriptions of violin recitals he had known. Heifetz, Selman, Chrysler, and so on. But he did come up with 1 or 2 things I wanted. First, Amerigo and his fiddle had been driving down from Philadelphia to some spot on the South Jersey seashore. Crossing an old wooden bridge over a little stream, an inlet from the ocean, the car had smashed through the guardrail and gone to the bottom of the inlet. The car, of course, was found. Amerigo and his violin, no. Second, and just as important, the name of the beneficiary of Amerigo's policies. Item 2 on expense account, $1 even. Taxi to the Harnell building, also on Walnut Street, in the office of Peter Corbin, Amerigo's booking agent. The building was plush, but Corbin's office was about as bare as I'd ever seen. An old beat-up desk, a battered filing cabinet, and a couple of straight chairs. That was it.
Come in, Dollar. Come in. Sit down.
Corbin was chewing the stub of a cigar that he'd forgotten to relight for at least a couple of days. We made with the usual howdy-do's.
Well, your man Branson told you exactly right, Dollar. I'm Ricardo Amerigo's sole and only beneficiary.
Well, isn't that a bit unusual for a man's agent to be his heir? Or, was it because you were old personal friends?
I'm going to give it to you straight. I brought Amerigo over to this country. Myself, my own sole expense. I actually gave him the build-up. I started his whole entire career. I kept him on top, all at my own expense.
Well, didn't you collect a regular agent's commission on his earnings?
Oh, sure. Plenty more. Why kid about it? Sure, while he was working.
What's that supposed to mean?
Bottle.
What?
Yeah, started hitting the bottle. Bad, not good. And believe me, the word gets around fast. Instead of making me money, himself, too, of course, he started costing me money. But you see, he never saved anything, even when he was earning big. You know how these artists are.
Yeah, I've heard.
Well, it's the same with all of them. He got in debt actually up to his ears. And nobody, no family, no relatives, nobody to pull him out. Nobody but me. Big-hearted Corbin.
So you had him take out a lot of insurance and name you as beneficiary?
Well, that was his idea, actually. Of course, he always did have the Amati insured. That's his violin.
So I've learned.
Oh, you know about violins?
No.
Oh. Well, but the life insurance, that was his own idea. Double indemnity, all that sort of stuff.
Double indemnity?
Oh, yeah. But guess who had to dig up the moolah for the last couple premiums?
Big-hearted Corbin.
You're right.
Not a bad investment, though, was it?
What? Hey,
Couple of
wait a
thousand
minute.
in premiums, and you stand to collect plenty. If we can find proof that he's dead, and if we can't
I
recover
don't like
the...
that dollar.
I don't either, Corbin. It doesn't smell good.
Oh, you think me, his own agent, actually rigged something like that for one of my best friends? You think that... Listen, wise guy. Even if I did have any of a such idea, it'd be crazy. Anything actually as obvious as that.
Well, sometimes the most obvious is the best cover-up.
Oh, get out of here, Dollar. Unless you want somebody to start collecting on your insurance.
Even if it isn't you, huh?
Get out! So help me.
Yeah, pretty obvious. And every time you open your mouth...
Oh,
no, you don't. Why is it that people who telegraph their punches are always the first to start swinging? I don't know. Anyhow, I left Corbin to pick himself up and start thinking about some alibis he might need. And in the cab back to my hotel, I did a lot of thinking myself. Sure, the obvious off times is the best cover-up, and yet it might be too obvious. Far too obvious.
Branson here?
Johnny Dollar here.
Oh, John, good. Listen, at least there'll be no double indemnity to pay in the Amerigo matter. For accidental death, that is. You see...
Wait a minute. About an hour ago, you weren't even sure he's dead. Did somebody find the body?
No, unfortunately, but I've just received a call from the Port Morris police. They completed their examination of Amerigo's car. After they pulled it out of the creek, of course.
I hope so.
John, they found conclusive evidence of murder.
Harry, I'll call you from Port Morris. Expense account, item 2. Subway, ferry, train, and bus fares to South Vineland, New Jersey. South Vineland because Ad Bowles lived there, and I knew that if anything at all happened in the heart of sunny southern Jersey, Ad would know about it. Retired and raising some of those wonderful South Jersey sweet potatoes and peaches with plenty of hired help, he amused himself by moseying around, getting to know everybody and everything that happened in his section of the state. He had an insatiable curiosity and money enough to keep it satisfied.
Hi, you conniving, chiseling son of a gun. I've been waiting for you to get here. What took you so long?
Hey, what was that conniving, chiseling crack, son?
We're still on expense account, aren't you?
Yeah, sure.
Sure, and so help me, nobody in history ever had the knack of padding out an expense account the way you can. And collect those fancy commissions on top. When I was a private investigator...
Who is retired?
You call this retired 270 acres of sandy soil from which to try to wrestle the poor living?
Oh, no, wait a minute. That Cadillac Eldorado out front, that belongs to one of the hired hands.
983 peach trees.
And isn't that a landing field I see out there through the window?
A lot of sweet potato land to be cultivated? Well, yes. Say, why didn't you fly down or let me know and I'd have picked you up? Look, with all the time I have on my
I thought
hands...
you said you were very
busy. Yeah. How long you going to stay? So I can figure out where we'll go, what we'll do.
Ed, I'm on a case.
Well, sure. Ricardo Amerigo and his priceless fiddle.
Oh, no.
It was easy. When I heard about him going over the bridge, I contacted Barney Peters of the Port Morris PD. From Barney, I learned all about the next of kin. His agent, that is.
Pete Corbin.
Right. And that boy at Philadelphia Mutual, Harry Branson. And I knew Branson wouldn't call anybody but you in on the case. So here you are.
Still a private eye, aren't you, Ed?
Gotta have some way of killing time.
And I suppose you have the whole case solved.
Yep.
Well, according to Harry Branson, who heard from the Port Morris police just before I left Philly, it was murder.
Oh, you point killer. I thought I'd be the one to tell you that.
No, sorry. The cops knew it first.
Second, I told them.
Huh?
Yeah, I showed them where somebody'd used a hacksaw on the steering arm of Amerigo's car when they dragged it out of the creek.
Uh-huh, so that was it.
Yep.
And who wielded the hacksaw?
Well, Pete Corbin. Who else?
Why?
Who else stood to benefit by Amerigo's sudden trip to the great beyond?
No. It's too easy, Ed.
What's more, he's the only one who had constant and complete access to Amerigo's car. Why, he not only mothered little Ricky, clothed and fed him and kept him in booze, but he paid his rent, swept out his apartment, serviced his car.
No, it's too easy.
And Johnny, that car was even kept locked in Pete Corbin's own garage. And Corbin had the only key.
Where did you learn that?
From Corbin's landlord. By phone, of course.
Said he thought Corbin did that so Ricky couldn't go out driving when he was drunk. And me? I think it was the other way around.
He'd only let him drive when he was drunk, huh? Instead, a good chance of smashing up what would look like accidental death.
So that Corbin would collect the double indemnity. It's open and shut.
Any proof, Sherlock?
Just get to Corbin, throw it all at him, and break him down. Maybe he'll even find a hacksaw tucked up his sleeve.
Too easy.
Any bets that it isn't Corbin?
Yeah, I'll bet you.
You name it.
My commission on the case.
I'll match it. Oh, and plus your expense account.
Look, Ed, I want to see that car and the bridge and the creek, anything else I can find.
Sure, I'll fly you down there. Then we can go on over to Atlantic City, hit some of the night spots. Your treat. You know, so we can build up the expense account enough for me to collect plenty.
Ed Bowles had been a pretty good investigator in his day. Seldom gone off half-cocked. Yet all his evidence was purely circumstantial. And where was the body? What's more, Pete Corbin acted anything but scared. Or so I thought until I put through a routine call to Harry Branson. He was worried. He had a right to be. Pete Corbin had packed a bag, jumped into his car, and disappeared.
Now, here's our star to tell you about tomorrow's intriguing episode of this week's story.
Tomorrow, a soggy day in a soggy South Jersey swamp. And a discovery almost too good to be true. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by Sam Dawson, it is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Be sure to join us tomorrow night, same time and station, for the next exciting episode of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking. From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
Sergeant Barney Peters, Port Morris Police.
Oh, hi, Sergeant.
Thought you and Adam Bowles were coming over here to look at the evidence in the murder of Ricardo Amerigo.
We are. Ed's out warming up his plane. That's why I answered his phone.
We got a visitor here in Port Morris.
Who?
The guy Ed thinks did the job.
Pete Corbin, Amerigo's booking agent?
That's right.
In Port Morris?
That's right.
Well, are you holding him?
I can't. No legal reason to, in spite of Ed's suspicions.
Well, what's Corbin doing there?
I don't know unless Ed's right about him.
Huh?
And Pete knows you're on his trail.
Well, what's that mean?
What could mean he's down here gunning for you.
Tonight and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar. Location, Port Morris, New Jersey. Following is an accounting of expenditures incurred during my investigation of the Ricardo Amerigo matter. Item 3, $1 even, or whatever it was the local druggist recommended to pull my stomach back together after the flight in Ad Bull's private plane from Ad's farm in South Vineland to Port Morris. In a sense, I'm glad we flew. In a car with Ad at the wheel, we'd have been all over the road. As it was, we were only all over the sky.
Oh, beautiful day for flying, isn't it, Johnny?
Can't you hold a straight course, Ad? What's the matter with this ship?
Not a thing. I like to weave around a bit. I like the feel of it. You know, all that power under you.
Yeah. Sure you're not just trying to scare me into welching on our little bet?
I'm going to win that bet, Johnny. Your commission on the case, plus all that goes on that well-padded expense account of yours. You just get busy and find the body.
Why don't you forget your dark past as a private eye and stay retired?
What, and leave an old friend like you floundering around with a case that's
Hey! You don't watch your steering, we'll be floundering around in those salt marshes down there.
Sorry. But can't you see, Johnny, Pete Corbin, Amerigo's agent, has to be the heavy. He's the beneficiary of Amerigo's policy. Amerigo owed him a lot of money.
Too easy.
And Pete's the only person we know of who was with Amerigo constantly. You got motive, opportunity.
Too easy, I tell you. But I wonder what under the sun Pete's doing in Port Morris.
That we'll be finding out. We'll land there in a couple of minutes now.
The little town of Port Morris was set on the edge of one of the wide salt marshes that border a lot of the South Jersey shore. Just a vast expanse of salt hay indented with little coves and inlets. Soggy, swampy country. Ideal breeding place for the famous Jersey mosquitoes. And I guess for me, the ideal breeding place for trouble. Sergeant Barney Peters met us at the mucky little landing strip just outside town. And we headed out on a narrow, muddy road across the marshes.
Yes, sir, Mr. Dollar. If I were you, I'd try to pin down this Corbin.
Where is he now?
Back in town. Got Alf McCracken keeping an eye on him. Alf's the boy you saw Amerigo crash through the bridge that night, you know.
Barney, I still wish you'd cooked up something to hold him.
But what, Ed?
Sure, Ed. Every bit of evidence you think you've got on Corbin is purely circumstantial.
What else have you got to go on, John boy?
Oh, we'll see. We'll see. After I have a look at the bridge Amerigo busted through in his car.
It's just up ahead a bit. Crosses the Lucky Hoe Creek.
I'd also like to know who could have... Well, I'd like to know what could have happened to his body. To that $30,000 Amati violin.
You'll see. Just keep in mind that there's a mighty big flow of water in the creek from the tide coming in and going out.
Tell me, Sergeant.
Johnny, I checked it.
Huh?
Tide had just turned, was on its way out to the ocean at the time Amerigo's car went over the bridge. Right, Barney?
That's correct, Ed. Right now, though, it's probably about as low as it'll... Whoa!
What's the matter?
Just pulling over to let this car that's coming pass us. Otherwise, one of us might sheer off into the swamp.
Yeah, these roads weren't meant for two-way traffic.
Darn fool's coming pretty fast for a road like this. If he isn't careful...
Hey, look, Pennsylvania plates.
Huh?
He's right.
That's Corbin's car.
Corbin, huh?
Swing across the road. Block him. Quick!
Son of a gun.
No, where's Corbin, all right?
Well, then swing around. Go after him.
On this road? He'd slide off into the swamp so fast. By the time we go on up to the bridge and turn, he'll be halfway back to Philadelphia, blast him.
Well, we had the bird in hand and didn't know it. What are you going to do now, Johnny?
Just exactly what we started out to do.
You're losing valuable time. Now, if I were still in this
Ed,
racket...
why don't you stay retired? We drove slowly on up to the bridge, stopped and got out. And although the tide was almost low now, it was easy to see how that rush of water would easily carry a violin or a body or most anything right out to sea. Or could it?
The tide was running this same way when it happened. Out.
Yeah.
And the current was a lot stronger than it is now, so you can imagine what it would... Huh?
Yeah. What's the matter, Johnny?
Well, that big bird nest, whatever it is, down there at the side of the creek, 50, 60 feet.
Oh, that's just where the reeds and hay got matted up. Does look like... Hey.
Yeah. If that isn't a fiddle case propped up on top of it.
Sure looks like one.
Sure it is. Sure. The tide was higher then. The fiddle stuck in those reeds. Wait here.
Well, now, Johnny, don't. You come back here.
Dollar! Dollar, it's like quicksand. Stay out of it.
Oh, you darn fool.
It was
Come
like quicksand, too.
You'll never make it.
Black, glowy muck. And I sank into it up to my knees. I almost had to swim through it, hanging onto it, pulling myself along by the reeds and bulrushes. But half of this case hung on that $30,000 Amati violin, and I wasn't going to let it slip out of my hands. A couple of times I dropped into soft holes, almost up to my shoulders, but somehow I kept going. Pulled the fiddle case off the pile of matted weeds and started back. I'd used up most of my strength. With only one hand to pull myself along. Ed!
Johnny! Johnny, try and grab this rope. Here!
Can't
Breach! Try it again, Ed. Drag it back. Try it again.
Johnny, use the violin case. It'll keep you afloat.
I'll try.
You all right, Dollar? Dollar!
Here, Johnny. The rope again. Johnny! Johnny!
I hadn't passed out. So help me, I hadn't. Not entirely, that is. Or I'd never have been able to grab the line that Ad bowls through to me. Needless to say, I took a lot of kidding from Ad and Barney Peters on the drive back to Port Morris, especially since I didn't really know what had happened until I came to in the back seat of the car, clutching the fiddle case.
Jerk. If you'd held onto the rope with the death grip you have on that violin case, we'd have got you out of that muck before you swallowed half the salt water in that inlet.
Yeah, sure.
I'll say this for you, Mr. Dollar. You don't give up easy.
The fiddle. The $30,000 Amati. At least I had half of this miserable case in hand in my hands. There'd be no insurance collection on that violin. And then I saw it.
Well, what's the matter, Johnny? You passed out again?
No, Ed. You should have cleaned me up before you piled me into this car.
What?
Look.
Well, what is it?
Piece of shirt. Ricardo Amerigo's shirt.
Is that?
Yeah, look. Monogram on the pocket, R.A. And what looks like bloodstains.
Hey, you're right. Where'd you get that?
I must have picked it up when I picked up the fiddle.
Well, at least it proves that Amerigo went down with his car. There's no doubt of it.
What I didn't tell him was that the piece of cloth from Ricardo Amerigo's shirt was fastened to the violin case. Deliberately put there. But by whom?
By Pete Corbin, Johnny. That's your man. Are you listening?
Yeah, I'm listening.
Beneficiary, confidant, caretaker of both Ricky Amerigo and his car. Who else could have sawed through the steering bar that made the car run off the bridge? And a guy who was smart enough to have it happen in this godforsaken salt marsh.
Now, just a minute, Ed.
Okay, Barney. In the heart of sunny southern Jersey, where he expected nobody'd find car or body or even the fiddle until long after the insurance claim was met. Thanks to a tide that'd carry everything out to sea. For indeed, my friend, if your deputy, Alf McCracken, hadn't actually seen Amerigo's car slip through the bridge rail... Oh, wait a minute.
Yeah. If Pete Corbin had planned this whole thing, he would have made sure the corpus delicti would be found.
Johnny, that's why he had the accident happen where somebody saw it.
Yet that somebody, Alf McCracken, didn't see the fiddle float away, didn't see the body float away from the car.
Oh, stop it, John, boy. You know as well as I do that this whole thing was engineered by Corbin.
All right, tell me, investigator, what was he doing down here today?
Lord knows, and I don't care. Probably to plant that piece of shirt. Johnny, I've given you all the help I'm gonna on this case. From now on, you either follow my tip and lose your bet to me, or you don't and give yourself a black eye with insurance company.
Johnny.
Oh, yeah, Barney.
Ed's a good detective. He'd have to be to retire on that nice farm of his over in South Vineland. Even broke a burglary case for me once here in Port Morris a couple of years ago, one I couldn't break myself.
Pastime.
But you've got guts. I like you for it.
Thanks a lot.
And to me, the Pete Corbin theory looks, well, too easy.
Oh, not you, Barney.
That's what I've been trying to preach to that stubborn egghead sitting beside you.
I'll lend you a suit of clean clothes, and you can chase this thing down in the way you want to, without the dubious help of somebody who is just trying to win a bet from you.
Traitor.
And if I were you, I'd hunt up a few other people who knew Ricky Amerigo besides his press agent, Pete Corbin.
You are a mind reader.
Gentlemen, I have only one thing to say. And, Johnny, it's addressed to you. When you finally find that Pete Corbin done it, you know where to send the check to me.
At Port Morris, we learned that Alf McCracken had lost track of Corbin when the former dropped in at Osborne's Oyster House for a dozen of the half-shell. Hadn't even seen him take off in his car, much less leave in a hurry after spotting us on the road to Lucky Hole Creek. I took advantage of Barney's offer, borrowed a suit of his clothes, and accepted a ride from him to the crossroads of Woodbine where I could get a bus back to Philadelphia. Sure, half my job was done. I'd recovered the $30,000 Amati violin. but I could still hear the oh-so-pleasant voice of Ad Bowles, ex-investigator, not so retired.
You know where to send the check to me, Johnny boy.
Expense account item 5, $4.95. Bus fare from Woodbine to Philadelphia. And believe me, it's a long bus ride. As soon as I got to my hotel and changed into my own clothes, I called Harry Branson at the insurance company.
Mr. Branson here?
This is Mr. Dollar, Mr. Branson.
Yes, Mr. John.
Yeah, I'm back at my hotel, music lover. And I've just won the $30,000 Amati.
What?
Yeah, I got the fiddle for you.
Well, thank heaven you recovered it. What of Ricardo Amerigo?
Later. Do you want the Amati?
I'll be right over. Where is it, John? Where is it?
Right here, Harry, right here. Case, bow, and all.
Oh, thank heaven.
And by some miracle, it's dry as a bone and all in one piece. Voila.
Oh, thank heaven. John. John?
What's the matter?
This? An Amati? Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Now, here's our star to tell you about tomorrow's intriguing episode of this week's story.
Tomorrow, the results of a poker game. And believe me, there are times when the cards can be really stacked against you. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by Sam Dawson, it is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Be sure to join us tomorrow night, same time and station, for the next exciting episode of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. This is Roy Rowan speaking. From Hollywood, it's time now for
Johnny Dollar.
Yeah, Pete Corbin, Dollar. I found your message when I got in, but I don't know why I'm returning your call after that lacing I took from you.
Well, at least you haven't run out on us.
Why should I?
How would you like to explain what you were doing in Port Morris, New Jersey yesterday afternoon at the scene of the so-called accidental death of your client, Ricardo Amerigo?
Oh, yeah, I thought that was you I saw in that car down there.
It sure was. Are you in your office?
Yeah, that's right. I thought you wanted
Well,
to
stay
know...
there. I do want to know. That and a lot of other things. I'll see you in about an hour after I've made another call.
Okay, I'll be here.
Tonight and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar. Location, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. To the Philadelphia Mutual Liability and Casualty Company. Following is an accounting of further expenses during my investigation of the Ricardo Amerigo matter. Expense account item 6. $33.75. Dry cleaning and new shirts, socks, and so on, including one pair of shoes to replace the ones I lost in the South Jersey swamp while rescuing what I thought was a priceless Amati violin in a muddy tidewater inlet called Lucky Hoe Creek. But when I showed it to Harry Branson at Philadelphia Mutual, Well, at least he promised to have an expert look it over and pass final judgment. That's the reason for item 7, 85 cents. Taxi to Harry's office in the Security First building.
Oh, come in, John, come in.
Hi, Harry. Well, what have you found out?
Nothing yet, but I should hear from the violin man any minute. John, I do hope I was wrong. Sit down.
Thanks. Harry, I could have committed mayhem when you told me that fiddle I picked up in the swamp isn't the Amati.
To think you nearly drowned retrieving it.
Oh, brother, that's putting it mildly.
But I'm sure Foresto will know.
Foresto?
Forestos Nigliario, however he pronounces it, the violin man.
He really an expert?
Well, he's the one who okayed the $30,000 policy on Amerigo's violin.
Let's just hope this one's it.
Did you learn anything in Port Morris?
Only confirm what you'd already learned from Sergeant Peters down there.
That someone had sawed through some steering connection on Amerigo's car before it crashed through the bridge.
Yeah.
Still no sign of the body?
Nope.
Oh, a man named Adam Bowles called.
Oh, he's an old friend. Used to be a private detective and just can't get it out of his system.
Oh. Well, he called me, you know.
I know.
And I must confess, John, that I'm inclined to agree with him.
That Peter Corbin, Amerigo's agent, did it?
Agent and beneficiary, John. And apparently the one person who knew Amerigo well enough.
I said it to Ad Bowles until I was blue in the face, Harry, and I say it again. Too easy.
But who else?
I don't know. That's what I came back here to find out.
All the evidence.
Circumstantial evidence. The kind of man that'd be a fool to let pile up against him if he really was guilty.
Even so.
Harry, let me do it my own way, huh?
What if this Corbin tries to skip out?
Then will be the time to...
Excuse me. Yes.
Mr. Charniero to see you, sir.
Charniero. I knew that was it. Send him in. Man is here, John.
Foresto?
Yes, sure. Oh, well. Come in, Foresto. Meet Mr. Dollar.
Yeah, how you do, Mr. Dollar?
You brought the fiddle?
Yeah.
Right here on the desk. Well?
Thank you. I'll open up the case.
Well, is it?
Mr. Bronson, Mr. Dollar, I'm sure.
Well? Well, Mr. Charniero?
Charniero. Look, you've only got to look now that I've cleaned away some of the mud and the salt from the swamp where it was found. We're lucky it did not do any real damage to change the appearance. But nobody could tell the way you gave it to me.
Well, how about now that you've cleaned it up?
Yes.
You see here. The shape of the F holes, the curve to the valley.
Yeah?
The beautiful shape, the signs of age, and above all, here, you see, the label.
Label?
Through the F hole, you can see it. There, Niccolo Amati.
Then it is Amerigo's.
See.
You're sure, Mr. Charniero?
The label says.
And Foresto says.
Well, look, I talked with a fiddle player in the orchestra at my hotel last night. He told me there are literally thousands of imitations of every important violin ever made. Shape, size, label, and all. Now, listen, Foresto.
Yeah.
Tell me the truth. Do you really consider yourself an expert?
Well, I'm a seller of violins in my store. Violins, harmonicas, ocarinas, victrolas.
How good are the violins you sell?
Oh, so good ones. Some as high as $65.
Harry, do you mean to tell me... With all due apologies, Foresto, do you mean to tell me he was your authority for a $30,000 policy on Ricky Amerigo's violin?
Well, of course, a representative from the Wurlitzer collection in Chicago verified Foresto's opinion at the time.
See, the Wurlitzer know every good violin in the world.
Yeah, Harry, let me have it. I'll give you a receipt for it. I'll bring it back when I'm through with it.
Whatever you say, John. I assume you want to check further on the authenticity.
And you are right.
John.
Yeah.
To put it bluntly... You've still not accomplished very much insofar as Amerigo himself is concerned.
With this fiddle under my arm, I think maybe I will. See you later. Maybe Harry'd been right in the very beginning. Maybe I should have known a little more about music, or more specifically, violins. Or maybe I should have left this aspect of the case to someone else and concentrated on the disappearance death of Ricardo Amerigo. Maybe well... Expense account item 8, 80 cents. Taxi to booking agent Peter Corbin's office.
All right, Dollar, let's not waste either your time or either mine. You want to know what I was doing?
That's right, Corbin. The Amati. I found it right where you planted it. In that swamp near Port Morris.
You actually found it. What do you mean where I planted it?
What else were you doing down there in the South Jersey swamps?
Is that where you found me?
Well, you ought to know. But frankly, Corbin, I think you overplayed it a bit when you tucked part of one of Amerigo's monogram shirts there with it.
I don't know what you're talking about. Actually, I mean it.
Then what were you doing down there? And, brother, you better make it good.
The same thing you were, trying to find out what happened to Ricky Amerigo. I tell you, Dollar, I was his best friend. It's a true fact. If his fiddle was down there, too, I didn't see it.
I wish I could believe you. By the way it looks from here, you were willing to have the Amati violin found lying out there in that salt marsh because you couldn't get rid of it without exposing yourself. It didn't put any money in your pocket the way you figure Amerigo's death will.
The way it looks from here, Dollar, that's where you're wrong.
Yeah?
Yeah, actually wrong. If Amerigo's dead, I collect on his insurance as his beneficiary.
That's what the policy says, but believe
me.
me...
All right. But you think I wouldn't collect on the Amati fiddle, whether it was found or if it wasn't found. That's where you're wrong.
What are you talking about?
Because I'm also a beneficiary to his will.
How do you know?
Because I'm not only the sole and only heir in his will, I'm also the executive of his estate, too.
Oh.
Yeah. So if I was the heavy, what would I take a chance leaving a $30,000 fiddle laying around in some swamp?
Cover up?
$30,000 worth?
All right, what did you do with the hacksaw?
You mean somebody sawed up the fiddle? Oh, no, let me see.
No, easy, will you? Somebody sawed partway through a steering arm on Amerigo's car to make it crash.
Murder?
That's a pretty fair question.
Oh, no, Dollar, no. Oh, no, who would murder a nice, sweet guy like Ricky? Maybe he was a drunk, maybe he hit the skids, but he had no enemies. He couldn't have.
Okay.
Maybe he was just a drunken bum, worthless. He threw away a concert career, but he was a gentleman. An actual gentleman. And he was a sweet guy. Nobody could have murdered him. Oh, no, Dollar, not Ricky.
Pete, would you?
Who was it? Tell me, huh? Who was the lousy punk? I'll kill him.
Okay, Pete, I believe you.
I don't care whether you believe me or not. Will you tell me who done it?
Pete. Pete, will you listen to me?
I'm listening.
Now, look here. Look here and tell me. Is this Ricky's Amati violin?
Yeah, that's it. Ah, poor Ricky. Poor drunk.
You're sure?
I'm sure.
All right, Pete, I'm going to give it to you straight.
All I ask is you
now,
tell
listen to me, will
who...
you? We don't know who killed Ricky Amerigo. We haven't even found his body. The Port Morris police are still trying, of course, but it could have been carried by the tide through that inlet, the Lucky Hole Creek, right on out to the sea. Or, of course, it may appear somewhere along the creek. It'll take weeks to search that swamp thoroughly.
No,
anyhow,
if they do find him, I want to see he gets a decent burial. Will you promise me?
Okay, I'll try, but listen, will you? Because of the sawed-through steering arm, his death was made to look accidental. Double indemnity. And you're the beneficiary. He not only wasn't making you any money because his drinking kept him off the concert stage, but he owed you money, plenty. Now, that's a motive. As for opportunity, who else had as much as you?
Nobody. But I love the poor guy. I try to keep him alive to get him back on his own.
You told me, and I believe you. But the fact remains that the insurance company, the police, even a pretty smart private detective I know, all figure you for number one suspect. And they hope to accumulate enough evidence to move in on you.
And you're with them, huh?
No.
What? Yesterday right here you told me...
Sure, I know I did. But I've had time to think it out. Now, pinning it on you is just too easy. Much too easy. I'll say it to your face, Pete. You're no mental giant. But only an utter fool would let circumstantial evidence like that pile up against him and then commit a murder like that. I may be wrong. Lord help you if I am and find out. But I think you're clean.
I swear I am.
And I'm going to play it that way unless I find solid reason to change my mind. Because, Pete.
Yeah, Johnny?
You're the one person who can help me in this case.
I'll do anything. Actually, anything. Just ask me.
All right. Now, first tell me where you were last Friday evening when Amerigo's car made that dive off that bridge.
Alibi?
That's right, brother, and you can be sure I'll check it.
At Willie's.
All right, who's Willie?
Willie Elliott. He's a saxophone player, one of my clients. He was a friend of Ricky's, too.
Well, where can I find him? What's his address?
I'll write it down for you. We had a four-handed poker game.
Who else in the game?
Jerry Goldsmith, 120.
He know Ricardo, too?
Oh, yeah. Composer, conductor, violin player.
Fiddle player, huh? Who was the fourth?
Eric Snowden.
Who's he?
He's a fiddle maker. He lives at his shop. I'll write that down.
Fiddle maker, did you say?
Yeah. Here you are. Yeah, he was the sole and only man Ricky would ever let touch his Amati for repairs and fixing up, you understand?
Who else were good friends of Ricardo's?
While he was making it, plenty. Lately, nobody.
You sure?
Oh, nobody, Johnny, I know. Of course, he hung around a lot of bars. He was a regular.
Give me a list.
Well, let's see. There's a little place over on Pine Street called the Yellow Lamp.
Expense account item 9, $370. A quick sandwich for Pete Corbin and myself and a flock of phone calls to Pete's poker pals. Just to make sure they were in and available when I could get around to see them. I had to phony up an excuse for seeing each of them. A friend of Pete's, just in from out of town, suggested I give you a call, that sort of thing. And apparently it didn't arouse any suspicion. At least it was a start. And for the first time, call it a hunch or whatever you like, I felt I was going to get somewhere in this case. As it turns out, I was. Believe me.
Now, here's our star to tell you about tomorrow's intriguing episode of this week's story.
Tomorrow, a trio of musicians. The question, which one's story was playing a little flat? Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by Sam Dawson, it is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Be sure to join us tomorrow night, same time and station, for the next exciting episode of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking. From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
You are investigate.
Hello? What'd you say? Who is this?
You are investigate Ricardo Amerigo.
Yeah, that's right. I'm investigating the Ricardo Amerigo matter. Who are you? Hello? Hey, listen, do you have some information, a tip on the case? Who are you? Hello?
Hello.
Hey, what is this, a gag?
Yeah.
Or is this supposed to be some kind of a cockeyed threat, a warning for me to get off the case?
Believe me, this is no gag.
Hello? Hello?
Tonight and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar. Location, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. To the Philadelphia Mutual Liability and Casualty Company. Following is an accounting of further expenses incurred during my investigation of the Ricardo Amerigo matter. Expense account item 10, $21 even, for drinks, for me alone. And believe it or not, I'm cold sober. But the least I could do was buy one at each of the bars on the list Pete Corbin gave me. A list of all the places Ricardo Amerigo used to hang out before his disappearance in a South Jersey swamp. In spite of all the circumstantial evidence pointing his way, I still wasn't convinced Corbin had engineered an accident to kill Amerigo. Pete had also given me a list of Amerigo's closest personal friends, 3 of them. I told him I'd see them later. Meanwhile, I hoped to learn something helpful from the places where he apparently spent most of his time during his last few months on this earth. But the result can pretty much be summed up by the last bar on the list, the Hangover Club.
There you are. Cost you 80 cents.
Here, keep the change.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, it's just like I tell you, mister. He'd come in here, buy a few drinks, sit and drink them, leave.
Well, didn't he ever talk to anybody?
Not even me. Just sit there and get plastered. Till one of his friends would come in and drag him away.
Who? Did you know any of them?
Oh, sure. Willie Elliott, saxophone player at the Crystal Room.
Oh. Who else?
Jerry somebody, fiddle player.
Jerry Goldsmith. Yeah, they're on my list.
Huh?
Anybody else?
No. Oh, yeah, wait, sure.
His agent, Pete Corbin.
Yeah, that's... Hey, if you knew that, why'd you ask me?
I've heard the same thing exactly 20 times so far today.
Yeah, well, I'll say this for him. They must have loved Amerigo. They might have fought and argued with him when they caught him in here, but it was all for one thing, to try and straighten him out. But, mister, he was too far in.
Yeah.
Yeah, shame for a talent like him, concert violinist, to hit the skids the way he'd done, but nobody couldn't seem to help.
The story had been exactly the same in every bar on the list. Apparently, the only friends, the only associates that Ricardo Amerigo had were those Pete Corbin had named. Expense account item 11, 110, cab fare to the apartment of William Elliott over on Callowell Street. Same story. No new names of friends or even acquaintances. He and Corbin and Goldsmith and the old English violin maker, Eric Snowden, had known Amerigo for years, good times and bad. Had all tried to help him, straighten him out, were deeply grieved over his death. Item 12, 570, cab to a suburb called Lanark to see Jerry Goldsmith, where... I'll admit I expected to get the same story, the same names, no more, no less. This time I took the Amati violin with me.
Hi. Who are you?
I'm Johnny Dollar.
Oh, yes, you called. Come in. Friend of Pete Corbin's, you said. Sit down.
Mr. Goldsmith, I'll get right to the point. I'm an insurance investigator, and I came in...
That violin case. That looks like Ricardo's.
It is.
And the Amati?
Yes.
Oh, thank God.
I found it down in a South Jersey swamp where Amerigo's car plunged off the bridge. It had been lying there, hidden by the marche for several days.
Is it all right? May I see it?
One reason I brought it along was so you could substantiate identification.
I make no bones about it, Mr. Dollar. I coveted this violin like nothing else in the world. I've played many fine instruments, Strads, Guarnieri, even this, my Stainer.
I see.
But Ricardo's Amati, there was something between that violin and myself that could exist for no one else. Not even Ricardo Amerigo when he was at his greatest. And when he started his terrible downfall.
You, wanted it even more, huh?
Yes, more than anything else in the world.
Enough to kill for it?
Mr. Dollar, I should kill you for even thinking such a thing. I loved Ricardo.
Okay, sorry. The fact remains somebody sawed through a steering arm on his car.
I still can't believe that. No one could have killed Ricardo, no one. Only 3 others beside myself even knew Ricardo these past few years. Corbin, Elliott, and Eric Snowden. Pity him, feed him, clothe him, try to fight him away from the liquor that had ruined his brilliant career, yes. Even hate him at times for what he'd done to his life, but murder...
I'm sorry.
May I?
Sure. It, is the Amati.
Yes, I know it as well as I know my own. May I play it?
Sure. What's the matter?
I don't know. Mr. Dollar, it isn't here. The tone, the brilliance, the response, it isn't here. Something's wrong.
You're sure this is the Amati?
Oh, of course I'm sure, but something's wrong. Something's happened to it. It isn't the same.
Well, you think the dampness of the swamp might have done...
No, you can see. It's all right, but but it isn't.
Well, I don't know anything about violins.
There are no cracks, no marks, no damage. Even the sound post.
But you're sure it's Ricardo Amerigo Zamati?
Yes, I told you so. I couldn't possibly be mistaken. But something is... Mr. Dollar.
Well?
I don't know.
You know something? I don't either. I'm afraid I left Jerry Goldsmith rather abruptly and in a rather distressed condition. But I had plans, and the sooner I could carry them out, the better. Item 13 on expense account, $4.20 taxi fare back into town to the shop of Eric Snowden, violin maker. The only man who'd been allowed to touch Ricardo Amerigo Zamati, except, of course, for the music store owner who'd cleaned it up after I found it in the swamp. Yeah, it was possible he had done something to it that would destroy its tone. But for some reason or other, call it a hunch if you like, I hope not. Snowden's shop was located on a colorful little side street. Really not much more than an alley called Eisminger Street. Right in the middle of one of the busiest sections of the city, surrounded by skyscrapers, office stores, and all the traffic that goes with them. This one little alley. Except for Snowden's place, the tiny buildings packed side by side are all residences, left over from years gone by when this was a residential section, and still unspoiled by the bustling activity around them.
Thank you, Mr. Romandi, and I'll be sure to hear you at the Academy of Music Saturday night. Sir!
Mr. Snowden?
Yes, I'm Eric Snowden, but that violin case...
I'm Johnny Dollar. I phoned you.
Oh, please come in. Mr. Dollar.
That's right. It's Ricardo Amerigo's.
It's been found. Please let me...
Mr. Snowden, I'm an insurance investigator. Part of my job has been recovery of this violin.
It's possible loss was the most heartbreaking thing I ever contemplated, but you found it.
I think so.
You think? I don't understand.
Well, here, take it. Examine it.
Yes, but not here. Come, we'll go up to my workroom on the second floor, where I can check it thoroughly. I'll lock this front door so we won't be disturbed. Now, come with me, please. I can't believe it. It's so wonderful you found it. It would have been a terrible loss to the world.
Yeah, I guess so.
You're not a violinist yourself?
No. I'm afraid the only violin music I know is what I hear in...
Now, here we are.
Oh, quite a shop.
Most of the finest violins in the world have been here, one time or another. The Stradivarius of Yasha.
It was quite a shop.
The violins
The
of...
walls were lined with fiddles in the making, and with tools. Some familiar and some that were... Wait a minute. Hacksaws. A couple of them small and delicate, but one a big one and dirty. As Eric Snowden turned away to open the violin case, I ran my fingers over the blades. There was grease on one. Axle grease.
Now here.
Well, Mr. Snowden?
Yes, Mr. Dollar. This is Ricardo Amerigo's violin.
You're certain of that?
Eh? Do you think that I, of all people, wouldn't know? Mr. Dollar, aside from Ricardo himself, I am the only person who has touched this magnificent instrument for years now. I must confess I resent your least question of my judgment.
All right, I'll be honest with you. I don't pretend to know much about violins, so I had somebody play it a while ago.
Sacrilege.
All right, be that as it may. It didn't sound to him or even to me like a $30,000 violin.
And whom did you permit to lay hands on this priceless instrument?
A friend.
Should be horsewhipped. Only an artist, a great artist, should be permitted to handle a thing like this. But I suppose you understand that, Mr. Dollar. I don't suppose you...
Well, go on.
Mr. Dollar, someone has tampered with this.
Oh?
Of course it doesn't sound right. Did this friend of yours presume to be a violin maker, too?
What do you mean?
The sound post, the placement of the bridge. Of course it doesn't sound right. Now, why does somebody have to...
Do you want to answer that?
No, let them wait. This is more important. No wonder you or your friend or anyone else questioned the validity of this instrument.
Hey, whoever that is down there, he really wants you.
Look here, a simple adjustment here and here. Oh, bother.
Go ahead, I'll wait.
All right, I shall be right back.
It was a quick suspicion when I spotted the hacksaw on the wall, and I couldn't forget the warning over the phone. While Snowden waited on his customer, I poked around the shop some more, looking for goodness knows what. and I found exactly nothing. No doubt Snowden was telling the truth. Until I started to sit down to wait for him, and as I pulled over a stool, I knocked open the door of a cabinet next to his workbench. I started to close it again, and then I saw it. Hanging there on a hook was a violin. I grabbed it out of the cabinet and held it under the light beside the one in Amerigo's case. I held them up together. It was unbelievable. The shape, the color, the markings, nicks on the little pegs you tune them up with, a spot of stain on the scroll, even a tiny, almost indiscernible scratch on the back, an old pencil mark on the inside near the label. It was impossible, but it was true. These two violins were absolutely identical.
Now, here's our star to tell you about tomorrow's final intriguing episode of this week's story.
Tomorrow, well, it's a wind-up. But believe me, a wind-up with a real twist. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by Sam Dawson, it is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Be sure to join us tomorrow night, same time and station, for the next exciting episode of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking. From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
John, this is...
Don't tell me. Harry Branson at Philadelphia Mutual.
Yes, it is. Listen, John, I know you found his Amati violin.
Are you sure?
But Ricardo Amerigo himself, nothing. And after all, there's not only the $20,000 policy on him, but... What do you mean, am I sure?
Are you sure it was Amerigo's Amati violin I found?
Why, of course... What do you mean?
What if it wasn't? What if it was just an imitation?
John, stop it. That's What do you mean?
That $30,000 well-insured fiddle I picked up in the South Jersey swamps may be a phony.
Oh, no. For heaven's sakes, come over here to the office and tell me...
Oh, take it easy, Harold boy, until I've had time to find out a few things.
John?
See ya.
Tonight and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar, location Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, to the Philadelphia Mutual Liability and Casualty Company. Following is a final accounting of expenditures incurred during my investigation of the Ricardo Amerigo matter. When Ricardo Amerigo's car was hauled out of a swamp somewhere near Port Morris, New Jersey, there was no sign of his body. Only a sawed-through steering arm on the car that indicated somebody had done him dirt. However, I did find the fiddle, the $30,000 Amati that had helped him become one of the world's top concert violinists. Anyhow, with a fiddle under my arm, I ended up at the shop of violin maker Eric Snowden for final confirmation that it was the genuine Amati that I'd found. This Eric confirmed. However, while we were in the second-floor workroom of his shop on Eisminger Street talking about the fiddle, somebody pounded on the street door downstairs.
Oh, bother. I'll be back in a moment, Mr. Dollar.
And that's when I accidentally, and so help me it was accidental, I knocked open the door of a cabinet and discovered another violin, identical in every respect with the one I'd found in the swamp at the scene of Amerigo's accidental death. Okay, so I did exactly what you would have done. I put the one in the cabinet into Amerigo's case and the one from the case into the cabinet. One of them was the genuine Amati. But which one?
I'm sorry, Mr. Dollar, but he was so insistent. I thought he was one of my, shall we say, better clients. As it turned out, it was just a youngster who wanted to see one of the new G-strings.
A youngster?
Oh, I see you're joking. But now, let me take this magnificent instrument, readjust the sound post and bridge so that it...
No, wait, Mr. Snowden. It's later than I thought. There are some things I must do immediately. Suppose I come back here later.
Very well. Meantime, I shall make the adjustments on the Amati to restore its
No,
tone.
I've got to take it with me.
But I don't understand.
There are a few things in this case I don't understand right this minute, but I hope to before very long.
Mr. Dollar, you talk in riddles. Why don't you leave the violin?
No,
with
thanks.
me?
I'll see you later.
But please be careful with it. If anything should happen to that priceless...
Don't worry. Nothing will happen to it. I found that I'd almost spoken too soon, for I pounded down the stairs, across the floor of the store, and out of the door, without the caution the book says one should exercise when leaving a suspect in a case. I'd no sooner got out on the street... It was a flower pot, big enough to have killed a horse in its fall from the upper story window ledge.
Oh, no. Good heavens, wait, Mr. Dollar. That was an accident.
But I didn't wait. Expense account item 14, 10 cents. Phone call to Harry Branson at the insurance company to have the police put a man on Eric Snowden's shop immediately to make sure he wouldn't try to skip. Item 15, $7.50 for a cab to the house of fiddle-playing Jerry Goldsmith out in Lanark.
Mr. Dollar.
Hello, Goldsmith.
I didn't expect it. You left in rather a hurry earlier.
Sorry, I had to keep a date. Hey, look, Jerry, when I was here before...
You still have the violin?
Yes, when I was here earlier and you played it, you didn't seem to think it was really Ricardo Amerigo's Amati.
No, I didn't say that. At least
at least it didn't sound like it when you played it.
Yes, Mr. Dollar, that's right.
Oh, now, think a minute. You were a bit upset, excited, whatever you want to call it, when I brought it to you.
Yes, that's true. Nevertheless...
And I think you were also afraid I might have suspected you of Amerigo's murder when you admitted his violin was the one thing you wanted more than anything else in life.
Except, of course, to have Ricardo straighten out. Become himself again. Become the artist again. Deserve to have this... Oh, I don't know. Whatever I say seems to make it sound like I don't know.
All right, now, look, Jerry, calm down, will you? I'm not trying to pin a murder rap on you. Calm down and do something for me, will you?
Why, yes, of course. What?
Here.
Have you had something done to it to restore the tone it used to have?
It hasn't been touched by anyone else since I laid my hands on it. But I want you to play it again.
Yes, of course I will. But didn't you say that some old fool with a music store cleaned it up?
Jerry, it hasn't been touched by anyone else since I laid my hands on it. Now play it.
All right.
Go ahead, Jerry. It's the Amati, isn't it?
Yes. Yes, it's the Amati. A beautiful, wonderful...
Funny. I never realized what a violin could. Can you hear me, Jerry?
Yes. Yes.
And to think it's taken something like this to lead me to a killer. Expense account item 16, $4.20. Cab to Philadelphia Mutual, the office of Harry Branson.
But if you're right, John, you mustn't go out there alone. Don't you understand if he's the man who planned the murder of Ricardo Amerigo, he wouldn't stop... Yes, I had the police put a man out there to cover his shop. But, John, I still think...
Expense account item 17, $1.60. The buck was a tip for going through a couple of red lights. Back to the shop of the violin maker, Eric Snowden.
Mr. Dollar.
Hi, Mr. Snowden. I'm afraid I left you rather abruptly a while ago.
Mention it, Mr. Dollar. It's you. That near accident when you left that flower pot. I don't know how it... possibly could have shifted on the window ledge up there?
On the third floor window ledge of this little combination store, workshop, and home of yours. That much I did notice while I was ducking it. If it had come off a second-floor window, you know I might have suspected you of giving it a helpful shove.
Oh, good heavens, Mr. Dollar, you can't possibly mean that.
All right, forget it for the moment.
But how can
Let's go up to your workshop on the second floor. Come on.
Well, yes, of course. But may I ask why?
I want to show you something, and I think you know what.
No, I certainly don't. Unless something has happened to the Amati.
Oh, something certainly has.
You damaged it since you were here.
No such luck.
Mr. Dollar, please, what are you talking about?
Okay, here. Now tell me the truth. Is this Ricardo Amerigo's Amati violin?
Yes. I've told you so.
You're sure?
Of course I'm sure.
You know something? You aren't, but I am.
What?
Now open that cabinet there beside your work table.
What for?
Because I tell you to.
But I... just what are you getting at, Dollar?
Are you going to open it or shall I?
No. Get out of here. This is my shop, my place. You can't do this sort of thing to me.
Would you rather the police did? They're on their way.
The police? But I...
Well?
There's no need to open it. Ricardo Amerigo's Amati is in it.
Well, that's where you're wrong. This is the Amati. In this case, the one in the cabinet is the identical copy of the Amati that you made.
Yes, Mr. Dollar.
Why, Snowden?
Because the loss of this priceless instrument would have been unthinkable.
$30,000 insurance on it.
Oh, money doesn't buy a violin like this. It must be played by an artist, by many artists, like the artist Ricardo was. So when Ricardo disappeared...
Or was murdered?
When Ricardo disappeared, I had to make sure that the Amati would still... I didn't murder him.
Isn't this the hacksaw that cut the steering rod on his car? Well, Snowden, isn't it?
Yes. No, I mean...
And because of it and your crazy plan to keep the real Amati, you and you alone are going to take the rap for Amerigo's murder.
No, please. Ricky.
No use, Eric. That's right, Mr. Dollar. I'm Ricardo Amerigo.
You're what?
The dirty, drunken has-been that started all this. Sawed through the steering rod on my car, wrecked it in the swamp, left some of my clothing there. That phony fiddle was my idea. Not to collect the insurance on it, not that alone. But to make sure it could come back again. Be played again by somebody that deserved to play it. The way perhaps one time I deserved to play it.
But, Ricardo...
A man disappears, murder, or whatever. There's a fuss about it for a while, and it's over. But this, no, this must live. This violin, you will now. The world will be the better for it.
But you... and this apparent murder...
The insurance was my last hope of paying back Pete Corbin, my agent, and the others who tried so hard to straighten me out. Pay back some of the money and the heartbreak they spent on me. Or let your insurance company pay them back. Because I never could. I couldn't even leave my hiding place here in Eric's house. Because I knew that sooner or later he'd pity me enough to give me more of the drink that's been all I've been living for. Eric, God bless him, Eric knew, of course, but only he. Be kind to him, if you can.
Ricky.
That's all, Mr. Dollar. Oh, unless... will you buy me a drink before you call in the police?
Expense account item 17, $8.50. One bottle of the best I could buy before I called in the police. Item 18, hotel in Philadelphia, miscellaneous fare back to Hartford. Total expense account, $182.65. Remarks? No insurance payment necessary on either the Amati or the man. And I guess he really was a man. More than he knew. What the courts will do about him and about Eric Snowden, well, the courts will do. and I'm glad I have to have no part in it. You know, it's funny. Somehow I think I have a little better appreciation for music now than... Oh, well. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Remember, there'll be another intriguing story for you beginning next Monday night.
Next week, the Duke Red matter. A racehorse that could only be stopped by a killer. And the killer didn't stop with horses. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. It is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone, who also wrote this week's story. Heard in the cast were Harry Bartell, Lawrence Dobkin, Victor Perrin, Barney Phillips, Forrest Lewis, Eric Snowden, Herb Vigran, and James McCallion. Musical supervisor and violinist, Amerigo Marino. Be sure to join us on Monday night, same time and station, for another exciting story of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. This is Roy Rowan speaking.
Broadway's my beat, from Times Square to Columbus Circle, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway's my beat, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover. In the cold of winter, Broadway is seen through a misty chill, and it's that time again. Make the big wish, Palm Beach, and the 15-day tour to sunny Cuba. Make the annual excursion to the Travel Bureau to ask prices. Then step next door again and purchase the steaming Knish against the blasts of January. And the next door down, and stand under the music shop loudspeaker and listen to the record of La Cucaracha. Button up your overcoat. Walk Broadway. It's touched you, and it can never rub off. Just off Broadway, 11 o'clock in the morning time on West 39th, apartment house, and this. Languid attitude of hand against the floor, trail of blood upward to girl on bed. Shot and dying. And this, the doctor bending over her. And in the living room, this, the protesting man.
Who are you calling a killer, mister? I'm no killer, I'm a mover.
Mr. Barnes...
You want an item of furniture moved, a stick or a house load, you call me and I come with my truck and I move you. You want a killer, girl, you should call somebody else, not me, mister. Listen, why should
Nobody called you a killer, Mr. Barnes. I'd just like to know how you happen to find this girl, that's all.
Well, yesterday comes a call. I got a big ad in the yellow section of the phone book, picture of my truck and all. Well, yesterday comes a call. Oh.
Take your time.
I've stumbled on some strange things in my line of work, mister. Like the time I was moving some wine...
Well, just tell me about this morning. You got a call.
Yesterday. All here on the order sheet. Pick up apartment full of furniture, this address. Take it to this address. Here, right here on the paper. It's written down, so how could it not be so? It's written down, so how can it not be so?
I'll just take that paper. Thanks. Go on.
So, look under where it says special instructions, and it will prove to you that the dame who called, Helen Selby, she said her name was, she said in case nobody's home, walk in and start moving.
That's the way it happened. You knocked, nobody answered, you walked in.
Sure. Walked around, cased the joint. The trunks were already packed, they're right over there. Walked into the bedroom, looked again, called the police. Look on the paper, will you? It's written down. I can't be lying to you.
The time then for waiting, measured like this. Brief span of morning sun to lie against the face of a wounded girl. Gold drift of January light on throat of dying girl. Till ambulance came, and the young men of the stretcher to lift her, carry her to another place, another room, suitably darkened. And time now for you to leave. Ride then through late January city, uptown and east to where river reflects late morning and shadows of men staring into it, and late morning wishes cast into its waters, and uptown into the 70s to a delivery address on a moving man's order sheet. 1212 East 78th, brownstone house, January trees in concrete wells against its facade, lace curtains, stoop, freshly scrubbed.
Yes, what is it?
I'm from the police, Danny Clover.
So?
I'd like to talk to you. May I come in?
Well, I don't know. You see, this is...
Can't you tell me about it inside?
Yes, I think I can. I think it'll be all right. Please come in. The living room there. But please be careful of things and...
And what?
What I've been trying to tell you. This isn't really my house, and it's a very nice house. I just live here with a friend. It's his house.
Whose?
Leo's. Leo Pearson.
Oh, I'm sure your friend won't mind, Mr.
Alex Ewing. And I'm not sure that Leo won't mind. He's very careful about his nice things, and so am I, and we get along real fine together. You see, Leo is a very lonely man.
Oh?
Oh, yes. You see, his wife and child were killed in an automobile accident. It's almost a year ago. A year. And Leo was very lonely, and he asked me to come live with him, and, well, I did, and it's worked out just fine. Police? Why have you come here?
A young woman, was having her things moved into this house this morning.
A young woman?
Helen Selby. The moving man found her in her bedroom. She'd been shot. She's dying.
Oh.
Yes, Mr. Ewing?
Nothing, just that it's such a terrible thing. To be wounded, to die... A young girl, such a terrible thing.
Yes. Helen Selby, you know her?
No, I've never heard of the young woman until now.
And your friend, Mr. Ewing?
I'm sorry. I wandered for an instant. The young woman, perhaps Leo knows her, but he hasn't said anything to me about it. She was going to move in here?
Yes. Where's Leo?
Well, I don't know. He went out early this morning. Didn't say where. He said to take care of things, Alex, and I scrubbed the stoop and did other little things around, and I made lunch in case... Shall I tell him you want to talk to him when he comes home?
Yes.
I'll do that. I'll tell him first thing. Well, let me show you to the door, Mr. Clover.
Danny?
Come on in, Muggavan.
I got a few things here. Items on the girl. Here. The name's Helen Selby, all right. Went through her packed stuff, found this driver's license from California, thumbprint on it, checks with the girl's okay.
What else?
23 years old. Let's see, Yeah,
what?
Oh, take it easy for a minute, will you? I'm trying to figure out my own notes. Here, she's employed as a secretary at the Sun Up to Sundown Trucking Company. Sun Up to Sundown. Great, huh?
Where's it located?
Downtown, Danny. Perry Street. I got the address here somewhere.
Do me a favor, Muggavan.
Sure.
Give me the address. Thanks a lot. And the Sun Up to Sundown Trucking Company is easily found. It stands out from the rest of Perry Street because the grime of its brick facades is emblazoned with yellow painted suns. Sun ascending, sun descending. And the entire miracle powered by great stake trucks. And the demigod at the reins of the cab wearing the billboard grin and a winged helmet. And inside, the golden girl, marked receptionist. Sunflower behind beat-up desk, who slides out from behind it, the better for you to receive the impact of her slim stalks. Also happens to handle office personnel. Can tell you all about Helen Selby. Hired in December for the winter rush. Clerk typist, $57.50 per. Here a week and a half when glommed onto a driver, Chris Miller. Other personnel it has taken as long as 5 weeks to glom onto Chris Boy. And if you're fast on your stems, boy chick, you might catch Chris by the loading platform, truck number 367. Right through there. And if it's no burden, mention to Chris reception was inquiring after his health. And slim finger on a buzzer, and a door is released. A corridor, then loading platform, and truck 367, and the man standing beside it. You Chris Miller?
Some other time. I felt I got a scheduled eating on me here.
Police, Chris, look.
You'll explain up front after how you filed the schedule up, huh?
I was told you know Helen Selby.
You got all sizes blabbermouth here on you.
You know her?
Oh, you want to know her, too? I'll give you a knockdown. State your qualifications.
Your girlfriend's been shot. She's dying.
Someone opens their mouth and spills out my name and Helen's, and right away you figure I did that to her. To Helen, with gun and pistol.
Did you?
I don't know her long enough to get that excited about her. That kind of emotion in me she hasn't had a chance to store up yet.
You'll tell me about it, Chris, about the emotions between you and Helen, I mean.
Helen, dying?
Yeah.
Where?
Police Emergency Hospital.
Well, I get a chance from the schedule. I'll check her there. Right now I got no way to make it work out.
Here or downtown, Chris?
From New Year's, she came out here for something, for a platform. Happened to let a remark drop. There was a whole new year ahead of her with nothing in it but her so far. I happened to remark how come tan on her face, on her arms. She said from California. I heard from California could be a blast, so I invite her. That was New Year's. After that, a few bars and a few movies, a couple of dances, records in her apartment, that's all. Helen and me and Helen, our match. Look,
yeah, I know, schedule.
Danny. Don't apologize for being late, Danny.
I got here as soon as I got your message, Dr. Sinsky. Too late, huh?
Helen Selby died 15 minutes ago. It wouldn't have mattered what time you got here. She never regained consciousness.
Well,
that's as good comment as any. Me, a doctor with 30 years in hospitals like this, I never thought of a better comment. Well, sums it up. Oh, Danny.
Uh-huh.
A man came into a room a few minutes ago. He said his name was Leo Pearson. Said he was a relative. I let him stay.
Leo Pearson?
That's right.
I've been at his house. I've been looking for him. Thanks, Doctor. Mr. Pearson? Mr. Pearson?
She's dead.
I want to...
So soon I found her, I lost her. My niece, dear Helen, I'm sorry, my dear. So sorry.
You are listening to Broadway's My Beat, written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin, and starring Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover. Truly a leader in its field, your Sunday night playhouse has for years made a specialty of historical dramas and literary adaptations. Every week, Lionel Barrymore is your narrator and host. Tomorrow night, again, on most of these same stations, enjoy your Sunday night playhouse, presented by CBS Radio.
Morning sunlight strays through January wind, and Broadway robs minutes from the time clock. To stop running, to stand still for the splatter of warmth, crowd clusters in sun pools, and for the latecomers, room only on the fringes of warmth. The chill place, the shadow place, where a vendor stood last night and hawked his night merchandise. And sold out before you got there. Late for that, too. So move on. Smile the secret smile. Nibble on the bone. At office, on worksheet, there will be a demerit for the sunbathers. And for you, a pat on the cold cheek for promptness. In my office at headquarters, a man who last night had stood at the side of a dead girl, a murdered girl, who had not wept, who had sung some tuneless thing,
man of regret.
She had loveliness, a gentleness also, Helen Selby.
Mr. Pearson.
She offered these to my house and to me, and there could have been happiness in it. I so arranged it.
You mean about her moving in with you?
Mr. Clover.
Yeah?
You were in my house.
That's right.
Then you saw how I live.
It's a nice house. Your friend?
My friend Alex. He told me of you. You know of Alex?
Well, that he's your friend, that he lives with you. That he said he knew nothing about Helen Selby.
Alex, to me, was once a partner in coin collector business many years ago. Alex was a man without poise, without serenity, and because he was so, he sold to me his share of the business and squandered the money. Became a man of pity. I arranged for him a place in a home for the old and the helpless. Home for the men of pity.
Then you took him out of there and brought him to your house.
You know of my wife, my son, you know of this?
Well, Alex told me they were...
Killed, struck down in an accident, taken from me, and I was alone. And one day I thought, Alex, of course, Alex, and I brought him to my house.
About Helen Selby, tell me about her.
Of Helen?
Well, how you met her, how you got to know a young woman well enough to ask her to come live in your house.
Helen is kin of my wife's blood, and I am an old gentleman.
What was she to your wife?
Niece to my wife. Child of my wife's sister, who was in California many years.
Then you knew her before she came to New York?
No, I did not know of Helen. Her mother, my wife's sister, is dead now many years. Of the child, we had known nothing until Helen came to me, to my house.
When?
Maybe a month. Helen came, say to me she is of my wife's sister, show me old letters such as between sisters, show me an album of pictures when she is baby. And the thing came quickly in my thoughts.
What thing, Mr. Pearson? Mr. Pearson?
And the laughter of youth and the touch of youth. Helen said to me once, how lonely you must be, old gentleman. How quick are the eyes of youth.
And you asked her to come live with you?
Yes, I asked her, and I say to her, with your husband, too. Stay with me, Helen, this big house. For you, for...
Husband?
She tell me a boy she love, a boy who wished to marry her. I have a big house, many empty rooms, and nice things for a girl. And now it's again death, and only death, and rooms of There's no gentleman to cry before. There's no...
And after that, after the grief washed over him and broke and carried him with it to some shore of the mind, to the faraway and desolate place of lost images, after that, the small things, fold the handkerchief neatly and replace it in the breast pocket, straighten the tie, flick the lint. Neat man going out of doors where people could see him. And after he leaves, sit with it for a while and think. Helen Selby, dead girl. Was going to be married, her uncle said, which didn't jibe with previous information. So call the Sun Up to Sundown Trucking Company, and the solar voice on the other end tells you that Chris Miller is off today and gives you his home address warmly. So get Detective Muggavan, squad car ride, address, and Chris Miller entertains from his bed.
This is going to be a real fine day, I can tell that. Not enough we got a cold radiator, I gotta have you.
Get out of the bed, Chris. We want to talk to you.
Show me where it says I can't roll over on my side and tuck the chin on the elbow and converse. Somehow you're going to get different answers from me in a bathrobe?
You know about Helen?
Hey, how's Helen?
Dead.
Oh. Helen.
Look, Sonny, I got a confession to make. It's about the beds in the pokey. There's been some complaint about...
Leave him alone, Mark.
He crying?
Just leave him alone.
I'm okay. Just give me a second to get into my robe here. Okay.
You shoot Helen, Chris?
No.
We found out Helen was going to get married. To you?
Yeah, to me.
You know a man named Leo Pearson?
He killed Helen?
You know him?
No.
Helen was going to live with him.
Yeah, I know about that.
And then you were going to move in.
Yeah, later, after we got married.
What were you waiting for, Sonny?
I wanted to get married right away, set up housekeeping here. Not for Helen, no, not good enough. She used to like fancy. She's a good kid, but like fancy, you know. Sure. You know?
Not quite. You tell us.
Well, move in with Uncle and get to I don't know how she put it, get the feel of the place. And then we get married, and I'd move in, too. Makes sense, doesn't it? I used to tell Helen it made sense. I don't know.
Telephone's ringing, Danny. May I, Danny?
Oh, of course you may, Gino.
Thank you kindly. Lieutenant Clover's office, Sergeant Tartaglia at this end. Yes? Oh, I see. I will do that. And your address, madam? Kill me, madam. I happen never to have heard of your place, so the address, if you please. Uh-huh. Thank you. I will forward your message to the proper party. No trouble at all. And you also, madam. Thank you. Danny.
What, Gino?
Bessie Hancock.
Huh?
Miss Bessie Hancock of the Hancock Home for the Aged, 190th and Riverside Drive. She has read in the papers of Mr. Leo Pearson of our current murder case, and she has certain information which may or may not be important, she said. Also,
Order the squad car, Gino.
Of course, Danny. Goes without saying.
Right uptown now, along the road that bans Manhattan from the river. Riverside Drive and chill afternoon. 190th Street. Look across the brown water to the Palisades. And make a turn at the sign of the clenched fist and pointing finger. Hancock Home for the Aged. Gentle and loving care. Park the car and walk through the swinging gate. Up the path, lined by last year's grass and last rainfall's footprints. The porch, with an old gentleman on one side of the steps, an old lady on the other, rocking. Faster, a stationary race between them. The lady who answers the door has a lorgnette pinned to one side of her blouse and a watch pinned to the other.
Yes?
I'm from the police. My name's Clover.
Yes, won't you... Oh, just a moment, please. Still angry, Mrs. Cochran? Oh, don't be. That's Mr. Setlin's way, that's all. He wants to talk to you, don't you, Mr. Setlin? Be nice, Mr. Setlin. Please come in, Mr. Clover. This way.
Thanks.
Oh, you may sit down.
Was something wrong?
Oh, Mrs. Cochran and Mr. Setlin, I want everybody to be happy, and they're not happy. Not with each other.
Oh.
Mr. Setlin plays pranks with frogs, and now he's taken to answering ads in magazines and signing Mrs. Cochran's name. Oh, such ads. Oh.
It's about the phone call you made a while ago to the police.
I know. You know, I wonder if I was right.
About what?
About having that music piped into here. I started it last week, and since then my boarders don't use the game room so much. The checkerboards and the dominoes. They just sit and rock and listen and don't seem to be happy at all. I want everybody to be happy.
Was Alex Ewing happy?
Alex Ewing? Then you know why I want to talk to you.
Oh, I made an assumption. I spoke with Leo Pearson. He told me he paid the bills for Alex in a home for the aged. Then you called. And...
Oh, Alex was miserable. He made us all miserable. The things he would do.
Oh?
Get up in the middle of a meal and make speeches. How this was a prison. How he wasn't really old. How he would rather be dead than stay here. If Mr. Pearson wasn't paying me so much money to keep him here...
And after Mr. Pearson's wife and son were killed, he took Alex out of here and into his own home.
Yes, thank goodness. For instance, you see that big stain on the wall? Mashed potatoes. Alex...
Why exactly did you call me, Mrs. Hancock?
Oh, I don't know whether it's important. Last week, Mr. Pearson came in here and made arrangements for us to take Alex back. Today was supposed to be the day, as a matter of fact. Of course, I charged him more money. You can understand that. If my boarders get miserable again, I should be paid for it, surely. And I do want everybody to be happy.
Mr. Clover. Good evening, sir. Good evening.
Hello, Mr. Pearson. Mind if I come in?
Please do. I'm pleased to see you.
Thank you.
Would you care for some wine?
Thanks, no. Is Mr. Ewing here? Did I ask a funny question?
No, forgive me. It is only that Alex is in the library poised over a chess problem. Therefore, he is here, and he is not here.
I'd like to talk to him.
We will go to him this way. Alex?
Don't bother me. Go away.
Castle to king 4, queen to bishop 4, and mate.
In another minute.
Perhaps Mr. Clover's in a hurry.
What?
Look up, Alex.
Good evening, Mr. Clover.
Hello, Alex.
And now we will chat.
Leo.
Yes?
We were having a very fine evening. What does Mr. Clover want?
Ask him, Alex.
I'm sure both of you know. It's about the murder of Helen Selby.
More questions, Mr. Clover? I've told you everything. I've told you...
I'm sorry, Mr. Pearson, but you haven't.
I don't understand.
About Alex here.
I've got nothing to do
Well,
with
quiet a minute, Alex. Let's hear what Mr. Clover has to say.
Very well, but I have nothing to do with any of it.
What haven't I told you, Mr. Clover, about Alex?
That you were going to send him back to that home for the agent.
Not now, not anymore.
Alex?
Yes, sir?
Tell me about that home.
I don't want to talk about it.
It's all right, Alex. You're not going back there.
I understand you weren't happy there, Alex.
It was a prison. Why should I want to talk about it?
I was there. It seemed very nice. Why do you say it was a prison?
I'm 62. I'm not old.
Alex, friend.
I'm not old. Old is when you're ready to sit in a chair and rock. Old is when no one wants you.
Alex.
I'm not going back there.
But Alex, I told you you're not going back there.
Now let's talk about Helen Selby.
A lovely girl. Whoever killed her, what reason could he have?
I think I know, Mr. Pearson.
I'm not old. She called me an old man.
You said you didn't know her.
Know her? I talked to her once. A schemer. I could tell that.
When did you talk to her?
She was here once for you. I sent her away. Schemer.
Something like that, what I was going to say. I think she was going to move in here. She, later her husband.
And take your house over. Already she convinced you to throw me out of here, to send me back.
That's why you killed her, isn't it?
I'm not an old man.
You killed her because it's on account of her you were going back to that place.
Alex?
Here's where I'm happy, Leo.
You killed her?
Yes.
Murderer!
What are you? An old fool. Let a young girl come in here and walk around like this and talk like this. Yes, Uncle. Yes, Uncle. I know how she talked. I know how she walked. I watched.
She was my niece. Welcome here. I wanted her
We
here.
better go, Alex.
Like this, Leo. Like this. Like this she walks. You fool. You lonely fool. This man's taking me away, and you're going to be alone. Big house, Leo. Lots of rooms. Lots of echo, Leo. Take me away, Mr. Clover.
It's a panic in neon, this Broadway, where pleasure is a packaged commodity and pain, where bargains prevail for numbness and the fleeting smile, sometimes on installments. It's a place that dares you, and one way or another, it'll rock you to sleep. It's Broadway, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway. My beat.
Broadway's My Beat stars Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover, with Charles Calvert as Tartaglia and Jack Crucian as Muggavan. The program is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis, with musical score composed and conducted by Alexander Courage. In tonight's story, Herb Butterfield was heard as Alex, and Lou Merrill as Leo. Featured in the cast were Gloria Gordon, Hy Averback, and Lamont Johnson. Bill Anders speaking. Every Sunday night all over America, everything stops with the laughter when it's Jack Benny time on CBS Radio. Join the gang again tomorrow night. Jack, Mary, Dennis, Don, Bob, Rochester. For more of that special kind of comedy that everyone recognizes by its Jack Benny trademark. America now listens to 105 million radio sets and listens most to the CBS Radio Network.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Well, it's time to batten down the hatches again, 'cause here comes George Valentine. You must know George by now. He's the fellow who makes trouble to keep you out of it. Now, perhaps that doesn't make too much sense, but after all, what does in this day and time? So I just want you to be content with the fact that this is let George do it, and let the chips fall where they may.
Dear Mr. Valentine, it's one thing to be the keeper of your brother. It's quite another to be the keeper of your brother-in-law. Particularly one that you haven't met, that you don't want to meet, that you wish would stay in South America where he belongs, and that shouldn't have married your sister in the first place. When my sister wrote that she was meeting her husband's ship here in town, naturally, I insisted that they be my guests. But, Mr. Valentine, the price of hospitality seems to run high. No sooner had I put the welcome mat out than the word must have got round. The X must be on my doorstep, because now my house is being watched. I am being watched. Well, Mr. Valentine, I am not an excavation, and I have no intention of letting brotherly love dig me into any sort of premature grave. Sincerely, Franklin J. Scott. Sit down, sit down.
This is a lovely place, Mr. Scott.
Thank you, Miss Brooks. It's been in the Scott family for years.
Yes, I've heard of your family.
Certainly not on the financial page. But you know, that was the difficulty when my sister married Sid Forrest. The social thing, I mean. Now, please understand, I'm not a snob, but she certainly made a peculiar choice. You see, she was back east at the time.
Yes, I think you mentioned that. Look, I'd really rather hear about your house being watched.
No, wait. This comes first. Sid Forrest. Marion met him in Saratoga, I think. He'd won a racehorse in a poker game, and they spent their honeymoon watching it lose from then on. That will give you the general idea about him.
It will.
Oh, I've done my best to be sympathetic. Sent Marion money every once in a while. I stood up against some of the other members of the family for them, and I really had hopes of being justified when Sid went to Guiana, French Guiana, a little town called Jean Cache it was.
When was this? You mean he left your sister?
No such luck. He left a couple of years ago to make something of himself in mining. Well, I don't think he did so well on money, but at least it's a try, and Marion assures me he's coming back quite a different man.
Mm-hmm. But you're not so sure that he's as reformed as she claims. This house-watching before he gets here.
Exactly. Marion herself is arriving later on tonight.
And you called me instead of the police because if your brother-in-law is mixed up in something irregular again, you don't want publicity of the law around, huh?
Now I know I hired the right man.
Oh, don't be too sure yet. You still haven't said a word about who's watching you, why you're so afraid.
Oh, here. That part's the easiest.
Huh?
What?
The man who watches. He's out there every night. At least the past 3 nights. Quiet now. I'll turn out the lights.
Oh, I'll get them.
Thank you. Who he is, that's your job. I tried to speak to him once, but he just walked past me.
Oh, what's this? Side porch, patio?
Shh. Out this way. No, wait. There.
Where?
Under the street light.
Oh, yeah. There is a man there, all right.
Well, he's not doing anything.
Oh, no, he never does. The first night, I'd gone out for a moment and left the house open. When I came back, I saw him running away from the porch, but not a thing had been touched.
He's moving around in front. Come on.
Mr. Scott, how do you know there's any connection between that man and your brother-in-law?
Well, I know it seems far-fetched, but people in this climate don't usually wear white linen suits like that, do they? But down in French Guiana...
There, wait a minute. Coming down the walk now.
Uh-huh. Well, Mr. Valentine, what do you think?
I don't think anything. I'm stupid. I'm just a guy who likes to ask questions.
George, be careful.
Excuse me, friend. You got a light?
What?
Light. Here, have a cigarette.
Oh, no. No, thank you.
Hey, wait a minute.
I'm sorry.
Slow down, Buster.
Get away from me.
Not tonight. There. That's better.
I didn't do anything.
Did you get him? Now, hang on to him.
Take it easy now. He's not going anyplace.
Who are you?
I'm sorry.
Oh, like that, huh?
Please, let me go.
The lady asked you a question.
I'm sorry, I said.
Why? You said yourself you didn't do anything.
No, let me go.
What are you doing here, watching this house?
I don't know. I haven't been.
Oh, Buster, you're wasting our time.
No, get away from me. Oh, please don't.
Come on. Empty the pockets. Here, Scott, grab that.
Yeah.
I've got it.
There's nothing in his coat. Just a scrap of paper.
Uh-huh. And a calling card. An old beat-up calling card.
Yeah, the paper has your address printed on it, Mr. Scott.
Huh? Let me see.
Address, and that's all.
Oh, you're hurting my arm. I won't try to get away.
Okay, now you're getting smart. What's on the calling card, Mr. Scott?
Mr. Jack McDonald, Rue d'Alvasso, Jean Cache, French Guiana.
All right, is that you, Jack McDonald?
No, please, I don't know.
Buster, you said that once too many times.
George, wait. Look at him. He looks sick.
Okay, now, for the last time, who are you?
I'm sorry, I just don't know.
Now, I wonder what's the matter with Junior. Is he scared of George, or did he take stupid pills for lunch? Well, whatever's the cause, we'll find out in just a moment. Now, let's get back to George Valentine and the boy who lost his memory.
Loss of memory? I don't believe it.
Take it easy.
I'm sorry.
Oh, any luck with the cablegram, Brooksy?
No, not yet, but a man at Western Union looked up the address for me. He says something called McDonald Brothers Limited practically owns the town of Jean Cache, so we'll get the answer all right.
Jean Cache in French Guiana. Have you ever heard of it?
No, I don't think so.
Just what do you remember, friend?
That address in my pocket, it seemed to mean something.
Where did you get it?
I remember walking up here from the waterfront.
Waterfront?
I mean, 3 days ago. I remember the past 3 days, all right. There was something about a fight, I think. But I don't know.
All right, relax. We're just trying to help you. So maybe you got in a fight and got knocked on the head, huh?
Maybe, yes.
For instance, you've got a suit on, but just a T-shirt underneath.
What do you mean, Valentine?
Greasy hands, George.
Yeah, all cracked and bruised.
I'm sorry.
So maybe you work around the waterfront. Does that check?
Well, sure. Only this kind of suit.
Jean Cache, down in Guiana. The waterfront is Jean Cache. Or he works aboard a ship for the...
Yeah, hold it.
I'll get it, George. Hello?
I'm causing a lot of trouble.
Oh, yes.
Stay here, will you? Western Union, Angel? Any luck?
Huh? Wait a minute, George. All right. Thanks very much. Well, that's one lead gone down the drain.
What do you mean?
He's not the man whose card he had. The big shot down in Guiana. Jack McDonald.
Why not?
Mr. McDonald committed suicide over 6 weeks ago. George, anything new?
Oh, I'm doing about as well as you did, Angel.
What's that?
Friend of mine on a newspaper is checking ship arrivals. Our mental lapse here says he never heard of your brother-in-law, Sid Forrest.
Well, I don't know that I haven't.
But maybe Sid'll remember him, check.
Oh, you mean just keep this man until Sid gets here and... But wait, Valentine, I don't even know the name of Sid's ship.
I know. I just asked your sister.
Huh? Yes, Marion should be calling from the airport, but... What'd you say?
She's out in the hall right now. That's what I came to tell you. Brooksy, stay here with Mr. X, will you?
Sure, George.
Marion, here? For heaven's sakes, why didn't you call? What in the name
Franklin,
of...
darling.
Hello, Marion. You distinctly wrote that I should pick you up at the airport when you got in.
Don't be so stuffy. Where did I slide out from under this hat? There. Mr. Ambler met me and dropped me off here. Did I upset all your darling little plans?
Now stop it. Ambler? Who's Ambler?
Friend of mine. He's handled some of my business things. Can't your little sister have a few friends if she... Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Valentine. You've got somebody waiting on the phone, haven't you?
Yes, if you don't mind.
Oh, my purse. I wrote that name down somewhere. I sent Sidney your address by radio, Franklin, just a few days ago. Golden something, I know. A freighter.
Hello, Joe, still there? Well, try the list of freighters. Golden something or other.
I thought I had it, but Franklin, what's going on? Who's Mr. Valentine?
No. Nothing to worry about. Just checking when Sidney will be in, that's all.
Oh, they never seem to know, I guess. He warned me about freighter schedules.
Golden Drake, is that the one?
Yes, that's right, Golden Drake.
Yeah. Okay, thanks, Joe.
Why, what's the matter?
When did you hear from your husband, Mrs. Forrest?
Well, he sent me an airmail a couple of weeks ago.
What are you driving at, Valentine?
Well, that's the right ship, all right. Only one to touch a Jean Cash the past month. Only the Golden Drake is already in. It docked here 3 days ago.
What? I don't understand. Sidney wrote... Well, where is he? Franklin, hasn't Sidney gotten in touch with you?
Just a minute, please. Mr. Scott, you told me you'd never met your brother-in-law, right?
Well, yes.
Or seen him, or seen his picture?
Please, both of you.
No, I haven't. Just a moment, Marion.
What's happened?
A man in a linen suit who's been a Jean Cash, who acts as though he really does have amnesia, who's written down your address and seems to feel he should be here at this house.
Oh, for heaven's sakes, of course. It's obvious.
For the last time, what are you talking about?
Come on, Mrs. Forrest.
Isn't that ridiculous? It never even occurred to me. Sidney, of course, right in here, Marion. Sidney's already here. He's...
Where?
Hello, ma'am.
Isn't that man...
Him? Don't be silly. I've never seen him before in my life. Mr. Valentine, where is Sidney? Will you please tell me what's happened to him?
I don't know, Mrs. Forrest. I wish I did. Your husband seems to have disappeared.
You are listening to Let George Do It. Our adventure will continue in just a minute.
Now, back to George Valentine. You're hired because Mr. Scott is worried about a man watching his house, a man who doesn't know who he is or why he is there. He's carrying the card of Jack McDonald. But Mr. McDonald committed suicide in South America nearly 2 months ago. Is he Mr. Scott's brother-in-law, Sidney Forrest? Well, now Mrs. Forrest is here, and she should know, and she says he isn't. So if your name is George Valentine, you decide the only way to solve this problem is to find Sid Forrest. And so you first try the ship that supposedly brought him in 3 days ago.
Golden Drake. It's not much, is it?
Looks more like a tin duck.
Is this where
Yeah,
we're
come on, let's go aboard.
What kind of a flag is that?
Come on, hurry up, Brooksy, before they swing that boom again.
Oh,
Flag? I don't know. Panama, I think. Something like that.
Valentine.
Lieutenant Johnson.
What are you doing here?
All right. One at a time.
My friends, you stand aboard a pirate ship.
What did you say?
An illegal, irregular, should have been sunk scow.
No. Is that nice, Lieutenant?
You shut up.
Come on, Johnson. What's it all about?
My friends meet Bluebeard himself.
Captain Task, folks. Lieutenant here's a little sore, that's all. It'll wear off.
Wear off? Oh, no, it won't. Your ship's been in port 3 days, and he waits until half an hour ago to report a man overboard.
I told you I had a cargo to worry about. I've been tied up by you birds before, and when you got perishables aboard, you can't sit around waiting for red.
Please. What man overboard?
Oh, passenger, that's all. Had a passenger this trip.
Man named Sidney Forrest.
Sid Forrest?
There's nothing to raise a blow about. Committed suicide, that's all. Overboard suicide. You see, this is my own ship. I get my cargo ashore fast enough, maybe I can barely pay off the bank. The guy's already dead. You can't help nothing by speeding up matters.
Who says you're qualified to decide his death was a suicide?
Oh, it was suicide, all right. Only now with this stuff you tell me about an amnesia case.
Okay, then let's start from the beginning. What happened?
Task barely saw Forrest, apparently. He stayed in his cabin all the time, right?
Yeah, just about. All the way from Jean Cash. That's where he came aboard.
Yes, we know.
Well, Forrest and the ocean didn't get along too well, so he locked himself in. But he was a sick-looking guy to start out with. I wasn't really too surprised when I saw the note.
Note? What note?
Wait a minute. Don't get ahead of yourself. There was a storm a couple of nights before they hit port.
Yeah, that's right. I was on the bridge. Deck watch gave a yell, said he saw a splash. I could see a man in the water. Got the ship turned, got out the lights, but we couldn't find him again. Too rough to drop a boat, so that was it.
All right, go on.
Jose, the steward, he'd seen this thing, too. He was slipping a radiogram under Mr. Forrest's door a little later. I was down checking the crew to see who was missing. Anyway, Jose couldn't get an answer to a knock, so I broke in Forrest's cabin and found out he was missing.
Come on in here. I'll show you.
Is this his cabin?
Yeah.
I didn't touch anything. As soon as I got in port, I locked her up tight in a drum.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, this is the radiogram. His wife mentioned it, remember, Brooksy?
Yes. The one giving her brother's address, Mr. Scott's.
Here. This is a note you want to see.
To whom it may concern, huh?
Sitting just like that on the desk it was. Same place. I knew better than to even open that before I got into port and had witnesses.
Oh, you're the soul of cooperation, all right.
Yeah. Typical suicide note, all right.
His health, he said. Like I told you, the guy was
Sure. Nothing wrong with the note.
Only it's 2 suicides in only a couple of months.
Yeah.
And who says Sidney Forrest wrote that note?
And, Captain, I want to know how many members of your crew are ashore and what they look like.
Huh? Well, none of them yet. Deckhands, at least.
From the engine room?
Oh, sure. Engine crew's been ashore 3 days now.
Engine crew. Remember his hands, George?
Yeah, that's right. Captain, you're going with Miss Brooks to try and identify her.
Hey, wait a minute, Valentine. Where are you going?
Ambler. I think that was his name. A financial friend of Forrest's wife. Yeah, Johnson, I think it's about time we started checking everybody's story.
Well, yes, I met her at the plane. Oh, good heavens, there's nothing wrong with that, is there?
Okay, Mr. Ambler.
I have known Mrs. Forrest for some time, helped with her investments. In fact, that's what I'm doing now. She asked me to. I have to run down to that boat.
Uh-huh. Well, I checked with the government authorities. Forrest sent quite a bunch of stuff up here by registered mail.
Mm-hmm, that's right. Mailed things on ahead. But there are papers with his personal baggage to be gone over.
On the ship, yeah.
Yes. Well, shall we be going then? No, I'm supposed to be in Seattle. I know this is very upsetting for Mrs. Forrest, but I can't let my own business slide.
Oh, wait a minute, Mr. Ambler. These securities, bonds, property deeds. Did you know Mr. Forrest was supposed to be a failure?
Who told you that?
His brother-in-law, Mr. Scott. But Sid Forrest really did all right for himself down in Jean Cash, didn't he?
Well, I don't really know the amount. It'll take me several months to dispose of everything for his wife, but, well, yes. He apparently struck it pretty rich.
Uh-huh. Say, look, you run onto the ship by yourself, huh? I've got something else to do.
John Doe. Is that any kind of a name?
There's no law against it. I don't know. I'm sorry.
But you worked on the ship under that name.
The captain definitely identified him, George. He signed on as an oiler at the last minute at Jean Cash.
Uh-huh.
The chief engineer gave me that name. It happens all the time. Well, what's the matter with that?
Where's your amnesia, friend?
Well, I meant...
Oh, skip it. I guess we fed you that idea when all you were trying to do was clam up.
I don't know.
You don't know. First, you prowl around watching a man's house. That's trespass, vagrancy, and a few other things. Then you sucker people into thinking that...
Take it easy, Johnson. Take it easy. You cabled a full description and query to Jean Cash, didn't you?
What?
So we wait for an answer, that's all. Only in the meantime, let's see. Sid Forrest locked himself in his cabin. Now, why luck?
I don't know what you're talking about.
To avoid somebody who was on the same ship? That'd be one obvious answer.
Of course, George.
Only maybe he didn't avoid him, huh? But the suicide note's genuine. It checks with Forrest's letters and things.
You know, I'm interested in Sid Forrest's money. Forrest wasn't a very nice guy. And as I remember it, the town of Jean Cache was supposed to be owned by the McDonald outfit.
What are you driving at, George?
Oh, I don't know. I'm not sure. The cable will tell us. You remember about Jack McDonald, though, Johnson, guy who committed suicide down there?
Yeah, that's right.
Why don't you leave me alone?
Jack McDonald, who had all the money in Jean Cache. McDonald Brothers Limited. That was the name of the company, wasn't it?
I haven't done anything.
Okay, never mind. There's the answer right now.
Yeah, hello? Right, Sergeant, let's have it. Yeah.
All right. My name is McDonald, but what of it? He was my brother, Jack McDonald. Sid Forrest swindled him out of the company.
Was that why your brother committed suicide?
Because of Forrest? Of course. Why else do you think a man...
And so you came after Forrest to kill him, didn't you?
Well, how do you expect me to answer a thing like...
Okay, Sergeant, thanks.
All right, McDonald. Johnson will have the answer.
Johnson will what? That wasn't any cable. It was a sergeant down on the ship. He found $1,000.
$1,000?
What?
Underneath the rug in the captain's cabin. And incidentally, Jose, the steward, remembers not only seeing the limp form of a man hit the water, but also admits it was somebody else standing at the rail who ducked out of sight. Just in case you're interested.
So Forrest was murdered. This thing is a vicious circle.
And now, what was our friend here saying about following Forrest for the purpose of avenging his brother?
Now, wait a minute, Johnson. McDonald here was still looking for Forrest after he was dead. He couldn't have been the one, motive or no motive. Okay, back to the ship we go.
This case is upside down, I tell you. The further we get, the more complicated it is.
I told Valentine Sid Forrest wasn't any good, Lieutenant. Doesn't surprise me that a man would be after him for the sake of revenge.
Never mind, Mr. Scott, please. Say, they got that steward in here, Johnson?
He's down below. The sergeant didn't want the captain to murder him for shooting his mouth off.
I just wondered if this cabin was empty, that's all.
Sure. Why?
Well, let's put McDonald in here.
Well, I'll do whatever you want, but...
Good idea. Go on, get in there.
All right.
Okay, now, Johnson, before you go off half-cocked on this case, let's try to add it up, huh?
I didn't bring my slide rule.
Well, it's always simpler to bet on a hunch than to get wound up figuring systems, isn't it?
Only you don't win so often.
You do if you got a few clues in your pocket.
George, whoever murdered Forrest had to be someone on this ship, right? Is that what you mean by adding it up?
Of course, that's obvious. It certainly couldn't have been anybody ashore, could it?
It could have been paid for by somebody ashore.
What?
This Captain Task will do anything for money. And somebody's been paying him at least $1,000 worth.
Well, you don't even know that this steward's testimony is true.
Hold on a second, will you?
Hello there, Valentine.
Say, your name's Ambler, isn't it?
That's right.
I got a few questions about money I'd like to ask you.
Oh, wait, please, Johnson.
Well, wait, what's the matter? Something new?
Mr. Ambler, would you wait inside a minute in this cabin?
Well, yes, of course. But don't make it too long.
Well, Valentine?
I was going to say that Mr. Forrest's money gives a motive to his wife.
Now, see here.
Or to her brother, like you, Mr. Scott.
Cut it out, will you, all of you? Keep your eye on the clues, Johnson, and you don't have to get complicated at all.
What?
Yeah, listen. Don't you understand? It's all over.
Now,
and
look.
who even says there's been a murder?
George!
Look out there. Put that down.
Unless you don't get out of the way fast enough. McDonald!
Hey, what's going on in here? Put that down.
What in the name of crazy?
Stop it. Leave me alone.
Cut it out, McDonald. All right, you asked for it.
What in the name of heaven is going...
That man's insane. He grabbed me and
Mr. Scott, I told you it was all over tonight. Meet Mr. Ambler. Sure, your brother-in-law. Only I guess his real name's Sidney Forrest. And he's still very much alive.
But, George, how can he be Mr. Forrest?
McDonald confirms it, doesn't he, Angel? So will Mrs. Forrest when we pin it down.
But there was a murder or a suicide or... Well, there were witnesses.
Not if everybody's alive and accounted for. Don't you get it, Angel? The captain was paid to help stage a man overboard disappearance, right? Sure, somebody saw something. Probably a bundle of clothes hitting the water, that's all. And who threw them? Probably Forrest himself.
Oh.
Then the captain hid him out in a different cabin and later on smuggled him ashore. All those other shenanigans have just been one frantic man's attempt to escape from another.
And complications don't worry you because you've got a crystal ball.
Oh, I told you, I've got a clue. Stick around a minute, Angel. It's simple.
Back to the conclusion of our Let George Do It adventure in just a minute.
I guess MacDonald is over it now, Mr. Scott. But he probably would have killed your brother-in-law if you hadn't called George and interfered.
Wouldn't have been much loss.
Well, I guess Forrest thought he had MacDonald off his trail when he staged his own disappearance from the ship. Then somehow he found out about MacDonald watching your house, waiting for him.
So Forrest thought if he confirmed it as a suicide, then MacDonald would believe he was dead and go back to South America.
That's the idea. And that was the clue. The suicide note was in his own handwriting, but it was written after his supposed death.
How do you know that?
Well, a radiogram from your sister was delivered to Forrest's cabin afterwards, remember? It told him the address of your house. How do you think MacDonald learned about you or that address unless he broke into that cabin sometime later and saw that radiogram?
Well, yes, that makes sense.
And yet the suicide note was supposedly found sitting in plain sight and left there until today sealed. Well, if MacDonald pried into the radiogram, why didn't he open the suicide note too? See what I mean? Therefore, the note wasn't there or probably even written until later.
But, Valentine, at least you'll admit it was luck that Forrest turned out so conveniently to be posing as Mr. Ambler.
Sure, I'll grant you. But if I were going to take on another identity in order to escape someone, I think I'd pose as somebody who could legitimately handle my own money, don't you?
With your money, it wouldn't be a job worth having.
Uh-huh. All right, then, Angel, come on. You buy dinner for the three of us.
Wait a minute. About my sister.
Well, what about her? She wasn't really in on it. Her husband gave her a phony story. Oh, after he met her at the airport, she went along with calling him Mr. Ambler once, but don't worry. When she finds out everything he did, but she'll be through with him, and this time for good.
Sure. I'll give you another reason. From now on, Sid Forrest is going to be so busy digging himself out of trouble with Johnson and the government of French Guiana and MacDonald and his lawyers and all the other things.
Yes, of course. Thank you. Come on, I guess I'll buy the dinner.
You have just heard The Man from French Guiana, another Let George Do It adventure. Robert Bailey is starred as George Valentine, with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. David Victor and Jackson Gillis wrote the story, with music by Eddie Dunstetter. Now this is yours truly inviting you to another visit with Valentine, when you will again hear what happens when you let George do it.